transformed into an Andalian, the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm. Joffrey I has also acquired the dominion of the Red God, Rhoynar. Chapter 1. Joffrey Baratheon, the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the guardian of the realm. The eldest son and heir of King Robert Baratheon and Queen Cersei Lannister. He is, in truth, the offspring of Cersei Lannister's incestuous union with her twin brother, Jaime Lannister. A cruel, ungrateful, haughty, and narrow-minded individual. Upon King Robert's death, he ascended the throne. However, as he was not the king's biological son, his uncle Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon both claimed the Iron Throne as their rightful dominion. Furthermore, by orchestrating the murder of Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, he incited his son Robb Stark to declare the North's independence and crown himself as the king in the North, while Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands also rebelled, leading to the outbreak of the War of the Five Kings. Yet, with the guidance of his uncle Tyrion Lannister and grandfather Tywin Lannister, he achieved victory in the Battle of Blackwater, severely weakening Stannis. As Renly, Robb, Balon, and other rival kings met their demise, he emerged as the true victor of the War of the Five Kings. However, following this conflict, he met his untimely end at his own purple wedding, poisoned by treachery. Sitting in the carriage, Joffrey's eyes gleamed. Is this to be my life? Truly, it is both grotesque and pitiable. At this moment, Joffrey appeared as handsome as ever, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Draped in a crimson robe adorned with golden embroidery, depicting a regal stag crowned, he wore armor of gold engraved with two mighty lions, while a beast-patterned leather belt cinched his deep red trousers, and his feet were clad in black boots with red patterns. Indeed, he resembled a beast in human guise, and in truth his soul had long since been replaced by another. His name was Joff, raised beneath the Red Banner, having attended an ordinary school for a few years before becoming a commonplace programmer at a mundane company. His life was unremarkable, a mere member of the vast populace. The only commendable aspect of his lineage was that his ancestors had once followed the leader of the Red Turban Army, Lee Quan, during the late Southern Song dynasty, and had been taught the Yang family spear technique, which had been passed down to this day. In his childhood, he too had practiced the Yang family spear of Huaxia, but alas, his family's fortunes had waned, and the ancient martial arts could not be sustained, forcing him to seek other paths. Just yesterday, he had perished in a fire while attempting to save an unknown child. Upon awakening, he found himself seated in an opulent carriage, and as he absorbed Joffrey's memories, he realized he had become Joffrey Baratheon, the infamous tyrant known as the Eternal Emperor. At that moment, his adoptive father Robert, after experiencing the death of his foster father Jon Arryn, resolved to invite his good brother Eddard Stark to serve as his hand to the king in the north. Robert, sitting across from Joffrey, his rotund belly protruding, clutched a goblet of unknown wine, consuming it fervently. Upon witnessing his son awaken, he exclaimed, "By the seven hells, my son has recovered." Joffrey felt a warmth in his heart, thinking his father was not so bad after all, at least showing concern for him. Yet he soon discerned the disdain and contempt in Robert's eyes. "My son, Robert, fainted at the sight of a horse. You truly bring me shame. I was already riding at your age." With that, Robert slammed his goblet upon the table, admonishing Joffrey, "As a king, you must be resilient, courageous, and magnanimous, leading the charge in battle and establishing peace and governance. Should you inherit my throne, how will you command respect?" Joffrey found himself at a loss for words. This opening was indeed a tale of paternal affection. When had Robert, that bloated tyrant, become a mentor to him? Just as despair began to set in, a panel suddenly materialized before him, nearly causing Joffrey to leap with excitement. Alas, it is not an agricultural tale, but a system narrative. Name, Joffrey Baratheon. Age, 15. Abilities, Yang family spear, flame fruit, unburnt. Faction, House Baratheon. Gazing at the translucent panel before him, Joffrey fell into contemplation, for he was intimately familiar with this interface, as it was the attribute panel of a game his company was developing, titled Codename Partner. The game begins by allowing players to select characters. On the day before his fiery demise, he had just chosen Ace, never anticipating that the powers of the flame fruit would accompany him here. "This fruit is unpalatable even to dogs, yet I shall consume it." Amidst his excitement, Joffrey could not help but ponder whether his flame fruit could sway those who worshipped the Red God. After all, flames were undeniably associated with Rhoynar, the Red God. However, did deities truly exist in the world of Game of Thrones? To his recollection, only the old gods, the three-eyed raven, the embodiment of the cold god, the Night King, the many-faced god, and the Red Priestess Melisandre had ever manifested, while other deities were merely mentioned without ever appearing. Now that he had acquired the flame fruit, did that imply he had seized the authority of the Red God, Rhoynar? Just as Joffrey pondered this, he felt a warm embrace envelop him, and before he could react, he was enveloped in a comforting warmth. He lifted his gaze and beheld the loving eyes of his mother, Cersei Lannister, a sight that profoundly stirred his heart. Cersei Lannister, the mother of Joffrey, had her golden locks dancing in the wind, gently brushing against Joffrey's face as the scene crystallized in that moment. In his previous life, his mother had passed away before he could even form memories, and having never experienced a mother's love, he now found his eyes brimming with tears. Despite Cersei's foolishness and cruelty depicted in the story, she still held an unwavering love for her child. "My child, are you feeling better?" Cersei gazed tenderly at her son, embracing him tightly, as if fearing his departure. "I am well, mother," Joffrey replied, feeling a warmth in his mother's embrace that he had never known before. "Ah, very well. The little kitten should indeed hide in his mother's embrace and weep." What was once a heartwarming scene was cruelly mocked by Robert, the rough-hewn man, who then raised his goblet and waddled down from the carriage. In the north, within a small estate nestled among the hills, in the name of Robert, the first Baratheon, king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the first men, ruler of the seven kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby declare your sentence of death. No sooner had the words left his lips than Eddard raised the great sword ice high, executing a swift swing, causing the head of the cloaked prisoner to tumble to the ground. Crimson blood splattered upon the snow, cascading like fine wine, slowly seeping into the white blanket, staining it a dark red. Eddard handed the massive sword to a nearby attendant and turned to his son, Bran. 7-year-old Bran Stark, perched upon a small pony, stood between his elder brothers, Robb and Jon. He held his head high, striving to appear as stubborn as a little wolf, embodying a spirit of fierce defiance. Yet his tender and pale visage betrayed him mercilessly. His age, combined with that of his pony, rendered him still below the threshold of adulthood, and it was perhaps a testament to his fortitude that he had not soiled himself in fear. Eddard affectionately ruffled his son's hair, the contrast of his rough hand against the smoothness of Bran's head appearing oddly comical. "Bran, are you all right?" "I am fine, my lord father." "Bran, one day you will become Robb's vassal, governing your own domain alongside your brother and the king, and you must wield the law. When that day arrives, you must never kill for sport, nor evade your responsibilities. A ruler who hides behind the curtain, paying an executioner to act on his behalf, will soon forget the meaning of death." At that moment, a loud call from Jon Snow broke through. "Father Bran, come quickly. Robb has found something." Chapter 2. The lone wolf dies, the pack thrives. The cold wind howled, lifting the snow to heights unimaginable. "The gods above," Eddard Stark gasped. A colossal carcass came into view. "Robb, do not touch it." The squire, Jory Castle, dismounted swiftly, drawing his sword to inspect the body. "My lord, it is a dire wolf." Jory exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face, for the dire wolf had not been seen for centuries. The sight before him rendered him motionless. The enormous form was half buried in the snow, crimson stains tainting the white drifts, its once gray fur now frozen and stiff. Its eye sockets were infested with writhing insects, and its gaping maw still displayed sharp teeth, leaving one to ponder the harrowing ordeal that led to the demise of such a mighty beast. "My lord, this is not a good omen," whispered the stable master, Hullen, in a tone audible only to Eddard. Aside from Bran, all present seemed to understand the significance of the scene, their gazes converging on Eddard. Eddard Stark, with his chestnut hair and gray eyes, was 35 years old, having unexpectedly ascended to the title of Warden of the North as the second son of House Stark. His face bore the weight of time, with flecks of gray in his beard that made him appear several years older than his actual age. He regarded the scene with a grave expression, murmuring, "Winter is coming." The dire wolf served as the sigil of House Stark, holding a unique significance for them. Eddard approached the carcass, leaning down to examine it, while Jory handed him a sword, allowing the lord to probe further. The blade pierced the snow, and with a casual motion, the great form rolled over, revealing a massive set of antlers beneath its neck, the apparent cause of its death. Beneath the body, several wolf pups emerged, their feeble cries capturing Bran's attention. Robb stepped forward, cradling one in his arms, 5 in total. Robb, meeting Bran's eager gaze, selected one from the bundle and offered it to his younger brother. Bran squealed with delight, embracing the tiny direwolf. This pup, with its dark gray fur, had yet to open its eyes, instinctively licking Bran's cheek. Robb held the remaining 4, turning to his father. "Father, let's take them home and raise them." Seeing Eddard's lack of response, Jon Snow interjected, "Father, do these 5 not correspond to your 5 children?" Your sigil is the direwolf, and these pups are 3 males and 2 females. Eddard regarded his illegitimate son, Jon. Do you not wish to keep one? Jon Snow, clad in his dark cloak, was only 14, yet bore a striking resemblance to the Stark lineage. His slender frame was accentuated by his black attire, his long face and keen gray eyes mirroring Eddard's own. Eddard sighed, I have not bestowed upon you my name. I have no right to claim the title of Stark. Jon's words were devoid of emotional fluctuation, reflecting his innermost thoughts. Even though Eddard treated him with immense kindness, it often nearly made Jon forget his status as a bastard. Ultimately, Eddard's heart softened. Very well, let's take them home. Jory, fetch my horse. Wonderful. It's my little wolf. Bran's jubilant voice reached Eddard's ears, and a rare smile graced his serious countenance. Even the fiercest of wolves possess a nurturing instinct. Just as they mounted their horses to return, Jon suddenly halted, having heard a faint cry. Listen, yet the others failed to perceive the sound, only the cold wind howling in response. Jon dismounted, approaching the corpse of the mother wolf. And from beneath the trees, he retrieved a white pup, its fur as pure as snow, starkly contrasting with its gray and black siblings. Its eyes glimmered like 2 rubies. Inexplicably, while the others had yet to open their eyes, this one was alert and vibrant. Its gaze mirrored Jon's own, as if fate had intertwined their destinies, compelling Jon to decide to raise it. Father, this is my wolf, Jon declared joyfully, holding the white pup close. Eddard regarded him deeply. Very well, my child. It is yours. With that, he mounted his horse, slowly riding away, the reins in hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The white among the gray. A run of the litter, that one belongs to you, Snow, Eddard's adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, remarked callously, revealing the tension between him and Jon Snow. Joffrey found an excuse to retreat to a distant corner, practicing his magical abilities. He felt an overwhelming surge of fiery magic coursing through him, from his head to the tips of his toes, in an incessant cycle, yet he was unable to wield it. Was the red comet that streaked across the sky during the birth of dragons the harbinger of a magical resurgence? He recalled the blood-red comet from the story, trailing a long, pale tail as it traversed the heavens. Though unable to harness magic, Joffrey sensed an unprecedented strength within his body. Previously, he could not wield a sword for long, but now it felt extraordinarily light. It seemed he needed to forge a spear, for he had trained in the art of the Young family's spear techniques in his past life, finding himself ill-suited to the short-range weaponry of swords. The spear is the king of weapons. The Young family spear was renowned for its versatility and divine potential, esteemed throughout the realm. For reasons unknown, Joffrey's memory prowess surged after his reincarnation, distant recollections flooding his mind. He envisioned an elderly man with white hair wielding a spear, his grandfather from his previous life. The spear locks the waist. Strike the hands and feet first. Swiftly advance and strike again. For those who hesitate are too late. Its sharpness is unstoppable, and its retreat is swift. Spears and poles are the absolute rulers of the battlefield. Even Guijing would wield one in combat. However, the Young family spear was distinct from tradition, perhaps due to his ancestors' inability to fully pass down their knowledge. The techniques had evolved, infused with their own interpretations. The traditional Young family's combat tactics prioritized speed, balancing the interplay of reality and illusion, blending strength and softness, striking with unrelenting force while maintaining rapid withdrawal, stable yet grand. Yet, Joffrey's ancestors had failed to achieve this balance, focusing solely on strength, leading to a divergence in the techniques over the centuries, creating a unique version of the Young spear belonging to the Joffrey lineage. The most notable difference lay in the spear shaft. Traditional Young spears utilized wooden shafts to embody the balance of strength and softness. Thus, they were aptly named the Young family pear blossom spear, as its movements flowed like the swaying of pear blossoms. In contrast, Joffrey's family spear was constructed from 3 segments of steel pipe, embodying the principle of a gentleman concealing his weapon and awaiting the opportune moment. This made it both portable and formidable. Your Grace, we must depart. Just as Joffrey was lost in thought, a voice imbued with charisma interrupted him. A tall, handsome figure appeared, golden hair billowing, mounted on a white steed. Adorned with a long sword at his waist, a lion helm and beast belt, clad in golden armor and a white cloak. At first glance, one could sense an air of refinement emanating from him. It was no wonder that the text described him as having shining green eyes and a smile sharp as a blade. Very well, Uncle Jaime, Joffrey replied, addressing him as uncle while fully aware that he was, in fact, the biological father of this new form. Joffrey found himself quite satisfied with his appearance in this life. In his previous existence, He had always thought himself rather unremarkable, though his initial entrance had been somewhat imposing. They say nephews take after their uncles, and his mother bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother, truly remarkable. As he contemplated the Stark family he was about to encounter, particularly Eddard Stark, his favorite character, yet standing on the opposing side, he couldn't help but feel a sense of poignancy at the unfolding narrative. Joffrey rode triumphantly homeward, a peculiar thought surging within him. Could he alter the fates of certain individuals? Once this notion took root, it became an inescapable obsession, proliferating wildly in his mind. Chapter 3. Blood and Fire. Across the narrow sea from Westeros lies Essos. Name, Young Griff. Age, 15. Abilities, the Spear of House Stark, swordsmanship. The power of the burn fruit, the unburnt, Valyrian and Dothraki languages. Allegiance, House Targaryen. Young Griff opened his eyes, and a translucent panel appeared before him. His violet irises radiated determination, as if flames were fiercely igniting within them. His silver-gold hair cascaded over his shoulders, dancing in the breeze and shimmering in the sunlight. A mischievous smirk often graced his face, detracting somewhat from his otherwise handsome features. Extending his right hand, he concentrated, and dark flames ignited in his palm. Despite the intense heat, his hand remained unscathed, untouched even by the flames. His gaze fixed upon the fire, a manifestation of the Targaryen ability of the unburnt, as well as a testament to the power of the burn fruit. Though he had mastered his abilities well, he still could not execute one particular technique, the fire clone. Furthermore, unlike the elemental form of the burn fruit, his transformation did not become fire, but rather morphed into a shadowy silhouette. Thus, he surpassed the flames in his mastery of shadow techniques. With a disdainful snort, young Griff clenched his right fist, extinguishing the flames. In tandem with the fire's disappearance, his silver-gold hair transformed instantly into a blue hue, which displeased him somewhat. In his left hand, he grasped a Valyrian steel longsword and stepped out into the blinding sunlight, only to encounter a burly man at the threshold. He recognized this man instantly. The former Lord of Griffin's Roost, the former Hand of the King, Jon Connington. Oh no, he should now be addressed by his alias, Griff. His beard was meticulously trimmed, and his once red-gray hair had been dyed blue. He stood tall, his visage etched with the lines of age, a former rival of Robert, now not immune to the ravages of time. Behind him stood thousands of warriors clad in golden armor, the mercenary company established by the noble bastard, the Golden Company, founded by the union of Aegon, IV Targaryen, and Baelor Breakspear. The Golden Company had long been regarded as the largest, most renowned, and most expensive mercenary band in the free cities. Despite the mercenaries' notorious reputation for unreliability, the Golden Company was most esteemed for never breaking a contract. Their motto proclaimed, "Our word is as good as gold." Jon Connington regarded young Griff's longsword with a touch of nostalgia. The first time he'd seen this sword was during his exile from the mad King Aerys, upon his arrival in Essos. "Gold above, steel below. My lord, have you rested well?" "Thanks to you, I have indeed rested well. If so, we must set forth to the Dothraki. Illyrio Mopatus of Pentos has delivered word. He has arranged the marriage of Daenerys Targaryen to Khal Drogo, and presented her with 3 dragon eggs as wedding gifts. My lord, the time you spoke of has come. Blood and fire. It seems I too should pay a visit to my 2 fallen relatives. The chaotic times are nigh. Magic is reigniting. Though who truly is the Dragon Prince remains uncertain. Her titles include Queen of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men, Ruler of the 7 Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, Breaker of Chains, Queen of Marine, Princess of Dragonstone, the Unburnt, Mother of Dragons, Mysa, the Silver-Haired Queen, the Silver Lady, the Dragon Queen, and so forth. Indeed, she is Daenerys Targaryen. She is petite and exquisitely beautiful, possessing the quintessential Valyrian silver-gold hair and violet eyes. Yet at present, she is devoid of any connection to those grand titles. She is merely a timid, uncertain girl in exile. Our little princess has finally donned garments befitting her status. Her brother has arrived. In her recollections, her brother Viserys was always inclined to mock and chastise her. Since her birth amidst a storm, she has drifted in a foreign land. According to her brother Viserys, the current king sitting on the Iron Throne, Robert Baratheon, seized their Targaryen power through vile means, slaughtering their kin. Viserys has always claimed that one day he would lead an army back across the narrow sea, vanquishing the traitors in Westeros, reclaiming the Iron Throne, and restoring the glory of House Targaryen. Of course, this is merely his own delusion. Deep down, she understands that her brother is lost in a fantasy. The only person he dares to bully is Daenerys herself, all the while threatening that he is awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon. In Tagayan tradition, to preserve the purity of their bloodline, siblings and kin are often wed. Daenerys has always believed she would marry her brother Viserys, for she could find no other kin of House Targaryen. Yet now, her brother, her future husband, has brokered a marriage with a barbarian chieftain through the merchant Illyrio, a notion she finds utterly unacceptable. Alas, her words hold no weight. Before long, Daenerys was swept away into a series of bathing rituals, purportedly necessary for meeting the Dothraki lord. She immersed herself in the steaming bath, the scalding water intimidating even her handmaidens, yet she found it immensely comforting. Perhaps this was what her brother meant when he spoke of true dragons being unafraid of fire. After her cleansing, the handmaidens assisted her to rise, carefully drying her newly developing form with a towel. Her hair was styled to perfection, the silver gold shimmering even more brightly in the light. Subsequently, an elderly woman beside her produced a fragrant oil from the Dothraki plains, applying it delicately across her body, the potent aroma causing Daenerys to wrinkle her nose. Your Highness, even a dream maiden pales in comparison. Drogo will surely be pleased. Daenerys heard the voice of Illyrio Mopatis, extolling her like a prized commodity. She is too slender. Are you certain Drogo Call desires such a young woman? Viserys harbored doubts about whether this merchant could secure a fair price from Drogo Call. The exchange between Viserys and Illyrio tightened Daenerys' chest. She feared she was inexorably bound for the fate of being sold to a chieftain of a nomadic tribe. She had even heard tales of these nomads being barbaric, volatile, and engaging in unspeakable acts with sheep. Khal Drogo's palace stood by the bay, adorned with 9 towering spires, its high brick walls entwined with pale ivy. This was a gift from the slavers to Drogo, possibly to curry favor and avert his wrath upon them with his Dothraki cavalry. Khal Drogo was relatively lenient. Having received his gifts, he spared them further hardship, allowing the slavers to continue living their comfortable lives in peace. As Daenerys approached, 2 rugged, towering attendants drew back the curtains, undoubtedly Drogo's blood-sworn protectors, his most trusted confidants. Viserys gripped the hilt of the borrowed sword tightly as he walked ahead, holding his head high, striving to project the majesty of a true dragon. Unfortunately, neither Illyrio nor Drogo's guards paid him any heed, leaving Viserys' eyes filled with desolation, uncertain if Drogo would indeed grant him the Dothraki army. For countless years, since his tender youth, Viserys has wandered the foreign lands, ever vigilant against the threats of usurpers and the perils of robbery, while striving to stave off the specter of starvation for himself and his sister. In pursuit of his grand ambition to reclaim his rightful throne, he has traversed innumerable paths, each more arduous and convoluted than the last. From Braavos to Meereen, from Meereen to Tyrosh, and subsequently to Koa, Volantis, and Lys, such is the route of his exile. Along the way, he has incessantly pawned the royal treasures, relentlessly exchanging them for sustenance, living under the roofs of others, and remaining without a stable abode. Over the years, he has relinquished every jewel, and now, even the coins garnered from the sale of his mother's crown have been exhausted. In the taverns and alleys of Pentos, the populace has mockingly dubbed him the Beggar King, a title steeped in humiliation. The most poignant loss for him remains his mother's crown, a tangible testament to her existence and his sole solace during countless nights of secret sorrow. Yet, he finds himself powerless, gripped by fear of being slain or starved in foreign lands. Once, he could rely on Sir Willem Darry, the man who had facilitated their escape from captivity. Alas, after Sir Willem's demise, the treacherous servants pilfered the last remnants of their fortune, ultimately casting them out of their dwelling, a profound indignity for one of true Valyrian blood. As he approached the chamber, Viserys cast a lingering glance towards the west, towards the shores of the narrow sea, the direction of King's Landing, the home he once knew. He has envisioned 1,000 times leading a grand army back to Westeros, Dorne, Storm's End, Highgarden, the north, and King's Landing itself, to reclaim all that is rightfully his. He yearns to no longer be the subject of scorn and derision. He can endure it no longer. He is a true Targaryen, born to wear the crown, wield the scepter, and sit upon the Iron Throne. Behind her brother Viserys, Daenerys walks with great difficulty along the narrow path, perhaps hindered by her ill-fitting golden-hemmed sandals, or perhaps by the weight of the fate that looms before her. Chapter 4. The Iron Throne in the North at Winterfell. The king's retinue advances with formidable might, clad in gleaming gold armor and wielding long swords, streaming through the castle gates in a ceaseless procession. Truly, they are the embodiment of sovereign authority. Their numbers surpass 1,000, comprising vassals, Kingsguard, and various attendants. The biting cold wind howls fiercely, battering the golden banners that rise above them, emblazoned with the crowned stag, the sigil of House Baratheon. This banner boasts a history that stretches back to the time of Aegon the Conqueror. Eddard Stark observes the throng beneath the banner, familiar faces emerging vividly in his memory. Among them stands Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, a man devoid of honor. Yet, Eddard cannot deny that this knight presents a striking visage. Beside him, featuring prominent burn scars, is Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound. Beside him stands a tall, golden-haired, handsome youth, whom Eddard recognizes as the prince. Trailing behind, a diminutive, unattractive figure with a hand nestled within a maid's bosom can only be Tyrion Lannister, the imp. Leading the procession is a corpulent man adorned with a crown, a king of the Andals, the first men, and the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, the founder of House Baratheon. Robert Baratheon. His appearance mirrors the descriptions in the texts. A rough, iron-like beard concealing his ample double chin, yet nothing can conceal his protruding belly and deep-set, darkened eyes. Amid the welcoming party at Winterfell, Eddard Stark is momentarily bewildered, pondering why this rotund figure appears so familiar. It has been over 9 years since he last laid eyes on Robert, and the differences between the youthful Robert he remembers and the man before him are stark. In his youth, Robert was a clean-cut, clear-eyed figure, a robust man, standing 6 feet 5 inches tall, a veritable giant when clad in armor and a horned helm. His strength was unparalleled, his favored warhammer so heavy that even Ned could barely lift it. In those days, the scent of leather and blood clung to him like a well-worn fragrance. Now, it seems Robert has grown more rotund than he is tall. The Stark family kneels in grand reverence to welcome the king. Robert, with his ample girth, strides forth with a gait that resembles a waddle, likely due to his size, which necessitates a wider stance to avoid chafing. Upon reaching the kneeling Eddard, he subtly gestures with his right hand, prompting Eddard to rise, which he promptly does. "My liege, Winterfell awaits your presence." "Bah, here, we are but brothers, not liege lords. I'll not rest until I see you incapacitated, Ned." "Ha ha ha." Robert's robust laughter echoes through the halls as he embraces Eddard tightly. Eddard can only laugh in resignation. It seems his dear friend has not changed a bit. He remains as boisterous and unrefined as ever. Eddard is transported back to their youth, when they feasted heartily and drank deeply, long before they bore the titles of King and Protector of the North. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and mutual compliments regarding their kin, Joffrey, following closely behind Robert, lays eyes on Sansa Stark for the first time, the betrothed of Robert and Eddard's children. Unlike her sister Arya, who exudes a rugged boyishness, Sansa embodies grace and poise. She possesses the high cheekbones of her mother, Catelyn Tully, her features more pronounced. Her expressive blue eyes, adorned with fluttering lashes, evoke an instant affection. Her thick, auburn hair cascades freely, dancing in the breeze. She is tall and elegant, her every smile tinged with a hint of mischief. As Joffrey appraises Sansa, she, in turn, studies him. Captivated by Joffrey's handsome countenance, Sansa's heart stirs. She believes him to be her destined prince. Since childhood, she has been enchanted by tales and songs, dreaming of the beautiful princesses who receive gifts of jewels and crowns from dashing knights. Joffrey, noticing Sansa's shy nod in response to his acknowledgement, interprets it as mutual recognition, while Sansa perceives it as an invitation from a prince, silently affirming her willingness. Once the pleasantries have concluded, the king declares, "Ned, lead me to your family crypt. I wish to pay my respects." Eddard, with a hint of resignation, summons a guard to fetch a lantern, respecting Robert's loyalty to his fallen kin. At that moment, Queen Cersei Lannister interjects, dampening the mood. "We have been on the road since dawn, and we are utterly fatigued. We should first arrange for a place to rest. Must we rush to see the dead?" She raises her noble head, her nostrils flaring as she surveys the assembly. As her words hang in the air, Robert turns his gaze upon her, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. Jaime, standing behind Cersei, tugs at her sleeve, prompting her to huff in annoyance and fall silent. Joffrey, witnessing the exchange, can only manage an awkward smile. He senses the deep-seated animosity between the Lannisters and Starks, an enmity that appears irreconcilable. Their only stabilizing force seems to be Robert. It is difficult to imagine what would transpire should he no longer be among them. Eddard accompanied Robert as they traversed the shadowy and narrow, sepulchral passage. The spiraling staircase nearly obstructed Robert's ample girth, causing him some discomfort. By the time they reached the base of the stairs and entered the crypt, King Robert was already breathless, struggling for air, prompting Eddard to pat his back to help him regain his composure. The thought of the king succumbing to exhaustion in his own family crypt was a notion too ludicrous to contemplate. They walked amidst the remains of the Stark ancestors. The effigies on the tightly sealed stone coffins intricately carved to resemble their visages in life, regardless of their past grandeur. They would all repose in the shadows of this dim crypt, eternally entwined with the darkness beneath. As Eddard pondered, Robert halted, recognizing the three statues ahead. In the center stood Rickard Stark, Eddard's father, a man of stern visage and towering stature, gripping a longsword. Eddard had inherited both his father's appearance and physique. To the left was Brandon Stark, Eddard's elder brother, the true heir to Winterfell and the rightful king of the North. Tragically, he had been cruelly burned alive by the mad King Aerys when he was but a teenager, mere moments before his impending marriage to Catelyn Tully. The final statue depicted Lyanna Stark, Eddard's sister, betrothed to Robert Baratheon and his one true love. Robert caressed the statue, reminiscing about days gone by when Lyanna had galloped past him on horseback, her eyes sparkling with affection, her grace and charm forever etched in his memory. With trembling lips, he uttered, "You're not as beautiful as she was." Eddard found himself at a loss for words, unable to comfort Robert. Lyanna Stark was meant to wed Robert, but was abducted by Rhaegar Targaryen. Even though his sister had confided in him, moments before her tragic death, that she and Rhaegar were genuinely in love, it did little to assuage Eddard's grief. His father had perished, his brother had been slain, and now his sister was gone. Eddard could only nurse his wounds in solitude, burdened by sorrow. Each time he recalled his sister's final moments, when she clutched his hand and implored him, "Promise me, Ned." His heart grew heavier. Tears streamed down Robert's face as he gazed at the statue. "Ned, she was meant to be mine. Rhaegar stole her from me. She should not be here. She loved flowers, and I wanted to shower her with blossoms across the hills. Damn Rhaegar." Rhaegar had already met his demise at Robert's hands during the Battle of the Trident, where he, donning a crown of antlers, had shattered Rhaegar's breastplate with his warhammer, effectively ending the Targaryen line. The ornate armor, adorned with resplendent rubies, lay scattered on the ground as soldiers abandoned their fights, rushing to the river to seize the jewels. This could be likened to a valiant warrior vanquishing a minotaur. The heartache lingered, for Robert felt he had only slain Rhaegar once. He had taken her from him, a loss so profound that not even the vastness of the Seven Kingdoms could fill the void she left in his heart. Chapter 5. Brothers, oh brothers. In the north, at Winterfell, the nostalgic exchange between Robert and Eddard had long concluded, and Eddard Stark hosted a grand feast to welcome distant guests, the atmosphere vibrant and boisterous. Knowing well that his dear friend Robert relished such merriment, the less exuberant Joffrey had excused himself early, encountering Robb Stark, who too sought refuge from the clamor. "Your Grace, do you not enjoy the raucous festivities?" Although Robb was a proud young man, he still adhered to the decorum of addressing Joffrey as Your Grace. In the Stark family's upbringing and in his own perspective, it was a necessary formality for a vassal to his liege. "There's no need for such formalities, Robb. Just call me Joffrey. Today, there is no need for titles." Joffrey was gracious, recognizing that the North might prove advantageous to him in the future. Furthermore, he earnestly wished to shed his former rebellious demeanor, aspiring to be lauded for his virtues to secure his position on the Iron Throne. Joffrey and Robb, roughly the same age, found camaraderie in their youth and seated themselves on the steps at the entrance to the banquet. Robb regaled Joffrey with tales of the North's customs, including the Wall, the Night's Watch, wildlings, and the White Walkers. "Robb, do you truly believe the White Walkers exist?" Joffrey queried, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Logically, Eddard Stark would have executed a fleeing member of the Night's Watch by now, and the tales of White Walkers would have circulated. Yet, during his day there, he had heard naught of such rumors. "To enlighten you, the day you arrived bore tidings of the White Walker's return." Indeed, Robb glanced around, appearing somewhat uneasy as he recounted his observations from earlier. However, even if they did exist, they could not breach the wall, for it is fortified by the magic of Bran the Builder. Robb continued, when suddenly Jon Snow appeared from the shadows, youthful awe still flickering in his eyes at the prospect of the wall. He was acutely aware of his status as a bastard. In the future, Robb would become his lord, while Bran and Rickon would serve as retainers, leaving Jon to fade into obscurity. "Joffrey, this is my brother Jon Snow." Robb's affection for Jon was palpable. Throughout their lives, Robb had never looked down upon him for his illegitimate status, but had instead extended equal love to Jon, Bran, and Rickon. Joffrey's gaze sharpened, and he gasped, pulling Jon closer to sit beside him, patting his shoulder. "So it's you, lad. Your Grace knows me? I did not, but now I do. And please, no need for titles." Joffrey regarded Jon Snow as if he were a treasure, almost forgetting about him. In the original text, Jon had a significant role, and Joffrey felt the need to cultivate a rapport with him. Observing Jon now, he thought, good heavens, this lad is nearly half as handsome as I am. Brother, did you say you intend to join the Night's Watch to defend the wall? Did I say that? That is of little consequence. What matters is whether you truly wish to go. Indeed, your grace, I wish to go to the wall, to protect my home and country, to guard against the White Walkers. Jon Snow's stubbornness was evident, and Joffrey discerned that he was masking an inner insecurity. Your aspirations are indeed lofty. Joffrey draped an arm around Jon's shoulders. I have heard that those creatures that rise from the earth are not easily dealt with. How shall our Lord Snow contend with them? I, Jon, being young, could not withstand the jesting and blushed, stammering. Enough, your grace, let him be. Robb, keenly aware of Jon's discomfort, smiled and articulated his own intentions, declaring that regardless of what lay ahead, Jon would always be his dear brother. Robb's kindness was commendable. He recognized that Joffrey had no ill intent toward Jon. Joffrey erupted into laughter, playfully teasing Jon and uplifting his spirits. From beneath his robe, he procured an exquisitely adorned dagger, tossing it to Jon without reservation. Take this, my little brother, should you find yourself in trouble in the south. Perhaps my name will afford you some protection, but do not expect those wretched creatures to kneel at the mere utterance of Joffrey Baratheon. Jon fumbled to catch the weapon, not yet having time to examine it closely when Joffrey continued. I have heard that only dragonglass and fire can slay the White Walkers. I have no use for this. So it is yours. Should you encounter a White Walker, do not soil your trousers. Thank you, your grace. Jon Snow's gratitude was sincere. Joffrey was one of the few outside Winterfell who had not mocked him for his lowly status. With his right arm around Jon and his left around Robb, Joffrey felt a surge of excitement. He believed he had aligned himself with powerful allies. Both of these young men possess the potential for greatness. In the future, I must rely on them to secure my throne. Yet, the foremost concern is to ensure the safety of my esteemed father-in-law. The wife of Lord Don is as radiant as the sun, her kisses warmer than the gentle spring breeze. In contrast, Lord Don's swords are forged from dark iron, their caresses imbued with dread. While she sings sweetly during her bath, her voice as melodious as ripe peaches, Lord Don's blades have their own chilling ballads. Sharp and aloof like leeches, he collapses to the ground, darkness reverberating around him, as the taste of blood tantalizes his tongue. His brother kneels in prayer for him, and he, amidst laughter, breaks into song. Unbeknownst to them, the feast in Winterfell reaches its zenith. King Robert Baratheon, with his ample belly, wraps one arm around Benjen Stark and the other around Eddard Stark, displaying none of the regal airs befitting a king, leading the congregation in song. They are all intoxicated. Robert and his companions singing heartily, tears of emotion streaming down their faces. Though their hair has turned silver and time has eroded their bodies, their brotherly bond remains unyielding. Robert is still Robert, Eddard is still Eddard, and Benjen remains Benjen. Once, they were youthful knights, brimming with ambition, indulging in nature's splendor, and reveling in the company of beautiful women. Yet, those days are irretrievable. Everything remains forever lost. Brother, dear brother, my end is nigh. Lord Don has claimed my body, but it matters not, for every mortal must meet their demise, and I have savored the embrace of Lord Don's wife. The hall reverberates with song, amidst wails and howls. Yet the spirit of ambition lingers, devoid of technique, yet overflowing with emotion. In a state of semi-consciousness, Robert's gaze inadvertently drifts to the entrance of the hall, where young Fawn is laughing heartily, flanked by two playful wolves. He is momentarily stunned, then smiles, tears flowing as the scene evokes memories of his own youth. Chapter 6. The Forest Maiden. The first rays of morning light illuminate the weirwood of the north, the two gashes in its bark resembling eyes that bleed profusely. The people of the north believe the old gods observe the world through the weirwood, the tales of love and hate unfolding dramatically. Early in the morning, Joffrey steps outside, inhaling the fresh air of Winterfell, humming a tune he once chanced upon in a past life. The air here is far more pleasant than in King's Landing, which is rife with the acrid odor of human and animal waste. Joffrey resolves that once he ascends the throne, he will rigorously enforce sanitation in King's Landing, ensuring that anyone caught relieving themselves in public shall have their instruments of wrongdoing confiscated on the spot. Just as Joffrey indulges in his grandiose fantasies, a melodious voice reaches his ears. Greetings, your highness. Sansa Stark, blushing, greets Joffrey, surprised to encounter her prince so soon after stepping outside. Instinctively, she smooths her hair and attire, despite their already impeccable appearance. Hello, my princess. Joffrey, captivated by Sansa's bashfulness, is stirred, clumsily mimicking the chivalrous gestures of knights from films. He bends to lightly kiss the back of Sansa's hand. This unexpected action startles her, causing her to withdraw her hand and instinctively clutch her dress, a habit she adopts whenever she feels nervous and flustered. "My princess, would you accompany me for a stroll? It is my first time in the north." "Oh, certainly." Joffrey gazes at Sansa, her shyness enchanting him. He has already decided that she is to be his bride. Moreover, they are already betrothed, and he is utterly smitten with her. The allure she exudes is irresistibly captivating to him. Tyrion, just awakened from the stables, yawns as he observes the departing trio, strands of dry grass still clinging to his hair. It appears this poor girl has fallen under his spell. My dear nephew must learn from my rotund brother-in-law and take up the mantle of procreation for the family. Woof! His companion from the previous night, a charming black and white puppy, barks in agreement, indicating that the imp has indeed enjoyed a memorable evening. Summer has arrived in the north, though patches of snow still linger. The riverside's now lush and verdant. Upon reaching the riverbank, Joffrey steals a glance at Sansa, subtly entwining his pinky finger with hers, a tentative gesture. This minuscule act proves to be a monumental challenge for Joffrey, who has never held a girl's hand in his past life. He can jest and tease, but when it comes to action, he falters. Sansa, sensing his discomfort, struggles to suppress her laughter. Yet, upon realizing that her prince is so timid as to shy away from holding her hand, Sansa unexpectedly summons her courage and takes his right hand with her left. "Sansa, dear Sansa, be brave." With her head bowed, her cheeks flushed, she is astonished by her own audacity as she firmly grasps Joffrey's hand, their fingers interlocking. Never to part again. He is her prince, her destined knight, and she is meant to be with him. They stroll along the riverbank, both blushing. Joffrey holds Sansa's delicate hand, and she clings tightly to his. A gentle breeze weaves through their golden and chestnut locks, and as sunlight cascades down, the love story of the prince and princess unfolds. "My featherbed is soft and deep, my beloved lies within. I wish to clothe you in silks. I wish to crown you with jewels. You shall be my cherished wife, and I will be your devoted husband. I shall guard you with my sword, ensuring your warmth and safety forever." Time passes, and Joffrey gazes lovingly at Sansa, singing the beloved ballad The Forest Maiden, his voice resonant and robust. Though lacking in technical finesse, the affection he conveys finds its way into the heart of the maiden. The tree maiden twirls and sways, her laughter soaring high. She opens her arms to him. "I need not a featherbed. I wish to don a gown of golden leaves, to bind my hair with blades of grass. May you be my forest lover, and I shall be your forest maiden." Sansa harmonizes with him, her voice sweet and gentle, carried by the brook through the greenery. She smiles at her prince, her steps light as she begins to dance. Her graceful figure captivates Joffrey, her skirt flowing like a dream. The carefully styled hair is tousled by the breeze, cascading down, stirring emotions within Joffrey's heart. Their eyes meet, hers sparkling with innocence and beauty, shyly blinking. The forest maiden, with her melodious voice and enchanting dance, continually expresses her willingness to him. Sansa's radiant smile, revealing a fleeting moment of tenderness, ensnares Joffrey's heart. He tenderly caresses her slender waist, embracing her, their heartbeats synchronizing. Foreheads touching, their eyes inadvertently lock, one pair filled with softness, the other with depth. The brave Sansa is the first to kiss Joffrey's lips, parting almost instantly, her emotions a whirlwind, her face flushed to the neck. Joffrey's right hand caresses her silky hair. Foreheads pressed together, noses touching, their lips meeting in a kiss. As the sun sets and the crescent moon rises, Joffrey and Sansa lie hand in hand on grass, observing the moon ascend into the starry sky, watching the stars twinkle. "My Sansa, my moonlight, come with me to King S Landing, to the Red Keep, where I shall crown you, and together we shall behold the beauty of the world." Joffrey has fallen in love with Sansa, convinced that she is destined to be his wife, and he vows to bestow upon her everything. "My prince, my knight, take me away, wherever you go, as long as you are by my side." Sansa is already deeply ensnared by her feelings. Unable to extricate herself, she nestles in Joffrey's embrace, never having imagined they would be so close, close enough to hear the heartbeat of her beloved. Not far away, the knight Sandor Clegane, tasked with protecting the crown prince, watches the scene unfold, inexplicably wanting to let out a bark. Upon returning to the city, the two share a passionate kiss, their tender gazes sparkling even in the darkness. From the attic, their father, Eddard Stark, observes this tableau with a sigh, pondering the predicament of a cabbage from his own garden being ravaged by the swine of the city. Though he and Robert had long ago arranged the betrothal of the two young ones, The reality of the moment fills Eddard with a tumultuous complexity. The stars continue to twinkle in the night sky. Alas, Eddard Stark sighs once more. On this very day, Bran Stark fell from the high tower. Although his life was spared, his legs were not. On this very day, Robert intends to appoint Eddard as his hand of the king, granting him sweeping powers. Eddard, unwittingly reminded of the death of his foster father Jon Arryn, feels the situation swirling around him like a chaotic vortex fraught with peril. Truthfully, he is reluctant to go to King's Landing, harboring countless reasons to refuse, whether it be his disdain for the Lannisters or a desire to distance himself from politics. Yet, witnessing his dear brother in such helplessness stirs within him a sense of brotherly duty and moral obligation, prompting him to decide to journey to King's Landing and confront those spectral forces. Eddard is a man of profound honor and chivalry. It would be no exaggeration to call him a good man, a true gentleman. However, this very quality also serves as a crucial factor leading to his eventual tragedy. Chapter 7. The Stark family enters the fray. In the north, Winterfell, a multitude of crows circles in the sky, cawing incessantly. Among them, a three-eyed raven perches upon the branch of a massive fish-grain tree, observing Bran Stark, who lies incapacitated on his sickbed, with an almost human-like tilt of its head. In Eddard Stark's study, Robert lounges idly in a chair, idly flipping through a novel. Upon closer inspection, the title of the book reveals itself to be The Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, penned by none other than George R. Martin, indicating that the esteemed author enjoys considerable fame in the realm of ice and fire. According to the intelligence overseer Varys, reports have surfaced of the Targaryen siblings spotted across the narrow sea. He had previously believed them to be dead. I have resolved to send more men to hunt them down. What do you think, Ned? Robert remarks casually, seemingly indifferent to Eddard's response. Yet his peripheral gaze remains fixed on him. Your Majesty, I provided you with the answer to this question many years ago. They are merely children, unarmed, and posed no obstruction to your dynasty. It is utterly devoid of honor to pursue them now. Eddard's reply comes swiftly. He has always held a strong belief in justice and honor, and he cannot bring himself to harm two defenseless children. Seated to Robert's right, Joffrey observes his principled father-in-law with a quiet sigh. Years ago, when Robert's rebellion succeeded, the Lannister vassal Gregor Clegane brutally murdered the wife and children of the late Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, presenting their remains to Robert as a token of allegiance, thereby binding House Lannister to House Baratheon's cause. Robert was pleased with this. He believed such brutal measures were necessary to ensure a new order, to eradicate threats and instill fear in the wicked. However, Eddard could not abide such actions and has consistently been at odds with the Lannister family, marking one of the earlier conflicts between the Starks and the Lannisters. It must be said that both Robert and Tywin are archetypes of political acumen, employing ruthlessly effective methods. Eddard Stark, however, is different. While he possesses political intelligence, at least sufficient for a first-tier duke, his unwavering sense of justice and honor inadvertently hinders his political maneuvers. People may label him as obstinate, but they could never deem him foolish. For without his moral compass, he would cease to be Eddard. He would become anyone, thus shattering the intricate character construction crafted by Martin. By the seven hells, Ned, you insufferable fool. Those two bastards across the narrow sea could easily breed a horde of Targaryens to attack me. Your Majesty, you are overly concerned. Your dynasty stands as solid as a mountain. The Targaryens can no longer stir up any waves, Eddard retorts with resignation, viewing Robert's fears as unfounded. Moreover, the act of hunting down two children starkly contradicts Eddard's principles. Joffrey, my son, what is your perspective? I shall observe, Joffrey quips thoughtlessly, momentarily catching Robert off guard. I always thought a true man should act with integrity. How could two remnants from a bygone era incite such panic in my father? Why does he grow more timid with age? However, Joffrey's subsequent mocking remarks provoke Robert's ire, who bellows, You insolent wretch. What do you understand? Whose son are you? You dare agree with the Starks? Perhaps you should take their surname. I believe Lord Stark makes a valid point. Then you shall henceforth address Ned as uncle, as you command. Dear uncle, your Majesty, temper your wrath. Eddard interjects, bemused, his head spinning amidst the exchange, yet inwardly reassessing his opinion of the Crown Prince, Joffrey. If you wish to quell my anger, accept this. Robert's gaze suddenly gleams with cunning as he tosses the hand of the King's badge from his pocket to Eddard Stark. The hand of the king serves as the chief advisor and executor of command for the ruler of King's Landing, responsible for issuing orders in the king's name, wielding authority, commanding the military, overseeing justice, and convening the cabinet to assist the king in managing the kingdom's daily affairs. When the king is incapacitated or away, The Hand occupies the Iron Throne as the regent. This title can be traced back to the age of Aegon the Conqueror. When Aegon Targaryen, I refer to his close friend and trusted general, Orys Baratheon, as my steadfast shield, pillar, and strong right hand. Following the conquest of Westeros, Orys became the first hand of the newly unified kingdom, and all subsequent advisors have since borne this title. Since old Jon's death, I have trusted no one in court. Why did he have to die? I could have perished. Anyone could. Your Majesty, please allow me some time to contemplate. Eddard Stark responds with a hint of exasperation, as Robert had already broached this topic the previous day. Furthermore, he had received a letter from Jon's widow, Lisa Tully, revealing that Jon Arryn had not succumbed to illness, but had been poisoned by Cersei Lannister. His wife, Catelyn, and Maester Luwin urge him to go to King's Landing as Hand, both to assist Robert and to discreetly investigate Jon Arryn's demise. Eddard has already resolved to journey to King's Landing, yet the current plight of his son Bran weighs heavily on his heart. Then think swiftly. I must return to host the tournament, Robert declares, casting the book aside and striding toward the door, tightening his robes against a chill in the air, muttering incomprehensibly about Eddard's penchant for lingering in such dismal places. Because winter is coming, Your Majesty, Eddard Stark suddenly lifts his head, solemnly uttering a statement that leaves Robert perplexed. Very well, very well. Winter is indeed coming, and this place can serve as a storage for my wine, which was generously sent by the crown this year. When you arrive at King's Landing, you must certainly partake in it. Joffrey sighed inwardly, pondering how old Lord Tywin refrained from scattering gold coins, yet squandered lavishly. He genuinely feared that before he could ascend to power, Lord Tywin would have already mortgaged the Iron Throne for a loan. Jon, why do you persist in bothering me? I have already advised you against becoming a Night's Watchman. Bran Stark, clad in black, was thoroughly exasperated by Jon Snow's incessant pestering. In this day and age, it was astonishing that anyone still believed the Night's Watch to be a source of glory, especially when that fool happened to be his own nephew. Uncle, I must go. I absolutely must, Jon declared defiantly, his countenance reminiscent of a miniature Eddard Stark in Bran's eyes. You simply do not grasp the nature of the Night's Watch. You are still quite young. Do you truly understand the implications of a life devoid of marriage and children? I shall never marry or father children. I refuse to allow my offspring to endure the same humiliation I have faced as a bastard. This proclamation seemed to strike a chord deep within Jon Snow, who held his head high, striving to prevent tears from cascading down his cheeks. He was utterly weary of living under the roof of others. And the most harrowing truth was that he remained oblivious to the identity of his mother. Jon Snow could not forget the scornful remarks Lady Catelyn had hurled at him during his visit to see his brother Bran the day before. He understood Lady Catelyn's sentiments all too well, yet he loathed his status as a bastard. At that moment, Lord Eddard Stark rode into Winterfell, proclaiming, "Let him go, Bran. Perhaps serving the Night's Watch may indeed be a fitting refuge for him." In his heart, Eddard added, "It is certainly better than being hunted down." Eddard gazed upon his illegitimate son, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to his own, and tenderly caressed Jon Snow's cheek. His eyes brimmed with reluctance as memories of a promise made over a decade ago echoed in his mind. "Promise me, Ned." He looked earnestly into Jon Snow's eyes and imparted several pieces of advice, reminding him to take care of himself, to avoid the wrong crowd, and not to be stingy with money. Should you encounter difficulties, confide in your uncle or write to me. You have grown. I respect your decisions. After a moment of contemplation, as if he had made a momentous decision, he added, "You often inquire about your mother, do you not? When I return from King's Landing, I shall tell you." Before he could finish this sentence, Jon Snow enveloped his father in a tight embrace, desperately trying to suppress his tears. He recalled how his father had never treated him poorly due to his illegitimate status, always regarding him with the same affection as his other sons. Even when the townsfolk speculated about the identity of Jon's mother, Lord Eddard had silenced them with a firm hand. This was a parting of men, devoid of excessive words. With that, they parted ways. King Robert Baratheon's retinue departed Winterfell, and Eddard Stark mounted his horse to join the procession. Upon his return, he spotted his son Robb engaged in conversation with Prince Joffrey, the two appearing as if they were longtime friends. "I have prepared what you requested. I failed to comprehend the practicality of such a heavy item. Did you not assert that you lacked martial prowess?" Robb inquired, bemused. Joffrey had asked him to enlist the blacksmiths of Winterfell to create a collapsible 3-section steel tube and a spearhead, along with modifications to a scabbard that included a special compartment and a switch for quick access. "Fear not, for I possess innate strength. Moreover, this device can prove remarkably effective at times." Joffrey chuckled, patting Robb on the shoulder. "When you arrive in King's Landing, I shall treat you to the finest wines." "Thank you, but regrettably, I cannot accompany you this time. Please look after my sisters, Sansa and Arya, especially Arya. She is the most troublesome, Robb implored. My father will be preoccupied with matters and may not be able to keep a close eye on her. I beg of you. Very well, very well. There is no need for such formality between us. I must take my leave now. We shall meet again in the future. Though their time together in Winterfell was brief, Joffrey and Robb had forged a profound friendship. Despite being the crown prince, Joffrey exhibited no airs, and Robb held him in high regard. Furthermore, Robb's insights into military matters genuinely impressed Joffrey, and they shared a common vision regarding the formation of a heavy cavalry unit. In the days that followed, the two often found themselves in each other's company, and Joffrey felt he spent more time with Robb than with Sansa. Just as Joffrey was about to depart, he seemed to recall something, turning to Robb with a grave expression. Brother, I must impart two crucial pieces of wisdom that you must remember. The first, if, at any point in the future, you find yourself enamored with a woman, particularly when an engagement is already in place, I implore you to consider carefully whether her motives for approaching you are genuine. Understood. The second, should you find yourself in a situation where the party that called off the engagement suddenly displays great magnanimity by forgiving you and inviting you to their wedding, I beseech you, do not attend. Understood. Have you retained what I said? Yes. Do you comprehend it? Not really. Then what does understood even mean? It infuriates me. Regardless, you must remember, these words may one day save your life. With that, Joffrey departed, leaving Robb in a state of bewilderment, for he was a native and could not fathom the potential consequences of his future choices. Joffrey, gazing at Robb's perplexed expression, felt frustration welling within him, yet he could not voice it. He silently mused that this insufferable lad must remember, as he did not wish to conquer the realm without Robb by his side. He counted on him to train a formidable cavalry. With a resigned sigh, he mounted his horse and cast one last glance at Robb Stark, the two bidding a fond farewell. Croak, croak. Unbeknownst to them, a three-eyed raven perched on a branch of a weirwood tree nearby, observing the scene unfold. In a vast cavern beyond the wall, gnarled branches intertwined in a dense thicket. Following the extended branches deeper within, a cloaked elder sat upon a massive weirwood chair, seemingly melding with the tree itself. Beneath his tattered black attire lay pale skin, and atop his head, stark white hair framed a singular red eye, while a wine-red birthmark marred his cheek and chin, reminiscent of a bloody raven. One of his eyes was blind, yet he wore no patch, merely allowing a lock of hair to obscure it. Though immobile, he possessed the ability to observe all things through the eyes of the three-eyed raven. As he beheld the unfolding events, he slowly uttered, "Fate is immutable. To forcefully reverse destiny incurs a far greater cost." Rhaegar, after all these years, you still fail to comprehend this truth. Chapter 8. The Small Council Meeting. Beneath the blazing sun, the radiance of King's Landing was ever distinct from that of Winterfell. Knights accustomed to perpetual summer could never grasp the weight of the phrase winter is coming. Before they reached King's Landing, a procession of figures lined the roadside in eager anticipation. The spectacle was nothing short of resplendent, with drums resounding, firecrackers exploding, banners waving, and a throng of people gathered in jubilation. Eddard Stark quickly identified the individual leading the charge, tall and clad in a gleaming green suit of armor, adorned with golden antlers on his helmet. Without a doubt, this was Ser Lancel Lannister, the younger brother of King Robert. During Robert's rebellion, he was but a child, and now he had reached the age of marriage. Eddard contemplated this for a moment, and as he drew closer, he noticed the figure standing to Lancel's left. Clad in silver armor, though his hair had turned white, he still appeared robust and dignified. He was tall and possessed a pair of striking blue eyes. This was Ser Balon Swan, the Kingsguard of King Robert Baratheon, a legendary knight who had once served as the protector of Prince Rhaegar. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Ser Loras Tyrell immediately approached him. Given that King Robert had just returned and had disappeared into debauchery, it fell upon Loras to entertain the distinguished guest who had traveled from afar. "It has been quite some time, Lord Stark. It seems nearly a decade has passed since we last met. I still recall the day you accompanied my brother to his coronation," Loras remarked. "Indeed, it has been far too long. You have come of age," Eddard Stark replied, feeling a pang of nostalgia as he observed the striking resemblance between Loras and his older brother, Robert Baratheon, a veritable younger version of Robert himself. "Perhaps I might invite you to visit the most renowned brothel in King's Landing to alleviate your fatigue," Loras suggested with a playful wink. The levity in Loras's tone stemmed from his concealed affection for the Knight of Flowers, Ser Loras Tyrell, a secret he was compelled to keep hidden. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must first attend to my duties," Eddard Stark responded, his brow furrowing slightly as his impression of Loras diminished in an instant. He hastily sought an excuse to depart. "You're quite like my brother Stannis, so stern and serious," Loras chuckled, watching Eddard hasten away. A smile fading from his face as he squinted at the retreating figure of Lord Stark, pondering, "I sincerely hope you do not bring me trouble, Stark." After bidding farewell to the Duke of Storm's End, Loras Tyrell, Eddard Stark hurried to the meeting hall within the Red Keep. As he stepped through the bronze doors, the Master of Whisperers quickly approached him, announcing that Grand Maester Pycelle had summoned an urgent meeting and requested the presence of the newly appointed Hand of the King. Eddard, already drenched in perspiration from the demanding journey, felt a profound reluctance to attend, his body and spirit weary. Yet, fearing the offense he might cause to future colleagues, he suppressed his complaints, allowing his family and retainers to settle into the Red Keep while he proceeded to the meeting. "My carriage is still en route in the city. I require suitable attire," Eddard suddenly recalled, realizing he had not brought his clothing along. He urgently requested the Master of Whispers to lend him an appropriate outfit. "We have prepared Lord Jon Arryn's former chambers in the Hand's Tower for you." The Master of Whispers responded with a demeanor that suggested he had anticipated this need. Before departing, Eddard made sure to instruct his steward, Vayen Poole, regarding urgent matters concerning his daughter, urging him to ensure that Sansa remained indoors and to tell Jory to keep her away from mischief with Joffrey. "Certainly, my lord," Poole replied with a bow. As Eddard was halfway down the corridor, he suddenly remembered an important matter and called back to his steward, and no allowing Arya to run about recklessly. "Understood, my lord." Soon after, Eddard Stark arrived, weary and dust-laden, at the meeting hall of the Red Keep. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Prince Joffrey Baratheon, who had just returned with him. Eddard recalled that Loras was indeed the Lord Chancellor of the meeting, and despite his disinclination towards the intricacies of courtly affairs, he reluctantly approached to greet Loras before they both entered. Upon stepping inside, Eddard felt as though he were treading upon clouds. The expansive crimson carpet beneath him appeared remarkably plush. Flanking the thick, soft carpet were golden statues that extended from the entrance to the inner hall, intricately carved with lifelike representations of fierce beasts and soaring birds. The craftsmanship spoke volumes of the artisan's skill, and one could easily surmise the considerable expense involved. As he neared the inner chamber, Eddard's gaze fell upon an array of ornate armor and weaponry displayed behind the door to his left, predominantly of styles reminiscent of Pintos and Bravos. Eddard discreetly observed, understanding well that Robert could not resist pursuing the Targaryen siblings once more. The mere mention of the ancient name Targaryen brought to Eddard's mind the haunting words he had heard many years ago in the Tower of Joy. "Promise me, Ned. Promise me." Upon entering the meeting hall, Eddard discovered several individuals already seated around the table. The first person he recognized was the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. Baelish was of average stature, but possessed a handsome visage, with gray-green eyes and a small tuft of beard adorning his chin. His dark hair flecked with strands of gray. He was the sole familiar face for Eddard within this gathering, having been the childhood companion of his wife, Catelyn Tully. In their youth, Baelish had once dueled Eddard's elder brother, Brandon Stark, over Catelyn's affections, narrowly escaping death thanks to Catelyn's plea for mercy. The second individual was the Master of Whisperers, Varys the Spider. With his round, bald head and seemingly affable demeanor, he bore a striking contrast to the depth of his piercing gaze, which suggested a man of considerable cunning. As Eddard prepared to step further in, he was met with an overwhelming scent of perfume emanating from Varys, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Varys was adorned in a loose, deep purple robe made of fine silk, his feet encased in soft slippers. The third figure was the Grand Maester Pycelle, who sat with his back to Eddard, failing to turn as the door creaked open. His bald head was speckled with age spots, and strands of sparse white hair framed his forehead. The chain of office around his neck was composed of 24 different metals, heavy and hanging down to his chest, while his long, snowy beard cascaded downwards. The fourth person surprised Eddard. It was none other than Crown Prince Joffrey Baratheon, seated to the left of the Grand Maester in a deep crimson outfit adorned with gold embroidery, facing directly across from Pycelle. Noticing Eddard's gaze, Joffrey stood, smiling as he greeted, "Good morning, uncle." The title rolled off Joffrey's tongue with ease, reflecting his awareness that he would eventually become Eddard's son-in-law. "Good day, your highness. Might I inquire what brings you here today?" Eddard asked, his curiosity piqued. It was rare for a crown prince to attend a council meeting, as they typically held rites without obligations until their ascension. "My good brother, our king wishes for his highness to engage more in governance, preparing him for the responsibilities of leadership among us old fogies." Loras interjected before Joffrey could respond, his tone a blend of flattery and jest, eliciting laughter from those present. Joffrey, unfazed, laughed along, replying, "Uncle, your words are exaggerated. I merely wish to learn from you all. I came of my own volition, and my father's belt had nothing to do with it." Ha! It seems all fathers are alike. I recall my own father forcing me to practice swordplay with a whip. Littlefinger chimed in, displaying his wit and keen sense of timing. As the pleasantries continued, Grand Maester Pycelle let out a yawn, as though he had just awoken from slumber. "Apologies, I must have dozed off. It appears everyone is acquainted. Let us proceed with the meeting. After all, it is His Majesty's request that we conclude swiftly, so we may all return to our affairs. Kindly forgive this old man's frail constitution. Lord Stark, we welcome your presence. His Majesty has decreed that a grand tournament be held in your honor to celebrate your arrival." Upon hearing this, Eddard Stark promptly sat upright, and the Maester Pycelle began to speak. His words were delivered at an excruciatingly slow pace, nearly lulling Eddard into slumber. Yet he dared not urge him on for fear that a raised voice might startle him into silence. As soon as Pycelle concluded his statement, the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, presented Eddard with a royal decree penned by His Majesty King Robert. Eddard took the parchment casually, but upon unfolding it, he was utterly bewildered by Robert's demands, a cold sweat beginning to trickle down his brow as he felt a slight tremor of shock from the king's expectations. Gazing at the densely packed scroll in his hands, Eddard's mind began to spin. The specifications listed for the preparations of the tournament were beyond the means of a mere handful of gold dragons, and many items required long-distance transport from the Westerlands and the Reach. Yet, it was Peter Baelish's next statement that left him utterly aghast. "For your information, Lord Stark, our royal household is currently in debt to the tune of 6 million gold dragons." After a prolonged moment, Eddard lifted his gaze to meet the smiling countenance of the Master of Coin. "You say we owe 6 million gold dragons? How could it possibly amount to such a sum?" Although he found it hard to believe, he knew he must first grasp the full extent of the situation. Only now did he realize the depth of the pit his dear brother Robert had dug for him. This sum primarily covers His Majesty's feasts, celebrations, and various tournaments, including this one. To be precise, it stands at 6,351 gold dragons. One could not deny that Peter Baelish performed his duties as Master of Coin rather adeptly, even accounting for the fractional amounts with precision. "The Lannisters are our largest creditors, but we have also borrowed from Lord Tyrell in the Reach, the Iron Bank of Bravos, and several trading houses in Tyrosh. The good news is that we are also considering the church, though our esteemed High Septon is quite the negotiator. If he were to sell fish, he would certainly make a handsome profit." "That is your esteemed High Septon," Eddard interjected. "Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten you do not place your faith in the Seven. I am unaware if your old gods still have Septon." Disregarding Littlefinger's jests, Eddard Stark responded gravely, "I shall speak with His Majesty. Such extravagant tournaments are beyond the nation's capacity. Indeed, discussing it with him would be prudent, but let us first devise a plan," suggested the young prince, Lancel Lannister. "We can deliberate further at a later date." Eddard paid no heed to the other's gazes and strode directly toward the door. After a few steps, he suddenly recalled that his current role was that of the Hand of the King, not merely the Lord of Winterfell, and he must not offend these individuals unduly. Thus, with a hint of reluctance, Eddard turned to the assembly and explained, "I apologize, but I am feeling somewhat unwell today. Let us defer this discussion until I have conferred with King Robert." With that, he departed. At the wall in the north, the sound of rushing water echoed as a stream cascaded from the towering fortifications into the expanse of white below. "You came all this way just for this? How dreadfully boring," Jon Snow remarked. "Not at all. This is indeed a momentous occasion," Tyrion Lannister quipped, shivering slightly as he adjusted his trousers. He turned to Jon Snow with a grin. "I have longed to do this. Such a landmark surely deserves a mark of my presence, does it not?" "I am weary of this wretched place," Jon retorted. "Shouldn't the Night's Watch should embody honesty, integrity, honor, and a sense of justice?" Tyrion interjected with a smirk. "Dear Snow, you truly do not understand. The Night's Watch is not what it was hundreds of years ago. Do you know who comprises its ranks now? Liars, thieves, brigands. It's a veritable melting pot of the most unsavory characters in Westeros." Ignoring Tyrion's derision, Jon Snow contemplated the imposing wall, murmuring to himself, "The Night's Watch once fought against the terrifying others. How could it have devolved into this?" As he spoke, his right hand unconsciously brushed against the dragon glass dagger gifted to him by Joffrey. For reasons unfathomable, every time he touched the dagger, he felt his blood boil, a sensation as if the blade were somehow intertwined with his very essence. "Is your hand healed?" Tyrion inquired. "Thank you, I am fine," Jon replied. The memory of that day, when a group of ruffians had accosted him and hurled the term bastard at him, still stinging within. I leave tomorrow, and I must tell you one last time. Once you don the black, those you see as worthless compared to your Stark brothers will truly be your brothers. You may well spend your life alongside them. Do not disdain them. Littlefinger genuinely took a liking to Jon Snow, perhaps feeling a sense of empathy towards the boy. As I have said, every dwarf is no different from a bastard in his father's eyes. You must always remember the words of the smith on that day. But they call you a bastard? Do you dislike that term? Tyrion pressed. So what? What can you change? I then, little bastard. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Never forget your lowly status, for the world will not forget it. Use it to arm yourself, and no one can wield it against you. With that, Tyrion reached out to pat Jon's shoulder, only to find he could not quite reach. He suppressed his embarrassment and discreetly patted his arm instead. They remained oblivious to the pair of piercing blue eyes, as luminous as sapphires, watching them from beyond the wall with a predatory intensity. Chapter 9. Transcendence. The evening of Winterfell lay draped in a blanket of pure white snow. The great wooden beams in the center resembling a blood-stained visage silently observing the world, solemn and ethereal. In a moment of unobserved stillness, that face suddenly blinked. Bran Stark's delicate features shone like the boundless moonlight, akin to a fragile glass artifact, evoking a sense of tenderness and reluctance to touch. Suddenly, the small direwolf sleeping beneath Bran's bed opened its eyes, its gaze sharp and intent, fixating on Bran's slowly curling fingers by the bedside. Bran Stark gradually opened his eyes, blinking and surveying the room, realizing he was alone, before lying back, staring at the wooden ceiling in a daze. He mumbled, "Why hasn't Mother come to see me yet?" Usually, Catelyn Tully was loath to part with her precious son, keeping him within arm's reach at all times. Once fully conscious, he rolled over, descended from the bed, and stood on the thick, plush carpet, determined to venture out and find someone to play with, vowing never to climb the tall tower again. He called out loudly, attempting to prove to his parents that he had awakened, yet received no response, save for his little wolf approaching him slowly. Bran joyfully reached out to pet its head, only to find his hand passing straight through the creature's body. Panic seized him, and as he glanced back in alarm, he discovered his own body still lying in bed, covered by the blankets. "Hello, young Greenseer," an ancient, raspy voice echoed, yet Bran could find no source within the room. Silently, he turned his gaze to the little wolf, which also appeared to be watching him. "I am not that wolf." The voice insisted, now tinged with urgency. "Child, look out the window." Bran hurried to the window and saw a black crow perched on a branch of the great wooden beams. He tilted his head, for he had never before seen a crow with 3 eyes. In the midst of his astonished gaze, a soul of an elderly man unexpectedly emerged from the body of the raven. The old man glided through the air, crossing the windowsill to stand before Bran. "A raven man? It is a 3-eyed raven, my child. In this world, only 1 out of 1,000 can become a shapeshifter, and among those shapeshifters, merely 1 can ascend to the rank of the Green Prophet. You possess the innate talent to become a Green Prophet." "What is a Green Prophet?" Bran inquired. A Green Prophet is a term used by the world to describe us, for we wield extraordinary powers beyond the mortal realm, capable of commanding nature and foreseeing the future. "Come, child, place your hand in mine, and allow me to guide you in experiencing the mastery of nature." Tentatively, Bran extended his delicate, pale hand, and the old man clasped it gently. A warm current surged through Bran's arm, coursing from his right hand to his right foot, then to his left foot and hand, ultimately spiraling around his forehead in a vortex resembling an eye. "Child, behold, the sky lies directly above you. Exert all your strength and take flight." Bran Stark's heart raced with the fervent desire to soar. As he fervently repeated to himself, "I shall rise. I shall rise," he discovered his feet had indeed left the ground, his body ascending rapidly into the heavens. A peculiar thought struck him. "Oh no, I shan't break through the roof of my home. This is far more serious than climbing a tower." As his small head approached the ceiling, Bran, gripped by fear, shut his eyes tightly. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, he sensed no obstruction and slowly reopened his eyes, only to widen them in astonishment. The earth lay prostrate beneath him, mountains bowed in reverence, and the clouds cleansed his very soul. He gazed down upon himself, soaring high above, the cool breeze caressing his cheeks, accompanied by birds flitting alongside him. Never had he felt such freedom. The warmth surrounding him was as gentle as spring, distinct from the warmth of a hearth. It was the embrace of nature itself. This was a sensation he had never experienced throughout his life, and he mused that perhaps this was what King Robert, with his ample belly, had spoken of to his father regarding the splendid summer. In that moment of reverie, he felt as if he had transcended the mundane, achieving a state of ethereal enlightenment. His gaze gradually descended, peering through structures to behold the evening scene in Winterfell. He saw his mother, Catelyn Tully, kneeling in fervent prayer at the Sept of the Seven, her lips seemingly murmuring his name. Beside her lay a dagger. He spotted his elder brother, Robb Stark, quietly engrossed in a book in their father's study, while Theon Greyjoy conversed with him, oblivious to the exchange. In the Black Castle, he witnessed Jon Snow practicing with several companions, yet he could not find his uncle, Benjen Stark. Bran turned his attention to King's Landing, eager to see what his father and sisters, Sansa and Arya, were doing. He surmised that Arya was likely sneaking off to practice her swordplay behind their father's back. However, just as he focused intently on King's Landing, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared before him. These eyes bore a strange pattern, reminiscent of a blazing flame, radiating a tremendous power that momentarily rendered him speechless. Bran, it has been a long time. The voice was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a torrent of hidden fury. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a lethargy enveloping his mind. "Do not look there, child," an ancient voice interjected, soothing like a warm spring in the depths of winter, akin to an oasis in the desert, pulling Bran out of the mire of his thoughts. "Withdraw your gaze, child. Do not look there. That is merely an old friend from many years past. Fortunately, he harbors no ill intent." At that moment, Joffrey, engrossed in his sword practice, sensed a gaze upon him and turned to investigate. Just then, a soft clink echoed as his iron sword was knocked from his grasp. "Your Highness, one must not be distracted in battle," remarked his sword instructor, Boros Blunt, a bastard son of Lord Steffan Baratheon, younger than Robert, yet older than Stannis. He resembled Robert more closely than any of his siblings, with deep blue eyes and the Baratheon family's characteristic thick black hair, tall and robust in stature. His demeanor mirrored Stannis', stern and serious, dedicated to justice. "My apologies, teacher. Let's continue," Joffrey replied with a smile, retrieving his sword. Growing up in the Red Keep, Joffrey's respect and admiration for Boros Blunt likely rivaled that for his parents, though regrettably, he did not encounter the instructor during the formative years of his moral development, which may explain his later cruelty and folly. "Hold the sword with conviction. Let follow your heart. If your heart is not at peace, your sword will not heed your command. That will be all for today," he concluded, turning to depart. The elder sighed, as if burdened with countless thoughts, yet ultimately remained silent, redirecting his gaze to Bran. "Child, it is time for us to return. It is rare to wander for such a length of time on your first journey. Your talents are unparalleled in my experience. Do not fret. We shall meet again. Remember, winter is coming." As soon as the words left his lips, Bran felt an overwhelming heaviness consume him, and upon glancing down, he realized he was plummeting rapidly. He cried out in terror, tenderly greeting the family of the old raven in his heart. He was falling, descending from the heavens through the clouds and past the birds. After what felt like an eternity, his mind suddenly buzzed, and he fell back into his body. As his soul returned, Bran Stark slowly opened his eyes to find his direwolf lying atop him, staring with bewildered yellow eyes. He reached out to stroke its tilted head, feeling the warmth of its body and the smoothness of its fur. This sensation mirrored the warmth he had felt during his celestial journey. Was this the feeling of summer? He laughed joyfully, realizing he was truly awake. A loud clatter resonated. It was the iron basin of a maidservant in Winterfell, which had fallen to the ground, splashing hot water upon her. She, not pausing to clean herself, joyfully rushed out, exclaiming, "He has awakened. Bran has woken." Robb, upon hearing the news, dashed up the tower, and just as he rushed through the door, he saw Bran tenderly stroking the direwolf. The wolf licked Bran's delicate face, causing him to giggle, and he remarked, "I have made my decision. I shall name you Summer." In the north, within the Black Castle, Benjen had been unaccounted for several days. Could it be true that there were others beyond the wall? If the tales were accurate, Benjen might be in grave danger. "One must not sacrifice my brother for the sake of that wretched noble family." Lord Commander Jeor Mormont sat in his chair, leaning on his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, his brow furrowed, his graying beard indicating he had long surpassed the age of retirement. "Do not panic, my Lord Commander. Trust in the abilities of Brandon the Builder. Even if there are indeed others beyond the wall, they shall not breach it. Benjen may simply be delayed by some unforeseen circumstance," replied Maester Aemon, reclining in a chair. Now a centenarian, he had once been a prince of House Targaryen, but age had taken its toll. His head was completely bald save for a few strands of white at his temples. The marks of time were etched upon his face, crisscrossed with wrinkles. His sight had long since faded, Upon closer examination, one would discern that his pupils had turned milky white. His voice was gentle yet resonant, low in volume yet commanding respect, prompting listeners to lend an ear to his wisdom. He had once been entrusted with the throne by the royal house Targaryen, but had willingly relinquished it in favor of his brother, Aegon Targaryen V. And thus he chose to become a night's watchman, a lifelong sentinel of the wall. At that moment, the weary Jon Snow rushed in from the biting winds and snow. His heart stirred with a mix of excitement and trepidation as he gazed upon the two high-ranking members of the Night's Watch. The thrill stemmed from being summoned by the two esteemed figures, while the anxiety arose from the fear of receiving news of his uncle Benjen Stark's demise. It had been several days since his uncle had ventured beyond the wall, and the lack of communication was unsettling. He thought to himself, "Please, let me know the outcome." No, perhaps it would be better not to know. His heart was torn. He yearned for knowledge of his uncle's fate, yet dreaded the possibility of tragedy. "Jon, your letter has arrived," declared Ser Alliser Thorne, casually extending the missive to Jon, whose face was flushed from the cold. "Is it news of my uncle?" he inquired, hope flickering in his voice. "No, it pertains to another matter. I believe it is best you read it for yourself." Perplexed, Jon Snow examined the letter, his breath quickening and his eyes widening in apprehension. He skimmed through the lines, fearful of missing any vital detail. "No, Bran fell from the tower. It's my fault. I should have made him abandon that reckless habit." Tears welled up in Jon's eyes, two glistening droplets that threatened to spill over as he imagined his brother's suffering, which felt more unbearable than death itself, until he reached the end of the letter. "My brother has awakened. He lives. He lives." Jon felt a surge of warmth cascade down his cheeks, and despite the physical distance, his heart remained tethered to his dear brother. Without pausing to bid farewell to the two elders, he clutched the letter tightly and dashed outside, calling out joyfully as he ran. He had to share the good news with everyone. His brother Bran had survived. "I hold great hopes for this boy. Though he is still young and impetuous, his recklessness is far closer to bravery than cowardice," mused Commander Mormont, observing Jon Snow with the fondness one might reserve for a beloved younger relative. Seated nearby, Maester Aemon turned his head slowly at the sound of Jon's exuberant cries, his expression transforming from somber to luminous. He smiled, and Commander Mormont interpreted this as a sign of agreement, oblivious to the fervor and excitement hidden beneath Aemon's serene facade. For, bound by blood, Aemon could sense the latent Targaryen fire within Jon Snow. Perhaps this boy might indeed fulfill your wishes. Chapter 10. Daenerys in the Grasslands. The long night was shrouded in darkness, the moon concealed, with only the myriad of bonfires illuminating the long-silent Dothraki. Today marked the day of blessing for the anticipated ruler of the Dothraki, as their chieftain, called Drogo, prepared with his warriors for the ancient and sacred ritual. The ceremony was brief yet bloodthirsty. Daenerys watched as the Dothraki soldiers selected a robust stallion, chanting prayers in their native tongue, before swiftly plunging a blade into the horse's chest, extracting its still-beating heart. The sight sent a shiver through Daenerys, her own heart echoing the rhythm of the dying beast. Khal Drogo took the heart from the soldier's hands and presented it to Daenerys. Through their shared journey, Daenerys had genuinely fallen in love with Drogo, perceiving the tender heart beneath his formidable exterior. Standing amidst the crowd, beside the crackling flames, she raised the bloodied, pulsating heart aloft, her gaze locked onto her husband, who looked back with adoration. The heart was grotesque and reeked, yet she stifled her revulsion and consumed it piece by piece. The Dothraki erupted in cheers, dancing around the fire, chanting Khaleesi, Khaleesi. The movements were ungraceful and lacking in beauty, yet Daenerys felt elated, for it signified the Dothraki's true acceptance of her identity. From that moment forth, she was the Khaleesi of the Grasslands. Khal Drogo, moved by her actions, approached and embraced her tightly. "My Khaleesi, my moon. You are my only one. I shall give you all that I possess," he proclaimed in Dothraki. "My sun and stars, you are my beloved, and I would sacrifice everything for you. My dear Khaleesi, you shall bear our child, who will ride across boundless grasslands, traverse endless seas, and conquer the world. My sun and stars, the prince rides within me. Our child will lead the Dothraki, and will command Westeros upon the back of dragons. He shall ascend the Iron Throne, crowned by sun and moon, guarded by the stars." Nearby, an elderly woman with a bell, kneeling, croaked out the refrain, "The prince rides. The prince rides." Suddenly, the one-eyed crone in the center of the gathering opened her eye wide, her demeanor frenzied. "I see his face. He thunders like hooves. He thunders like hooves. The prince rides. He rides the steed of the world. What is the princess' name?" "He is called Rhaego," Daenerys responded, seemingly enamored with the name. "The prince's name is Rhaego. Rhaego." Rigo. The soldiers echoed, their shouts reverberating through the night. The prince rides the world's steed, swift as the wind. With a blade sharp as a scythe, fear grips the enemies, and their wives weep for their loss. The world shall sing of his glory. Thousands raise their voices, proclaiming the prince rides the world's steed, as drums and horns filled the night sky. Having spent considerable time together, Daenerys endeavored to learn the Dothraki tongue, while Khal Drogo was mastering the common tongue of Westeros. And though her vocabulary was limited and her speech somewhat awkward, it stirred a flutter within Drogo's heart. In the reverent gaze of the onlookers, Drogo strode toward the center of the ritual, his form imposing and his eyes sparkling with intensity. His braids were thick and long, cascading below his waist, a testament to his undefeated life. With deep affection, he gazed upon his wife before raising his arm high and declaring, "I, Khal Drogo, shall see my son Rigo ride the steed of the world, ruling over all. I shall gift him the iron chair upon which his mother's father once sat. I shall bestow upon him the 7 kingdoms." Khal Drogo boldly proclaimed before all present, "I, Khal Drogo, will undertake this. I shall journey west with my Khaleesi, traversing the black salt waters, crossing the tumultuous endless seas, accomplishing what no Khal has ever achieved. I shall brandish my curved blade. I shall slay those clad in iron. I shall dismantle their stone houses. I shall seize their children as slaves. I shall carry their worthless idols back to V's Dothrak and prostrate myself before our mother mountain." He thumped his chest and swore to the heavens, "I, Drogo, swear this. I swear before the mother mountain, with the stars as my witness." His vow echoed into the heavens, resonating against distant mountains, returning in a chorus of echoes. Daenerys Targaryen gazed in awe at this untamed, wild man before her, deeply moved. She smiled, a proud smile that brought tears to her eyes. No longer was she the helpless girl who had been bullied and hunted. Now, she had someone who would genuinely protect her. This was her man, her anchor, her eternal haven in this world. The flames blazed fiercely, crackling with a symphony of sounds. In the corner, Viserys Targaryen sat, forlornly drinking in silence, watching as his sister wed a barbarian and prepared to bear his child, filled with resentment and despair. They were nearing V's Dothraki, journeying ever eastward. Viserys gazed at his homeland, receding into the distance, and he finally comprehended that Khal Drogo and his kin had likely never intended to grant him their forces. Ashes were swept up by the wind, dancing across the grass, as tiny particles clashed against his golden armor. The sound of hooves thudded upon the parched earth, producing a cacophony that was anything but melodious. John Clinton dismounted, his fingers brushing against the charred remnants of firewood and the desiccated grass. "We departed approximately 3 days ago. Your Grace, we are closing in on them," he remarked, casting a glance at Aegon Targaryen to convey his assessment. "Excellent. Maintain this distance and proceed. Do not alarm them. They are likely to linger at V's Dothrak for a spell." Aegon Targaryen commanded without hesitation, exuding confidence in his judgment. According to the original timeline, Viserys Targaryen was nearing death, soon to be followed by Khal Drogo, and in due time, the 3 dragons would hatch. By then, it would be time for him to reap the fruits of his labors. "Your Grace, it appears we have several pursuers behind us. They are Dornishmen, and their destination may coincide with ours. Pay them no mind. Prince Doran is notorious for his inability to achieve his desires." "Understood." John Clinton regarded Aegon as though he were gazing upon his own progeny, genuinely hoping this youth would lead a mighty army back to Westeros, to exact vengeance upon the traitors who sullied the Iron Throne and avenge Prince Rhaegar. Each time he thought of Rhaegar, the image of his demise haunted John Clinton's mind. He remounted his steed, following closely behind Aegon Targaryen, and as he beheld the young prince, Rhaegar's visage seemed to materialize before him. He reminisced about the past, silently invoking the name of his dear friend. "Soon it will come to pass. My silver prince, await my arrival. I shall fulfill your cherished wish." The hurricane had passed, leaving only the parched grass behind. As dawn approached, the darkness deepened. Quentyn Martell lay concealed upon a hillside, observing the procession of golden soldiers gradually fading from view. He recognized them as the renowned Golden Company. At that moment, he felt a surge of envy for the blue-haired youth at the forefront. How splendid it would be if this grand army were his own. Everyone in Dorne, including his sister Princess Arianne, believed Quentyn to be serving as a ward under Ser Ilyn Payne at the defense of the Boneway. In truth, he had secretly crossed the narrow sea and reached the Dothraki. He was tasked with fulfilling his father's clandestine mission to establish a grand legacy for Dorne. Initially, Quentyn Martell had prepared to cross the narrow sea alongside the likes of Cleos Fry, Ser Garibald Hightower, Ser William Wells, and Archibald Illinwood, intending to land at Volantis. However, misfortune struck during their voyage when they encountered a band of pirates. Although they ultimately repelled the attackers, Cleos and Sir William perished in the fray, and the amiable and learned Archibald succumbed to his wounds shortly thereafter. By the gods, how could their rickety ship attract pirates? Have the scoundrels become so desperate? Your Highness, must we continue to trail them? Inquired Garibald Hightower, Quentin's closest friend. Tall and statuesque, he towered over Quentin, with an exceptionally handsome visage, striking blue eyes akin to amber, and sandy hair interspersed with golden strands. His ever-present, slight smile exuded confidence, his demeanor graceful and his character boisterous, making him the quintessential rogue. Quentin often found himself envious of Garibald's looks, wondering why he possessed such charm. Hope lay ahead. He must secure Daenerys Targaryen for his family's ambitions and avoid disappointing his father. Quentin's eyes shone with determination. Though not particularly tall, he was robust and sturdy. His features were unremarkable, with dark, bright eyes, a broad forehead, and a sharp nose. Yet amidst his thick black hair, there were strands of silver. It was only his sunny smile that left an impression, though he rarely displayed it, preferring to act with caution and responsibility. Recalling his father's instructions, Quentin knew that Viserys had already perished, and the engagement between Arianne and him was rendered null. He must yield and pursue a union with Daenerys Targaryen. After all, the Martells must forge an unbreakable bond with the Targaryens. Father, please watch over me. Quentin had been destined to inherit the throne of Dorne, yet he bore no resentment for his father's decisions. He had come to terms with his fate. However, the information was erroneous. Viserys Targaryen was not yet dead. It is a mistake, Sir Archibald Illinwood exclaimed, a member of House Illinwood and nephew to Lord Anders Illinwood. He was also a good friend of Quentin's, sent to accompany him as a gesture of solidarity between their houses. Archibald was the tallest and most robust among them, with arms thicker than Quentin's thighs, and a potbelly that jiggled with each step. His head, concealed beneath a turban, was round and smooth, resembling a boiled egg. Since their landing, Garibald had insisted he don a headscarf to avoid exposing their location with his gleaming baldness. Prince Doran's information cannot be mistaken. Perhaps the two continents are out of sync. When we received the news, he was already dead, yet now he still breathes. This suggests we have yet to reach tomorrow. Perhaps he will perish any moment now. Garibald reclined upon the grass, chewing on a strand of grass he had plucked from the earth, mumbling indistinctly as he closed his eyes. By the gods, you can manage to lie with such ease even while your eyes are shut. What a genius you are. Archibald stared at him, momentarily taken aback by his serious tone, his mind struggling to catch up. For the love of the gods, I am currently keeping my eyes closed. Chapter 11. Bargaining with a Tiger. King's Landing, believed to have a history spanning 3 centuries, was constructed of pale red stone and boasted 7 massive iron roof towers. Thick, sturdy walls encircled the castle, featuring a grand bronze gate, an iron portcullis, and several narrow side entrances. Upon entering the main gate, one would encounter a spacious cobblestone courtyard. Construction of this castle began during the time of the conqueror Aegon and was not truly completed until the harsh reign of Maegor. Despite the passage of centuries, the fortress remained as formidable as it had been in ages past. The banners atop its walls, once depicting a fearsome black dragon on a red background, have been replaced by the golden-crowned stag of the present day. Inside the Red Keep, there lay a great hall and several conference chambers, with the Iron Throne, symbolizing the sovereign's supreme authority, situated within. Your Grace, I truly believe it would be wise for you to refrain from attending. Your health has waned considerably. Just look at your ample belly. Beyond providing a cushion for your landing, what purpose does it serve? And your face, can you even fit into your former armor? Given your current condition, I dread what may transpire should you enter the tournament. Eddard Stark finally grasped why the former hand of the king, Jon Arryn, had been unable to thwart King Robert's relentless excesses. Robert's will was as steadfast and unyielding as ever. After all these years, your bluntness remains unchanged, Robert muttered, glancing at his own rotund figure and absent-mindedly stroking his double chin, letting out a deep sigh. Thank you, Your Majesty. I believe that even if you were to participate, others would certainly feel constrained when facing you, rendering the experience less than enjoyable. I'm not flattering you, yet your subsequent remarks do resemble the speech of a sensible man. Robb felt somewhat resigned. His dear brother remained as he always was. If such words had escaped the lips of anyone else, Robb might have deemed them mad. However, when Ned uttered them, it felt entirely natural. At that moment, as Robb turned to converse with Eddard Stark, a sudden sound echoed through the air. A button launched into the sky, spinning gracefully before landing atop Eddard Stark's chestnut locks. An air of awkwardness enveloped the two men. Ha ha ha. Robb laughed heartily at his protruding belly, while Eddard's typically stern countenance softened into a faint smile. Perhaps this is what true brotherhood entails, being utterly at ease in each other's presence. Just then, Joffrey strode in, immediately confronting this embarrassing tableau. What brings you here? Why are you not accompanying your betrothed to her embroidery today? Robb attempted to shield his belly, as if nothing had transpired. Joffrey shrugged, remaining silent. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the war hammer resting before his father. This hammer, seasoned by countless battles, bore the stains of many foes' blood. Father, allow me to wield it in your stead. Joffrey, eyeing the once-pressed shirt of Robb and the heavy war hammer before him, suppressed a chuckle while feeling a stirring ambition. He yearned to claim victory in the tournament, to present the laurel wreath to his beloved Sansa. Moreover, he found himself in a precarious position, needing to establish his reputation swiftly. The tournament was the quickest avenue to that end. He must assemble his own political faction promptly, lest he be overshadowed by his formidable grandfather, Tywin Lannister. Do you believe my warhammer is? Robb's words faltered as he beheld Joffrey effortlessly lift the mighty weapon. His eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha! Truly, you are my son. Go forth, don my armor, take up my warhammer, and crush those worthless fools. At long last, King Robert Baratheon began to acknowledge his handsome, towering eldest son as more than just a child who once cried for his mother. Eddard Stark, who had been standing nearby, was equally astonished, having once personally tested the heft of Robert's warhammer. Even with all his might, he could barely lift it, let alone wield it in battle. Come, don this armor, let me see. Joffrey approached the suit of armor tucked away in the innermost cabinet. The ancient armor bore the scars of countless conflicts, gashes from blades and punctures from swords, deep enough to nearly breach its defenses. Even after all these years, the scent of blood lingered. Inhaling the long-dormant stench, Joffrey felt a nerve twitching within him. His heart raced, breath quickened, and his green pupils began to redden, revealing a flickering, flame-like pattern within. In this state, all movements around him seemed to slow to a crawl. He savored the scent of blood, akin to an inveterate drunkard relishing the aroma of fine wine. Was this the thrill of bloodlust? As he passed a large, tilted mirror, he was startled to see a grotesque grin stretched across his face. Stop staring. Your father was far more handsome in his youth. Robert's impatient voice broke through, jolting Joffrey back to reality. When he next gazed into the mirror, his expression appeared normal. He touched his face, forming a peace sign, relieved to see the mirror reflect the same gesture. Perhaps he was simply under too much stress lately. Unfazed, Joffrey swiftly donned the armor. Contrary to his expectations, the suit fit him perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him. He turned to grasp the heavy warhammer, casting a glance at his father, Robert. Robert's mouth fell agape, his eyes sparkling as he paced the room, scrutinizing Joffrey, now clad in armor and wielding the warhammer. In that moment, Joffrey's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The weighty armor obscured his handsome features, but imbued him with an aura of invincibility. Remarkably similar, Robert mused, gazing at his son in armor, as if seeing his younger self reflected back. He too had once been filled with such vigor, standing alongside a girl whose eyes sparkled with tenderness. Her voice as soft as a gentle breeze, warm as the sun's embrace. Joffrey, my son, if there's a girl you desire, do not delay in making her your bride, lest— Robert paused, lost in memories. Your grace, some things are best left in the past. Do not allow yourself further anguish. Eddard Stark observed his dear friend Robert's trembling frame, feeling a pang of empathy. Certain matters were beyond his judgment. All he could offer was comfort and a diversion of Robert's focus. Your Highness, the prince in his armor resembles your youthful self remarkably. Indeed, it is strikingly similar. I recall our campaign alongside old Jon Arryn against the rebels in the Vale. I wore this very armor. Do you remember, Ned? With one swing, I felled that fool wielding a chain. Ha ha, that simpleton had the audacity to taunt me. I recall that after I knocked him off his horse, I intended to demand his surrender, only to discover he had already been slain by my blows. Ha 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 ha. Had I known, I would have emulated Aegon the Conqueror, collecting trophies to forge an iron chair. That fool's breastplate, shattered by my hammer, would have been my first prized possession. After the laughter subsided, Robert's tone shifted. As if a thought had struck him, he cast a deep glance at Eddard, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Then, he placed a hand on Joffrey's broad shoulder, imparting solemnly, I have heard that insufferable knight, Loras Tyrell, has been spending an inordinate amount of time with your betrothed, Sansa Stark, sharing laughter and merriment. "Joffrey, my son, do not spare him. Crush that bothersome rose beneath your boot. I shall do as you command." Eddard Stark exited the king's quarters, having bid farewell to his dear friend Robert that morning. He had just conferred with the king's younger brother, Renly Baratheon, to establish the tournament's rules, and now felt utterly drained. Though he could not dissuade Robert from holding the tournament, at least he managed to prevent him from participating, a concession he could reluctantly accept. As Eddard pondered these matters, he unexpectedly encountered Petyr Baelish approaching him with elegant strides, halting before him. "Lord Stark, someone wishes to see you. I hope you will accompany me." "Who seeks my presence?" "Your wife." "Who? Are you jesting? This is no laughing matter." Eddard Stark's immediate reaction was disbelief. He had just bid farewell to Catelyn, and now, merely 2 days into his arrival in King's Landing, she had arrived? How could that be possible? "Lord Stark, if you do not attend, she may very well become mine," Petyr concluded, turning away without awaiting Eddard's reply. Petyr Baelish's characteristic smile unsettled Eddard Stark. Yet Eddard believed that a man of such stature as the Master of Coin should not resort to self-deception. Thus he followed closely behind him. Upon exiting the Red Keep, they stepped onto the bustling streets. In stark contrast to the opulence of the Red Keep, the sight of the ragged, impoverished populace stirred a sense of unease within Eddard. Petyr, observing Eddard's countenance filled with pity, merely chuckled softly without uttering a word. They traversed through the marketplace until they halted before an ostentatiously adorned mansion. Eddard gazed at the tower as the grand red and pink doors slowly swung open before him, flanked by lavish floral arrangements that bespoke their exorbitant cost. The fragrance of roses from the high garden wafted through the air, reminiscent of that within the Red Keep. The entire structure radiated vibrant colors, exuding opulence and the exuberance of spring. Ah, if only one could overlook the scantily clad attendant at the entrance, who incessantly caressed Petyr. Petyr, unfazed by Eddard's discomfort, pointed at the establishment's entrance with a grin, declaring that she awaited him inside. Eddard, whose patience had worn thin prior to their arrival, felt a surge of anger at this remark, interpreting it as an affront to his dignity and even an insult to his wife. In a swift and decisive motion, he seized Petyr's arm and twisted it behind his back. Petyr yelped in pain, unable to resist before Eddard forcefully pressed him against the wall, successfully subduing him. "It seems my elder brother Brandon was far too lenient with you in the past, was he not?" "No. Stop. My lord, the lady truly awaits you here." Just then, a voice of surprise entered his ears. It was Ser Roderick, who should have been at Winterfell. Why had he come to King's Landing? Was it possible that his wife Catelyn had indeed arrived? Eddard found himself momentarily bewildered. "Ser Roderick, what brings you here? What is the meaning of this? I believe it would be best to discuss this inside. Why is your beard gone?" "Ah, that is indeed a sorrowful tale. We must go inside to speak of it." Petyr was holding the dagger that Catelyn had given him, explaining as he examined it. "I think it prudent to afford you both a measure of privacy." With a wink, Petyr stepped outside, closing the door behind him. As he did so, Catelyn's furious voice reached Eddard's ears. "It must be Tyrion, that ugly, treacherous little imp. Catelyn, I have a feeling this matter is more intricate than it appears. We need to investigate discreetly without drawing attention." Eddard remained composed, unconvinced of Tyrion's involvement. He regarded Tyrion as a clever and cunning individual. Surely no fool would use their own belongings to commit murder, would they? "Catelyn, heed my words, return home at once. It is far too perilous here. I sense a dark cloud looming over us. Inform Robb to prepare in advance. Ned, has it truly come to this? Trust me, early preparation is essential. Ned, I shall heed your counsel. However, I must first visit the Vale to check on my poor sister Lisa. Ever since Lord Jon Arryn's passing, she has been alone with the children, living in constant fear." Catelyn leaned against her husband Eddard's broad shoulder, perhaps finding a semblance of security there. "Go and take care. Do not tire yourself on the journey." Petyr leaned against the wall outside, listening to the conversation within, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Catelyn, affectionately called Cat in her youth, evoked memories of their childhood. Alas, that name now belonged to another man. "Thank you, Petyr. I did not expect you to assist me after all these years. You are a true friend." Catelyn emerged, seeing Petyr beside her, and each encounter reminded her of their shared past. She inclined her head slightly, moving with grace, embodying the decorum befitting a duchess. "There is no need for such formalities between us. We grew up together." Petyr smiled faintly, yet with every courteous gesture from Catelyn, he felt their bond growing increasingly distant. Regardless, he expressed his gratitude, and as he bid farewell to Eddard and Catelyn Stark, Petyr leaned against the doorframe, exhaling a sigh. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. Lost in thought, You brought me here just to witness this? A shadow clad in a voluminous red cloak, with a hood obscuring their features, emerged from behind Peter. Do you not see this as a testament to my unwavering loyalty to you? Peter displayed his signature faint smile. Would you not agree, Your Grace? The figure unveiled their face, revealing the handsome features of Joffrey Baratheon, his golden hair cascading from beneath the hood. He had just parted ways with Eddard Stark that morning. Observing Peter's smile, Joffrey recognized the peril he posed, akin to the treacherous Varys. Yet his influence was proportionate to his danger. Truly, a double-edged sword, both beloved and loathed. Joffrey blinked his green eyes, fully aware that the economic lifeblood of King's Landing lay predominantly in the hands of this seemingly frail man. If he wished to secure his position, he must align himself with Peter, especially since Peter had sought him out. This is what you desired. Oh, my prince, you are indeed a clever man. This decision will yield you immeasurable rewards. Peter regarded the sealed writ with an unchanging expression, maintaining his smile while inwardly reveling. This was the appointment he had long sought, granting him governorship of the Riverlands, a significant step toward ascending the social ladder. Joffrey scrutinized Peter's face, noting the struggle to contain a smile, and cursed inwardly at the old fox. Peter, brimming with delight, quickly scanned the document. However, upon reaching the end, his smile faltered abruptly. He furrowed his brow, feigning confusion as he looked up at Joffrey. Your Grace, this seal the writ I issued, of course, bears my seal. Joffrey smiled, fully aware that Peter was not to be wholly trusted. Therefore, he had sealed the appointment with his own insignia, inscribing his own name. Presently, this posed little issue, as everyone believed Joffrey to be the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Yet, Joffrey understood that in the impending War of the Five Kings, this writ would be rendered worthless by Stannis and Renly, not to mention the North and the Iron Islands. If Peter wished for this writ to hold any weight, he must support Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne. Could it be, Lord Baelish, that your earlier display of loyalty was feigned? Or have you placed your bets on more than just me? Of course not, Your Grace. You worry unnecessarily. I merely harbor some doubts. Peter's expression stiffened as he regarded the golden-haired prince, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. The moment he glimpsed the seal, he understood Joffrey's intentions. Unlike Joffrey Baratheon, who was familiar with the narrative, Peter was a genuine politician. He anticipated the likelihood of conflict reigniting in the future and to elevate his standing. He was fervently fanning the flames. He inwardly cursed the little vixen. Chapter 12, Undercurrents. The expansive gardens of the Red Keep are said to possess a history spanning several centuries. Their origins can be traced back to the era of Aegon the Conqueror, the founding king of the Targaryen dynasty, wherein numerous artisans and handmaidens thrived. Legend has it that when Aegon amassed the weapons of the vanquished to forge the Iron Throne, he also seized craftsmen from all corners of the realm. Consequently, the gardens are adorned with sculptures and flora reflective of diverse regions. Maintaining the garden's splendor demands a considerable annual expenditure from the royal treasury. The sound of footsteps approached. Lord Eddard Stark, I believe you are quite familiar with your dear brother. His decisions remain steadfast. Even the late Lord Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, could only attempt to restrain him, and even that was of limited efficacy. His Majesty spends freely while the Master of Coin seeks the means to fund such extravagance. As for the debts incurred, they are of no concern to me. Reflecting on his foster father, Jon Arryn, Eddard Stark's demeanor became noticeably more animated. He cautiously inquired of the Master of Coin, was there no forewarning of the Hand's passing? I regret to inform you, Lord Stark, that the late Hand's ailment progressed with alarming rapidity. The royal physicians and learned men exerted every effort, yet they could not stave off his demise. Peter Baelish gazed skyward, his expression tinged with sorrow. You see, I was nurtured by the late Hand. His passing is a profound loss. He was a man of integrity and honor. Were there any peculiar occurrences before or after Lord Jon Arryn's passing? Eddard Stark had begun to trust Peter Baelish, believing he would not deceive Catelyn, his wife. If you inquire thus, there's indeed something that strikes me as odd. While I am reluctant to cast suspicion, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Peter Baelish donned a contemplative expression. The late Hand had a servant named Lisa, who was closely associated with the Lannisters. What is so strange about that? Everyone has a few dubious friends. The issue arises after Lord Jon's death. When his widow, Lady Lisa Tully, returned to the Eyrie with everyone, Lisa did not accompany them. Moreover, he seems to have secured a significant position under the Lannisters. Observing the astonished expression on Eddard Stark's face, Peter Baelish refrained from delving deeper into the subject. He suggested, if you wish for more specific information, you might seek out Grand Maester Pycelle, one of the individuals who attended to the late Hand. He possesses the most comprehensive knowledge of the situation. As they approached a corner, Peter Baelish suddenly halted, smiling as he cautioned Eddard Stark from this moment forth. We must tread carefully. Our words may very well reach the ears of many. My Lord Stark, be mindful not to invite trouble through careless speech or action. Eddard Stark, perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon rounding the corner and witnessing the scene within, he began to apprehend the gravity of Peter's warning. A group of gray-haired gardeners tended to the greenery with various tools, while elegantly dressed maidens and elder women arranged flowers on benches, and ragged children played merrily upon the ground. At first glance, all seemed well, yet Eddard Stark could distinctly sense the subtle gazes of these individuals fixated upon him. His intuition proved accurate. Do you see that man over there? He is one of Cersei's spies, monitoring you, Peter Baelish remarked, gesturing discreetly towards the garden. Eddard Stark turned his gaze in that direction, spotting an elderly man with white hair, who, while tending to the plants, stole glances at them from the corner of his eye. And those two yonder? They are agents of Varys, similarly keeping watch over you. As they strolled along another path, Peter pointed out two ragged children frolicking near a large tree. Eddard Stark gazed at the frail, tattered children, a sense of agitation rising within him. And those two women at the inner hall's entrance? They are my people, Peter Baelish asserted with a hint of pride. Thus, with a smile, Peter Baelish continued to elucidate the various factions within the Red Keep to Eddard Stark. When Eddard posed questions, Peter answered with ease, embodying the role of a gracious host. I apologize for my initial distrust, Eddard Stark admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed for his earlier rudeness. Recognizing Peter's unwavering companionship, Peter Baelish slowly turned, maintaining a faint smile as he replied, My Lord Stark, your initial skepticism was indeed one of the wisest decisions you have made since arriving in King's Landing. With that, he pivoted and departed, leaving Eddard Stark in contemplative silence. Bran, this is a letter from your brother Jon. He misses you dearly. Tyrion's heart was tender, always empathizing with those in similar straits. He observed Bran's crippled legs, feeling a pang of sorrow. Though his arrival was met with little formality, he was eager to aid this unfortunate child, especially as he had promised Jon Snow. Oh, I nearly forgot. Here is a gift I brought with me. We cannot allow others to think the Lannisters arrived empty-handed. Tyrion produced a unique saddle design from his cloak. I regret seeing you in such a condition, but this special contraption will prove invaluable. Even someone with your disability can ride. Forgive my bluntness, but being a disabled noble is preferable to being a disabled peasant. Thank you, Tyrion. Bran expressed his gratitude, appreciating the visit and the letter from his brother. He had resigned himself to his fate. Although the notion of soaring freely through the skies was enticing, the old crow had not disclosed that upon awakening in his body, he would be condemned to a life bound to his bed, let alone flying. All right, little brother, we must be off. Truth be told, I never imagined I would be bundled up like a pig. Tyrion chuckled, ruffling Bran's tousled brown hair. Upon exiting, he discovered Robb Stark, the heir of Winterfell, standing at the door, awaiting him. Tyrion offered a smile, but refrained from saying much. If he was unwelcome, there was no need for him to impose. I'm sorry. Tyrion, thank you for all you have done for Bran. Robb Stark, inheriting his father Eddard Stark's modesty, felt his cheeks flush as he struggled to engage with Tyrion. He recognized that he should not let past Stark Lannister animosities cloud his judgment, and he had come to realize that prejudice against the dwarf was unwarranted. Tyrion, why don't you stay overnight at Winterfell? I have arranged accommodations for you. Thank you for your hospitality, but the ladies here are as frigid as the weather, lacking any semblance of warmth. I prefer the wildflowers of summer to the winter roses, Tyrion jested lightly, attempting to ease the atmosphere and assure Robb that he bore no ill will before waving goodbye. Tyrion Lannister felt a twinge of melancholy, but endeavored to maintain an optimistic facade as he watched Tyrion's diminutive figure recede into the distance. Robb Stark let out a deep sigh. At that moment, Maester Luwin approached Robb's side, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Robb, he said earnestly, the worth of a person should not be confined by their lineage, nor should it be overshadowed by the prejudices of society. You must understand, Robb, that you are not like Bran, Rickon, or Jon, even though to me, you are all still children. You are destined to inherit the sigil of the Warden of the North and to lead the various houses of the North. Do not allow societal biases to cloud your vision. I shall remember your words, Maester Luwin. Tyrion departed Winterfell and spent a day resting in an inn before purchasing the innkeeper's cart, setting off southward. Initially, the innkeeper was quite obstinate, declaring that the cart was the fruit of a lifetime of savings, a cherished possession, and the hope for his future. Hearing this, Tyrion couldn't help but smirk. What a grand tale you weave. If I hadn't seen you urinate on the well last night, I might have believed you. Disinterested in further banter, Tyrion tossed a gold coin at the innkeeper's round face and had his attendants take the card away. The innkeeper bit the coin to verify its authenticity, quickly stowing it away as he gazed in awe at the small, regal figure surrounded by his entourage. The drunken mercenaries had not lied. Indeed, the Lannisters' excrement was made of gold. Reclining in the old cart, Tyrion munched on snacks he had bought along the way, reflecting that he had grown accustomed to such prejudices and had learned not to care. Yet, each time he recalled the mocking glances of others, a wave of irritation surged within him. Tossing and turning in the cart, he found it difficult to sleep. Frustration compelled him to sit up and gulp down a large cup of wine, mumbling incoherently, "Well, I suppose I do care a little." Days passed, and he was roused by a guard's gentle call from outside the cart. "Lord Tyrion, we have arrived." Bleary-eyed, Tyrion disembarked, yawning widely, but stumbled as he failed to see the path clearly, nearly toppling headfirst to the ground. "Oh, for the gods' sake. It's all Stark's fault. None of those old gods-worshipping people are worth a damn." He grimaced and muttered a curse. He felt as though he had been cursed by the Starks. The inn at the crossroads had existed long before the War of Usurper, yet its thriving business was undoubtedly a result of the conflict. Legend had it that Robert Baratheon once slept here for 3 days, embracing a different maiden each night. Whether it was the strength of House Baratheon's bloodline or some other reason, Robert seemingly struck gold, achieving a hat trick of sorts, leaving behind children with black hair and blue eyes. Perhaps relieved to escape the bothersome winter, Tyrion appeared quite cheerful, his steps noticeably lighter. He chose a seat near the entrance, but thoughts of the Starks reignited his irritation, which in turn prompted him to spend. Striding with purpose, he approached the innkeeper's counter, placing several gold coins with a flourish. They clinked loudly on the table, gleaming in the sunlight and nearly blinding the innkeeper. Upon recognizing the infamous imp of House Lannister, the innkeeper's spirits lifted, and he was about to offer compliments when Tyrion called out to all present, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's expenses are on the Lannisters." The patrons, taken aback by such generosity, erupted in cheer, raising their goblets and shouting, "Lannister! Lannister! Lannister!" Tyrion returned to his seat, feeling quite pleased with himself. Spending money does bring joy. However, just as he lifted his cup to drink, he noticed a veiled woman seated to his left, and her silhouette struck a familiar chord within him. Tyrion never doubted his ability to recognize women. Even if the most beautiful ladies of the Seven Kingdoms paraded before him daily, he could name each one with precision. "My lady, I believe we have met before?" As she turned her head, Tyrion's eyes widened in disbelief. "Lady Stark," his exclamation silenced the room. Sir Roderick Castle, who had just found a cart and was approaching the entrance, broke into a cold sweat. "Curse be it! Why has the imp returned at such a time? This spells trouble." He scanned the Lannister guards behind Tyrion, calculating whether his men could subdue them all. Catelyn Tully observed Sir Roderick's anxious demeanor and felt a sense of unease. She knew her presence here at such a moment would raise suspicion, and she suspected Tyrion had discerned something. However, she realized her small contingent of guards would likely not suffice to take down the Lannisters. Her gaze darted around, and a thought began to form. Meanwhile, Tyrion was momentarily stunned. The veiled woman was none other than Catelyn Stark, wife of Eddard Stark. What was she doing here? Her son Bran was incapacitated, yet she had ventured to a tavern so close to King's Landing. Tyrion instinctively sensed that something was amiss. He needed to make a swift exit. "Excuse me, farewell." Just as he stood to leave, a tall man appeared before him, blocking his path. "Sir Roderick, stop him." "Oh, Seven, save us." "Lady Stark, I believe there's a misunderstanding between us," he stammered. "Imp, your misdeeds have been uncovered." Catelyn Tully steadied herself, contemplating her words. "What misdeed?" Tyrion blinked, momentarily at a loss, genuinely unaware of what heinous act he had committed in Winterfell that warranted Lady Stark's pursuit across hundreds of miles. "Oh, right. I shouldn't have urinated in the tavern at Winterfell. But you must understand, I was intoxicated, and that man, Not that. Oh, then it must be that I should not have slept with the innkeeper's daughter. You know, she is quite lovely, and I believe even your son Robb Stark would not have been able to resist her charms." Catelyn's memory was jogged by Tyrion's words, and he began to divulge all the mischief he had gotten into during his stay in Winterfell. Tyrion decided to concede. He valued his life too much. Although he was nearly equal in number to Catelyn's guards, he was aware that he might be seriously harmed or even lose his life. So it was wise to hear her out. "Be silent." Catelyn Tully nearly exploded with rage, pressing her forehead to calm her rising anger. She should not have allowed him to speak. The imp was indeed a venomous tongue. As the patrons turned to observe the unfolding scene, Catelyn quickly collected herself and began her act. "That gentleman in black, might I inquire if you are a member of the Night's Watch?" Indeed, Lady Stark. I come at the behest of Lord Commander Jorah Mormont to procure supplies for the winter and to report on the wall's status. The black-clad man responded smoothly. Clearly an experienced member of the Night's Watch. Caitlin nodded approvingly. And those fine gentlemen bearing the red stallion sigil. Might I ask if you are from House Bracken? Indeed. Lady Tully, I recall meeting you many years ago in the halls of House Tully. It is a pleasure to see you again. A group of young individuals exchanged furtive glances, and soon, a more mature-looking man nodded and stepped forward to respond. It is a pleasure to see you once again. My lord, I am now wed to the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark. Henceforth, you may address me as Lady Stark. With that, Caitlin Tully made her way toward a cluster of individuals adorned with the Twin Towers emblem, dressed in gray-blue attire. For her, this gathering was her primary focus. I am quite familiar with the Twin Towers insignia of House Frey, gentlemen. Pray, how fares your lord? In reply, the leader of the group spoke eloquently. Our Lord Walder Frey is in good health and often reminisces fondly about your esteemed father, whom he regards as his closest friend. He intends to take a new bride on his 90th name day and hopes we might be graced by your father's presence. The speaker's polished demeanor reflected the refinement expected of a noble family, leaving no room for criticism in terms of etiquette or propriety. Indeed, Caitlin Tully replied, a smile almost breaking through her composed facade. However, she struggled to suppress her amusement, thinking to herself how vigorous Walder Frey remained, seemingly unfazed by the specter of mortality. Standing nearby, Tyrion observed the exchange, his confusion deepening. What was truly afoot? Caitlin Tully had come here at a time when her son required her care the most, suggesting that her motives were of greater significance. It was evident she had met with her husband, Eddard Stark, and they must have discussed matters shrouded in secrecy. But could a man of Eddard Stark's integrity harbor any unsavory secrets? Might the recent neglect of Robb Stark in Winterfell be connected to this? Were there parallels in the actions of Caitlin Tully and her son Robb Stark? Suddenly, an image of Bran lying in bed flickered in Tyrion's mind, and he felt he was on the cusp of a revelation. Could it be, just as he was about to grasp the essence of the matter, the unsheathing of numerous swords jolted him back to reality? This man, who stays in my home as a guest, has attempted to assassinate my young son with a poisoned dagger. In the name of King Robert Baratheon, the protector of the realm, and you noble lords who serve him, I beseech you to seize him and deliver him to the dungeons of Winterfell to face the judgment of the king's law. I will be most grateful. Tyrion, upon hearing Caitlin Tully's furious declaration and witnessing the multitude of sword points aimed at him, was left utterly bewildered. This jest had escalated beyond all bounds. Chapter 13. Resilience of Nature. Maester Pycelle had served as the Grand Maester of the Seven Kingdoms for nearly 4 decades, witnessing the reigns of various kings, including the Mad King Aerys Targaryen, Aerys' father, Jaehaerys II, and even Jaehaerys' father, the usurper Aegon V. Trembling, Pycelle seated himself and requested a cup of milk tea from a servant, graciously thanking the attendant. My lord, you truly ought to relish life in King's Landing. The South is invariably more comfortable than the North. I recall my time under Aegon V, when his brother, Aemon Targaryen, ventured north. It was truly unbelievable. Eddard Stark felt somewhat overwhelmed. In his eyes, Maester Pycelle was learned and affable, albeit prone to excessive verbosity in his old age. Maester, I seek to understand the precise circumstances surrounding Lord Jon's demise. Is it conceivable? Might it be possible that he did not perish from illness? Lord Stark, you need not hesitate to speak plainly. Could it have been poisoned? At this, Maester Pycelle suddenly opened his half-closed eyes and regarded Eddard with astonishment, remaining silent for a considerable time. Lord Stark, that is a rather grand conspiracy theory. Pycelle continued, having served as the Grand Maester for nearly 40 years, I must say, my lord, that the symptoms exhibited by the late Lord Jon Arryn are not unusual. During the reign of Jaehaerys II, I recall a servant displaying similar symptoms. Eddard Stark listened patiently to Pycelle's explanation, finding it quite reasonable. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Lisa Tully's letter was not without merit. There was certainly something he had overlooked. May I inquire, Maester, if Lord Jon exhibited any peculiarities during his life? Eddard remained persistent. Pycelle sipped his milk tea, closing his eyes in contemplation. I recall the late Lord Paramount frequently visited me to discuss the marital alliances of House Baratheon and other families, as well as the appearances of their offspring. He was often perusing a particular tome. Pycelle rose and approached a wall lined with books, leaning in close to search meticulously. Ah, here it is. After a lengthy search, he finally produced a hefty volume, placing it before Eddard Stark. Eddard glanced down to see the title inscribed on the cover, The Genealogy and History of the Major Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, authored by Maester Merlin. Eddard Stark furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to connect the book to Lord Jon's death. This is a substantial work by Maester Merlin, detailing the lineages of the great families. I have perused it multiple times since the late Lord Paramount's passing, but it has yielded little but tedium. Frankly, this is the first time I have encountered such a soporific tome. I suspect the author must have been a sorcerer skilled in illusions from across the narrow sea. Pycelle returned to his seat and resumed reminiscing. Lord Stark, since you have come to see me today, I shall share all that I know. The late Lord Paramount's illness was quite sudden. Before long, he was unable to move. By the time I was summoned to treat him, he was already beyond saving. I distinctly recall him calling out the name Robert repeatedly. I cannot say for certain whether he referred to his son or to his grace the king, as his son's name was indeed taken after the king's. What a tragic fate for such a young child, to lose his father so early, Eddard remarked, observing the emotional weight in Pycelle's eyes. My apologies, Lord Stark. The elderly have endured many tragedies. When confronted with new misfortunes, they often find themselves recalling past sorrows. Let us continue. I remember that the last coherent words spoken by the late Lord Paramount were the resilience of nature. The resilience of nature, Eddard Stark echoed, a peculiar intuition stirring within him that this phrase would unlock the mystery he sought to unravel. Forgive this old man, my lord. You know how the elderly require prolonged slumber. Time seems to slip away from me, each day lessening my days. Thank you for your assistance, Maester. After expressing his gratitude, Eddard Stark realized that Pycelle had already succumbed to sleep. He shook his head and made his way toward the exit. Just as Eddard Stark was about to bid farewell and depart, Pycelle suddenly opened his eyes and spoke once more. Lord Stark, you may not be aware that his grace's spymaster, Varys, was once a slave of Illyrio. My lord, slaves are often skilled in the art of deception. You must not place your trust in this spider. After parting from the white-haired, drowsy Maester Pycelle, Eddard Stark resolved to return and examine the tome that Pycelle mentioned, which the late Lord Jon Arryn had frequently perused. He also intended to inquire with Joffrey regarding the progress of his investigations. As he passed through a small square near the Red Keep, Eddard Stark noticed Prince Joffrey seated across from the Red Keep's master-at-arms, both of them furrowing their brows as if engaged in a game of chess. Intrigued, Eddard approached. Lord Stark, it has been a while. Upon encountering Eddard Stark, Boren Storm rose hastily to greet him. It has been quite a long time, Boren. Nearly a decade since we last met. I still remember how you staunchly defended your brother Robert during his rebellion, standing by his side with your sword, fending off numerous adversaries, Eddard Stark said warmly, enveloping Boren Storm in a hearty embrace, a testament to their amicable bond. In those days, I relied on my youth and vigor. Now, I find myself unable to endure such exertion, Boren Storm candidly remarked, known for his straightforward manner of speech. Eddard Stark held Boren in high regard, appreciating their shared forthrightness and lack of pretense. During the rebellion, they had even shared the same tent. Uncle, come play a game of chess with me, Eddard suggested, his curiosity piqued by the novel contraption before him. The checkerboard was adorned with 32 circular pieces, each color, red and black, boasting 16 pieces, all meticulously positioned at the intersections of the squares. A deep divide ran through the center of the board, inscribed with peculiar characters reminiscent of the script from Essos, particularly that of E.T. Lord Stark, this is a new chess variant devised by His Highness. The rules are quite simple, Boren explained. Eddard Stark quickly grasped the rules and was soon engaged in a match with Joffrey, holding his own with considerable skill. By the third game, Eddard had established a dominant position, rarely facing defeat. Mastering chess is akin to governing. It demands a clear mind and precise calculation. Eddard Stark possessed both attributes in abundance, capable of anticipating moves far beyond the immediate. He exemplified the qualities of a politically astute nobleman. Joffrey, perplexed, could not comprehend how someone so politically astute could ever lose. Eddard Stark appeared to relish the novelty of chess, continuing to play until Joffrey Castle arrived to seek him out. Upon entering the hands chamber, Eddard set down the weighty tome he had been perusing and took a seat beside Joffrey. What news on the matter? I asked you to investigate. He inquired. My lord, I have uncovered the details. Not all of the former Hand-S retainers followed Lady Arryn back to the Eyrie. Several remained behind. Among them are a kitchen maid with an unexpected pregnancy, a stable boy who joined the city watch, a serving lad, and a former squire of Lord Arryn named Shay. Joffrey disclosed. According to the stable boy, the late Hand had a notable affinity for spending time with Stannis, often seen riding together and even visiting brothels. Joffrey was somewhat baffled. To where? A brothel? Eddard Stark, upon hearing this, felt a momentary confusion, as if he were being regaled with a jest. Neither seemed the type to frequent such establishments. Stannis was notoriously serious, as his younger brother Renly had remarked, even in intimate settings. He bore the same solemnity as if executing a task. Furthermore, Stannis had once resolved to shut down all brothels in the realm. As for Jon Arryn, his physical condition would hardly permit such pursuits. A pivotal question lingered. What role had Stannis truly played after old Jon's demise? It seemed imperative to investigate further. Meanwhile, Joffrey sought out Sansa for a brief encounter, before heading to the training yard to hone his swordsmanship. Upon arrival, he discovered that someone had already claimed the space, a frail man instructing a diminutive girl in the art of swordplay. Unlike the traditional broadswords of Westeros, they wielded slender blades, and their movements were rather unconventional. As he approached, Joffrey recognized the instructor. Sadio Forel, a master swordsman from Bravos and the former First Order Bravos, he recalled. Intrigued, Joffrey noted that while the original narrative highlighted Sirio's exceptional skills, it omitted his past. Your Highness, Sirios elegantly bowed, while Arya merely greeted him with a casual hello, Joff. No need for such formality. What is the name of this swordplay? Joffrey inquired, captivated by the novelty of the technique, sensing it was more intricate than it appeared. Your Highness, this style is known as the water dance, Sirios replied. Water dance? A splendid name. Could you teach it to me? I'm quite interested, Joffrey expressed eagerly. It would be my honor, Sirios responded, readily tossing a wooden sword to Joffrey, despite Arya's sulky pout of discontent. Although the water dance was a closely guarded secret of the Bravosi water dancers, Sirios doubted the prince would master it easily. As they took their stances to practice, Joffrey's keen gaze observed Sirios' every move, his mental acuity surpassing the ordinary due to the merging of two souls. He could effortlessly attune himself to the surrounding environment. Mirroring Sirios' movements, Joffrey's technique began to align with that of his mentor. Suddenly, Sirios narrowed his eyes, targeting the fragile points of their wooden swords, and with a swift motion, both swords shattered with a crisp crack. My prince, it appears my swordsmanship may not be suited for you, Sirios remarked. Joffrey chuckled, unfazed, and bid farewell to the pair as he departed. His considerable strength favored a more brute force approach. Forsaking this advantage to practice such a light and airy technique seemed counterproductive. Master, is it because Joffrey is not as skilled as I that you choose not to teach him? Arya questioned, her face beaming with a mischievous grin. Sirios, uncharacteristically smiling, turned to Arya. No, your Highness possesses a talent I have seldom encountered. He can assimilate techniques from others in mere moments and apply them seamlessly. But what about earlier? Arya tilted her head in confusion, perpetually baffled by Sirios' enigmatic speech. The practice of swordplay reflects the nature of the practitioner. One style reveals much about their character. The water dance we train in is derived from the fluidity of water, emphasizing the harmony of offense and defense. The offense as a tempestuous wave, the defense as a gentle caress. Each aspect, yin and yang, complements the other, Sirios explained earnestly. Yet the prince's swordplay is solely offensive, devoid of defense. When the balance of yin and yang is disrupted, the yang shall inevitably decline. I sense the darkness within him, a shadow that none dare to touch. Such individuals are rare, yet they are invariably exceptional in their own right. The last time I encountered someone of this caliber was a decade ago. As I departed Bravos to wander the world, upon reaching Karth, I met him. He sought to recruit me onto his ship, but I declined. Sirios fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in recollection. I remember him vividly. His skin was pale, his features strikingly handsome, and his physique tall and robust. With long black hair cascading to his shoulders and a beard to match, he wore an eye patch over his left eye, while his right eye gleamed a brilliant blue, akin to a gemstone. His lips mirrored the hue of his right eye. Whenever he entered battle, he would succumb to a frenzied and bloodthirsty state, fervently proclaiming, "The dead do not die. They shall rise again, and with greater ferocity," a phrase often uttered by the followers of the drowned god. Who was that man? Unlike her sister Sansa Stark, Arya Stark possesses the wild, untamed blood of the direwolf coursing through her veins, and she is ever attentive to the words that evoke images of rangers and heroes. The name Euron Greyjoy elicits a fleeting glance from Theon, his lips pressed together in a barely discernible manner, suggesting that the relationship between him and Euron Greyjoy is far more intricate than he professes. Chapter 14, The Tournament. As the tournament commenced as scheduled, throngs of people poured into the arena. While the tournament might seem an extravagant display for the royal family, the townsfolk yearned for such events to occur daily. Amidst the chaos that enveloped the city, the swiftly filling coffers were a clear testament to the excitement. The tavern owner counted coins until his fingers cramped, The madam of the brothel wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, and even the destitute minstrel found himself receiving generous tips from various knights. Sansa and the steward's daughter, Jane, quickly located the seats prepared for them by Eddard. Sansa had especially requested a position closer to the front, eager to admire the dashing knights up close. On this day, she adorned herself in a resplendent red gown, which hugged her form and accentuated her burgeoning figure. Initially, she had desired to wear a green dress, believing it would beautifully complement her chestnut hair. However, a few days prior, when Joffrey had taken her for a stroll, she noticed the prince's fondness for red attire, as she wished to appear harmonious alongside him. Navigating through the surging crowd, they soon secured their places in the front row, the most coveted seats in the audience. Upon settling in, Sansa observed a strikingly beautiful girl sitting to her left, seemingly of a similar age. They exchanged glances, and Sansa noted the girl's gentle eyes and cascading brown curls, her fair skin and exquisite features exuding an air of elegance that spoke of noble lineage. "Hello, I am Margaery Tyrell. A pleasure to meet you," she said, her sweet and bashful smile revealing charming dimples. "Hello, I'm Sansa Stark." Sansa mused to herself, realizing that she was indeed in the presence of a member of House Tyrell from Highgarden, and found her breathtakingly lovely. "I've heard you are to wed Prince Joffrey. I envy you," Margaery continued. "I have heard he is not only strikingly handsome, but also quite amiable." Margaery Tyrell, possessing both beauty and the gift of conversation, quickly endeared herself to Sansa with her sweet words. "Well, it's all right," Sansa replied, her heart fluttering at the flattery. Though she maintained the decorum expected of a duke's daughter, her lips betraying her delight with an involuntary smile. Her thoughts wandered to Joffrey's handsome visage, recalling that he had mentioned attending the tournament, though he had insisted she keep it a secret, which she found rather curious. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat interrupted her reverie, followed closely by the blaring of horns. She nestled closer to Margaery as the knights were about to make their entrance. Indeed, following the drum roll, the knights began to parade into the arena. Sansa Stark widened her eyes, fearful of missing the grand entrance of any dashing knight. Knights, it seemed, were the most romantic profession in the realm of Westeros, their tales immortalized in countless ballads and legends. The common folk held a deep reverence for the knightly class, for to become a knight entailed anointing with holy oil and swearing oaths before the September to protect the weak and punish the wicked. Throughout the annals of Westerosi history, knights bore not only the responsibility and loyalty of guardianship, but also the romantic duty of protecting their beloved and their unwavering fidelity to love. Their stories were woven into songs that resonated through the ages. Leading the procession were the 7 Kingsguard, the epitome of knightly honor, capturing the gaze of all who beheld them. Clad in white armor and robes, wielding long swords, their capes billowed like snow in the wind. Among them, Ser Jaime Lannister stood apart, adorned in gilded armor, gripping a golden sword, his lion helm atop his head and a leather belt around his waist, exuding an imposing presence. Following closely was Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, towering over the crowd like a fearsome beast. Hailing from the noble house Clegane, his grandfather had once cared for the hounds of Lord Tywin Lannister, having saved the life of the Lord during a lion's attack, thus earning his knighthood, with the family sigil depicting 3 loyal hounds slaying a lion. Sansa spotted Ser Jorah Mormont, the Lord of Bear Island, loyal to House Stark, known as the Bronzeon. Legend spoke of the magic inscribed on his bronze armor, said to render him impervious to harm, a suit that had been passed down for millennia. Following Bronzeon were his 2 sons, Andar Mormont and Robert Mormont. Next, a bald knight strode through the throng, known as Ser Davos Seaworth. During the Greyjoy Rebellion, he had fought valiantly, the first to scale the walls of Pike with his flaming sword, earning him lasting praise. When Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, made his entrance, the young women in the audience raised their flowers high, calling his name in adoration, Loras Tyrell. Sansa gazed at Loras, then at Margaery, marveling at their striking resemblance. Loras, with his flowing brown curls and matching eyes that sparkled golden in the sunlight, donned the most exquisite armor, embellished with a rose emblem of Highgarden, and his cloak adorned with freshly picked fragrant blooms. He rode gracefully, waving to the audience, and bestowed a charming smile upon his friend, Renly Baratheon. The knights that followed were unfamiliar to Sansa, yet the Septa diligently pointed out their names and houses. Many were the sons of lesser noble families, and some were hired knights eager to partake in the spectacle. They hailed from Highgarden, the Riverlands, and even from distant Dorne. Jane's eyes sparkled when a lightning lord, Lord Beric Dondarrion of Blackhaven, passed by, and she exclaimed her desire to marry him. As the knights made their grand entrances, an array of colorful banners unfurled behind them, each emblem representing a noble family, fluttering in the breeze. Just when Sansa, along with the crowd, believed the procession had concluded, another knight unexpectedly emerged at the rear of the line. In stark contrast to his predecessors, this final knight appeared rather unremarkable. Sansa noted his worn armor, though well-maintained, wore the marks of time and rust. What piqued her curiosity was the sigil on his armor, the crowned stag of House Baratheon. She wondered how the Baratheons had fallen to such poverty. The man was tall and robust, lacking any attendants to carry his banner, which was unusual, as knights typically had squires to bear their flags. He hoisted the crowned stag banner over his left shoulder, wielding a massive war hammer in his right hand, which appeared exceedingly heavy. Thankfully, his steed was equally strong. Otherwise, it might have struggled to support the weight of his entire ensemble. The antlered, bifurcated helmet that adorned his head obscured his visage, invoking a sense of intrigue. It was not solely Sansa who was curious about his identity. Many spectators in attendance shared the same sentiment. This tournament featured a unique tradition, wherein several mysterious knights, their faces concealed, would emerge, adding an extra layer of suspense to the already grand event. Only by vanquishing these enigmatic figures could one unmask the visors that shielded their identities, a practice that delighted not only the nobility but also the common folk. However, amidst the collective curiosity, Barristan Selmy of the King's Guard suddenly cast a glance toward King Robert Baratheon, who was indulging in a hearty drink. He recognized the armor as belonging to Robert himself. Among those still alive who had participated in that fateful war, he was perhaps the most familiar with this particular suit of armor. The monumental strike on the Ruby Shores remained etched in his memory, a blow that not only felled Prince Rhaegar Targaryen of the former dynasty, but also extinguished the last vestiges of their lineage. Yet, who was the figure encased within the armor now? Barristan Selmy surmised it must be the king's former bodyguard, Ser Boros Blunt, and, observing the king's intense gaze upon the arena, he became increasingly convinced of this theory. Once all participants had entered, the herald began to elucidate the rules of the tournament. This tournament comprised two events. The first and most crucial was the joust with lances. Two knights, clad in armor and mounted on steeds, would charge headlong at each other, wielding specially crafted blunted lances to strike their opponent. The victor would be the one to dislodge their adversary from their mount. The format was a one-on-one elimination style. The second event involved team combat, where individual knights would strive for victory amidst a chaotic melee. As the drums and horns heralded the commencement of the first event, several competitors entered the arena in accordance with the established groups. The first to emerge was Ser Jorah Castle, the captain of Winterfell's guard. Sansa found his attire rather unadorned, a sentiment echoed by Maester Luwin with a nod. Nevertheless, Ser Jorah's prowess was exceptional. He triumphed over 3 opponents before narrowly succumbing to Ser Loras Tyrell. Following him was the husband chosen by Jane, Ser Barristan Lannister, who, upon entering, was met with enthusiastic cheers from Jane in the front row. He displayed remarkable valor, defeating 2 opponents in quick succession. Ultimately, however, he fell to his friend, the Red Priest, Ser Thuras, when his horse was startled by the latter's flaming sword. Notably, as he exited the arena in defeat, he gifted a necklace bearing a lightning emblem to Jane, kissing the back of her hand, which sent her into a near swoon of excitement. Next to take the field was the Mountain, Ser Gregor Clegane, facing off against Ser Huv, trembling with anxiety. Huv mounted his horse, his legs quaking uncontrollably. He had merely wished to make an appearance at the tournament, yet unexpectedly found himself pitted against the formidable beast that was the Mountain. Summoning all his courage, he grasped the blunted lance, acutely aware that, while it was designed to be non-lethal, the prospect of facing such a monstrous opponent sent his heart racing. As the signal to commence sounded, he caught sight of the flower girl he adored seated in the audience, her eyes sparkling as they met his. He waved to her, inhaled deeply, puffed out his chest, and attempted to project an air of ferocity as he advanced toward the fluttering banners. "My Lord Stark, the man opposite the Mountain is none other than the former steward of the Old Hand," remarked Peter Baelish, his eyes lighting up as he sat beside Eddard Stark. He pointed out that Huv bore a striking resemblance to someone who might possess knowledge of the circumstances surrounding Lord Jon Arryn's demise. Eddard turned to follow Peter's gaze. Outwardly, Huv appeared unremarkable. Meanwhile, Ser Gregor Clegane entered the arena, his towering frame resembling a mountain itself, exuding an oppressive presence that weighed heavily upon his adversaries. Eddard's gaze remained fixed upon the Mountain, a flicker of anger igniting within him. This knight was one he held in contempt, as Gregor's heinous deeds transcended mere infamy. Years prior, he had implored Robert to have this man executed, yet Robert, considering the Lannister family's stance, had released him. "My Lord Stark, once this tournament concludes, let us seek out Hove for clarity," suggested Peter. "Then we shall await the end." As the second drumbeat echoed, the combat commenced. Ser Gregor surged forward, squeezing his horse's flanks, initiating the charge. Hove, paralyzed by trepidation, was a beat behind, gritting his teeth and pursuing closely. He watched as the mountain's speed accelerated, the distance between them swiftly diminishing. Hove felt as though he could hear the thunderous rhythm of the mountain's heart pounding with intensity. Closer and closer they drew. With a sudden thrust of his lance, the two weapons collided, and Hove was struck by a force akin to a meteor, sending him careening from his mount. As he hit the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and excruciating pain coursed through his body, nearly rendering him unconscious. Initially, he dismissed the sensation, but soon felt a dampness upon his face. Could it be that wretched horse had urinated upon him? Yet almost immediately, a sharp pain pierced his throat. Then, he heard a distant gasp from the audience, a cry of alarm that he recognized as belonging to his beloved. He began to struggle for breath, the realization dawning upon him that the moisture on his face was his own blood. Gradually, the once thundering heartbeat that he had mistaken for the mountains began to fade, its rhythm calming to a hush. He understood now. It was not the mountain's heartbeat he had heard, but the quivering of his own cowardly heart. Witnessing this brutal scene, Eddard Stark sprang to his feet. What he beheld was not merely the tragic demise of a knight. This man was a potential witness to the truth he sought. Just as he prepared to inquire further, the unexpected death had occurred. Eddard stared blankly at Hove's lifeless body, instinctively sensing a dark undercurrent beyond his grasp. "My Lord Stark, at least we can ascertain that Jon Arryn did not perish from illness," Peter Baelish remarked, maintaining a smile, his demeanor curiously optimistic. In the stands, Sansa gasped at the splatter of blood, hastily covering her eyes, while Jane wailed in terror. In stark contrast, Arya Stark, seated behind them, widened her eyes, seemingly engrossed in the unfolding drama, the crimson blood quickening her pulse and igniting a fervor within her. The mountain's next opponent was the Knight of Flowers, Ser Loras Tyrell. Compared to the brutal and volatile mountain, the handsome and graceful Loras was decidedly more favored by the crowd. At that moment, the Knight of Flowers adorned a new set of armor, gleaming silver adorned with intricate, intertwining floral designs, and his white cloak had shed the vibrant colors and scents of blossoms, revealing the embroidered sigil of House Tyrell. During the joust, it seemed Ser Gregor's steed encountered an issue, allowing Loras Tyrell to easily unseat him. However, just as the Knight of Flowers dismounted to celebrate, the mountain seized a long sword from his squire and brutally severed the neck of his steed, blood gushing forth. Yet, even after slaying the horse, he did not relent. Enraged, he charged towards the Knight of Flowers, prompting Loras Tyrell to hastily turn back at the urging of those around him. The mountain's assault had already arrived. The razor-sharp sword swung mercilessly towards Loras, who could only strive to evade. The blade grazed the armor on his arm and struck the railing in front of the audience, eliciting a cacophony of screams. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Loras Tyrell furrowed his brow and seized the opportunity to draw his own longsword. The knight from Highgarden possessed formidable prowess and the fervor of youth. Observing the Knight of Flowers being ambushed by the mountain, Sansa, seated in the stands, did not flee but rather drew her sword, bravely charging towards the adversary. Watching the two knights, one vastly larger than the other, engage in a life-and-death struggle, her heart instinctively ached for the Knight of Flowers. She desperately wished for someone to intervene in this seemingly uneven contest. To her astonishment, the Knight of Flowers exhibited unexpected skill, managing to hold his ground against the colossal beast. The two fought fiercely for numerous rounds until Gregor Clegane resorted to treachery, blinding Loras with sand and knocking him to the ground. Just as Gregor Clegane raised his sword to deliver a fatal blow to Loras, Sandor Clegane stepped forward, firmly blocking the mountain's attack and drawing him away from the fallen Loras Tyrell. "Brother, let me join you in this play." The mountain and the hound clashed repeatedly, neither able to claim victory, both bearing wounds. As the Knight of Flowers regained his footing, the mountain, filled with fury, cast aside his long sword and turned to exit the arena. "Your Majesty, how shall we determine the outcome of their confrontation?" The aging referee, lacking conviction, left the complex decision to the king. "Let us declare them evenly matched." "As you command, Your Majesty." Sir Gregor Clegane and Sir Loras Tyrell are deemed equals. Upon hearing the king's ruling, the mountain's rage intensified. Loras Tyrell first bowed to Sandor Clegane in gratitude, then saluted the king, expressing his respect for the monarch's impartiality. However, Loras remained oblivious to the sinister undertone of King Robert's smile as he sipped his red wine, inwardly contemplating the impending tears of the young knight. Master, why did the king declare them equals? It seems Sir Gregor Clegane had the upper hand, pondered a 10-year-old squire seated beside the old referee. In his eyes, the mountain had indeed dominated, nearly ending the Knight of Flowers' life. Child, trust in the king's judgment. I find him to be quite fair. But why? The seasoned referee gazed at his young apprentice, tilting his head towards the heavens, murmuring, because I am not the one fighting. He mused that the outcome mattered little to him, as he was not the one competing. The final pair to enter the arena were Joffrey and Ser Rebar Royce from the Vale. Just as Joffrey was about to step into the fray, a staff member halted him. My lord knight, may I inquire your name? A pseudonym will suffice. According to regulations, mysterious knights must have a temporary moniker. Rhoynar, Joffrey replied after a moment's contemplation. Chapter 15, the Team Tournament. In contrast to the first event of jousting, the team tournament truly tested the collective combat prowess of the knights, as they were required to engage in continuous battle during a chaotic melee, often defeating multiple opponents at once. As the drums beat urgently, the competitors entered the arena. Compared to the first event, the second featured notably fewer participants. The first to present was Ser Loras Tyrell, clad in a flowing red robe that billowed dramatically in the wind. Wielding a flaming sword, he charged into the arena with formidable presence, prompting gasps from the audience, who fixated on him, for while tales of the flaming sword were widespread, it was seldom seen in reality. The flaming sword was not only imposing in appearance, but also strikingly powerful, igniting the cloak of a hired knight during the initial clash, forcing the opponent to leap from the tournament grounds and roll in the mud several times to extinguish the flames. The Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, became the center of attention as he simultaneously battled two adversaries, his sword strikes swift and precise. When he chose to engage, he decisively incapacitated his foes. He first severed the vambrace from Ser Andar Royce's arm, then even managed to knock off Ser Hostertully's helm. Both fell before his might. Though Loras Tyrell longed for a duel with Ser Rebar Royce of House Royce, regrettably thwarted as Rebar had been eliminated by the mysterious knight, Rhoynar, during the jousting event. At that moment, Joffrey Baratheon also swept through several opponents with ease. The double-towered sigil indicated they were members of House Fry. After catching his breath for a moment, he straightened up, donning a double-pronged antler helm and the regal stag armor of House Baratheon, charging directly at the seemingly contemplative Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. His steps were steady and powerful, swinging his heavy war hammer, causing knights in his path to hastily flee, clearing a path. Who had witnessed such a spectacle? To be struck by that war hammer could very well result in immediate demise. Observing this scene, King Robert's bleary eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. He gripped his goblet tightly, transfixed by the sight of his invincible son. While maintaining a facade of calm, he internally cheered, Joffrey, my son, go forth. Remind those who have forgotten their subservience what the indomitable house Baratheon truly represents. Loras Tyrell, having triumphed over two opponents, was clearly fatigued. As he beheld Joffrey charging towards him like a ferocious, rampaging bull, he felt somewhat disoriented. He thought, who are you, brother? What enmity exists between us? In an instant, he even feared that the mountain had returned to ambush him once more. As Joffrey bore down upon him, Loras realized he had no escape, hastily raising his sword to defend himself. Yet he severely underestimated his opponent's strength and his own waning stamina. The moment their weapons clashed, he recognized the gravity of his miscalculation, but it was too late. The vicious warhammer struck his hastily raised sword with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Loras Tyrell's sword was knocked from his grasp, soaring out of the arena. The elegant thorns and rose patterns on his chest plate shattered under the impact, fragments scattering in disarray. At that moment, several seasoned knights in attendance, who had experienced the war of the usurper, involuntarily rose to their feet, feeling as though a thunderclap had struck their hearts. Memories of the distant past surged forth, recalling the figure wielding a war hammer upon the ruby shore, surveying the world with disdain. Loras Tyrell felt as though he were soaring, watching helplessly as his body was hurled from the arena. Moments later, he crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, and the myriad of words swirling in his mind coalesced into a single exclamation, damn. Meanwhile, Joffrey maintained an air of calm detachment, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Yet, within the confines of his heart, he reveled in jubilant exultation. After all, as the saying goes, one should strike while the iron is hot. So, you lad, have been flirting with my Sansa, have you? This moment, indeed, was a preemptive strike from a victim, delivering a resounding blow to the golden-haired boy. Robert Baratheon, seated in the prominent position, was so invigorated that he sprang to his feet, waving his arms and exclaiming, "Well done!" His voice boomed loudly enough to draw the attention of the Queen of Thorns, who turned to look at him, and for a fleeting moment, Robert and she locked eyes. With his head held high, Robert proudly returned to his seat. Witnessing this divine spectacle, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Although it bore the semblance of an ambush, the ferocity was undeniable. By the seven, it seemed as though the very soul had been knocked from him. While the text mentioned that the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, was a known homosexual and possessed the remarkable skill of sword-swallowing, Joffrey harbored fears that this individual might, like the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell, possess bisexual tendencies. Thus, he deemed it prudent to rouse Loras's dormant spirit and instill a lasting lesson. Furthermore, Joffrey's advantage lay in the element of surprise. Under ordinary circumstances, he did not believe he could triumph over Loras in a one-on-one duel. At this moment, the red-robed Soros ceased his actions, having previously overlooked the fact that this enigmatic knight contained a potent energy resonating with that of the Lord of Light. Upon recalling the name Lawler reported at the start of the joust, Soros eagerly addressed the mysterious knight with a fervent long night, dark. When met with silence, he blinked in confusion, unwilling to relent, and shouted once more, "Long night, dark." Yet still, there was no response, and the knights on the field grew increasingly agitated by Soros's relentless probing, with Ser Jane Meryn even contemplating delivering a strike. They collectively thought, "You old fool, can't you respect our tournament? This is sacred ground of the Seven. Were it not for the progress of our times, you would have been tied to a stake and burned for your heresy long ago." Perhaps weary of the incessant interruptions, Joffrey finally retorted amidst his busy schedule. "Everywhere is fraught with danger." Soros then erupted into a maniacal laugh, raising his flaming sword as he chanted, "Long night, dark. Everywhere is fraught with danger. The Lord of Light has descended, and illumination is restored." Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, he twirled in his red robe and danced off the jousting platform. Eddard Stark, having not yet witnessed the end of the tournament, left his seat, convinced that Joffrey, possessing the same innate strength as Robert, was assured victory. Those who had never beheld the might of this power would never truly comprehend it. Now, he needed to investigate the places Old Jon had frequented, searching for any crucial clues. Eddard Stark accompanied Jory Castle, and together they prepared to visit the brothel often frequented by Old Jon and Stannis. As Eddard found their visits rather peculiar, sensing undiscovered matters at play. However, en route, he was halted by a frail child who gestured for him to follow. After a moment's hesitation, Eddard decided to trail the child. Time passed, and Eddard entered a dark, narrow room. A solitary candle flickered on a table, casting a faint glow upon a bald man clad in a voluminous robe who sat with his back to them. The candlelight gleamed off his smooth head, illuminating the entire chamber. In that instant, Eddard Stark felt as though he beheld the radiance of the sun. "Lord Varys, I wonder if you summoned me for a particular purpose?" Eddard recognized the spymaster of the realm, Varys. "Lord Stark, I have come to forge an alliance with you." Varys replied slowly, turning to reveal a slight smile. Before Eddard could fully process this, Varys's next statement startled him. Fortunately, His Majesty did not participate in the melee. The Lannisters were preparing to eliminate him in what would appear to be an unfortunate accident. "Why did you not inform the king sooner?" "Forgive me, Lord Stark. The life of a spider is fragile, easily extinguished with a mere misstep." Varys's round face appeared somewhat sinister in the candlelight as he spoke. "Lord Stark, from my observations, you are the king's true friend, the only one who genuinely cares for him." Eddard regarded Varys, suddenly recalling the words of Ser Pycelle, who had warned him not to trust spiders. However, Eddard had yet to uncover the truth behind the death of the former hand, Jon Arryn. He remained resolute. Even the faintest possibility warranted investigation. "Varys, do you know how Jon Arryn met his end?" Eddard inquired, unsure if he would receive an answer. "I was wondering when you would pose that question." Varys straightened his posture, trimming the candlewick to enhance the flame's brightness. "Were you aware, Lord Stark, that everyone assumed the former hand succumbed to a sudden illness? Yet, few realized he perished from a poison known across the narrow sea, called Tears of Lys." "Tears of Lys?" "Indeed, Tears of Lys is an exceedingly rare and costly poison, colorless and tasteless, manifesting symptoms akin to acute gastroenteritis. Even the most skilled scholars of Westeros would struggle to identify it. Only experienced alchemists from across the narrow sea could discern its presence. Listening to Varys' confident assertions, Eddard Stark fell into a long silence. He believed him, despite Ser Pycel's warnings against trusting Varys. He had provided too much detailed information without any apparent flaw. If Varys sought to deceive him, his cunning would hardly allow for such a meticulously crafted lie. Lord Stark, I strongly suspect that the former hand squire, Lancel, conspired with the Lannisters to administer the poison. Eddard nodded, finding Varys' reasoning compelling. Recently, Lancel had been slain by Gregor Clegane during the tournament, which undoubtedly intensified the Lannisters' culpability in Eddard's eyes, an act of silencing, perhaps. Varys observed Eddard Stark, who had sunk into contemplation, remaining silent. Once Eddard regained his focus and turned to him, Varys spoke with measured precision. Lord Stark, I've said my piece. Should you wish to collaborate with me, walk around this vicinity. Someone will reach out to you. I sincerely hope you can navigate this political maelstrom and survive. Take care. With that, Varys donned the hood of his cloak and departed. Varys, whose side are you truly on? Eddard called out, just as Varys reached the door. Varys slowly turned back, a hint of imperceptible compassion flickering in his violet eyes. Lord Stark, there exists a certain type of individual who, despite being perpetually mired in the darkness and muck of the lowest strata of society, harbors an inner luminosity. They toil tirelessly throughout their lives, yet are unable to reap even half of the fruits of their labor. These individuals prop up the extravagant lifestyles of the upper echelons, while they themselves struggle to meet their basic sustenance needs. Lord Stark, such individuals are known as the people. If you truly seek an answer, I can tell you that I stand with the people. I am forever on the side of the vast majority. Peace is my aspiration, and stability is my fervent hope. Lord Stark, do not forget the blood-soaked history of the Targaryen dynasty, for even the weakest among us can wield the power to slay dragons when united. Chapter 16. The true dragon fears, not the flame. In King's Landing, at the tournament, the raucous crowd, the neighing steeds, the knights charging with lances raised, the fluttering banners, and the thunderous war drums. All these elements converge to ignite the long-dormant heart of His Grace, King Robert Baratheon. With a goblet in his left hand and his right arm raised in fervent cheer, he reveled in the grand spectacle. This exuberance, however, irked the queen, Cersei Lannister, who sat beside him. Casting him a disdainful glance, she promptly departed. Upon witnessing Cersei's exit, Robert seemed even more exhilarated, summoning his good friend Eddard Stark from a distance to occupy the queen's vacated seat. Eddard, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, found it difficult to refuse his brother-in-arms, and thus sat there resignedly, as Robert treated him as though he were his queen. By the time Eddard Stark parted ways with Varys, the tournament was drawing to a close. Only 2 knights remained in the field. The infamous Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, and the mysterious knight, Ser Loras Tyrell, who had yet to be bested throughout the competition. The already tense atmosphere of the tournament grew even more formidable as the 2 warriors locked eyes. With a fierce glint in his gaze, the Mountain let out a bone-chilling roar and charged at his opponent, sword in hand. His formidable frame stirred the air, the iron plates of his bloodied armor clanging together with a sharp resonance. Joffrey, observing the Mountain barreling towards him like a small hill, felt a twisted thrill rather than fear. Gripping his war hammer tightly, he rushed forward to meet the oncoming force. As they drew near, Joffrey swung his hammer with all his might, sending forth a scorching wave of power that struck the Mountain's massive sword. The resounding clash echoed through the arena, prompting the audience to instinctively cover their ears and shut their eyes, reminiscent of the century-old ballad, The Anvil and the Hammer. Neither Joffrey nor the Mountain yielded an inch, their brutish exchanges continuing for dozens of strikes without determining a victor. Yet, it soon became apparent that the Mountain's breath was growing labored. Though his physique was imposing, his strength was clearly waning in comparison to Joffrey's. After their initial exchange, the Mountain felt his hands nearly fracture from the impact and realizing the dire situation. He scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision, preparing to engage in a drawn-out battle. However, as he slightly shifted his stance, Joffrey's eyes glimmered with a predatory intensity, thinking, just what I was waiting for. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed another powerful blow, this time crashing down upon the Mountain's left arm. The sound of armor shattering was followed by a spurt of blood that cascaded down the Mountain's arm and pooled upon the ground. The Mountain let out a pained cry, staggering momentarily, nearly collapsing. Nevertheless, his immense stature and resilience allowed him to withstand the grievous wound. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he leaned heavily on his sword to regain his footing. Thick, viscous blood splattered onto Joffrey's antiquated staghorn helm, the droplets trickling down to his nose. Joffrey could hear a booming sound in his ears. It was the rhythm of his own heartbeat, accelerating rapidly, growing faster and faster. His pupils dilated, revealing fiery patterns, while his mind began to swirl in a haze. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. Beneath the staghorn helm, a sinister grin crept across Joffrey's face, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He raised his war hammer once more, swinging it with a force that surpassed his previous strikes. Although the mountain reacted instantly, his injured left arm rendered him unable to lift his weapon effectively. He could only meet the blow with one hand, but it was no longer sufficient to defend himself. At the moment their weapons collided, the mountain's right hand was shattered, blood gushing forth. In rapid succession, Joffrey continued to rain down blows, each one crashing onto the mountain's shoulder, eliciting anguished screams from his foe. The sheer intensity of the pain threatened to send the mountain into unconsciousness. Ha ha ha! Seeing his opponents decline, Joffrey's lips curled into a wide grin as he laughed maniacally, a sight that struck terror into the heart of the mountain. What do you plan to do, you monster? Joffrey's laughter rang out, only to be interrupted by the mountain's horrified cries. After a fit of laughter, Joffrey discarded his hammer and pressed his foot firmly onto the mountain's broad chest, binding the brute's left arm with both hands. With a sudden surge of strength, he attempted to wrench the mountain's arm from its socket, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the mountain's agonizing screams echoing in the air. The blood sprayed like rain, staining Joffrey's helm crimson, cascading down from the sharp antlers to his lower guard. What a delight! Amidst the howling winds, Joffrey stood surrounded by a deluge of blood, his laughter echoing like that of a blood-soaked demon. Like a dark lord descended from the heavens, he embodied the very spirit of malice. The spectators, stunned by the hellish spectacle, were left aghast at the sight of the once mighty Ser Gregor Clegane being utterly overwhelmed, his life hanging by a thread. Ser Loras, the Knight of Flowers, swallowed hard, reflecting on his own narrow escape from death at Joffrey's hands, feeling incredibly fortunate. Even Robert, though seasoned by war and having taken many lives, had seldom witnessed such carnage. His son Joffrey, still a youth, exhibited such bloodlust and madness. Watching Joffrey amidst the bloodshed, Robert was reminded of the infamous Baratheon patriarch, known for his laughter, Storm Lord Leon Baratheon. Steady your mind. Do not become a slave to the Night Lion. In that moment, a voice, both commanding and benevolent, resonated through the air. Joffrey felt as though a refreshing stream coursed through his mind, shaking his head to clear the fog of bloodlust. Gradually, his heartbeat began to steady. He lowered his gaze to the writhing Ser Gregor Clegane beneath him, as well as the mountain's sturdy arm he was still grasping. He released his grip, stumbling back a half-step, momentarily lost and disoriented, wondering, did I truly do all of this? Shaking his head, the patterns in his vision flickered erratically, his state fluctuating between clarity and bloodthirst. Seizing the opportunity, the mountain summoned what little strength remained, pressing his right hand against his dangling left arm. Filled with terror and pain, and began to retreat. His blood flowed freely, staining the ground a deep crimson, the potent scent of iron saturating the air, almost suffocating those nearby. At that moment, Joffrey's erratic gaze was suddenly drawn to the crimson stain upon the arm of the mountain, and the flames of fury reignited within his eyes. With a somewhat stiffened hand, he gradually lifted his war hammer and pursued the fleeing Gregor Clegane. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, the escaping Gregor turned his head with great rigidity, aware that the monster had no intention of letting him go. As he turned, he beheld a hammer magnifying in his vision. He could even see the ominous bloodlight flickering upon its surface. With a thunderous crash, a powerful strike was delivered from below, landing squarely against Gregor Clegane's chest, shattering his heavy armor into fragments. The massive body of Gregor soared into the air like a kite severed from its string, tumbling several times before crashing violently to the ground. His chest caved in nearly completely, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. An excruciating pain made it nearly impossible for him to breathe. As Gregor fell, his tumbling form inadvertently knocked over a burning torch situated at the corner of the arena. The mountain watched in utter despair as the iron frame and its pot of boiling oil toppled down. Despite his desperate efforts to rise, he found himself too weak to evade, with no time to escape. In the next moment, scalding oil drenched him, igniting a fierce inferno. He shrieked and howled as the flames spread along the oil, quickly engulfing Joffrey's feet, igniting the hem of his armor, and within the blink of an eye, the fire consumed his entire being. Yet, even as his body was ablaze, Joffrey felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, he perceived the flames as an integral part of himself. warm and comforting. Encased in this fiery embrace, he finally felt truly awakened. He began to recall the voice that had roused him from his bloodthirsty state. King Robert Baratheon, seated in the royal box, suddenly displayed a look of frantic urgency. Disregarding the puzzled gazes of those around him and his own swaying belly as he hurriedly strode down to the tournament grounds. "Bring me water. Quickly. Pycelle. Pycelle. Where the hell have you gone? Come here at once." Originally indifferent, Cersei Lannister suddenly became aware of the gravity of the situation as she watched Robert's frantic movements. "Robert, you fool. How could you let my son participate in this tournament?" Cersei was filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. She cherished her precious son, fearing for his safety every moment. Now, Robert had dared to thrust him into such a perilous contest. In the front row, Sansa Stark was overwhelmed with turmoil. Ignoring her companion Jaime's protests, she vaulted over the railing of the spectator's stand, rushing towards Joffrey without a care for her image. Behind her, her sister Arya Stark gaped in astonishment, bewildered by her lady sister's sudden boldness. In an instant, the stands descended into chaos. That mysterious knight is actually the prince. No wonder he is the prince. He is as formidable as the king was in his youth. The king? The one with the potbelly? Don't speak nonsense. His Majesty was quite handsome in his youth. If I were a woman, I would have married him. Brother, let's make money together. Sandor Clegane intended to advance, but upon witnessing the raging flames, he recoiled in terror, retreating several steps. Once the flames were extinguished and the crowd hastily removed Joffrey's bloodied armor. Tearing away the inner lining, they found that, in stark contrast to the severely burned and moaning Ser Gregor Clegane, the prince's fair skin remained completely unscathed. "Pycelle, what is this?" Robert furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the situation. So many had witnessed his son engulfed in flames, yet Joffrey emerged without a single hair singed. "Your Majesty, you must not forget that your grandmother, Princess Rhaella Targaryen, hails from the Targaryen line. Thus the prince possesses a measure of true dragon blood within him. According to ancient legends, true dragon blood harbors immense magical power, capable of leading one to glory or plunging one into madness," remarked Grand Maester Pycelle, stroking his grizzled beard with an air of profundity. Upon hearing this, Queen Cersei Lannister's brow furrowed in sudden concern, retreating behind the crowd. She cast a bewildered glance at her brother Jaime Lannister, who appeared equally confounded, exchanging a moment of questioning eye contact before shaking his head. Standing beside King Robert, Eddard Stark also furrowed his brow, sensing a fleeting spark of inspiration in his mind that he could not grasp. "You old fool, after all this rambling, just tell me plainly why my son was unharmed by fire." Robert Baratheon grew impatient with those who cloaked their words in mystery. "Just state it clearly." "Because..." Grand Maester Pycelle turned to Joffrey Baratheon, gazing earnestly into his green eyes. "True dragons are not afraid of fire. True dragons are not afraid of fire." Joffrey silently echoed in his mind. "True dragons are not afraid of fire." Daenerys reflected upon the words that Ser Willem Darry had once imparted to her, her fingers rippling the water in the bath, creating layers of gentle ripples. Ever since childhood, she had relished bathing in scalding hot water, the high temperature enveloping the room in a wave of heat, a warmth so intense that even her brother Viserys Targaryen dared not approach. She caressed her slightly rounded belly, murmuring, "Rego, my son, I feel your breath, your movements. Your strong legs kick with such vigor." Sensing the water's temperature dropping, Daenerys rose from the expansive bath, droplets cascading down her nearly flawless form, enveloped in a veil of steaming warmth. She slowly made her way to the inner chamber, using a soft towel to dry her body. Feeling a slight chill, she approached the bed and buried herself in the plush-down blankets. Daenerys cradled the cool dragon egg in her arms, gently drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she was blissfully unaware, lost in ecstasy. She envisioned residing in a grand house of deep crimson, constructed of massive red bricks. The entrance was adorned with red paint, and her own room overflowed with vibrant flowers. Breathing in the rich floral aroma, she listened to the joyful chirping of birds and the buzzing of cicadas outside her window, her smile radiant. Suddenly, she recalled that this was her home in Braavos. She strolled to the window, opening the golden oak frame, and in an instant, a vibrant scene unfolded before her. A flourishing lemon tree caught her eye, its boughs laden with fruit swaying in the breeze. A shimmering stream flowed beneath the tree, washing over the smooth pebbles along the green fields. Beneath the tree stood a tall, handsome man with silver hair and violet eyes, who raised his gaze to meet Daenerys, greeting her with a quizzical tilt of his head and affectionately calling her Dany. Daenerys had never encountered this man, yet inexplicably, his name surfaced in her memory, Rhaegar Targaryen, her elder brother and the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. However, the name Dany was known only to her younger brother Viserys Targaryen, for she had been born amidst the storm long after Rhaegar had perished in the war of usurpers instigated by rebels. As the thought arose within her, the scene before her suddenly transformed into a phantasmagoria. The lemon trees and the brook in her mind magnified incessantly, swelling until she could discern the glimmering scales of the small fish reflecting the sunlight as they swam. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept past, and her reverie shattered. Perhaps it was due to her contemplation of the dream's contents that she remained oblivious to the gradual warming of the dragon egg cradled in her arms, its icy chill transforming into a gentle heat. Chapter 17. The crisis emerges. The storm is brewing. Cersei Lannister stood by the window of the tower, gazing down at the empty space below, where her eldest son, Joffrey, was engaged in a tender exchange with Sansa Stark. An involuntary wave of irritation surged within her as she recalled the prophecy she had heard in her childhood from the witch, the toad-like sorceress. Despite her deep reluctance to believe it, the earliest prophecies had all come to pass, including the untimely death of her childhood friend, Myrcella Hightower, her unfulfilled infatuation with Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and her impending marriage to the king, which foretold that they would have children, 16 belonging to him and 3 to her. Now, only 2 prophecies remained unfulfilled. In the days to come, you shall be a mother to the realm, until another woman arrives. She will be younger and more beautiful than you, destined to usurp you and seize all that you hold dear. Your 3 children shall wear crowns of gold and be wrapped in shrouds of gold. One day, when you are submerged in tears, your own brother shall strangle the life from your pale neck. Cersei Lannister mused with certainty that the one destined to kill her was none other than Tyrion Lannister, the monster of a dwarf who had caused her mother's death at birth. And now, as she beheld the youthful beauty of Sansa Stark, she could not shake the feeling that the young woman meant to take her place in the prophecy. Her heart raced with alarm. Cersei Lannister was a woman of profound control, her love for her son Joffrey bordering on pathological, imbued with an intense desire for dominance. With this thought, her slender hands gripped the windowsill tightly as she sensed her beloved son being torn away from her grasp. Cersei, plagued by a delusion of persecution since childhood, had once pushed a playmate into a well to drown her after they had both heard the prophecy. How tragic it was that her dear friend Myrcella had innocently inquired whether she would marry Jaime Lannister. Now, Cersei's envious gaze was fixed upon Sansa Stark, her eyes brimming with venomous intent, as though she wished to slay her on the spot. Moreover, Joffrey was increasingly defiant, and she feared that one day he would banish her entirely. Preparations for the future were in order. In the Vale within the Eyrie, the Sky Prison was a place where significant criminals were held, not a common dungeon, but rather a structure precariously perched on the edge of a cliff. Its floor sloped downward slightly, with each cell varying in its degree of incline, yet all shared the trait of being enclosed on 3 sides, leaving one side exposed to the frigid air of the heights. Those within were at constant risk of plummeting into the abyss below. Tyrion Lannister awoke abruptly from a dream in which he possessed a human face, a lion's body, and the wings of a dragon. He pondered, did I not always have a human visage? Before he could contemplate the dream's meaning further, he turned to find himself perilously close to the precipice of the Sky Prison. Damn Starks! He sneezed, cursing under his breath. With sleep eluding him, Tyrion immediately sat up, devising an escape plan. His mismatched eyes blinked furiously, his golden hair billowing in the breeze. Yet after much contemplation, he realized there was but one path before him, trial by combat. More. He called for the jailer. In King's Landing, at the Hands Tower. Just moments ago, the Night's Watchman, Euron, had stealthily approached the Hands Tower to report to Eddard Stark that Catelyn Tully had abducted Tyrion Lannister at the inn at the crossroads. Eddard felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his heart. This was disastrous. He mused that capturing Tyrion at this juncture would only exacerbate the conflict between the Starks and the Lannisters. Jory, my lord, did you call for me? Quickly gather the men. We must return to Winterfell at once. At once. Eddard Stark prepared for the worst, knowing that despite Tywin Lannister's disdain for his dwarf son, he would be compelled to act for the sake of the Lannister family's honor and reputation. If his own son were captured and he did not retaliate, Tywin would surely be mocked as a laughingstock. The situation was far too complex. It was prudent to return to Winterfell. Just as Eddard Stark was about to gather his belongings and depart, he was informed by the Grand Maester that the king required an urgent meeting with the Hand. With a sense of confusion, Eddard stepped into the council chamber. He scanned the room to gauge the reactions of those present. He noticed Maester Pycelle with his eyes shut, dozing, while Lancel sat in his chair, sniffing his collar as if it bore a floral scent. The The master of whisperers, Varys, and the master of coin, Petyr Baelish, were engaged in hushed conversation. Seated at the head of the table, King Robert Baratheon squinted, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the arm of his chair, lost in thought. "My Lord Hand, you are late. We were just discussing how to eliminate those 2 Targaryens, considering the girl is already with child." Eddard Stark entered just in time to hear Petyr Baelish's words, and he recognized the warning embedded in them. "What? Your Majesty, I believe." Eddard Stark's immediate instinct was to prevent Robert from taking such a dishonorable course of action as to kill a child. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should let them go?" Eddard's counsel only provoked the king's ire. "I have long stated that those 2 bastards could spread their legs across the narrow sea and produce a horde of little Targaryens. Within 10 years, they would return with an army. Your Grace, your dynasty is as solid as a mountain and will not be easily shaken. Besides, they are merely children." Listening to Robert's bombastic rhetoric, Eddard felt a profound sense of disbelief. He thought to himself, "Good heavens, do you believe they are laying eggs here? If it were so simple to amass an army in 10 years, the Targaryens would not have fallen from power. What do you know? Do you need them to come knocking at your door before you awaken to the truth?" Robert roared, his increasingly corpulent and aging frame growing more cowardly with each passing day, fearing that his children might suffer the same fate as Rhaegar Targaryen's offspring, brutally slain before his eyes. "Can you truly bear to kill a child of merely 10 years? She has scarcely glimpsed the world of the Targaryens. And you would condemn her to death?" Eddard Stark implored. "Please, Robert, this is an act of child murder. That bastard is with child. Do you understand? That bastard is with child. But the offspring need not necessarily be a boy. You fool. It matters not whether a boy or a girl is born. That spawn of the dragon will undoubtedly return. As my hand, you are to devise a plan for their elimination, be it poison or blade. You must ensure they are dispatched. Robert, listen to me. I ask you, did we not rise against the mad King Aerys Targaryen to prevent him from slaughtering children? Have you forgotten? You have forgotten all." Eddard Stark, uncharacteristically enraged, recognized that Robert had changed. They had once joined forces to vanquish the malevolent dragon. Yet a decade later, Eddard Stark was jolted by the realization that his erstwhile valiant comrade had gradually developed dragon scales. The assembled company rallied behind His Majesty the King, meticulously contemplating the means of assassination. Only Ser Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard spoke in defense of Eddard Stark, vehemently opposing the notion of slaying a child. Amidst the clamor of discourse, King Robert Baratheon unexpectedly closed his eyes, retreating into silence. Eddard Stark, upon witnessing this behavior, was incensed. From his youth, when Eddard was under the tutelage of his foster father Jon Arryn and first acquainted with Robert Baratheon, he had recognized this disconcerting habit of Robert's. Whenever Robert found himself in a precarious position, he would simply fall silent, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. "Robert, I'm speaking to you. Do not feign death before me. I am a king. You insolent wretch, who permitted you to address the king in such a manner. Pack your belongings and return to Winterfell at once. I never wish to see you again." Robert, his face flushed, hurled invectives at Eddard Stark, feeling the sting of truth in Eddard's words, his anger mounting. Yet, he was the king, emboldened by his position. It was a lamentable fate for the realm to have a king such as him. Eddard Stark was truly enraged, unable to tolerate Robert's callousness, and he cast aside the badge representing the king's authority before turning to exit. "Begone!" Robert bellowed, secretly yearning to embrace Eddard Stark and plead for him to stay. However, as king, he could no longer humble himself as he once did to his dear brother. As Eddard Stark prepared to leave the council chamber, he turned his back to Robert Baratheon and spoke solemnly. "Robert, you have changed. You are no longer the ambitious Robert of our youth." In the tower of the Prime Minister, Eddard Stark hastily stuffed a chaotic assortment of items into a large chest, devoid of any semblance of order, his agitation palpable. "My Lord Prime Minister, perhaps I should assist you in your packing?" inquired the puzzled steward, Porridge, noting his master's unusual ire. "No need. I am no longer the Prime Minister. Please check if Jory has prepared the carriage," replied Eddard. However, just as Eddard Stark was readying himself for departure back to the north, he encountered the ever-watchful Petyr Baelish at the door. "Lord Stark, I have located the individual who frequents the brothels with Old Jon and Stannis. If you have a moment, perhaps you would accompany me?" Eddard Stark, unable to resist the fervent desire for answers, consented. To avoid suspicion, they took a circuitous route on horseback. Jory Castle led the way, halting at the destination to guard the entrance, while Petyr Baelish and Eddard Stark entered alone. Upon entering, Eddard discovered that Petyr had located Old Jon's former stable boy, who was fortunately still alive. Guided by this stable boy, they ventured into the depths of the brothel. ultimately finding the maiden often visited by old Jon and Stannis. Upon seeing the infant cradled in her arms, Eddard Stark's thoughts surged with clarity. He bent down to scrutinize the child's features, and after a considerable pause, he sighed deeply. As he had anticipated, the child possessed the signature black hair and blue eyes. Peter Baelish refrained from interrupting Eddard, instead turning to jest with several of the women, eliciting laughter from them. So that's what it means to have a resilient lineage. Eddard suddenly comprehended, whether it was the robust bull, Jandrai, he had seen at the smithy a few days prior, or this infant still in swaddling, both shared the same striking traits. This indicated that the physical characteristics of House Baratheon were more resilient than those of other families. And any offspring born of a Baratheon and a Lannister union would invariably have black hair and blue eyes. For a union between the robust Baratheons and the Lannisters could never yield a child with golden hair. Just as Eddard Stark confirmed the answer within himself and stepped out of the establishment, ready to return to Winterfell and devise a plan. A contingent of Lannister knights obstructed their path, led by the infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. Ah, is that not our noble and selfless Prime Minister? Jaime's handsome visage was adorned with mockery. Eddard, recognizing Jaime's provocative demeanor, realized that peace was unlikely to be achieved today. Having arrived in King's Landing with merely 50 guards, Eddard understood that even the Prime Minister could not bring an entourage of excessive numbers. Kingslayer, do not address me so casually, he retorted, addressing the hypocritical scoundrel. Your wife has abducted my brother. Is the honor of House Stark to be so readily dismissed? In an instant, Jaime drew his sword, followed by the resounding unsheathing of blades from dozens of gold cloaks. Observing the menacing scene, Peter Baelish wisely fled towards the Red Keep. In the next moment, the tension escalated dramatically. Eliminate his men, Jaime commanded coldly before turning to mount his horse and depart. Though Jaime harbored a desire to slay Eddard Stark, he understood that such an impulsive act would spell trouble for his own house. Thunder rumbled ominously as light rain began to fall. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of gold cloaks, Joffrey Castle and the 50 guards drew their swords, aware that death was imminent, yet resolved to make their opponents pay dearly. In a desperate struggle, Joffrey Castle and his companions formed a defensive circle, bravely resisting. The clash of swords filled the air with a cacophony of battle cries, and as the bloodlust spread, the rain intensified, turning the street into a river of crimson. Eddard Stark fought valiantly, cutting down 3 or 4 foes amidst the throng. Yet it proved futile. The gold cloaks vastly outnumbered them. Helplessly, he watched as his loyal comrades fell one by one. Lannisters, you scoundrels! Despite Joffrey's formidable skills, he was ultimately outmatched. He fell 5 of the enemy, but was struck in the left arm and then pierced in the thigh. Blood poured from his wounds, and he turned pale. Joffrey! Eddard cried, his heart shattered, as his horse was struck down, sending him crashing to the ground. Eddard felt a searing pain radiate from one of his legs, grievously injured. He could no longer discern which leg had been broken, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the street. Chapter 18, A Game of Thrones. Time flows relentlessly, night and day unceasing. The Tower of Joy, a circular edifice within Dorne, stands majestically at the Prince's Pass, north of the Red Mountains. Situated between the cities of Sunspear and the ancient tombs of kings. Beneath the towering structure, a young Eddard Stark wielded his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Ice, as he bravely engaged in battle. Among his companions were several, including his friend, Lord of Greywater Watch, and the commander of all the men of the Neck, Holland Reed, as well as the Earl of the Barrowlands and head of House Dustin, Lord William Dustin, and the squire of Eddard's older brother, Brandon Stark, Ethan Glover. The former captain of the Winterfell Guards, Martin Castle, brother of the current Captain Joffrey Castle, and known by the moniker the Barrel, was a member of House Hornwood, alongside his brother Hugo Hornwood. He was a close friend of Brandon Stark, as was Ser Mark Lacey, a knight of House Lacey. Together, they numbered 7. While their adversaries consisted of merely 3, yet they found themselves nearly powerless to resist. The 3 opponents were the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Gerald Hightower, known as the White Bull, the Kingsguard Ser Arthur Dayne of House Dayne, famed as the Sword of the Dawn, and Ser Oswell went of the Kingsguard. The scene was fragmented and chaotic, causing Eddard Stark to furrow his brow. The subsequent images shifted rapidly. He saw others nearly prostrate on the ground, devoid of life. His friend, Holland Reed, gripped a long sword in one hand and a short blade glowing with a green luminescence in the other, the hilt seemingly carved from fishmeal wood. Holland Reed was chanting strange and eerie rhymes, his eyes radiating a verdant glow, while birds circled above him in the sky. He valiantly held back the formidable captain of the Kingsguard, Gerald Hightower, yet had already been pierced by numerous swords, his body drenched in blood. The crimson liquid pooled upon the earth, but instead of soaking into the soil, it sank directly into the ground beneath. Meanwhile, Martin Castle and Eddard's ally, Ethan Glover, engaged in battle against the Sword of the Dawn, Arthur Dane, with an ominous predicament. Eddard Stark bowed his head, gazing at his blood-stained hands, and the lifeless body of Ser Oswell went at his feet. After a moment, he roared, charging forward with his Valyrian steel sword, Ice. The disordered scene shifted once more. Eddard now found himself in a chamber at the pinnacle of the Elysium Tower, where his gravely ill sister, Lyanna Stark, lay upon a blood-stained bed, cradling her newborn child. "Promise me, Ned. Promise me," Lyanna Stark implored, her voice frail and wavering. Eddard Stark felt his heart shatter at her repeated pleas. Tears streaming down his face, he watched as Lyanna earnestly uttered, "I promise you." With Eddard's vow, the vision abruptly blurred, fading into monochrome. A cacophony of voices filled his mind. Screams, shouts, chants, whispers, all blending into a tumultuous symphony. Ultimately, the recollections shattered like glass. Lying in a sick bed, Eddard Stark gradually opened his eyes, brushing away a crystalline tear that clung to the corner of his eye. For reasons unknown, he recalled a day from many years past, a day that seemed to belong to a distant past. Yet he felt the specters of all those present still entwined around him like gray phantoms. Their memories clung to him, continuously evoking buried recollections from the depths of his soul, as if to remind him not to forget them. Yet deep down, Eddard Stark understood that day was etched into his memory forever. In King's Landing, within the Prime Minister's chamber, Robert Baratheon exclaimed, "Ned, that old fool Pycelle gave you some poppy milk for the pain. You've been asleep for 6 days and 7 nights. I'm truly glad to see you awake." As Eddard opened his eyes, he beheld Robert's round visage. Listening to the heartfelt concern of his dear friend, warmth spread through Eddard's heart. Yet he struggled to articulate the truth he had uncovered. "Robert, actually, Eddard Stark frowned, his words muddled. "Whatever it is, we'll discuss it upon my return. I'm off to hunt now." Robert Baratheon, uncomfortable with prolonged sentiment, tossed the emblem representing the hand of the king back to Eddard. Robert had realized that while Eddard Stark was often a blunt and stubborn fellow, he remained a true friend, and his defiance stemmed from good intentions. He was the only one among the lords who genuinely cared for him. "You little rascal, you think you can resign? Not a chance. I'll bring back a wild boar for us to feast upon. As for that regicide Jaime Lannister who harmed you, I've already sent for him from the Westerlands. Don't you worry, I will seek justice for you." With that, Robert turned to leave. Eddard watched Robert's towering figure depart, then glanced at the hand of the kingpin that had been returned to him, a complex expression crossing his face. In the Game of Thrones, one either emerges as the victor or faces certain death. There is no middle ground. In the serene, enigmatic Godswood, rarely was a human presence felt, and even birds seldom graced this sacred ground. The faith in the Seven had long overshadowed the old gods, and vast numbers of weirwood trees had been felled, as no one in the South believed in the old deities anymore. Yet today, one person arrived early in this realm, accompanied by the few surviving solitary trees. Eddard Stark ultimately made a fateful and perilous decision, to meet Cersei Lannister in secret within the Godswood, to confront her directly. Perhaps this was the utmost effort he could muster to safeguard the lives of those 3 innocent children. I've come to know the truth. Those 3 children are not King Robert's, are they? They are the illegitimate offspring of you and your brother, Jaime Lannister, born of incest, are they not? Eddard Stark's gaze appeared resolute, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. Could hair color alone determine lineage? To him, Joffrey bore an uncanny resemblance to Robert, with both his innate strength and his bold, carefree spirit mirroring that of a young Robert. If Joffrey's exterior echoed Robert's youth, then his inner essence embodied Robert's character throughout. Furthermore, if Joffrey were not Robert's child, how could one explain the Targaryen blood coursing through his veins? Eddard had witnessed Joffrey engulfed in flames during the tournament, yet he emerged unscathed. "You are correct. I love Jaime dearly. He is not merely my brother, but also my lover," Cersei Lannister replied with a shrug, unflinchingly admitting her truth. This revelation momentarily stunned Eddard Stark. He had not anticipated his suspicions to be validated, nor that Cersei would forego any pretense of denial. "In fact, Robert and I did have a child, but I terminated the pregnancy before it was born. The fool Robert remains oblivious to this fact," she continued. "Do you wish to know why?" Cersei smiled, a hint of madness in her expression. "On the very night of our wedding, as we first lay together, he was drunk beyond measure, stumbling to my bed. Do you know the name he called out of my ear? It was your sister's name, Lyanna Stark. What a beautiful name. So, you're aware of everything, and what then? Do you intend to arrest me?" Cersei Lannister posed, exuding an air of bravado that, to Eddard Stark, seemed more like a desperate gamble. "My son Bran, I'm deeply sorry, but what was I to do when this little one witnessed something he should not have?" Eddard Stark contemplated deeply. He truly wished to confide in Robert and reveal this truth. As Robert's loyal friend, he felt a profound obligation to share this knowledge. Yet, he hesitated, for his intent was to punish Cersei and Jaime for their transgressions, while their 3 children remained blameless. If Robert were to uncover the truth, his temper would undoubtedly drive him to fury, and he would execute the 3 children by displaying their heads upon the walls of King's Landing. A fate that would be utterly unacceptable to Eddard Stark, who held honor and justice in the highest regard. "Cersei, you must flee, for the time being. I shall refrain from disclosing this to Robert. Take these 3 children across the narrow sea, and perhaps Robert's wrath will not reach you there." Ultimately, Eddard could not bring himself to abandon the innocent children. He hoped for their preservation. "No, I shall not run," Cersei declared, rejecting Eddard's goodwill. She even began to partially disrobe, gazing at Eddard with a sultry expression, a tactic she had often employed with success. "Now that the lady is not present, and Jaime is absent, do you not wish to engage in other pursuits?" By ensnaring him as her subordinate, she believed she could manipulate him, convinced of her understanding of men. Yet this time, she found herself foiled. "Did you employ such seduction with Prime Minister Jon Arryn as well?" Eddard Stark retorted with a sardonic smile, revealing a hint of disdain. This remark ignited Cersei's fury, prompting her to deliver a sharp slap. "My Lord Stark, you are truly a callous man. It is not callousness, but rather my honor and sense of justice that preclude me from such actions." "Your honor? What utter nonsense!" Cersei laughed suddenly, mocking him. "Your audacity nearly made me forget that you, a man of honor, possess an illegitimate son of your own. Pray tell, what is his name?" "Ah, yes, I recall. Jon Snow. A name as pure as snow, just as your honor is seemingly unblemished." "You would not understand," Eddard Stark replied, offering no further explanation. "No, I understand all too well. In the game of power, one must either emerge victorious or face demise. There is no middle ground." With that, Cersei departed, her expression grave. Ignoring Eddard Stark entirely, he remained silent for a moment before leaning on his cane and following her outside. However, unbeknownst to either of them, a small figure emerged from the Weirwood Grove soon after, hastening towards the training grounds of the Red Keep. At that moment, Joffrey sat in the pavilion at the training yard, engaged in a game of chess with his instructor, Ser Boris Blunt. The two exchanged moves with spirited intensity. "Your Highness, I've noticed you often sing that song lately. It's quite melodious, though I'm uncertain of its origins," Ser Boris inquired. "This song is titled The River Flows Eastward, composed by 2 poets from the distant eastern continent of E.T., Joffrey replied, relishing the song, which filled him with both fervor and melancholy. "Regrettably, I have never visited E.T. I hear that in those lands, surnames precede given names." Ser Boris shook his head, admitting he had only heard of E.T., a region known for its nation called the Golden Empire. At that moment, a diminutive attendant entered, appearing to have high clearance. As even the guards of the Red Keep did not impede his entry, he approached Joffrey and whispered something in his ear, causing Joffrey's expression to shift abruptly. As he moved a chess piece, he faltered and inadvertently made a blunder. Noticing this, Ser Boris seized the opportunity, swiftly placing Joffrey in check. "Your Highness, since you have made a choice, why linger on the rightness or wrongness of it? Regardless of the outcome, you must continue onward." "Alas, I truly made a wretched move." Joffrey lamented, his emotions tangled. "Who decreed that children of Lannisters and Baratheons must possess black hair? Just because one has black hair does not guarantee that all descendants will share the same trait. I cannot fathom why this matter must be acknowledged. As long as my mother, Cersei Lannister, staunchly denies it, I cannot believe that my father, Robert, would consider me not his own simply due to the color of my hair. Could he really be so enraged as to take my life? Even the so-called Targaryen dynasty has birthed children with dark hair. Prince Baelor, known as the Breaker of Spears, is a prime example. Can we then claim that he is also a bastard Dorn? Nevertheless, it remains a fact that no non-silver-haired member of House Targaryen has ever occupied the Iron Throne. I apologize, my teacher. I believe we shall conclude our session here. I have matters to attend to." Joffrey, upon receiving the news, lost interest in the game, as the situation had begun to spiral beyond his control, and he needed to prepare. "Your Highness, do as you wish." Chapter 19, The Charge Forward. All things are predestined, and the toil of life is but an empty endeavor. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, upon hearing that Robert Baratheon intended to embark on a hunt, Joffrey rushed over, eager to accompany his father, hoping to prevent any fatality. Yet Robert resolutely declined. "Joffrey, I'm going hunting now. Lord Eddard has just awakened and is incapacitated. I hope you can attend to state affairs alongside him. But, my son, heed my words, it is settled. Robert ruffled Joffrey's hair with a smile and patted his shoulder before departing. Joffrey understood that his father's decisions were immutable and ceased his protests. Nevertheless, he recognized the need for certain precautions. Sandor, come with me. Yes, your highness. Joffrey, accompanied by Sandor Clegane, made his way towards the attendants following the king. He quickly spotted the conspicuous figure of Lancel Lannister, clad in a bright red cap, who was among the closest to King Robert. Lancel, the eldest son of Kevan Lannister, was strong in stature, with sandy brown hair cascading to his shoulders. His handsome features were complemented by his sparkling green eyes, often likened to those of his cousin, the King's Slayer, Jaime Lannister. He had been dispatched by his father, Kevan Lannister, to serve as an attendant to King Robert Baratheon. Yet Joffrey was aware that Lancel was also secretly working on behalf of his mother, Cersei Lannister, efforts that included conspiring against King Robert. Hand me the wine pouch you carry. Your highness, that is the king's personal wine pouch. It must not pass through another's hands. Understand this. I'm not negotiating with you, Sandor. At this, Ser Sandor Clegane drew his sword, brandishing it menacingly. Your highness, what are you? I shall say this once more. Hand over the wine pouch. Joffrey seized the sword, glaring at the frightened Lancel, pressing the blade against his throat. Why, yes. Feeling the cold steel, Lancel hesitated before ultimately capitulating, discreetly handing over the wine pouch to Joffrey. As soon as Joffrey received it, he thrust the blade into the full pouch, causing the potent liquor to spill forth, soaking the marble floor beneath them. Robert Baratheon, walking ahead, glanced back, frowning but remaining silent. To him, it seemed merely a child's rebellion against being excluded from adult activities. He resolved to pay closer attention to his son's emotional state, for Joffrey was his firstborn heir destined for the Iron Throne. Ser Barristan, please ensure the king's safety. Even if he instructs you to keep your distance, do not allow him to take unnecessary risks. Finally, Joffrey urged Ser Barristan Selmy, the legendary knight, to safeguard Robert, knowing that if the knight was diligent, the king's safety would be assured. After a moment's thought, Joffrey added, if the king inquires, simply say it was my directive. Yes, your highness. Rest assured, this is my duty, Barristan Selmy assured as he patted his chest, expressing his satisfaction with the handsome prince. Humble and courteous, yet possessing formidable strength. He was reminiscent of the young king himself, destined for greatness. As he watched the procession gradually fade into the distance, Joffrey let out a slow sigh, genuinely hoping that his father, Robert, would not meet an untimely demise. On one hand, it stemmed from a personal affection for his father, who had always treated him well. On the other, it was a calculation of the precarious political climate. As long as the situation remained stable, he could leverage his status to orchestrate his own ambitions. However, he feared the relentless passage of time and the whims of fate. Despite having devised numerous precautionary measures, he remained plagued by uncertainty. It was akin to the original tale, where he had dispatched an assassin to eliminate Bran, yet he found himself uninvolved in this instance, and yet the event still transpired. Was this fate's design? For some reason, Joffrey could not shake the feeling that the assassination of Bran bore the fingerprints of Petyr Baelish. Within the Red Keep, before the Iron Throne, the throne itself was forged by Aegon, the Conqueror, the first monarch of the Seven Kingdoms. According to legend, he commanded the dragon Balerion the Black Dread to unleash its searing flames, melting down thousands of swords surrendered by enemies, with the assistance of master craftsmen, culminating in the completion of the Iron Throne after 59 days of labor. The throne was an imposing structure, adorned with spikes and blades, resembling a grotesque mass of iron. Its backrest bristling with sharp protrusions, hardly a comfortable seat. Aegon had proclaimed that a king should not sit comfortably, hence the throne's fearsome design. Eddard Stark sat upon the Iron Throne, poring over legal documents and attending to matters of state. Alas, the king was preoccupied with merriment and neglected governance, leaving Eddard, as Hand of the King, to shoulder the responsibilities. The laws of Westeros permitted the Hand of the King to sit upon the Iron Throne and conduct affairs in the king's absence. Joffrey stood to Eddard's left, while Petyr Baelish occupied the right, both serving as aides to Eddard. Ministers lined up in succession, while the king's guard stood dispersed throughout the hall, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Next, Eddard called, having just dealt with a particularly vexing matter, beckoning the next individual into the chamber. By the seven, at the sound of that impeccably pronounced common tongue, Joffrey was momentarily taken aback, nearly convinced he had been transported back in time. Upon hearing the man's explanation, He learned that this elder had migrated from the distant continent of ET in his youth, thus accounting for his fluency in the language. Once he realized that the assembly might not comprehend ET's tone, the old man promptly switched to the common tone. Your Grace, I must inform you that the man known as the Mountain, Ser Gregor Clegane, is but a rabid dog. He has been rampaging through the Riverlands, leaving a trail of destruction and despair in his wake. It is said he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, towering over 2 men with arms thicker than a common man's waist, his eyes as large as copper bells. He walks with a bloodthirsty grin, wielding a massive axe several feet long, accompanied by a retinue of monstrous brutes. By day, they boil their victims alive. By night, they roast them over open flames. Oh, is truly dreadful, utterly terrifying. The elder's harrowing account left Eddard Stark in stunned silence, while Joffrey found the depiction absurdly comical, as if Ser Gregor Clegane were a mere monster. However, the laughter soon faded as a group of disheveled individuals entered the hall, some missing limbs, desperately trying to conceal their tears. Joffrey's eyes widened in horror. These were survivors from Windwater, Shar Village, and the surrounding areas, reporting that the Mountain had mercilessly slaughtered their villages. The methods employed were chilling, igniting a surge of righteous fury within Eddard Stark. The attendees could only perceive them as a horde of demons, with Varys repeatedly exclaiming how horrific it was. Many ministers urged immediate military action against the brutal marauders. How can we be certain it is indeed Gregor Clegane? Peter Baelish inquired skeptically. Surely, they cannot bear their sigil upon their person. They bear no sigil. But the Mountain's appearance is unmistakable. Furthermore, he was recently disarmed at the tournament, and his left arm is still in a sling, explained Raymond Derry, casting a glance at Prince Joffrey beside Eddard Stark. Raymond Derry, head of House Derry and Lord of Derry, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Lannisters, now intensified by his hatred for the Mountain. Thus, in the name of the Iron Throne, I hereby strip Ser Gregor Clegane of his knighthood. We must dispatch knights to hunt down the Mountain. Which of you noble knights is willing to take up this quest? Eddard Stark stated, contemplating potential candidates. In the midst of his deliberation, he inadvertently caught sight of his daughter. Sansa Stark at least had the sense to wear a hood to conceal herself upon entering, whereas Arya Stark had taken a seat at the entrance, clearly enjoying the spectacle. This was utterly unacceptable. Eddard felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Your Grace, allow me to go. I shall capture Gregor Clegane. Loras Tyrell immediately stepped forward, volunteering for the task. Yet, Eddard Stark, seated upon the Iron Throne, shook his head in refusal. He harbored a protective instinct towards the young knight, believing that tournaments and battlefields were not to be conflated. He feared Loras might fall victim to the Mountain, hence his refusal. Ser Beric Dondarrion, I must ask you to undertake this mission, Eddard commanded. At once. Beric Dondarrion stepped forward from the ranks of knights, bowing to Eddard before accepting the order. Eddard Stark ultimately decided to send Ser Beric Dondarrion, the Lightning Lord from Blackhaven, to the Riverlands, representing the Iron Throne in the pursuit of the Mountain. His reluctance to send Loras Tyrell stemmed not only from a desire to protect him, but also from a grim realization. Eddard did not wish to bring Gregor Clegane back for trial. He knew that Robert would likely spare him again, influenced by the Lannisters. Eddard aimed for the Mountain, that cold-blooded, brutal beast, to meet his end in the Riverlands. Eddard Stark had initially contemplated executing the Mountain himself, wielding his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, ice, to end the creature's life. However, given his current condition, even walking was a challenge, let alone riding out for an execution. Nevertheless, he held faith in Beric Dondarrion's martial prowess and sense of justice, confident that he would not disappoint. At that moment, Prince Joffrey, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. Uncle, perhaps we should send Ser Loras Tyrell as well. After all, the Mountain does not act alone. He commands the Duke of Tywin's retinue, and our forces may not be sufficient. Joffrey's suggestion appeared reasonable, yet upon further reflection, it became evident that the Iron Throne's forces were not weak either. Moreover, the minions of the Mountain are not exclusively composed of the official forces of House Lannister. Rather, the majority consists of newly recruited soldiers. As per your Highness's words, Ser Loras Tyrell, I appreciate your assistance. Eddard Stark pondered for a moment. He was indeed aware of certain aspects regarding Gregor Clegane, yet he did not wish to engage in a dispute with Joffrey. Thus he ultimately acquiesced. Beside him, Peter Baelish swiftly grasped Joffrey's intentions. Casting a sidelong glance at the prince, he felt a surge of caution, believing that Joffrey's political acumen was on par with his own. This could potentially affect his future schemes, yet he deemed it unnecessary to be overly wary, for at least for the foreseeable future, their interests aligned. Contemplating this, Littlefinger, Peter Baelish offered a slight smile, sensing that this Game of Thrones was becoming increasingly engaging. "Thank you, my Lord Hand, and thank you, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, the handsome face of Ser Loras Tyrell immediately lit up with joy. He had yearned to confront the mountain since the tournament. The mere thought of nearly being slain by that brute Gregor Clegane filled him with a fierce determination to reclaim his honor. Joffrey too smiled, as his objective had been fulfilled. The reason Joffrey dispatched Ser Loras Tyrell to hunt down the mountain was primarily to draw the Tyrell family into his machinations. He had no desire to be a mere puppet king overshadowed by his grandfather, Tywin Lannister. By involving the Tyrells, he could orchestrate a balance of power. Joffrey had seized upon Loras's seething fury, a prime opportunity born from irrationality. Had Loras taken a moment to weigh the pros and cons, he would undoubtedly have refrained from rashly stepping forward to volunteer. Furthermore, it was imperative that the city watch within King's Landing be swiftly replaced with his own loyalists to ensure his own safety. Subsequently, he needed to cultivate a rapport with both Peter Baelish and Varys. The objectives and ambitions of Peter were quite clear. He sought to ascend the social ladder, and Joffrey could grant him a position in exchange for loyalty. At the very least, he needed to keep him stable and prevent any disruptions. Varys, however, proved to be more challenging. His allegiance and stance remained an enigma. Joffrey found himself perplexed. It seemed he would need to have a private conversation with Varys to ensure his cooperation during this critical period. After all, regardless of whether Varys aligned himself with the Baratheons, the Targaryens, or even the Blackfires, he would never support Stannis' forces entering King's Landing. The more chaotic the situation became, the more advantageous it was for Joffrey. He cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Peter Baelish. Chaos, after all, was a ladder. If you require turmoil, then I shall ensure the situation spirals further into disarray. Within the Red Keep, in the training yard, Joffrey Baratheon practiced swordplay with his instructor, Ser Boros Blunt. Joffrey had come to recognize his shortcomings. Despite possessing formidable strength due to his unique circumstances, he lacked the skill to wield it effectively. A warhammer seemed a fitting weapon for one who could overpower 10 with sheer force. Yet, Joffrey had not forgotten that on the battlefield, the most potent weapons were spears and pikes, their lethality enhanced by the speed of a cavalry charge. Unfortunately, his instructor, Ser Boros, was not particularly adept at spear techniques. Instead, his swordsmanship was exemplary. Indeed, Joffrey had never managed to best him, despite his own strength far exceeding that of his teacher, who could always bring his long sword to Joffrey's throat. In a fleeting moment, Ser Boros's long sword once again rested upon Joffrey's shoulder. "Master, I've lost again," Joffrey lamented, pouting in exasperation, prompting Ser Boros to chuckle and ruffle his golden locks. "Enough, my prince, do not wear such a face. Today, I shall impart to you a unique technique of mine. You must pay close attention and learn well. A unique technique." Joffrey's eyes sparkled with excitement. With his instructor's exceptional swordplay, even a slight guidance would prove immensely beneficial, not to mention the prospect of learning a hidden skill. "Indeed, my unique technique is, however..." Before Ser Boros could finish, someone rushed into the yard. Joffrey recognized him as Lancel Lannister, the very individual he had nearly slain. Upon seeing Lancel's frantic demeanor, an ominous premonition gripped Joffrey's heart. "Your Highness, the king is in peril." "What did you say?" In the Hand's Tower, Eddard Stark regarded his two daughters. His eldest, Sansa, was perpetually in the company of that insufferable Joffrey, while his younger daughter, Arya, spent her days racing about the stables. Not one of them offered him a moment's peace. "I have summoned you both here to insist that you return to Winterfell post-haste." "What?" Sansa and Arya exclaimed in unison. "Father, I am truly sorry. I should not have eavesdropped in the throne room. Please do not send me back to Winterfell," Sansa quickly confessed, assuming her disobedience had incited his ire. "Father, I too apologize. I should not have been spying. Please do not send me back," Arya echoed, hastily admitting her fault. "This has nothing to do with that. I cannot disclose the specifics. You shall learn more upon your return," Eddard Stark replied sternly. "Father, I do not wish to return to Winterfell. I want to remain here, and I shall marry Prince Joffrey. Just like the tales of princes and princesses, I want to be his queen and bear his children." Sansa suddenly became flustered, having long been enraptured by the romantic tales of royals. "When you return to the north, I will find you a noble husband far superior to Joffrey. Trust me, he will be kinder and braver." Eddard Stark endeavored to soothe Sansa as chaos reigned in King's Landing. He hoped to placate her before addressing the greater turmoil. "No, my Joffrey is already very kind and brave, and his prowess is unmatched. He has even subdued the mountain, that monstrous brute." Eddard Stark was at a loss for words. reflecting inwardly on how Sansa had not witnessed Joffrey's frenzied demeanor that day. Where was the kindness in that? Father, may I bring my instructor, Syrio, back with me? Arya still wished to practice her swordsmanship. Only if he agrees. Eddard Stark had grown less opposed to Arya's martial pursuits, sensing within her a spirit akin to that of his late sister, Lyanna Stark. With that, Eddard Stark disregarded the wailing Sansa and the fleeing Arya, turning to Septa Mordane. Septa, the steward Vaon has made arrangements. Sansa and Arya shall depart for Bravos aboard the ship, the Wind Witch, in 3 days. I hope you will accompany them. As you command, my lord. Stumbling along the path to the Red Keep's inner halls, Joffrey Baratheon diligently inquired of Lancel Lannister to ascertain the specifics of the incident. However, once he learned the full extent of the matter, his mind went blank, and a chill coursed through him, nearly causing him to collapse. His brow furrowed. He struggled to comprehend the rationale behind it all. The calamity had indeed transpired. Why? He had altered the key players. Why had the narrative not shifted? Originally, it was Lancel Lannister who had supplied King Robert with a triple-strength wine, yet after Joffrey had ruined that wine, it had now been Ser Marintrant of the Kingsguard who presented Robert with another drink. How could this be? Moreover, he had explicitly instructed Barristan Selmy to safeguard the king, even defying orders to stay close at hand. Yet, when Barristan intercepted the wild boar of the original tale, a larger beast had appeared in its stead. Why was this happening? Why could he not change the course of events? Joffrey experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness akin to suffocation. Why? Why am I powerless to do anything? For fate is immutable, and all your efforts are in vain. At this moment, a voice, both imposing and benevolent, which Joffrey found exceedingly familiar, resounded. Who are you? Joffrey was startled by the voice, his heart racing as he thought. Could it be my golden-fingered grandfather? It had been so long since the system had shown any sign of life that Joffrey had nearly forgotten its existence. You may call me Larlo. Who? Good heavens. This is truly unbelievable. I just spoke to a ghost. Chapter 20. The Lion Unleashed. Within the walls of Eagle's Nest. Mother, I want to see the little dwarfs fly. Tyrion Lannister, you villain who has harmed the young Duke of Winterfell and slain my husband. Your crimes have invoked the wrath of both gods and men. Someone, throw him over the moon gate. Lady Lisa Tully was in a dreadful state, her behavior erratic, her speech trembling. In her arms sat little Robin, who also exhibited involuntary twitching, a clear symptom of epilepsy. Hey, is this how you conduct a trial? I've done no such thing. 7 gods above. Do we not all believe in the 7? Are you to usurp the divine and act as a dictator? In a moment of desperation, Tyrion suddenly had a flash of inspiration, invoking the 7 gods in his defense. Then tell me, how do you wish to plead? Upon hearing the term 7 gods, Lisa Tully paused momentarily, her tone softening. It was evident that her faith in the 7 was resolute. I demand trial by combat. Ha ha ha. With a treacherous, vile little half-man like you, who would forsake their honor to die for such a wretch. Lisa Tully laughed heartily, sparing no scorn for the dwarf. In the name of House Lannister, I pledge 2,000 golden dragons to those who fight for me. Tyrion raised his bulging purse, shaking it so that the clinking of coins could be heard. The knights present gazed at the purse with glimmering eyes, instinctively licking their lips. Tyrion Lannister could see that the crowd was genuinely intrigued, and he smiled as he raised the stakes. 3,000 golden dragons. For 1,000 golden dragons. The tension in the air heightened, for 1,000 dragons could sustain them for a decade. They wondered if the offer might rise even higher, yet the knights of House Aaron, who prized honor, dared not react, while the mercenaries began to stir, unconcerned with notions of honor. For 1,000 dragons, and no takers? Then I shall personally challenge. I will. Just as Tyrion was feeling despondent, a voice rang out. He turned to see a man with black hair and dark eyes, his stubble unkempt, appearing as if he hadn't groomed himself in quite some time. His physique was not robust. Rather, he was somewhat gaunt. Tyrion recognized him as Podrick. Give me 8,000, and I will ensure your victory. Podrick appeared quite confident. If you win, I shall grant you 10,000. Very well. How refreshing. Tyrion Lannister observed the man stepping forward, thinking to himself that he had indeed taken the bait. In truth, Podrick was the primary target of Tyrion's inflated bounty. Having caught Tyrion's attention during his transport, at the Crossroads Inn, Podrick and his companion, Kyron, had responded to Catelyn's summons to escort Tyrion in exchange for payment. When their group was attacked by the mountain clans, Podrick saved Tyrion's life, reasoning that it would be better for the hen to lay an egg before dying. Furthermore, when Kyron sustained an arrow wound to the abdomen, Podrick unhesitatingly dispatched him, believing that he would slow their progress. Tyrion understood that Podrick's concern was about the delay in receiving his payment. These two instances clearly illustrated that Podrick possessed neither a sense of honor nor justice. He was solely motivated by money. However, Tyrion had plenty of that. "You have no honor." Lady Lisa Tully, feeling rebuked, launched into mockery. "Lady Arryn, what is honor worth? How about this? If you can bid higher than that little monster, I shall play the part of an honorable man in your eyes. What say you?" At this, Lisa Tully's expression stiffened, and she found herself momentarily speechless, for the wealth of House Arryn was far inferior to that of House Lannister from the Westerlands. "I hope you do not beg for mercy when you meet your end. Sir Varys Egan, Sir Varys Egan, a knight from House Egan and the captain of the guard at Eagle's Nest, akin to Jory Castle of Winterfell or Janos Slynt of King's Landing. He possessed an unremarkable face, square and broad, exuding a sense of solidity. His robust build and short silver hair suggested he was a man of action. Upon hearing Lady Lisa Tully's loud summons, he made his entrance. In stark contrast to the thin armor of the mercenary Podrick, this man was clearly armed to the teeth. He donned a suit of silver full-plate armor, a sturdy helmet obscuring his entire face save for his eyes. With a longsword in his right hand and a shield in his left, he stepped forward deliberately from the throng. To ensure fairness, Sir Varys Egan tossed a shield toward Podrick, who merely glanced at it before kicking it aside, shrugging to indicate he had no use for it. Let the battle commence. At the command of young Robin, the future Duke of Eagle's Nest, the contest began. Sir Varys Egan launched the first assault, aware that while his armor ensured safety, it was excessively heavy, hindering large-scale movement. His longsword sliced toward Podrick's neck, who narrowly evaded the strike by leaning back just in time. Tyrion Lannister felt his heart clench. If Podrick were to be killed, his fate would surely follow. Sir Varys Egan, seeing his attack missed, did not falter. Instead, he advanced with his shield, compressing Podrick's space to maneuver. As he drew closer, he swung again, prompting Podrick to raise his sword in defense before swiftly retreating behind a stone pillar. These pillars, erected by the first Duke of Eagle's Nest, bore numerous carvings of soaring eagles, resonating with House Arryn's motto, "As high as honor." The pillars were arranged in a circular formation, exuding majesty and solemnity, yet now they served as an obstacle to the Arryn family's victory. The clash of sword against stone rang out, scattering fragments of rock. Podrick adjusted his breathing, his gaze flickering, retreating once more to the banister of the staircase leading to the second floor. Before he could catch his breath, Sir Varys Egan's attack followed swiftly. The longsword clashed against the iron railing, sending sparks flying. These sparks caught the attention of the knights and ladies in attendance, eliciting gasps of surprise. Catelyn Tully clenched her hands, her eyes fixed intently on the two combatants. Having spent years observing soldiers train in the north, she sensed that this mercenary named Podrick wielded remarkable swordsmanship and possessed a keen understanding of his opponent's attack patterns. A quarter of an hour had passed. Despite Sir Varys Egan's rapid and powerful strikes, Podrick, the cunning and agile mercenary, evaded them all. Unlike Lady Lisa Tully, Catelyn did not wish for Tyrion to perish. She needed him alive to prevent certain extreme events from unfolding. To this end, she had engaged in a heated argument with her already unstable sister. It was only after this confrontation that Catelyn realized the others held a certain disdain for Podrick's skill and combat prowess. At this moment, the weaknesses of the full-plate armor became apparent. With each attack, Sir Varys Egan required a moment to catch his breath, and his movements grew slower and more cumbersome. Indeed, Podrick was preparing to counterattack. With a predatory gaze akin to that of a wolf, Boron scrutinized Sir Varys Egan intently. Just as the latter's assault unexpectedly slowed and he began to breathe heavily, Boron seized the moment. Light on his feet, he swiftly closed the distance and struck with his sword. As Sir Varys hurriedly raised his weapon to parry, Boron used the force of the clash to deftly deflect the long sword aside, pivoting to deliver a decisive blow to the vulnerable joint of the knight's thigh armor. A sharp sound echoed as the artery in Sir Varys' left leg ruptured, blood gushing forth profusely. "Oh no, Sir Varys Egan," gasped the onlookers. For this knight was the captain of the Eagle's Nest City Guard, renowned for his martial prowess even amidst the Seven Kingdoms. "Sir Varys Egan, do not waste another moment. Dispatch him," urged Lisa Tully, her brow furrowed as the situation turned dire for her. Sir Varys glanced at Lissa, nodded in acknowledgement, and, gritting his teeth against the pain, advanced to confront Boron once more. Yet, with blood still seeping from his left leg, his movements grew increasingly labored. In the midst of their back-and-forth duel, Sir Varys' left leg suddenly convulsed, causing his entire body to stiffen involuntarily. Boron, with a quick blink, pressed his advantage. refusing to let this opportunity slip away. As he swung his sword, he delivered a brutal kick to Servatus's injured leg, causing the knight to falter, his grip on the long sword weakening until it was knocked from his hands. Boron smiled, for the outcome was all but assured. The bounty of 10,000 golden dragons was firmly in his grasp. With another swift kick, he sent Servatus crashing to the ground, pinning him against the platform by the moon gate. He could even hear the fierce winds howling outside. Servatus lay prostrate beside the moon gate, half of his face nearly protruding from the edge. He wished to plead for mercy, yet the words failed to escape his lips. Observing the expressions of those around him, Boron hoisted Servatus once more, listening to the collective, drawn breaths of the crowd. He licked his lips and raised his sword high. "No, spare him, I beg you." The pleas of the onlookers fell on deaf ears as Boron disregarded their cries, fixing his gaze upon the highborn Lissa Tully, who no longer exuded her previous arrogance. Her mouth opened as if to advocate for her captain, yet after a prolonged tremor of her lips, she could not bring herself to speak. Boron chuckled with a mixture of pity and resolve for the valiant knight. Then, before the eyes of all, his sword fell. A sharp sound rang out as the blade pierced Servatus Egan's neck, driving through to his waist, blood spraying forth and pooling on the ground. With a swift motion, Boron cast the lifeless body through the open moon gate, watching in silence as it plummeted from the heights. Was honor truly so paramount? He pondered. The gathered ladies covered their faces in grief, unable to witness the scene any longer. Even the knights of House Aaron bowed their heads in sorrow, uncertain if they too would meet a similar fate. Tyrion emerged with a broad smile, clapping his hands in appreciation toward Boron. "You possess no sense of honor." Lissa Tully shouted in indignation. "He had honor, and thus he lost his life," Boron retorted, unwilling to engage further with the deranged woman. Turning his attention to Tyrion, or rather, to Tyrion's purse, he prepared to depart. As they led the captured Lannister guards away, Lissa Tully's son, Robin, curiously asked Tyrion, "Why aren't you flying, little man?" The little man isn't flying. He going home. "Thank you, my lords, for your gracious hospitality these past few days. Tyrion Lannister will surely repay it in time." Adjusting his attire, Tyrion bowed deeply to Lissa Tully and Catelyn Tully upon the platform before turning to leave. In the valley near the Moonlight Mountains, it was common knowledge that my brother-in-law, King Robert, was quite the libertine, scattering golden dragons as liberally as he spread his seed. Exiting Eagle's Nest City, Tyrion felt a sense of elation, having preserved his own life and engaged in light banter with Boron. "If I were King Robert, I would visit brothels daily. To me, wildflowers by the roadside possess far more allure than roses at home." The camaraderie between Boron and Tyrion blossomed, both sharing a peculiar sense of humor. "Once we reach King's Landing, I shall ensure you reside in a brothel every day. I intend to do more than that. I shall have a different woman each day. You know, women are as essential as water. I cannot endure a moment without drinking." "Indeed, a truthful sentiment," Boron replied. However, as they neared the foothills of the Moonlight Mountains, an ambush erupted. While discussing the number of women Tyrion had encountered, a flurry of cold arrows suddenly shot forth from the dense underbrush, striking the thighs of several Lannister guards and sending them tumbling to the ground amidst their cries of agony. Boron, ever vigilant and quick to act, immediately grasped a shield, protecting both himself and Tyrion. This little imp was his golden goose. He could not allow him to perish mid-journey. Following a barrage of arrows, the assault gradually subsided. "Hey, Boron, over here. You must protect me." "Of course, Golden Goose. You must safeguard your own purse." "Boron, you're quite pragmatic. What will happen if I run out of money one day? Will you abandon me?" "Certainly not, my dwarf brother. I will at least dig your grave in advance." "Thank you kindly. Remember to have my brother Jaime reimburse me for the cost of the tombstone." "No need for thanks. Do remember to have him cover the wreath as well." "Boron, I speak earnestly. If one day someone tempts you to betray me, please remember that no matter the price offered, I can afford it." Just then, a throng of individuals surged forth from the underbrush. Tyrion noted that they were clad in animal skins, wielding axes, exuding a raw, savage aura. He recalled a book he had read mentioning these people as members of the Mountain Clan tribes. According to the text, the Mountain Clan tribes were primitive groups residing near the valley at the base of the Moonlight Mountains, believed to have formed during the Undal invasion thousands of years ago. Though they lost the war, they remained unyielding to the ancestors of the Undals, retreating into the mountains with their families. Over millennia, they lived and proliferated in the forests, forming various clans. Yet, this very isolation allowed them to preserve many ancestral traditions, sharing similarities with the wildlings north of the wall, including a penchant for plundering and a refusal to submit to authority. Tyrion shook his large head in resignation, considering how reminiscent they were of the Ironborn from the Iron Islands. Among them were both men and women, appearing quite impoverished, their weapons and armor of poor quality. A few leaders rode small horses, approaching the group amidst a throng of followers. The apparent chieftains chatted animatedly, but Tyrion tilted his head, unable to comprehend their speech. Realizing the language barrier, the group turned their attention toward the rear of the procession. Under Tyrion's puzzled gaze, a young woman, clad in animal skins that barely covered her modesty, stepped forward. With a strikingly attractive figure and sun-kissed skin, her large, expressive eyes seemed to convey a language of their own. "We're the most formidable clan of the mountain clans, the Stone Crow tribe. This here is our leader, the son of Dor Shaga, and this is Gon Sir, the son of Gon." She spoke in the dry common tongue of Westeros, gesturing towards her leader, and then, as if reciting a menu, she pointed at her compatriots, naming them one by one. Amusingly, each time she uttered a name, the respective individual would step forward and bellow, giving Tyrion the impression of actors making their entrances in a theatrical performance. "Now we are prepared to kill you." It was perplexing how this little girl, with such an endearing facade, could utter such menacing words with utter seriousness. Upon seeing the beautiful girl, Podrick's eyes widened, and he feigned a cough before swaggering forward with exaggerated charm. Tyrion looked on in shock at this fellow. This was a life-and-death situation, yet he was preoccupied with flirting? Nevertheless, the girl was indeed quite attractive. Tyrion recalled what Larrys of House Bracken had once said, on the road through the Moon Mountains to the Eyrie. They were attacked either by the Milk Snakes or the Moon Men. It now seemed to be the Moon Men, as they had claimed to be the mightiest tribe among the mountain clans. Tyrion felt a headache coming on, having just escaped the tiger's mouth. He now found himself in the wolf's den. He wondered what the lovely maiden's name was. Perhaps the girl was irked by Podrick's ostentatious demeanor, for she rolled her eyes and reluctantly revealed her name, Veda. "Ah, so your name is Veda, a truly melodious name. You think Veda is a beautiful name as well, don't you? My mother gave it to me. Her name was even more lovely. She was called Wenda. Alas, she passed away at my birth. Despite her youth, the girl could not help but be flattered by Podrick's praise. That is indeed a great pity." Upon hearing the name Wenda, Podrick felt a stirring within. It seemed familiar, but he could not quite place it. After all, as a mercenary, he had traveled far and wide. Who could keep track of all the women named Wenda? "How about you come with me to King's Landing? It boasts towering walls and grand towers." Podrick, at a loss for words, made an effort to describe it. "Though I had not seen much of the world, I am no fool. You are certainly up to no good. In the Stone Crow tribe, men would entice women to their homes for a meal, but once the women entered, they would be devoured, so you cannot deceive me." Veda, though young, spoke with remarkable maturity, and combined with her striking beauty and alluring figure, she captivated Podrick instantly. "Devoured? How do they consume them?" "I do not know, but it seems they do not actually eat women." Strangely enough, those women soon had bulging bellies, and eventually, a child would emerge. Quite peculiar. Was that child what they ingested that day? Yet those men did not have swollen bellies. Could it be they feasted sparingly? Podrick was nearly rolling on the ground with laughter, astonished that such an innocent girl existed. He simply had to win her over. However, just as Podrick was smoothing his hair, preparing to deliver some charming words, Tyrion stepped forward with a smile. Tyrion had already grasped the implications of her words. If they truly intended to kill them, there would be no need for such declarations. Now, it seemed they sought some advantage. With a grin, he pushed the posing Podrick aside and approached. "Please assist me in conveying my subsequent words to your leader." After Veda nodded in affirmation, Tyrion began his performance. "Do you know who I am? I am Tyrion Lannister, the son of Tywin. This fierce warrior beside me is the renowned Lion Lord Podrick of our Lannister tribe." Tyrion endeavored to mimic their cadence. "Our Lannister tribe is wealthy. If you let us go, I shall bring you a great bounty of gold dragons in return. Remember, a Lannister always pays his debts." To ensure they comprehended his meaning, Tyrion tossed a gold dragon into their midst. Shaga, the leader of the Stone Crow tribe, caught the gold dragon, bit into it, then tilted his head, leading Tyrion to suspect that the fellow might not be quite bright. Shaga chattered away on horseback for a while, and then the lovely Veda translated for Tyrion. "Tyrion Lannister, son of Tywin. Our leader says this thing is too hard to eat, and you should offer something else." Tyrion's eyes widened in disbelief. Could there really be people who did not recognize a gold dragon? Indeed, these individuals were primitive. No, this is not food, it is currency. Do you understand currency? This gold dragon can be exchanged for a multitude of goods. Veda relayed his explanation to Shaga, who nodded, appearing to grasp the concept this time. However, He did not make an immediate decision. He glanced at the other tribal leaders surrounding them and conferred with them. Listening to Veda's translations, Tyrion realized that the mountain clan encircling them was comprised of 4 factions, or rather, 4 tribes. The Black Ears, the Moon Men, the Burning Men, and the Stone Crows. Tyrion lowered his head, his dark and bright eyes beginning to whirl. Those who knew him would understand that he was concocting some devious scheme. Indeed, after a moment's contemplation, Tyrion spread his arms wide and called out loudly to the gathered multitude. "All right, brothers, all eyes on me. I have an announcement to make." Once Veda translated his words, the crowd turned their attention to him. Chapter 21. The Grief of the Stag. The tree wishes to be still, yet the wind does not cease. The child wishes to care for the parent, yet the parent does not wait. King's Landing, the Red Keep. Joffrey, with a dazed expression, entered his father Robert Baratheon's sick room, brushing past his tutor, Ser Bornstorm. The latter appeared to have conversed with King Robert for some time, and he sorrowfully patted Joffrey's shoulder, urging him to enter and keep the dying king company. Joffrey knelt beside his father's bed, tears streaming down his cheeks, despite knowing he was not the original Joffrey. Yet, memories flooding back over the past decade made it impossible for him to discern whether he was Joff or Joffrey. All he knew was that his father was leaving him forever. "Why are you crying? What is there to weep about for a man?" Robert's heart was heavy with sorrow, yet he feigned strength. The thought of his impending death and the future of his son weighed heavily on him. Would anyone care for him as he had? What if someone bullied him? Robert closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He was aware that his time was short, and this would be his final counsel to his son. "My son, you must place great trust in your tutor, Ser Bornstorm. He is a capable man. In truth, based on his merits, I should have knighted him long ago and legitimized his status as my bastard, but I wish to leave him for you. He is a man of integrity and gratitude. If you show him a modicum of kindness, he will be utterly devoted to you. My son, you must heed Ned's words. Once I am gone, he will be your greatest ally. You may call him uncle, and treat him as such, for he is far superior to your 2 true uncles. My son, I have said all I can. I must depart. Do not grieve. I am deeply sorry I could not leave you a strong and stable kingdom. After I am gone, your circumstances will be even more dire. That bastard Stannis still has not returned. My son, be wary of Renly. He is too entangled with the Stormlands. I shall soon depart this world, and there are whispers of chaos from certain ministers, while Renly fears the impending turmoil. At this moment, Robert remains fixated on Stannis, feeling a perpetual sense of indebtedness towards his brother. The farewells of men are often shrouded in silence. Yet this is the final occasion. Robert gazes upon his son, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declares, "My son, remember that I have always cherished you. You shall forever be my pride. Father, I shall love you eternally. You are the finest father in existence." Ha! There is no need for grandiloquent farewells among men. Go! Summon that fellow Ned Stark. Joffrey wiped the tears from his face, casting a deep glance at his father before turning to exit. "Uncle, father requests your presence." As Eddard Stark sorrowfully lowered his head and crossed the threshold, he inadvertently brushed past Joffrey. Eddard nodded slightly in greeting, having firmly concluded that Cersei's 3 children were bastards of House Lannister. He grappled with how to confront Joffrey, who was once a dear nephew. In that moment of contemplation, Joffrey whispered softly as he passed, "Uncle, the long night is dark and fraught with peril. Do tread carefully." Eddard, unaware of the deeper implications behind those words, sensed an underlying suggestion from Joffrey. Upon entering the chamber, Eddard's gaze fell upon his dear brother Robert Baratheon, lying feebly upon the bed. A wave of anguish and turmoil surged within him as he struggled to find the words to reveal the truth. Time and again he opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He pondered, perhaps it would be best to let his brother depart in peace, leaving the rest to him. After all, uttering the words about the crimson bodice of the wench would likely provoke Robert's fury and lead to his untimely demise. "What troubles you, Ned? Lost your tongue? Even in this state, I'm far more handsome than you." Ha 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 ha. Eddard Stark, his eyes reddened, longed to speak but found himself at a loss. Robert, perceiving Ned's discomfort, chuckled and said, "Enough, Ned. I know you well. You lack the gift of flattery." With that, Robert shifted to the matter at hand, aware that his time was fleeting and that he could slip into unconsciousness at any moment. "Ned, I shall heed your counsel. I have resolved to cease the pursuit of those 2 Targaryen children. It would be a disgrace to raise arms against mere children. Ned, assist my son. He possesses the qualities of a king. Help him become a ruler even greater than I." Robert then requested Eddard to procure paper and a quill from the table, preparing to dictate his final testament. "Write, Robert Baratheon, king of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, bequeaths the throne to my eldest son and heir, Joffrey Baratheon. Until he comes of age, let Eddard Stark, hand of the king, serve as regent until King Joffrey reaches maturity. At this moment, Eddard began to comprehend the implication of Joffrey's earlier words. He was subtly urging Ned not to alter the will. Yet how could he know of Ned's intent to replace Joffrey's name with that of his rightful heir? Eddard recognized the dishonor in altering the will, but for the sake of justice and duty, he hesitated only briefly before resolutely inscribing the words "my rightful heir." He would seek to ensure justice for his dear brother Robert. With the will completed, Eddard Stark summoned others to witness its sealing in the presence of Prince Joffrey, Grand Maester Pycelle, and the assembled lords. Following this, the company departed, having discerned that the king wished to share some private words with the hand. "Ned, knowing you has been the greatest fortune of my life," Robert solemnly stated, gazing earnestly at Eddard Stark, unable to contain his emotions. Eddard reminisced about the youthful days spent with Robert. "Robert, my brother, please don't leave. What shall I do if you go?" Eddard grasped Robert's hand tightly, his voice breaking with grief. The thought of losing his longtime friend was a dagger to his heart. "What folly is this regency? I care not for it. Ned, my brother, all mortals must face death. Do not mourn so. If there's a next life, I wish to be your brother once more. Ned, this time I'm not feigning death. Ha ha ha." As the king began to drift into delirium, Grand Maester Pycelle entered slowly, offering a potion of opium to ease Robert's passing, ensuring he would slip away without suffering. Indeed, the establishment of the Baratheon dynasty was never as solid as that of the Targaryens, who had once wielded the fearsome might of 3 dragons. Even during the reign of the Mad King Aerys, many still supported House Targaryen. In contrast, the Baratheon claim to the throne rested upon the deft alliances brokered by Old Jon Arryn among the Stark, Tully, Baratheon, and Arryn families. Subsequently, Old Jon arranged the marriage of Robert and Cersei to bind the wealthy Lannisters to their cause, securing Robert Baratheon's ascent to the throne. While Robert Baratheon lived, significant threats lurked in the shadows, born of decades of political maneuvering. Although these threats had not yet erupted into chaos, they were a delicate balance, one that would shatter upon Robert's demise. In the Hand-S chambers, Robert's younger brother, Renly Baratheon, the Duke of Storm's End, entered with a smile. After ensuring the room was devoid of others, he immediately broached the subject. "Lord Stark, let us conspire together. I have strong ties with House Tyrell of the Reach. You can provide support within the city, while I apply pressure from without. We can achieve great success. When I ascend the Iron Throne, I shall grant you the title of Duke. Such matters should not be broached again. My conscience and moral duty prevent me from engaging in treasonous schemes." Before Renly could finish, Eddard Stark firmly rebuffed his proposition, surprised by the directness of the offer. Upon hearing Eddard's refusal, Renly maintained a facade of indifference as he bid farewell and departed. However, he quickly returned to rally his forces and hasten toward the outskirts of the city. He had to flee back to Storm's End, lest he meet a grim fate in this treacherous place. Renly cursed inwardly, calling Eddard a fool for rejecting such an opportunity. "I cannot accompany you to the grave." As the most powerful and well-resourced among the scheming factions, Renly lacked only a righteous claim to the throne. Even if Cersei's 3 children were proven bastards, the crown would not rightfully belong to him. Unbeknownst to him, he remained ignorant of the truth regarding Cersei's offspring. Yet he still aspired to claim the Iron Throne. Even if he were aware, he would likely use the pretext of his brother Stannis' ambitions for the throne. In his chamber, Eddard Stark observed Renly's departing figure, his mind racing with stratagems. Before long, Peter Baelish, commonly known as Littlefinger, sauntered in with a smile, seeking to extract some advantage from the newly appointed regent. His lowly status rendered him unable to play the game as a true player, compelling him to remain in the shadows, subtly influencing events. "Lord Stark, my heartfelt congratulations. You have now ascended to the esteemed position of regent, second only to the king himself." Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, began with pleasantries before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. At this juncture, Eddard Stark interjected, "Lord Baelish, Joffrey and his siblings are not the offspring of King Robert. They're the illegitimate children born of the incestuous union between Cersei and Jaime. The rightful heir should be Stannis." Oh, how utterly astonishing! While Baelish feigned surprise with exaggerated expressions, Eddard could discern that he had likely been privy to this information long before. "Lord Baelish, I require your assistance. Please reach out to Captain Yano Slint of the City Watch. I am in dire need of his 3,000 gold cloaks. I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled," replied Baelish with a smile. "However, Lord Stark, might we consider a deeper collaboration? You are currently the king's appointed protector and regent, wielding significant power until Joffrey comes of age. With a single decisive step, the realm could be yours for the taking. Littlefinger appeared genuinely concerned for Eddard Stark, eagerly offering what he deemed sound advice. Let us feign cooperation with House Lannister to placate Joffrey and Cersei. Once we have eliminated Renly and Stannis, the throne shall be firmly within our grasp. Should Joffrey prove disobedient, we can expose his little secret. What do you think? As a master strategist, Littlefinger was not one to place all his bets on a single tree. He sought to maximize his advantage amidst the various factions, and having been slighted by Joffrey, he felt a twinge of resentment. Lord Baelish, let's not speak of this matter again. The realm has its own laws, and justice must be upheld. Despite the tantalizing allure of Baelish's words, Eddard Stark remained resolute. His unwavering loyalty to his dear friend Robert, and his profound sense of honor and justice forbidding him from engaging in kidnapping or coercion. Very well, Lord Stark. Let us pretend this conversation never occurred, and you may continue in your role as regent, Baelish said, bidding farewell with a smile as he turned to leave, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, once his back was turned, the smile faded abruptly, and his handsome visage hardened. Littlefinger contemplated the futility of his efforts to assist Eddard Stark, concluding that he must abandon him. Although Joffrey was a wily adversary, Cersei, the fool, remained a potential pawn. In the Vale, amidst the Moonshadow Mountains, you seek provisions, supplies, and weaponry. The Lannister clan possesses an abundance of these, Tyrion proclaimed with confidence. He had keenly observed that this group bore worn and rusted equipment, their iron tools long neglected. Many among them lacked even a complete set of armor. After concluding his pitch, Tyrion muttered under his breath, disparaging their ignorance of gold dragons. And do not bother translating my last remark, he jested to Varda. To his surprise, the beautiful Varda not only refrained from translating his final quip, but also neglected to relay his preceding statements, instead regarding him with a mischievous grin. We are unconcerned with trivialities. We only know you possess a single life. Now tell me, how does the little imp wish to die? A burly man named Khan stepped forward, wielding a battered great axe, and speaking the common tongue of Westeros with greater fluency than Varda. Upon witnessing Varda's smirk, Tyrion realized this group comprehended his words after all. I am a fool indeed. I wish to live to the age of 80, indulging in fine wines, and find a lovely maiden to embrace my essence before passing away in my own warm bed, Tyrion replied with a smile. This prompted a hearty laugh from the leader, Shagga, who nearly toppled from his mount. However, the others clearly lacked Shagga's sense of humor, as Khan pressed forward, insisting, I think it wise to sever your essence instead. Wait, our tribe still faces hunger. Perhaps we should hear his promises. Gorn, another member, interjected, displaying a broader perspective. To him, the little imp's life seemed valuable. Rather than kill him, they might extract something of worth. Then let our imp articulate what he can offer us. Food? Armor? Axes? Khan inquired, glancing at his beloved but tattered axe. Do not dwell solely on that wretched axe. Consider my longsword, Tyrion retorted. Such trifles pale in comparison. What I can offer you is the entirety of the Vale. His impassioned declaration left Khan and Gorn momentarily speechless. Chapter 22. Uncle, the General. In King's Landing. Within the Red Keep, Eddard Stark contemplated the necessity of a resolution. Seated in the chair of the Hand of the King, he closed his eyes, meticulously considering the plans for the day. Firstly, the treasurer, Peter Baelish, had pledged his allegiance to reveal the truth regarding Joffrey and his siblings' parentage. Yet, Baelish was a schemer, untrustworthy, and required vigilance. Secondly, Grand Maester Pycelle, who had served numerous kings upon the Iron Throne, was a man of considerable stature, and Eddard believed he could collaborate with him. However, while investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of the former Hand, Jon Arryn, Eddard observed Pycelle's close ties with certain Lannisters, leading him to suspect that Pycelle might be a hidden agent for House Lannister. Lastly, and most crucially, there was Yano Slint, the captain of the City Watch. This man's character was utterly reprehensible, yet Eddard found himself reliant on the military force he commanded. The few guards he had brought with him had been slain by the Lannisters, leaving him effectively alone. Eddard contemplated extensively, exhausting every possibility he could conceive. He penned a letter for his son, Robb Stark, ensuring that should misfortune befall him, Winterfell would not be left in ignorance. Yet, he remained devoid of absolute certainty, as the hearts of those around him were fickle and unpredictable. Nevertheless, Eddard felt compelled to undertake this mission. His dear friend Robert deserved better than to perish in such a cowardly manner. Ultimately, Eddard Stark rose from his seat, retrieving the last will Robert had requested he draft, along with the hefty tome that Jon Arryn had frequently perused. "Jory, prepare the cart," Eddard called as he gathered his belongings. "Jory." Yet his repeated calls yielded no response, and it dawned on him that his captain, Jory Castle, had already met his end. Eddard fell silent, hurling the weighty tome onto the table, his heart heavy with sorrow. When he had first arrived in King's Landing, he had promised Jory that upon returning to Winterfell, he would introduce him to several noble ladies. Jory's endearing smile echoed in his mind, as vivid as if it were yesterday. Years prior, Jory's father, Martin Castle, had perished alongside Eddard in the battle at the Tower of Joy. Eddard sat in his chair, rubbing his roughened face with both hands. He had genuinely cherished Jory, the loyal young man. He recalled how, during his wedding to Catelyn, Jory had been the first to burst into the chamber, his bashfulness turning into a source of amusement for Catelyn. Eddard Stark found himself utterly at a loss when it came to addressing the departed spirit of his late father, Rickard Stark, and his uncle, Ser Roderick Castle. "My lord, is there anything I may assist you with?" At that moment, the steward, Valpian, entered upon hearing the voice. "No need for that. I must step out briefly. Please expedite the arrangements for Sansa and Arya's return to Winterfell." "Of course." Eddard Stark strode forth, holding Robert's will and adorned with the badge of the hand of the king. Behind him trailed a throng of ministers led by Peter Baelish. Today, he intended to lay all his cards on the table. The matter concerning Robert must reach a resolution. Upon entering the council chamber, he beheld Queen Cersei Lannister, composed and serene, seated nearby, alongside the jovial Joffrey Baratheon at the head of the table. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he pondered. "Have I not disclosed everything to you already? Why do you remain here? Do you not value your child's life?" Eddard's thoughts raced as he contemplated how to safeguard the young lives of those three bastards, innocent as they were. "Uncle, would you indulge me in a game of chess?" Eddard instinctively opened his mouth to decline, but then remembered the grave danger Joffrey might face due to his impending revelation. His greatest asset lay in the city guard clad in gold, yet Captain Yano Slint had yet to arrive. Thus, Eddard took a seat opposite Joffrey and replied, "Very well." Joffrey, playing red, made the first move, while Eddard, playing black, responded. The pieces danced across the board, black and red intertwining. Eddard's focus drifted. He stole glances toward the entrance of the chamber. Captain Yano Slint was his pivotal piece. Only by securing military power could he tilt the scales in his favor. As Eddard completed a move, he noticed Captain Slint entering with his troops. A sigh of relief escaped him, though the game with Joffrey was unfinished. He could no longer delay addressing the assembly. "I believe it is imperative to clarify a matter of utmost significance to the survival of our realm," Eddard declared. Rising to his feet, "This will is a document that His Majesty entrusted to me before his passing, clearly stating that he bequeaths the throne to his rightful heir." Eddard surveyed the assembly, raising the will high. "And that rightful heir shall never be this bastard child, Joffrey Baratheon, born of the incestuous union between Queen Cersei Lannister and her brother Jaime. The legitimate heir is Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone. Lord Slint, I implore you to execute His Majesty's will and expel the usurper." A jolt of shock coursed through Yano Slint at this revelation. He had merely promised Cersei to switch allegiances if necessary, as his inclinations leaned towards the Lannisters. However, he had not anticipated such a grave secret lay behind it all. Gritting his teeth, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He realized that even if he wished to refuse, it was too late. He could only proceed down this treacherous path. "Slint, come now, plunge your weapons into my chest. Let me witness how you treasonous wretches slay your king." Joffrey observed the hesitant captain with a subtle smile, having discerned the man to be a quintessential opportunist. In this moment of clarity, he would not let himself down. Indeed, in the next heartbeat, Yano Slint made his choice. His left hand shot up, fist clenched, as the gold cloaks surrounding him turned in unison, their spears shifting to target Eddard Stark, thus reversing the tide of fortune. "You!" Just as Eddard's astonishment peaked, Peter Baelish drew a dagger from behind and swiftly seized Eddard. Simultaneously, other ministers revealed hidden blades, swiftly dispatching several of Eddard's previously allied supporters. "My apologies, Lord Stark, but I advise you not to move." Peter Baelish's dagger glimmered, its coldness palpable against Eddard's skin. In summary, while Eddard Stark's political acumen was adequate, his unwavering sense of justice and honor inadvertently hampered his strategies. He could perceive the nuances and knew the appropriate responses, yet his morality forbade him from acting upon them. Deceit is the passport of the treacherous. Nobility is but a tombstone for the virtuous. Despite the opposing stances, Joffrey still held a certain respect for Eddard Stark. Regrettably, Eddard had been born into an era where purity amidst the corruption of society rendered him a pariah. Joffrey slowly rose, approaching Eddard Stark to complete the move he had left unplayed. Eddard turned, resignedly gazing upon the endgame unfolding on the chessboard. Joffrey's pieces dominated the center, while Eddard's king found itself cornered. Uncle, checkmate. Eddard raised his gaze to meet Joffrey's green eyes, then lowered his head with a weary sigh. Atop this desolate pinnacle, he stood utterly alone. Joffrey Baratheon sat upon the cold, imposing iron throne, a seat bristling with spikes that soared 3 to 4 meters high, granting him a vantage point over the vast throne room. He drummed his fingers against the armrest, meticulously reflecting upon his actions during this coup. First, there was Slint. Although Joffrey held little regard for such a man, the necessity of the 3,000 soldiers under his command compelled him to offer substantial rewards. However, unlike Peter and Varys, Slint was a complete fool. Even in his employment, Joffrey would not sully his own hands. Fortunately, his mother Cersei had preemptively undertaken this task, sparing him the need to intervene. Yet, to his dismay, Cersei had granted Slint the title of Lord of Harrenhal as a reward. Was this not absurd? Joffrey furrowed his brow in contemplation, deciding to allow Slint a brief moment of triumph, for he recalled that soon his esteemed grandfather, Tywin Lannister, would send his uncle, Tyrion Lannister, to King's Landing as Hand of the King. At that juncture, Slint would surely find himself exiled to the Wall as a Night's Watchman, rendering further deliberation unnecessary. Varys opted for neutrality this time, neither aiding nor alerting anyone. However, in Joffrey's eyes, a lack of absolute loyalty equated to outright treachery. It seemed he must assert his authority over Varys as well. As for the outcome, Joffrey believed his actions aligned closely with the original narrative. Eddard Stark would be imprisoned, while Sansa Stark remained under his soft confinement. Despite capturing the sword master Syrio, Arya Stark had managed to escape. He had ordered someone to keep watch over the Night's Watchman Yoren, yet Arya appeared to have evaded him. Could it be that the faceless men had already become involved? With a sigh, Joffrey's heart softened at the thought of Sansa Stark's tears. He found himself trapped, for in politics, one could never truly ascertain right from wrong. Should Eddard Stark prevail, merely retaining his life would be a fortunate outcome. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, that of Lancel. I sense you are not entirely content. This is none of your concern. I suggest you refrain from troubling me further. Joffrey replied, irritation mounting as the unexpected presence of Lancel proved less formidable than he had imagined. This individual does not embody the omnipotence of a legendary deity. Rather, he resembles a fleeting spirit that could evaporate at any moment. Indeed, he is more akin to the elderly figure within a ring. Yesterday, this character incessantly urged Joffrey to engage in a transaction with him. But what caught Joffrey off guard was the immediate demand for his heart upon uttering his first words. What a preposterous notion. Should I part with my heart? How am I to survive? Moreover, Loras asserted that his heart would not vanish, but merely transform from the heart of a king to that of a god. I trust you as far as I can throw you. From that moment on, Joffrey remained vigilant, wary of this entity's ulterior motives. One day you shall come begging to me. Until then, do not allow yourself to be beguiled by the Night Lion. The dungeons within King's Landing are profound and shrouded in darkness. Sunlight scarcely penetrates this place, especially during the summer's rainy season, allowing a cacophony of foul and acrid odors to pervade the air. The damp, shadowy environment has become a breeding ground for numerous creatures. Green flies hover above, while large rats scurry through the cells. At this juncture, a faint sound of footsteps shattered the silence, heralding the approach of a figure. Eddard Stark squinted at the silhouette advancing toward him, and as it drew nearer, he recognized it to be Varys, the master of whispers. Lord Stark, I am curious as to why you have suddenly chosen to confront Queen Cersei. Why not apprehend her and her 3 children first? Varys inquired from outside the cell, gazing at the imprisoned Eddard Stark. My honor and sense of justice preclude me from such actions. Oh, forgive me. I momentarily forgot that you are a man of honor. Varys replied, whenever I witness the tragic predicaments you find yourselves in due to honor, I cannot help but ponder whether it truly holds such significance. Upon hearing Varys's words, Eddard lowered his head, lamenting his lack of preparation and his naive trust in others. Yet, he had never regretted his decision, for he acted in good conscience. Varys, can you facilitate my escape? I can, but I am unwilling to do so. Eddard fell silent, refraining from further discourse. Lord Stark, heed my counsel. Your best course of action now would be to confess to treason. Cersei has stated that if you plead guilty, she will grant you the Black Cloak to serve as a Night's Watchman, where you may still be with your brother and your bastard son. Impossible. I shall never allow them to distort the truth. Eddard's anger surged at this suggestion. He would rather die than lend support to a false king. Then your daughter is doomed. Eddard Stark found himself in a quandary once more, but ultimately, the safety of his family took precedence. In that moment, he comprehended that the honor he cherished above all was utterly valueless in the eyes of others. Alas, Varys, please convey my request to Cersei. I have promised her. I beg her to spare my daughter. Lord Stark, you have made a judicious decision. Observing the despondent expression on Eddard Stark's face, Varys discreetly shook his head and departed from the cell. Varys harbored a profound sympathy for Eddard Stark. Individuals who valued honor and justice as he did were exceedingly rare in this world. On one side lay justice, constrained and limited. On the other, boundless malevolence. The outcome seemed predestined from the very beginning. As he pondered these matters, preparing to return via the secret passage, an unexpected figure materialized before him. Who goes there? Varys gasped, startled. This passage was known only to him, not even to his little birds. How can anyone be waiting here for him today? Lord Varys, you have truly opened my eyes today. I had no idea there were so many intricate passages beneath the Red Keep. Your Majesty, how did you? Varys recognized the individual standing before him. It was none other than the new king, Joffrey Baratheon. I merely came to ascertain whether the illustrious spider, Lord Varys, would clandestinely assist in the escape of my uncle, Eddard Stark. It appears I have wasted my trip. Joffrey smiled, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Varys. At this distance, he could easily eliminate the uncertain spider, but Joffrey felt that killing Varys would be of little benefit. Rather, it would be more advantageous to employ him for his own purposes, thereby keeping his hands unblemished. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. My loyalty to you is unwavering. Varys bowed his head, his eyes fluttering as he concentrated on devising a strategy, his hands within his voluminous sleeves clammy with perspiration. Should Joffrey discover him repeatedly, his situation would become perilous. Let us hope I am merely overthinking this. Otherwise, your head may find itself in an uncertain location. Joffrey resolved to utilize Varys as his intelligence network temporarily, unwilling to squander the man's talents. Joffrey's employment strategy was never solely based on virtue or vice. He merely sought the most fitting position. Let me ponder. Is it Pentos? Or Bravos? Perhaps Tyrosh? Joffrey continued, drawing ever closer to Varys. At this, Varys began to perspire profusely, uncertain of how Joffrey had acquired such knowledge. Lord Varys, come serve me. You shall remain my master of whispers, and I will even allocate some land near King's Landing to you. I trust you comprehend the implications of this. Joffrey understood that to ensnare the cunning Varys, he must employ both rewards and threats. Solely relying on the oppression of power would never yield compliance from this man. Everyone is prone to err. I merely hope you can amend your past misdeeds in a timely manner. I can overlook your previous chaotic schemes. Listening to Joffrey's forthright words, Varys surmised that the new king was undoubtedly aware of everything. Varys realized that for the time being, he had no choice but to cooperate with Joffrey, refraining from any other actions, at least until he ensured his own survival. Your Majesty, you are truly mistaken. I have always been unwaveringly loyal to you. Varys understood that conceding at this juncture was imperative, but he could never admit to those matters, for he sensed that Joffrey might be attempting to deceive him. Joffrey chuckled, stepping forward to pat Varys on the broad shoulder, causing the latter to flinch. Lord Varys, sometimes I truly cannot discern which side you align with. Joffrey scrutinized Varys's violet eyes, a smile playing on his lips. Your Majesty, I shall forever stand on the side of peace. Varys realized he had passed this test. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Joffrey regarded Varys, who wore an expression of righteousness, yet an incongruity lingered in the air. It was uncertain whether Varys referred to the peace of House Baratheon or that of House Targaryen. Lord Varys, remember that fire is my weapon, and brilliance is my gaze. Do not entertain thoughts of escaping my grasp. With that, Joffrey turned to depart. As he neared the exit, Loras's voice once again echoed in his mind. How do you find it, young one? Is this ability not remarkable? You can now perceive everything around you through the flames and hear their voices. Loras initially offered Joffrey a taste of a power beyond mortal comprehension. His tone was affable, akin to basking in sunlight, devoid of any sinister or malevolent undertones. Hand over your heart to me, and in exchange, I shall grant you an incomparable divine heart. From that moment forth, you shall possess no vulnerabilities and wield the flames at your will. You may even use my name to attract all followers. What is a divine heart? Joffrey inquired. The heart of the god possesses no corporeal form. It may be envisioned as your former heart transformed into flames. Furthermore, you shall amalgamate with my divine power, transcending the mundane. Listening to the voice, rich with temptation, Joffrey chose silence and departed without uttering another word. Meanwhile, Varys lingered for a moment, observing Joffrey's receding figure before he, too, took his leave in a different direction. Unbeknownst to both Joffrey and Varys, shortly after their departure, another individual stealthily arrived at the scene. A somber voice resonated. "Lord Stark, I seek to uncover the truth." In Winterfell, Robb Stark gazed at the letter in his hand, his heart awash with tumultuous emotions. Yet, he must embody the resolute spirit and decisive nature befitting a worthy heir. With his father, Eddard Stark, imprisoned in King's Landing, he felt compelled to muster an army to demand justice. "Maester Luwin, those families have vowed to follow House Stark to the death, have they not?" Robb Stark inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone icy and devoid of sentiment. So frigid was his demeanor that Theon Greyjoy, seated beside him, shivered and lifted his gaze. "Indeed," Maester Luwin replied. "Then inform them. Their loyalty is now required," Robb Stark declared, his blue eyes blinking with determination, his expression as chilling as a winter frost. "Yes." Observing the resolute glint in Robb Stark's gaze, Maester Luwin thought to himself, "This boy has truly matured." Chapter 23. Tywin marches forth. Edmure bears the burden. The clouds loom over the city, threatening to collapse, while the armor gleams like scales. With Eddard Stark imprisoned in the dungeons of King's Landing, Jaime Lannister finally returned to the Westerlands. Upon his arrival at Casterly Rock, he discovered a vast assembly of soldiers lined up outside, their numbers significantly surpassing those of House Stark's forces. He understood that his father, Tywin Lannister, was compelled to exert pressure on House Arryn and House Stark for the sake of family honor. Jaime felt a surge of relief at this sight, for he alone in the family harbored deep affection for his brother, Tyrion. He had resolved on the journey that if his father did not take action, he would personally lead a force into the Vale to retrieve Tyrion. Once inside the castle, he noticed that the troops within were far more disciplined, a stark contrast to those outside. Jaime realized that even in rallying troops for Tyrion, his father was only enlisting newly recruited rabble, as if he wished for Tyrion to perish in the fray. This thought ignited Jaime Lannister's ire, and he rode towards his father Tywin's office. "Father, I have returned." Jaime stormed in, brimming with indignation. "It is good that you have returned," Tywin replied without much reaction, merely glancing up before returning his focus to the map. "Father, Jaime felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton. His father's calm demeanor stirred not a ripple of response. "What is it, Jaime? Do you comprehend the magnitude of your folly? This war could have been averted before it even began, yet your impulsive act has rendered Eddard Stark incapacitated, unable to leave King's Landing. Do you realize that had he escaped and fallen into my trap, this conflict would have been resolved?" "I'm sorry, father." Jaime, though unintentional in his actions, had inadvertently thwarted Tywin's plans. "Jaime, how many times have I told you? One must not act rashly. One must maintain clarity of mind and consider the larger picture." Tywin Lannister turned to regard his handsome son, once designated as the heir to Casterly Rock. But the Mad King Aerys had instead appointed him to the King's Guard at Harrenhal, shattering Tywin's aspirations. Thus, Tywin severed all ties with his childhood friend, Aerys, harboring deep animosity. Tywin was well aware of his son's inner turmoil. He spoke unhurriedly. "If my calculations are correct, Gregor Clegane should already be wreaking havoc in the Riverlands." In truth, Tywin Lannister had little desire to rescue Tyrion, a creature born of his beloved wife's demise. Yet for the sake of family honor, he felt compelled to act. Tywin first dispatched the Mountain to invade the Riverlands, targeting House Tully, allies of House Stark. Though the Mountain sustained severe injuries, he was barely able to move after receiving treatment from the Lannister maesters. However, his left arm bore a permanent scar, no longer as nimble as before. Tywin was taken aback upon witnessing Gregor Clegane's condition. He had not anticipated such grievous wounds inflicted by his grandson Joffrey wielding a warhammer, were it not for his prior knowledge of Joffrey being the illegitimate child of his son and daughter. He might have mistaken Joffrey for Robert's offspring based solely on his innate power. Shortly thereafter, Ser Adam Marbrand hastened into the chamber. "My lord, we have received word from Gregor Clegane. He has obeyed your command and driven the lords of the Riverlands back to their strongholds." "Good. Instruct Gregor Clegane to advance toward the vicinity of River Run," Tywin commanded. "Yes." Adam Marbrand winked at Jaime with a smile before departing. Once Ser Adam Marbrand had exited, Tywin turned to his son Jaime Lannister, saying, "You are to inform your uncle Kevin Lannister to prepare provisions and supplies. I shall personally lead the troops to ascertain the reactions of House Arryn and House Stark." "Yes." Jaime felt a surge of joy. This time, his father was truly taking decisive action. In the Riverlands at Riverrun, Edmure Tully was the current head of House Tully, the sovereign of the Riverlands. In truth, he had no desire to take center stage, but his father, Hoster Tully, was gravely ill, compelling him to bear the weight of leadership. The name Edmure Tully also belonged to a leader from the ancestral period of House Tully, indicating that Hoster Tully held great hopes for his son. Edmure bore the characteristic auburn hair of House Tully, with thick, bushy eyebrows and large eyes that seemed somewhat timid as he rarely made direct eye contact. Nevertheless, his meticulously groomed beard lent him an air of authority. At that moment, Edmure Tully paced anxiously within the council chamber, his brow furrowed, as if an insurmountable sorrow loomed over him. He was young and lacked experience, presenting a stark contrast to the seasoned lords with their gray hair and adept mannerisms. Long before he discerned the Lannisters were mustering forces, Edmure had sensed the brewing tension. However, he hesitated to mobilize his own troops, fearful of reigniting conflict. Consequently, he dispatched an envoy to Casterly Rock to discern the Lannisters' intentions while secretly assembling forces within Riverrun to prepare for any eventualities. He also sent Ser Vance and Ser Paytrek to garrison the mountain passes beneath the Golden Tooth to prevent the Lannister army from invading the heart of the Riverlands via the King's Road. Yet several days had passed, and the envoy he had dispatched to inquire about Tywin's intentions had vanished without a trace, suggesting that the outcome was likely grim. A few days prior, Edmure had written to his uncle, Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, beseeching him to relay the current dire situation to his sister, Lisa Tully, in the Vale, urging her to send reinforcements to Riverrun. However, his sister had stubbornly refused to send aid, leaving him feeling disheartened and disappointed. Though Edmure Tully was deeply touched by his uncle Brynden Tully's decision to return to Riverrun in aid, he could not overlook the fact that, compared to the formidable Lannisters, Riverrun ultimately lacked sufficient military strength. Just as he was directing his attention toward the western Casterly Rock, he failed to notice that Tywin Lannister's brutish henchman, Gregor Clegane, had stealthily infiltrated the Riverlands from the southeast, commencing a campaign of pillage and slaughter. After mercilessly massacring several villages, he departed unscathed. Edmure sighed. Whenever he recalled the tormented faces of the survivors who sought refuge with him, his compassionate heart softened with empathy. Resolutely defying opposition, he ordered the gates of the castle to be opened to receive the refugees, tending to their wounds and providing sustenance. In times of war, such an act was tantamount to hastening one's own demise. The mere consumption of food by the refugees posed a significant challenge, let alone the considerable human and material resources required for their care. As he paced the hall, a voice suddenly broke the tension. Uther Ryswell, the steward of Riverrun. Edmure, our current situation is rather bleak. Gregor Clegane has ravaged numerous villages, and the influx of refugees grows daily. Furthermore, many of the Riverlands nobles have been forced back to their own territories, leaving us without reinforcements or supplies. With our current rations, we will struggle to sustain such a consumption rate. Uther Ryswell, with his hair and beard now completely white, was of an age comparable to that of Edmure's father, Lord Hotine Tully, making him a senior figure among them. He continued, perhaps we should expel these refugees and concentrate our forces and resources to fortify Riverrun. Then consider dispatching troops to the Red Fork and other areas to intercept the Lannister advance. We must hold out until the Stark forces arrive. Uther's perspective echoed the sentiments of many vassals present, for the adage mercy does not command soldiers, nor does righteousness command wealth rang true. In this precarious situation, accepting too many refugees would only serve to undermine their own strength. Yet, Edmure Tully unwaveringly rejected this suggestion. I am the Lord of the Riverlands. They are my people, and it is my duty to aid them. To abandon them in their time of peril would strip me of all honor in leading the Riverlands and the noble knights gathered here. Edmure was inherently kind-hearted, harboring sympathy for the suffering and the vulnerable. However, such compassion was not always a virtue in the theater of war. Soon after, Lord Mouton, a knight from the town of Silverwater, voiced his agreement with Uther's proposal. Edmure, you must not be so obstinate. Consider that if our provisions run low, not only will our soldiers face starvation and mutiny, but we shall surely suffer defeat. Should the Lannisters breach our walls, even more innocents will perish. We would do better to heed Uther's counsel and expel the refugees. The hall was soon filled with a cacophony of debate, urging Edmure to prioritize the greater good. Only Sir Andre Charlton's young squire, Lucas Rutt, attempted to speak in Edmure's defense, only to be silenced by Sir Andre. Feeling cornered, Edmure blushed and attempted to redirect the conversation. Let us discuss the matter of Goldtooth instead. We can set aside the provisions issue for now. What say you, my lords? Edmure considered himself somewhat pliable, fearing that should he be swayed to evict the refugees, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The assembled nobles exchanged glances and quickly acquiesced to Edmure's suggestion. Though these seasoned men, accustomed to wielding their experience and wisdom, addressed Edmure as their liege lord, they understood that he was merely preserving his dignity. It was clear to them that Edmure was grappling with an internal conflict, and they chose not to press him further. Furthermore, Edmure's final remark held merit. The situation at Gold Tooth was of paramount importance. If the Western forces within Gold Tooth were to eliminate the troops stationed at the mountain pass, there would be no geographical hindrance to their advance into the heart of the Riverlands, placing Reborn in jeopardy. At that moment, the previously silent Lord Tytos Blackwood rose to speak. He was the Lord of Raventree Hall and the head of House Blackwood, tall and lean, with long black hair cascading down his back. His prominent hawk-like nose and piercing eyes exuded an air of intensity. Draped in a cloak woven from raven feathers, he wore a suit of red armor adorned with black gemstones shaped into a barren tree, encircled by a ring of crows. Beside him stood his strikingly similar son, Lucas Blackwood, clad in red armor as well. I believe it prudent to send additional forces to the mountain pass at Gold Tooth. I cannot confidently assert whether Lords Vance and Peake can hold that position, Lord Tytos declared, his voice resonant and clear, easily heard by all present. My lord, I fear we may not muster sufficient troops at this time, Uther replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Upon hearing this, Edmure Tully furrowed his brow and addressed the assembly. We have already endeavored to gather our forces. While this may ensure temporary security for Reborn, I am deeply concerned that the Lannisters will target the nearby villages of Pinkie and Raventree, effectively encircling us. Do not fret, Edmure. My son Brynden Blackwood is stationed at Raventree, and the position is secure, Tytos Blackwood reassured him. Then, shifting the subject, he expressed concern for another family. However, I find myself troubled by Ser Genos Bracken of Stonehenge. That man is perpetually eager for conflict. He may be embroiled in a fierce battle with the Lannisters even now. With a heavy sigh, Tytos feigned concern, lamenting, I sincerely hope that old Genos Bracken survives to see another day. Edmure's lips twitched in irritation, contemplating Tytos' apparent eagerness for his rival's demise. The long-standing feud between the Blackwoods and the Brackens had persisted for centuries, and Edmure had no illusions about Tytos' intentions. Yet, with the specter of war looming, he hoped for unity among the lords. Facing the eager crowd, Edmure recognized it was time to make a decision. He solemnly articulated his thoughts. I urge you all to hear me. First and foremost, I propose we dispatch an additional 1,000 men to support the garrison at the mountain pass of Gold Tooth, to prevent the forces there from breaching the Riverlands. Secondly, we must send out scouts to gather intelligence on Lannister movements. However, given our limited manpower, we should prioritize reconnaissance of Pinkie and Raventree. Our advantage lies in Riverrun's strategic position at the confluence of the Red Fork and the Trident. This geography complicates any attempt by the enemy to encircle us completely, as they would need to divide their forces at least 3 ways. Even if they reach our walls, we shall have the opportunity to either engage or retreat. It must be said that Edmure Tully possesses a certain strategic insight, a sentiment echoed by the nods of agreement from those present. Subsequently, Edmure turned his gaze towards the bureaucrat, Woolley's Vane beside him. Has the Fry family of Reborn yet made their position known? Edmure inquired, for the phrase often posed a considerable headache, despite being nobles of the Riverlands. They consistently disregarded the commands of House Tully, their liege. Not yet. Old Walder Fry is surely waiting until the last moment to declare his allegiance. Just as he did many years ago, whoever emerges victorious, he will support, Woolley's replied. However, your sister, Lady Stark, wrote yesterday to say she is preparing to visit the Fry family in person. Edmure could only hope for a favorable outcome, as unease lingered within him. Chapter 24, The Gathering at Golden Grove. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, shrouded in morning mist. The nascent sun cast its rays upon the golden armor, reflecting a blinding brilliance. Duke Tywin Lannister had personally led his forces to occupy the crossroads near Ruby Strand, his mind as tumultuous as the ebb and flow of the tide upon the riverbank. This place, once an unnamed riverbank, had transformed into a site of infamy since the moment Robert Baratheon struck Prince Rhaegar Targaryen in the chest, shattering the ruby that adorned Rhaegar's breastplate, scattering its fragments across the shallows. Soldiers, driven by fervor, abandoned their battles to scramble for the precious gems. Ruby Strand marked a pivotal moment in the War of Usurpation. Whether it would also be a turning point for his own victory remained uncertain. Tywin had meticulously prepared for this war, dispatching Gregor Clegane to invade the Riverlands with the intention of driving the lords back to their domains, thereby preventing House Tully from amassing its forces in a short span of time. Concurrently, he sought an alliance with the Fry family, who controlled the crossing of the Green Fork River, especially since his sister had married into that family. As one ages, nostalgia often creeps in. The mere thought of the phrase reminded Tywin of his youth when his father was derisively dubbed the Smiling Lion, Tydos Lannister. His father, a man of amiable disposition who never raised his voice in anger, would often forgive debts owed to him, ultimately leading to the further diminishment of House Lannister's standing. In that era, everyone seemed keen to trample upon their reputation. What Tywin found most intolerable was that his father had married off his only sister, Jenna Lannister, to the lowly Freys, a family that had risen to prominence merely by collecting tolls on a bridge. To Tywin, the Freys were nothing more than upstarts unworthy of his sister's hand. His father, he believed, had lost his faculties. For this singular act, he vowed never to forgive him. Thus, after the War of the Ninepenny Kings, he leveraged his influence to render his father powerless. Yet it infuriated him that his father, despite being marginalized, accepted it with a smile, as if it were a matter of course. Unbeknownst to him, his father had passed away many years prior. With the return of the envoy sent to the Freys, Tywin's reverie was interrupted. According to the envoy's report, he had been warmly welcomed by Walder Frey, sharing drinks and dancing. Yet Walder had remained evasive, never mentioning the alliance. After considering the envoy's words, Tywin deduced that Walder Frey would likely maintain neutrality during the conflict, hoping not to be overly affected, provided he did not side with the Starks. Turning to his eldest son, Jaime Lannister, Tywin commanded, "Jaime, take your forces to the Riverlands to find Gregor Clegane and unite with him before proceeding to Golden Grove. Your task is to secure Golden Grove, the gateway to the Westerlands, and repel the Riverland nobles as you advance towards Riverrun." "Yes, father," Jaime replied, bowing slightly. Tywin continued, "I shall lead my army across the Red Fork River, flanking through the south toward the Riverlands, aiming for the direction of Pink Maiden. Once I have captured the surrounding strongholds, Pink Maiden, Stone Hedge, Crow's Tree, we will isolate Riverrun. At that point, while we besiege Riverrun, we can also march eastward to seize Harrenhal. Jaime, remember, even if we do not drive back the Riverland garrison, it is essential to hold Golden Grove. Your primary mission is to delay their forces, granting me time to execute my strategy." "I understand, father." Golden Grove, a fortress renowned for its gold mines, was also the ancestral home of House Lefford, vassals sworn to House Lannister of Casterly Rock. It guarded the sole thoroughfare through the mountains from the Riverlands to the Westerlands, a treacherous path winding through perilous terrain, effectively serving as the gateway to the Westerlands. After several days of travel, Jaime Lannister finally arrived at Golden Grove. Gazing upon the imposing castle, he contemplated how best to repel House Tully's garrison stationed at the mountain pass. Emerging from behind him was Lord Leo Lefford, the Lord of Golden Grove and head of House Lefford. Originally responsible for the logistics in Tywin's army, Jaime had summoned him to Golden Grove, believing his extensive knowledge of the local terrain would prove invaluable. "Jaime, rest assured, our Golden Grove is as solid as a mountain. It shall not be taken," he proclaimed, his voice resonant yet lacking in charisma. His low emotional intelligence rendered him unable to grasp the intentions of his liege, thus relegating him to the lower echelons of nobility within the Westerlands, much like his failure to perceive Jaime's true thoughts. Jaime surveyed the narrow mountain road, his brow furrowing as he strategized. He was determined not to merely wait for the enemy to withdraw. He needed to seize the initiative. "Lord Lefford, summon all the lords to the council chamber. I have matters to discuss," Jaime declared, a plan forming in his mind. "At once," Lord Lefford responded. In the expansive, solemn council chamber, lords of every rank convened, prepared to receive their orders. Clad in golden lion armor and draped in a white cloak, Jaime stood at the table, sword in hand, pointing at the map as he issued commands. "Lord Quentin Bainfort, you shall lead an assault against Lord Vance from the front. Do not engage in a full frontal attack. Your objective is to lure him out of his camp and delay him, buying me time." "Understood." Lord Bainfort stepped forward to take his orders. "Lord Anders Blackwood, you are tasked with assaulting Lord Clement Valerion. Your mission is a direct and forceful attack. Clement is exceedingly timid. Once you demonstrate strength, he will not dare to show his face." "Yes," Lord Blackwood acknowledged. After assigning the two most critical tasks, Jaime turned his attention to the formidable Gregor Clegane. "Sir Gregor Clegane, you shall position your forces between the two armies to provide support. Once I arrive with my troops, we will coordinate to flank the enemy forces at the mountain pass. Understood, Gregor replied, stepping forward. Once all tasks were delegated, Jaime unveiled his audacious strategy amidst the puzzled gazes of the assembly. Lords, I shall lead the elite forces of House Lannister down the treacherous cliffs to the northwest of Golden Grove, making a rapid advance of 100 miles to strike the enemy from the north with surprise. Jaime's plan was perilous, for the cliffs to the northwest were steep and unforgiving. A single misstep could result in fatal consequence. This was indeed a gamble. No, Jaime, this is far too risky. We need only hold Golden Grove. The forces below would never succeed in breaching our defenses. Lord Lefford interjected, voicing his dissent, his philosophy being one of self-preservation over glory. Although Duke Tywin commanded them to repel the forces of House Tully, he later remarked that if they could not succeed, it would suffice to merely delay them. In the eyes of Count Leo Lovard, as long as he could defend Goldtooth Castle, he would consider his task accomplished. This sentiment was not unique to Count Leo. The other lords shared a similar perspective. Execute my orders. Here, I am the supreme commander. James's roar resonated like thunder, swiftly silencing all and dispelling their lethargy. After all, if the commander was willing to risk everything, how could they afford to remain idle without becoming the subject of ridicule? The mountain path beneath Goldtooth Castle was narrow, yet the pass leading to the Riverlands was quite expansive. Earl Vance stationed himself on the northern side of the pass while entrusting Earl Pyber with the southern flank. Their encampments were not joined during their deployment, as a protruding ridge to the east of Goldtooth Castle obstructed their connection, though they could communicate with relative ease by circumventing it. Another reason for the separation lay in the differing command styles of the two leaders. Earl Vance was fiery and impulsive, favoring aggressive sorties against the enemy, while Earl Pyber, in stark contrast, was cautious and preferred to fortify his position, adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. In the misty dawn, before the first light broke, the stars still twinkled in the sky. Within the northern encampment, Earl Vance, the Count of Travis and head of House Vance, awoke early and began his inspection of the camp. To be frank, since he was dispatched by Edmure Tully to garrison here, there had been no movements from the defenders of Goldtooth Castle. Just days prior, he had received word that Tywin Lannister had mobilized troops and approached the Red Fork. A sense of agitation surged within Vance. He harbored no fondness for the Lannisters, those who resided in their golden lair, now once again brandishing their fangs. Just then, a scout approached with alarming news. The defenders of Goldtooth Castle had emerged from their fortifications and were swiftly advancing towards them. Vance's pent-up frustration flared instantly. I was just lamenting their lack of action. Bring me my weapons. I shall rally our forces for an encounter. With that, Vance donned his armor and took the sword offered by a soldier, striding outward. Meanwhile, in the southern encampment, Count Clement Pyber, Lord of Pink City and head of House Pyber, with his thick, unruly red hair and stout frame, emerged from his quarters, still clad in his nightclothes. The raucous noise from the northern camp had roused him from sleep. What on earth is happening out there? Why such a commotion? He groggily inquired of a patrolling soldier. My lord, the defenders of Goldtooth Castle are attacking. Count Vance has led the troops to confront them. The soldier stood rigidly, reporting to Clement Pyber. Ah, indeed? They are attacking. How could I forget? Aren't we the ones supposed to be on the offensive? Clement mused, recalling how the usually timid Leo Lovard had suddenly found his courage. In Clement's memory, Leo was much like himself, a man who considered it brave merely to hold his ground in battle. What had caused this unexpected boldness? Had he feasted too heartily, clouding his judgment? My lord, what shall we do? The soldier's face gleamed with excitement, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Yet, Clement doused his enthusiasm with cold water. What do we care? Count Vance's actions concern us not. Return to your patrol. Clement recognized that the young soldier had likely never experienced the trials of war and harbored a naive yearning for glory on the battlefield. He lamented the folly of the current youth, who seemed entranced by tales of valor rather than valuing the sanctity of life. Yes, my lord, the soldier replied, crestfallen. As he walked away, Clement, hearing the cacophony of battle cries from outside, shivered involuntarily, wrapping his thin clothing tighter around him, preparing to return to his slumber. "Oh, seven, grant me a restful sleep," he murmured, his mind clear. He understood that to survive, one must avoid reckless risks. Chapter 25. The True Dragon Emperor. In the holy city of Ves Dothrak, a voice rang out, I want my crown. I want my throne. It is said that when the gods fashioned House Targaryen, it was akin to tossing a coin. One side was wise, the other mad. And Viserys Targaryen undeniably leaned towards the latter. In a drunken stupor, he stumbled into Khal Drogo's tent, his handsome features twisted by madness. In the next moment, he unsheathed his sword. Shall I slay the bastard growing within you, my dear sister? Look at your wretched form. Has any vestige of Targaryen nobility remained? After more than a year, Viserys' patience had worn thin. He saw no signs of Drogo providing him with an army or assisting in his conquest of Westeros. It infuriated him to witness his sister, whom he had always regarded as his destined bride, carrying the child of this barbarian. The alcohol ignited his rage. Dany had become pregnant while traversing the Dothraki Sea, and after months of journeying, they had finally reached V's Dothrak. This city served as the sacred heart of the Dothraki people, where all were brothers. Within its confines, no weapons were permitted, nor was blood to be spilled. All were to sit together to feast and drink, akin to the guest rites of Westeros. Viserys' intentions with the sword clearly violated these sacred customs, as he menaced Dany's belly, repeatedly threatening to kill the child within her. "Your Grace, please release her. Let go of Daenerys. Stay away from her." The pleas and threats from the assembly fell on deaf ears, only serving to further incite the deranged Viserys. "Drogo, I am the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Viserys III, where is my army? You owe me my army. I shall claim the Iron Throne." Viserys roared, like a true dragon exhaling searing flames, his residual Targaryen might nearly intimidating even Drogo's bloodriders. "Drogo, kneel before me. Acknowledge me as your emperor. I am a true dragon emperor." The moment Viserys sold his mother's crown for survival, he perhaps began his descent into madness. The relentless upheaval of his life, having been in exile since the tender age of 8, had driven him to the brink. He had lost everything: his home, his father, his mother, and even the sister he believed to be his wife. Ultimately, he could not even secure the army he had bargained for. Drogo, unable to endure Viserys' madness any longer, removed the heavy golden belt signifying honor and cast it into a pot to be melted over the roaring flames. It seemed Viserys sensed Drogo's ill intent, and he was suddenly jolted sober with fear. His eyes widened in terror as he trembled and fled toward the exit, only to be forcibly restrained by the bloodriders, struggling desperately against his bindings. Stand and perish, or kneel and live. From the delirium of intoxication to the cowardice of begging for mercy, his capabilities were woefully inadequate for his ambitions. "What do you intend to do? Are you plotting regicide? You traitors, release me at once. Otherwise, I shall slay you all. Release me. I no longer desire the crown. I renounce my army. I want nothing. Spare me. Allow me to do as I please. I beseech you. Daenerys, my dear sister, my princess, have mercy on me. I implore you." Inform them that my brother Viserys' pleas for mercy reverberate within Daenerys' heart, as they always do. Yet this time, Daenerys remains unusually calm. She disregards even the pleas of Ser Jorah Mormont, for her sole desire is to protect the child growing within her womb. As the gold from the belt melted, Drogo suddenly raised the iron pot and brought it crashing down upon Viserys Targaryen's head. "Then let me crown our true dragon prince," he declared in Dothraki. Viserys' piercing scream echoed, filled with anguish as he writhed and kicked aimlessly in the mud. Ultimately, he collapsed, powerless upon the ground, finally awakened and liberated. In a whisper, he lamented to his mother, questioning why she entrusted him with the burden of reviving House Targaryen. The molten gold cascaded over his head and face, yet not a single drop of blood fell. A true dragon fears not the fire. He is no true dragon. Tears streamed down Daenerys' face as she gazed upon the lifeless body of her brother Viserys. She could not discern whether she felt joy or sorrow. All she knew was that the Targaryen lineage may indeed be at an end. From this moment forth, she would be the sole true dragon in the world. Nearby, the Dothraki murmured, "All right, I concede. You were right this time. By the gods, could it be that there truly exists a time difference in this world? Viserys Targaryen is indeed dead. Should I commend our prince for his keen insight or his prophetic prowess?" Archibald Ironwood remarked in bewilderment. "To my knowledge, the prince's informant is a shadow binder from Asshai. Who knows what those mysterious individuals have conveyed to him?" Garriston Hightower expressed his perpetual disdain for the enigmatic figures from Asshai. At this moment, Quentyn Martell interjected. "Since Viserys is deceased, he has no other choice but to take the marriage contract in hand and settle for marrying Daenerys Targaryen in place of Aelix, who was meant to wed Viserys Targaryen. Given that the events have transpired, there is no need for further entanglement. I recall my father mentioning that Drogo will also meet his demise soon, correct?" Quentyn inquired. "Indeed, Your Grace. Although the source of the information is uncertain, I suspect it is once again that individual from Asshai." Garriston Hightower shrugged, exuding resignation. "Regardless of the source of the intelligence, I trust my father's judgment." In Quentyn Martell's mind, his father's authority was paramount and infallible. The Lazarene people, pastoralists residing on the continent of Essos, dwell in the region of Lazar southeast of the sacred city of Ves Dothrak. They are a peaceful folk, content with their modest lives, never proactively engaging in conflict with others. However, the Dothraki frequently invade them, pillaging their wealth or seizing them to serve as slaves. At this moment, Lazar was far from tranquil. Golden armor paired with gilded swords shimmered brightly under the moonlight. Their formation, both scattered and unified, relentlessly encroached upon the living space of a group of Dothraki warriors, whose faces bore fierce expressions as they brandished their curved blades, led by Drogo's longtime adversary, Ogokaus. At the forefront of the Golden Company stood a young man with silver hair and violet eyes, wielding a black flame sword. Aegon Targaryen typically presented himself with blue hair and blue eyes, but whenever he harnessed the magic within him, he instantly reverted to the original silver hair and violet eyes of House Targaryen. What pure magic! I feel as though my very soul has been empowered. You should have slain that Targaryen waste long ago, laughed Rhaegar, having just sensed a powerful surge of magic ascending, an indication of Viserys Targaryen's death. Aegon Targaryen sidestepped an incoming blade, waving his left hand to control the assailant's shadow. Synchronizing with the shadow, he manipulated the individual's body to stab a comrade with the curved blade. In that instant, Aegon sensed another figure attempting to ambush him from behind. With a flicker of thought, the assailant was struck in the thigh by a shadow before collapsing with a cry, only to have Aegon swiftly finish him off with a black flame sword. The shadows struck like daggers, piercing through one Dothraki after another. Thick, viscous blood flowed along the shadows, staining Aegon Targaryen's feet crimson with each step. Yes, this bloodthirsty sensation is utterly intoxicating. Rhaegar cackled. Aegon Targaryen, drenched in blood, commanded the shadows of all those around him. Wherever the shadows extended, it was his domain. He realized that if he sought to control the Dothraki, the most effective approach would be to lead them with their own kind. Therefore, Drogo must not perish. Should he fall, his followers would surely splinter and become disorganized. Thus, Aegon led the Golden Company in a preemptive strike, eliminating Ogokaus, the adversary who would have gravely wounded Drogo in the narrative, ensuring that Drogo would not fall victim to the witch's schemes in the future. Aegon cared little for the moral standings of Drogo, Ogokaus, or the witch. Moreover, Ogokaus was certainly no virtuous individual, having already ravaged Lazar with his men prior to Aegon's arrival. As Ogokaus fell, Aegon surveyed the surroundings and found that not a single Dothraki remained alive in Lazar. They had been mercilessly slaughtered. Your Majesty, we are victorious. 25 wounded, 3 dead. John Clinton approached to report the Golden Company's battle losses. This skirmish was a result of their surprise attack and the enemy's inferior equipment, rendering it nearly a one-sided massacre. Understood. First, clean the battlefield. Take Ogokaus's head. We must meet with Drogo. It is not my style to perform good deeds anonymously. Yes, Your Majesty. John Clinton cast a glance at Aegon before turning to depart. Aegon, I truly did not misjudge you. You are growing increasingly attuned to my abilities. Rhaegar's voice was sinister and foreboding, leaving half a thought unspoken. Rhaegar mused that Aegon's body was increasingly accommodating to his soul. Rhaegar, some matters are best left unthought of. Aegon Targaryen harbored a profound wariness towards Rhaegar, believing he harbored ulterior motives and would not be foolish enough to entrust his heart to this self-proclaimed malevolent entity. Ha ha! The Mother of Light will pay no heed to your insignificant devotion. One day, you will come seeking me. Chapter 26. The Heart of an Emperor, the Longing of Children. In the Iron Throne Hall of King's Landing, in the name of King Joffrey I, ruler of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, sovereign of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, I bestow upon you the surname of House Baratheon. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be a bastard, but a rightful member of House Baratheon. With a grave expression, Joffrey stood before the Iron Throne, resting the sword in his hand upon the shoulder of his mentor, Ser Borenstorm, to fulfill the necessary rites of legitimization. Upon ascending the Iron Throne, Joffrey wasted no time in legalizing the status of his mentor's illegitimate son, for he shared a strong bond with Ser Born. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bornstorm knelt before Joffrey, bowing his head in gratitude, his expression one of devout reverence. Subsequently, Joffrey proclaimed, in the name of the warrior, I beseech you to exhibit courage. In the name of the Father, I implore you to embody justice. In the name of the Holy Mother, I demand that you shield the weak and innocent. In the name of the Maiden, I require you to protect all women. In the name of the Smith, I bestow upon you strength. In the name of the Crone, I grant you wisdom. With a ceremonial grace, Joffrey maneuvered the sword from Bornstorm's right shoulder to his left, and then back again. This ritual of knighthood, though intricate, traditionally necessitated a vigil in the Holy Hall and the anointing with sacred oil. However, Joffrey, dismissive of such embellishments and lacking faith in the Seven, opted for a more expedient ceremony. Your Majesty, upon receiving the accolade, Bornstorm rose at Joffrey's command. Being knighted signified his elevation into the noble class, a monumental leap for one born a bastard of House Baratheon. Yet, to his astonishment, King Joffrey Baratheon presented him with the very sword he held. Master, this blade, known as Ice, is a Valyrian steel sword passed down through House Stark. Today, I gift it to you, hoping you may uphold your duties and defend the realm. Bornstorm paused in silence before reverently accepting Ice with both hands. As he beheld the sword, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. Externally, he appeared elated, but the plight of his dear friend Eddard Stark cast a shadow over his joy. Finally, with a faint smile, Joffrey executed a shocking decree that left the assembly in disbelief. Bornstorm, heed my command. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the city watch of King S. Landing, overseeing all military forces within the city. From this day forth, you shall answer solely to the king and heed my commands. He intended to appoint his own mentor Bornstorm to lead the city watch, effectively controlling all matters of the seven gates of the capital. This decision had been meticulously considered by Joffrey Baratheon as he sought a trusted ally. Historically, the captain of the city watch had always been a confidant of the king. In times of peace, no minister arriving in King S. Landing could bring a substantial force. For instance, Eddard Stark had only brought 50 guards when appointed as Hand of the King, and any larger contingent would have met with Robert's disapproval. Thus, the 3,000 gold cloaks of the city watch became invaluable. Whoever commanded them held dominion over King S. Landing. Your Majesty, Bornstorm, taken aback by the honor, recalled his previous experience as a gate guard and fully understood the magnitude of the trust bestowed upon him. Upon hearing Joffrey's command, Janos Slynt, initially silent, harbored dissatisfaction. He believed that his recent entitlements in Harrenhal sufficed, and even if he were to lose the captaincy, it would merely reduce his avenues for wealth. However, Queen Cersei Lannister was quick to express her outrage. No, Joffrey, how could you allow him to replace Janos Slynt? Janos has proven himself invaluable to us. In her eyes, Janos Slynt had firmly allied himself with her, becoming a crucial partner in their endeavors. She could not fathom why her son would engage in such a treacherous act against a loyal servant. Before Joffrey could respond to his mother, Peter Baelish unexpectedly interjected. What are your thoughts, Lord Baelish? Joffrey inquired. Your Majesty, I believe Lord Janos Slynt has rendered significant service to you. Dismissing him now may invite public scrutiny, Peter replied, having collaborated with Slynt for an extended period. Their roles were well defined. Captain Slynt managed the sale of titles and amassed bribes, while Peter facilitated connections, ensuring his own lucrative share. Peter had invested in Slynt to serve as his informant and guarantee his safety. Thus, he had no desire for his longtime associate to be dismissed. Were they saying that I am ungrateful and casting aside a loyal servant? Joffrey glared at Peter, feeling an urge to assert his dominance. He had recently been overly kind to Peter and felt it necessary to remind him of his place. Peter, recognizing the precariousness of his position, decided to temper his words, knowing that provoking Joffrey could lead to dire consequences. He calculated his next move, realizing it was unwise to offend the king over a mere pawn, especially as Joffrey had yet to fulfill his promise of appointing him as Warden of the Riverlands. Initially, Janos Slynt accepted the decision, but upon hearing the Queen and the Master of Coin's objections, he felt compelled to assert himself. After all, no one would turn down the opportunity to amass wealth, especially with the youthful King Joffrey in charge. He stepped forward, ready to defend his position. Joffrey, upon noticing Slynt's audacity to stand before him, felt a surge of contempt. Ah, our ever-loyal and self-righteous Janos Slynt. Do you take issue with my recent command? And no, Your Majesty, I merely offer a suggestion, Slynt stammered, quickly capitulating under Joffrey's fierce gaze. Joffrey had long harbored resentment towards Slynt, particularly upon learning that Slynt had acted on Cersei's orders to hunt down and slay a group of innocent children throughout King S. Landing. Today, Joffrey felt compelled to address this grievance. It was not merely about the slaughter of innocents, but a matter of loyalty. Slynt had shown allegiance to Cersei and, by extension, the Lannister family. If he could follow orders without hesitation to commit such atrocities today, tomorrow he could just as easily threaten Joffrey himself. Joffrey would not be foolish enough to harbor such a ticking time bomb. Your Majesty, I believe my many years of service as captain of the City Watch have earned me some merit, if not for my accomplishments, then certainly for my sacrifices. Janos Slynt pleaded, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Ah, but I had almost forgotten. It seems your tenure as captain has yielded little in terms of achievement. Joffrey retorted mercilessly, eliciting a near laugh from Ser Barristan Selmy, who had long disapproved of Slynt, his moral corruption, and his previous king's bizarre rationale for employing him. Janos Slynt, momentarily speechless, thought to himself, I'm merely being humble. How dare he take offense? Your Majesty, I still believe I possess the capability to fulfill this role. After all, I have been in this position for so long and am well acquainted with all the men, and my reputation remains intact, he hastily asserted, eager to regain the king's favor. However, he remained oblivious to the current circumstances. The reason for his substitution was merely that Joffrey deemed him disloyal, which had nothing to do with his capabilities. Joffrey paid no heed to his words and instead turned his gaze towards the master of whispers, Varys the Spider. My lord Varys, please present me with what I requested. Do not dare to claim that you have not prepared it, for that would cast doubt upon your loyalty to me. As soon as Joffrey's voice fell, the attention of all in the hall shifted to Varys, who feigned ignorance in the corner. Particularly, Peter Baelish's eyes gleamed. He had collaborated with Varys before, and should Varys align himself with Joffrey, his own position would become precarious. However, upon noticing Varys discreetly winking at him, he quickly understood that his king was merely toying with the ministers. Varys, with an expression of resignation, produced several reports filled with written accusations from his sleeve. The captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Balon Swan, stepped forward to receive them, advancing to the Iron Throne to present them to King Joffrey. To preempt any mischief from Janos Slynt, Varys added, Your Grace, this is what you instructed me to gather, and I have diligently inquired within the City Watch as per your wishes. Varys's implication was clear. Janos Slynt, I acted out of compulsion, and the intelligence I provided was gleaned from your own circle. Should there be any discrepancies in the reports, it is not my fault. Blame your so-called loyal friends instead. Joffrey's dissatisfaction with Varys's demeanor was palpable. His intent had been to sow distrust among the scheming nobles, thereby solidifying his own position. Yet Varys was an elusive figure, far too astute and evidently intent on offending no one. On the date of the reign of King Joffrey, Captain Janos Slynt of the City Watch received a bribe of 100 golden dragons from the proprietor of the Crossroads Inn, facilitating the inclusion of the latter's son into the ranks of the Gold Cloaks. On another date, Janos Slynt embezzled the salary meant for the City Watch, pocketing 3,000 golden dragons that should have gone to his men, only to squander it in short order. As Joffrey perused the reports, he read for an excruciatingly long time, leaving Janos Slynt, who stood in the hall, utterly bewildered. Well, had he engaged in such actions? Had he merely accepted a bribe and misappropriated some funds? Was it necessary to accuse him of drunkenly assaulting the madam of a brothel? The woman was nearly 60. Was he truly so desperate? Janos Slynt still believed that some member of the City Watch bore a grudge against him and had exaggerated his transgressions, failing to suspect that King Joffrey was fabricating events on the spot. Even Varys was puzzled. He had penned only 30 or so charges. Yet somehow Joffrey had conjured over 300. In truth, the latter multitude had been conjured by Joffrey on the fly, for he intended to thoroughly crush Janos Slynt. After all, a serious charge would resonate more profoundly in the minds of the audience. Subsequently, Joffrey shouted, Guards, imprison Janos Slynt immediately and interrogate him rigorously. He must divulge all his crimes. Your Grace, I have done nothing. This has nothing to do with me. It is mere jealousy that fuels these slanders. Janos Slynt panicked. Indeed, he had not committed these acts. How dare you? Janos Slynt, I had hoped you would recognize your errors, repent earnestly, and amend your ways. Yet, I find you obstinately unyielding. In that case, you shall not be sent to the dungeons. Joffrey rose, feigning great fury. Guards, take this man and have him swiftly dispatched to the wall, where he shall serve as a night's watchman. It so happened that Joffrey had recently received correspondence from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, indicating a shortage of men at the wall, and so he decided to dispose of Slynt in that manner. What is the saying? To fabricate a charge is no challenge at all. Once a label is affixed, one must accept it. Refusal implies a lack of contrition and a breach of loyalty, warranting even greater punishment. The two gold cloaks stationed at the entrance exchanged glances, instantly understanding. They advanced, each taking an arm of Captain Janos Slynt, dragging him outward with feigned camaraderie. Your Grace. No. Your Grace, have mercy. Janos Slynt's face was a mask of despair. Being sent to the wall left him with nowhere to weep. At that moment, Joffrey recalled the news received from the front lines a few days prior. His uncle, Jaime Lannister, had decisively defeated the armies of the Rivellins at the Battle of the Golden Tooth. Subsequently, Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, had ambushed and slaughtered the forces sent by Eddard Stark. capturing Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. Thus, Joffrey's mind was set in motion, and he declared, Lord Baelish, we now have Loras Tyrell of House Tyrell in our grasp. I wish for you to journey to Highgarden in the name of the Iron Throne and inform the Queen of Thorns that we intend to use her grandson's life as leverage to secure our alliance with House Tyrell. As you command, Your Grace, Peter Baelish replied, bowing without objection, though he found himself perplexed regarding his king's true intentions. Just as Peter Baelish straightened from his bow, Joffrey suddenly wore a mischievous smile and added, if all goes well, as a reward, you shall become the Duke of Harrenhal. This proclamation left Peter Baelish momentarily stunned, while Janos Slynt, who had yet to be dragged away, cast an incredulous glare at Baelish. He then erupted in furious accusations, believing that Baelish had betrayed him for the sake of Harrenhal. You ungrateful wretch! Have you forgotten how much I invested in you? You scoundrel! You sold me out for your own advancement. And do not forget, you are not blameless either. Littlefinger, I will not let this go unpunished. His indignant outbursts echoed as he was escorted from the hall, his voice gradually fading until it was no longer audible. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Peter Baelish glanced at Joffrey upon the Iron Throne, a bitter smile crossing his face as he reluctantly accepted the command. Internally, he cursed Janos Slynt, the simpleton who had been played and remained oblivious, nearly dragging him down with him. He resolved never to collaborate with such a fool again, lest he find himself ensnared in a similarly dire fate. Peter Baelish recognized that Joffrey had completely seized the upper hand over him. Following the interrogation of Janos Slynt, Joffrey would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of incriminating information concerning Baelish. Given his understanding of Slynt, he was certain the man would divulge everything he knew in an attempt to absolve himself, even fabricating tales in his desperation. Nevertheless, Baelish was aware that he still held some value to Joffrey, and for the time being, he would not be disposed of. However, should he lose his usefulness, Joffrey would undoubtedly use those very charges to eliminate him. It seemed imperative that he make haste to escape the perilous confines of King's Landing. Whether to the Riverlands or Harrenhal, anywhere would be safer than here. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, having just concluded the coronation ceremony, Joffrey returned to his chambers, his heart brimming with elation. At least for the time being, he believed he could keep the scheming lords at bay, and everything seemed to be unfolding in his favor. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered a few tomes and seated himself at his writing desk. He was eager to acquire knowledge regarding the enigmatic figure known as R'hlloro. The original texts were rather vague, possibly due to Martin's inadequate composition. Joffrey felt an urgent need to devise a method to control this self-proclaimed R'hlloro residing in his mind, having heard whispers that Asha might possess information pertaining to souls. Your Majesty, the Stark girl has arrived, a guardsman announced as he entered after knocking. Upon hearing this, Joffrey immediately deduced that the Stark girl referred to as Sansa Stark, and he instinctively furrowed his brow. Have I not forbidden her from appearing? Your Majesty, she insisted on seeing you, and we dared not impede her, the guardsman replied, clearly troubled. The king's edict was significant, yet they were equally wary of offending the future queen. It was evident to any discerning eye that although Eddard Stark had been imprisoned, King Joffrey still exhibited an unmistakable concern for his daughter, Sansa Stark. It was my own volition to come here. They could not stop me. At that moment, Sansa Stark entered slowly, her voice sounding cold and hoarse, as if she had been weeping. Very well, you may leave. Joffrey gestured dismissively to the guardsman. Yes, your Majesty. The guardsman nodded fervently, relief washing over him as he turned to exit, closing the door behind him. With the departure of the guardsman, the atmosphere in the room shifted, leaving only Joffrey and Sansa Stark together. Today, Sansa donned an exquisite, form-fitting crimson gown that, paired with her delicate makeup, accentuated her natural beauty, rendering her even more mature and elegant. However, Joffrey found himself at a loss on how to confront his beloved, opting instead to feign intense concentration on his reading. Avoiding her gaze, Sansa's eyes flitted nervously around the room, her body trembling slightly as she cautiously approached Joffrey, each step quickening her heartbeat. As the distance between them diminished, she could even discern the long lashes framing Joffrey's handsome visage, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. When they were merely a table apart, Sansa extended her left hand, seemingly wishing to caress Joffrey's face, yet her right hand remained rigidly concealed behind her slender waist. Joffrey, do you think I look beautiful today? Sansa's voice trembled, raw and hoarse. Please, Sansa, do not act foolishly. You know me well. If I desire, I could easily snap your neck. At that moment, Joffrey, who had been staring down as if oblivious to everything, finally spoke. He lifted his gaze to meet Sansa's his tone laced with resignation. A gentle breeze wafted into the room, stirring the curtains. At his words, Sansa felt her heart skip a beat. With newfound determination, she clenched her jaw and, discarding her facade, swiftly drew a small, sharp dagger from behind her waist, thrusting it towards Joffrey's chest across the table. Sansa naively believed that by taking King Joffrey hostage, she could compel the guards of King's Landing to release her father. Yet, before the dagger could find its mark, Joffrey effortlessly seized her delicate right hand with his left, twisting it painfully until a cry of anguish escaped her lips, causing the dagger to clatter to the table's edge, ringing out with a sharp sound. With his left hand gripping Sansa's right, Joffrey forced her to lean back, pulling her onto the table. Her graceful form knocking over expensive porcelain goblets that shattered upon impact, echoing the sound of broken hearts. Rising to his feet, Joffrey tightened his grip around her alabaster neck. Leaning down to fixate upon Sansa's soulful eyes, their faces mere inches apart, breathing the same air. "Do you hate me, Sansa?" I do not know," Sansa replied, gazing back into Joffrey Baratheon's passionate eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks, cascading past her hair and ears, ultimately falling onto the table. Sansa longed to despise him, yet her heart could not deceive itself. She loved him. This love was akin to holding a rose with thorns. The sharper the prick, the more suffocating the heart, the deeper the affection. "Sansa, my moonlight, I truly love you," Joffrey murmured softly, gradually releasing her reddened right hand and relinquishing his grip on her neck. He then tenderly caressed her beautiful face, his eyes filled with longing, his heart racing. Leaning down, Joffrey pressed his lips against hers, and Sansa, with tears glimmering in her eyes, trembled as she embraced his neck, reciprocating his kiss. Like fire and ice entwined, their passion intensified, becoming inseparable. "Joffrey, I beg you, spare my father. If you grant him mercy, I will give you anything. I promise you. As long as my uncle acknowledges his treason and recognizes me as the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, I will spare him, allowing him to don black and become a Night's Watchman." Chapter 27. The Battle of Gold Tooth City. The banners obscured the sun, and the enemy was like a cloud. Arrows fell like rain, and soldiers vied for the forefront. Near the mountain pass below Gold Tooth City, Count Quentyn Bainfort took a deep breath, gripping his longsword tightly as he engaged in combat with Count Vance of the Northern Army. His task from Jaime Lannister was to stall this opponent. As Quentyn contemplated his predicament, he noticed Count Vance charging toward him once more. Cursing under his breath, he raised his sword to meet the assault. He had not anticipated the tenacity of Vance of the Shadow Tower. "Seven hells," he muttered, recalling how he had nearly lost his head amidst the earlier melee. Count Quentyn Bainfort was the lord of the Westlands and the head of House Bainfort. Their castle, Bainfort, lay at the northwestern edge of the Westerlands, perched along the western coastline of Westeros. Clad in gray armor and donning a peculiar black hood resembling a cowl, Quentyn's family sigil depicted a man with a black hood framed by flames against a gray background, claiming descent from the legendary figure known as the Hooded Man from the Age of Heroes. In this encounter, Count Quentyn devised a strategic ruse, intending to lure Count Vance and his troops into pursuing him, only to unleash the ambushing forces concealed in the thickets on either side of the mountain pass to attack the enemy's rear, effectively encircling them. Count Vance, wielding his longsword, charged towards Quentyn Bainfort, having been provoked by the forces at Gold Tooth City who had remained holed up for far too long, refusing to emerge despite his taunts. Now that they had finally shown themselves and dared to challenge him, Vance's temper flared. With immense strength and formidable skills, Vance pressed the attack, leaving Quentyn Bainfort in distress. Their fierce confrontation persisted from dawn until nearly noon. It was not until Quentyn observed that Vance had ventured deep into enemy territory that he exhaled in relief. Realizing his plan was coming to fruition, Count Vance had fallen into his trap. Just as Vance was reveling in the chaos of battle, he suddenly heard a shrill whistle pierce the air. In an instant, the earth trembled, accompanied by a resounding roar. Count Vance turned and was taken aback to discover a formidable army emerging behind him, realizing he had fallen into the trap set by the enemy. Without hesitation, Count Vance swiftly rallied his troops, transforming the rear guard into the vanguard, charging fiercely towards the approaching enemy forces. He discerned that although the enemy's numbers were vast, they were predominantly infantry, while his own ranks were largely composed of cavalry, leading him to believe that a cavalry charge against infantry would guarantee victory. As Count Vance organized his forces for the assault, a smile unexpectedly appeared on the face of Count Quentyn Bainfort to the west. Indeed, as Count Vance launched his charge, many of the Lannister infantry stood their ground, exhibiting no signs of panic. Suddenly, their formation opened up, revealing massive shields within. In a swift maneuver, the soldiers bearing shields advanced to the front, crouching down and placing their shields heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, which from a distance resembled a sturdy wall. In the next moment, the soldiers behind them raised 12-meter-long spears, positioning the spear tips at a sharp 45-degree angle, extending them through the gaps between the shields, their razor-sharp points gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Seeing this, Count Vance urgently commanded the frontline cavalry to halt, but alas, the sheer momentum caused them to crash into the enemy formation. Crimson blood splattered from the bodies of soldiers and warhorses, intensifying the lethal gleam of the Lannister spears. Count Vance wiped the congealed blood from his face, breathing heavily as his eyes darted around, seemingly searching for an escape route. However, after a prolonged examination, he could discern no means of survival, so he cast his gaze towards Count Quentyn Bainfort, who was observing the battle from a distance. In the next moment, Count Vance smiled, a smile tinged with desolation and tragedy. He looked at the soldiers from Riverlands crowding around him, feeling a pang of guilt in his heart. He proclaimed loudly, "This time, I have been outwitted. I have wronged you all. It seems we are all fated to perish today. Are you afraid of death?" "Not afraid." A knight from House Smallwood replied resolutely, emboldening those around him. "Not afraid. Ha, splendid. You are all valiant souls." Count Vance's eyes brimmed with tears as he surveyed the fierce, determined faces of his soldiers. He made a decision. "I hereby issue my final command. All troops, turn around. Raise your swords and seize your spears. Under the glory of the Seven, charge towards the direction of Golden Tooth." "Yes, yes." In that moment, morale soared, and the air crackled with a thirst for battle. Count Vance abandoned the idea of breaking eastward and instead led his valiant warriors directly towards Golden Tooth. To charge into the fray is to embrace life through death. He bellowed, his voice thunderous, with his chest held high and his sword raised aloft. He surged at the forefront of the charge, followed closely by his soldiers as they launched their final assault. Kill! Kill! Count Quentyn Bainfort, contemplating how to compel the enemy to surrender, was suddenly confronted by a battalion of bloodied Riverland soldiers, recklessly charging towards him under Count Vance's command, their roars echoing through the air. "You madman! Form ranks! Hold fast! Stand your ground!" Count Quentyn Bainfort was genuinely frightened. He had not anticipated Count Vance's fierce resolve, prepared to fight to the death. Summon the Easter troops back at once. What now? He had never envisioned the situation escalating to this degree. Count Quentyn Bainfort felt utterly helpless by the Seven Hells, a loathed battling madman. Meanwhile, on the cliff north of the mountain pass, Jaime Lannister witnessed the unfolding scene. "Who is that man?" Jaime inquired. "Is Count Vance of Riverrun, a young man, adorned in armor etched with the fiery sigil of House Targaryen," replied, peering towards Jaime. This youth was a member of House Marbrand from the Westerlands and served as a squire to Sir Adam Marbrand, Jaime's childhood friend. What a brave warrior, Jaime mused, observing the figure at the front, slightly hunched and aged, with a head of white hair. Yet this man was a true knight. I am not worthy of his valor. Jaime reflected deeply, feeling utterly hollow. For all these years, had he truly earned the title of knight? "My lord, please forgive my abrupt interruption, but this is not the time for reflection. We have an important mission to fulfill," the young man urged Jaime, his youthful face still adorned with freckles. "You are correct. This is not the moment for my musings." Jaime Lannister reined in his thoughts, not blaming the young man for his candor, recognizing his own negligence. "What is your name?" Jaime asked, intrigued by the young squire, believing that anyone who served as Adam Marbrand's squire must possess something remarkable. "Peter, milord. I am called Peter Hizon," the young man declared, hesitating only briefly before revealing his name, knowing that being a bastard of House Marbrand, his surname Hizon carried little prestige. "Peter? Ha ha ha. What a splendid name. Indeed, your face is quite adorned with freckles." Jaime's mood lightened at the young man's words, prompting him to order the troops to continue their march. Freckled Peter was the protagonist of many folktales in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. He was kind-hearted and seemed somewhat foolish, yet he consistently triumphed over adversity, ultimately either becoming a lord or winning the heart of a fair maiden. Due to the protruding ridge that separated the mountain pass to the east of Golden Tooth, the camps of Riverrun were established on either side of the ridge to ensure the safety of the road behind Golden Tooth. In the southern camp, after hearing that Count Vance had not returned all morning, Count Claremont Pape finally regained his composure, realizing the dire situation. "All troops assemble." Count Claremont Pape intended to check on his old comrade, but just as he gathered his forces to support Count Vance in the northern camp, He noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, indicating the presence of an approaching army. Count Andras Blackwood, having seen Count Quentin Bainfort lure Count Vance out of the northern camp, decisively dispatched his troops to launch a strong assault on Count Claremont Pape's southern camp, buying time for Jaime Lannister's covertly maneuvering forces. The terrain around Golden Tooth favored the Western Army, allowing them to charge downwards with greater speed than if they had to ascend. In no time, they were upon their adversaries. Moreover, the forces of the Western Army were not composed solely of newly recruited soldiers. Most were seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and loyal to Tywin Lannister, who had allocated them to his son, Jaime Lannister. The Western forces worked in seamless coordination, deploying ladders while archers provided cover. Once the ladders were successfully placed, they surged forward, storming the camp in a frenzied onslaught. The soldiers defending the mountain pass beneath Golden Tooth were not inexperienced, but unlike the West, the Riverlands faced a shortage of new recruits, relying on the fragmented forces of various lords to muster a few battalions. As time passed and the sun dipped lower, darkness began to envelop the battlefield. On either side of the encampment, one side attacked while the other defended, both sides consumed by bloodlust, refusing to yield. Blood flowed from the eastern side, staining the Riverlands road a deep crimson. Countless bodies piled high outside the encampments, rendering the use of ladders nearly obsolete. Amidst the stalemate, a new force emerged from the rear of the Western Army, led by a towering warrior. It was Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, who, sensing the dire situation, promptly rallied his troops to provide reinforcements. The towering figure of Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, was a veritable colossus, imbued with immense strength. Despite the limitations of his left arm, he wielded a colossal sword in his right hand, leading the soldiers relentlessly up the blood-soaked encampment. The sight of that imposing silhouette filled Baron Claremont with an escalating dread. "Seven gods above, grant me the grace to survive this ordeal," he prayed, cowering behind a throng of guards, fearful of being noticed. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would stealthily venture forth to slay isolated soldiers from the west. Yet he never dared to confront them head-on, as the Lannister forces pressed their assault upon the camp with reckless abandon. Claremont watched in despair as the number of soldiers from the Riverlands dwindled rapidly, his senses numbed by the relentless onslaught. In a moment of desperation, he suddenly spotted a contingent approaching from the direction of the northern encampment, clad in the armor of the Riverlands, navigating around the ridge towards his southern camp. A flicker of hope ignited within him. He believed that Baron Vance from the northern camp had vanquished the defenders of Gold Tooth and was now coming to his aid. Yet, as he observed, a blood-splattered blonde soldier riding a magnificent steed dismounted abruptly, sprinting towards him while calling out news of the battle. The man's visage was obscured by blood, rendering his features indistinguishable, but Baron Claremont, having relaxed his guard, failed to notice the danger. Upon the soldier's arrival, Claremont turned with a smile, leaning in to catch the scout's report, only to hear the chilling whisper, "My lord, the Lannisters send their regards." Chapter 28. The Encounter at Riverflow City. In Riverflow City, the news was as dark as the wings of ravens. The recent tidings of defeat from Gold Tooth struck terror into the hearts of Edmure Tully and his compatriots. None had anticipated that Jaime Lannister would breach their defenses with such alacrity. Just yesterday, scouts had returned bearing grim reports of the Red Keep to the southwest, now occupied by Tywin Lannister's forces. The situation was dire. Jaime Lannister could advance down the river road at any moment, penetrating deep into the heart of the Riverlands. Tywin Lannister might also sweep northward from the Red Keep, potentially encircling Riverflow City from the southeast. It was as though Riverflow City was laid bare before the enemy. In the days preceding this calamity, Edmure had witnessed the brutal slaughter of Riverlander civilians at the hands of the Lannister army from the battlements, and he could no longer bear the weight of inaction. "Gentlemen, we cannot remain passive and defensively cling to Riverflow City. We must at least secure one avenue of escape," Edmure declared. "Moreover, our people are being mercilessly slaughtered by those Lannister fiends. We must venture forth to save them." At that moment, the city's steward, Lord Otherlies Wayne, could no longer remain silent. "Edmure, we absolutely cannot venture outside. Should we do so, our current forces would be unable to withstand the ferocity of the Lannister onslaught." Count Tytos Blackwood also rose to counsel. "Our only advantage lies within these city walls. I believe we must hold our ground and await reinforcements. By defending Riverflow City, we can at least mitigate the impact of the Lannister cavalry." The assembled lords echoed his sentiments, for in their eyes, the lives of the common folk outside paled in comparison to their own. "You may choose not to go, but I shall." Edmure Tully, driven by fervor, cast aside his doubts and donned his helm, striding forth. Edmure! Edmure! The cries of his peers from the council chamber fell on deaf ears as he pressed onward. Stepping outside, he approached the makeshift shelters for the refugees. I'm sorry, my friends. The Lannister army approaches, and Riverflow City may soon be lost. You must flee, perhaps to the north, where there may be a glimmer of hope. He urged the gathering of displaced souls, feeling utterly powerless. He had once believed he could safeguard everything. But now, faced with the gravity of the situation, he realized he could do nothing. With resolve, Edmure prepared to lead his forces out to confront the Lannisters, not only to prevent the encirclement of Riverflow City, but also to grant the civilians ample time to escape. He even dispatched a small contingent to escort the citizens to safety. The refugees were profoundly moved by Edmure's selflessness in such tumultuous times. It was rare for a lord and knight to show concern for the lives of the common people. My lord, a deep voice resonated. Edmure turned to see a tall, robust man with a thick beard, though one of his eyes had been brutally gouged out, exuding an aura of lethal determination. He appeared to be well over 50, and the scars on his arms testified to a life of battle. My lord, we owe you a debt of life. From this day forth, we shall recognize you alone as our leader, old Jack proclaimed, his right eye widening in fervor as he saluted Edmure. Following suit, hundreds of Riverflow citizens knelt before Edmure, collectively bowing their heads in gratitude, tears gleaming in their eyes as they turned to depart. Edmure watched the retreating figures of the defenseless, the elderly, the sick, and the weak, sighing deeply, uncertain of what fate awaited them. Seven hells, this cursed war, near Riverflow City. As Edmure beheld the swiftly advancing Lannister army under Jaime's command, he could not suppress a gasp. This force easily numbered over 10,000. Although terror gripped his heart, he knew he must not betray such weakness in front of his vassals and soldiers, who looked to him for guidance. He gazed down at the heavy armor emblazoned with the Tully sigil and motto, a testament to his father's legacy. His father, Duke Hotin Tully, lay bedridden, leaving the responsibility of leading the Riverland lords upon Edmure, his sole heir. Father, if you were here, what choices would you make? Edmure pondered. As the Lannister forces drew nearer, Edmure's resolve solidified. He inhaled deeply, unsheathing his sword, surveying the warriors encircling him, some of whom were even the lords who had opposed him. Despite their disagreements, they could not abandon their liege lord in the face of battle. They remained steadfast by Edmure's side. Touched by their loyalty, he raised his voice, addressing the assembly. Lords and knights, the Lannister army approaches. Their actions as cruel as they are heinous. If we falter now, our homeland will be seized and plundered, and our people will fall victim to their merciless slaughter. In this moment, I, Edmure Tully, in the name of the Lord Paramount of the Trident and Duke of Riverflow City, vow that your parents shall be cared for by House Tully, and your children shall be nurtured by us. Your names will be sung by future generations, and your deeds will be immortalized. Brothers, draw your swords. Behind us lies our home, and behind us lies our people. We have no retreat left. At this moment, Edmure Tully's silhouette appeared remarkably imposing and radiant. Inspired by his presence, the soldiers behind him unsheathed their swords, charging bravely towards the formidable Lannister army. In the ballads sung by the world, ferocious and malevolent beasts are invariably vanquished by valiant and righteous knights. Yet, the reality of war diverges starkly from these tales. When the lion unsheathes its claws and fangs, even the most just and courageous trout is swiftly dispatched. Edmure Tully led his forces directly towards the Lannister command center, the very location of their leader, Jaime Lannister. The Lannister offensive was swift and powerful, akin to the sharp claws of a lion, slicing through the trout of Riverrun with alarming ease, stripping the scales from their right flank in mere moments. Upon glancing back, Edmure beheld a squadron of soldiers on his right being scattered by the Lannister charge. Yet, with no option to retreat, he pressed onward with his troops. Kill! Kill! On the battlefield, dust billowed, and the cries of slaughter resonated, with lives extinguished at every heartbeat. Jaime Lannister's swordsmanship was exceptional. In a contest of one-on-one combat, none could survive against him. He deftly parried the fierce assault of a knight from House Mouton, discerning the opponent's weak point, deflecting the attack while simultaneously thrusting his sword into the chest of another adversary. He swiftly pivoted, withdrawing his bloodied blade and casually kicking the cooling corpse toward another foe. And in that fleeting moment, when visibility was obscured, he drove his sword straight into the throat of yet another opponent. Lannister, not far away, Edmure Tully, engaged in fierce combat, felt his eyes redden with rage as he gritted his teeth. In a fit of fervor, he grasped his sword and let out a furious roar, charging towards Jaime Lannister. Jaime, seeing this, smirked with confidence. After exchanging several blows, he gauged Edmure's skill. Suddenly, his sword spun in his hand, reversing its grip, and he forced Edmure's desperate thrust down to the ground. Following this, Jaime delivered a swift kick to Edmure's sword-wielding hand, causing him pain. Without delay, Jaime's sword swept forward, catching Edmure off guard, who could only duck hastily to evade the strike. At that moment, Jaime closed in quickly, landing a kick to Edmure's chin, rendering him dazed. In the next instant, Jaime seized the opportunity, delivering a brutal blow to Edmure's chest, causing him to collapse. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from his chest, making him feel nauseous. When he next opened his eyes, he found Jaime Lannister's cold sword poised against his throat. With the capture of Edmure Tully, the commander of Reborn, and several lords, the scales of war began to tip. If you wish to avoid death, surrender swiftly. The cries urging surrender echoed across the battlefield, signaling the impending conclusion of the conflict. The soldiers of Reborn, realizing their defeat, helplessly cast down their weapons, preparing to yield. They understood well that this battle's outcome had been foreseen from the very beginning. Only Lord Tydos Blackwood of Raventree Hall, perceiving the dire situation, decisively led a remnant of his forces through the encirclement. At that moment, the forces of Lord Clemont, who had been scattered by Jaime Lannister at the southern camp of Goldtooth, arrived on the battlefield to join him, and together they retreated to the safety of Reborn. Jaime Lannister, this time you have triumphed. I will surrender, but I implore you not to harm my soldiers who have already laid down their arms. They were conscripted by me. If there must be consequences, let them fall upon my head. Edmure, in despair, contemplated much, yet defeat was defeat. Now he only wished to preserve the lives of his men. Edmure, what nonsense are you babbling? When I was killing, you hadn't even grown your teeth yet. When did it become your place to take the fall for me? Ha! I've slain several Lannisters. Why should their fates rest upon you? You'll have to step back. Don't think you can be the sole hero. I assure you, it's not happening. This exchange revealed Edmure Tully's esteemed position in the hearts of the people, although his prowess was not formidable. His kind and sincere heart endeared him to the lords of Reborn, who willingly served him. I promise you, Jaime Lannister, observing the resolute Edmure Tully and the clamorous lords behind him, felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. He suddenly perceived that Edmure Tully was far more fortunate than himself, for Jaime Lannister could not be certain that, if he were the one captured, he would possess the courage to sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrades. Would his own lords rally to his defense as fervently as Edmure's men did? Jaime Lannister sighed as he passed by Edmure Tully, slowly remarking, "Sir, you are a good man, yet not a competent commander." Chapter 29. The Division of the Lion and Wolf. The Riverlands, situated in the central region of Westeros, boast fertile lands and numerous rivers. With its advantageous geography, both lords and commoners prosper in agriculture, fishing, and trade. However, as the saying goes, what brings success can also lead to downfall. The strategic importance of the Riverlands has made it a coveted battleground, where both minor skirmishes and grand wars have historically unfolded. The lords of the Riverlands managed to survive with their strongholds, yet the common folk endured bloodshed, tears, and displacement. Although the sunlight here may not rival that of the southern regions of the Reach and Dorne, for the north, this was their summer. As Jaime Lannister advanced along the river road to the east, capturing Edmure Tully at the skirmish in Riverrun and dividing his forces into three to besiege the city, news reached Robb Stark, who had arrived with his northern bannermen at the Twins. Within the Twins, Catelyn Tully and Walder Frey had brokered an alliance through marriage, with Robb Stark betrothed to one of Walder Frey's daughters, while Edmure Frey was to wed Arya Stark. Furthermore, both Little Walder and Big Walder were sent to Winterfell as foster sons, and Olly Frey was assigned as Robb Stark Esquire. Outside the Twins, Ser Bolton, you are to take your contingent of 17,000 troops south along the King's Road on the eastern side of the Green Fork to intercept Tywin Lannister's main force. Robb Stark commanded with authority, and for the moment, the northern nobles were inclined to heed him. Whether he could maintain their allegiance would depend on the unfolding circumstances. According to the correspondence from Riverrun, Jaime Lannister commanded approximately 14 to 15,000 men, while Tywin Lannister likely held around 20,000. Although the majority of their 17,000 troops were infantry, which could easily fall prey to a surprise attack from Tywin Lannister, every sacrifice would be worth it. Robb Stark gazed at Roose Bolton and continued, "Is that understood?" "Yes," Roose Bolton replied. Roose Bolton, the current lord of the Dreadfort, was of average stature with an unremarkable appearance, yet his skin was peculiarly pale, and his eyes resembled the thin ice upon the northern rivers, evoking a chill. He presented himself as genteel, Yet beneath lay a calculating, cold-hearted nature, a true gentleman of sinister disposition. He spoke in hushed tones, never raising his voice, compelling others to quiet down and listen intently to discern his words. Lord Roose Bolton, often referred to as the Lord of Leeches, harbors a peculiar affinity for employing leeches to draw his own blood, convinced that this practice purges impurities and sustains his health. I shall command a formidable force of 4,000 elite cavalry, utilizing the twin rivers of Riverrun to traverse the Green Fork and reach the western bank, subsequently advancing directly towards the besieged forces of Ser Jaime Lannister, numbering 15,000, stationed at the beleaguered Riverrun. Robb Stark continues to place considerable trust in Lord Bolton, regarding him as one of the few capable military leaders in the North. My lord, you must ensure that you hold back the main force of Tywin Lannister, he implores. I shall do so, my lord, Lord Bolton replies with a solemn nod, before gesturing grandly to his army of 17,000 to commence their march southward. Meanwhile, Robb Stark leads his bannermen through Riverrun and arrives at the western bank of the Green Fork. To prevent Tywin Lannister from discerning his alliance with House Frey, and to further mislead him regarding the division of forces at Riverrun, Robb commands Blackfish Brynden Tully to select 300 archers from their ranks, who promptly eliminate all surrounding scouts and ravens. It is noteworthy that House Frey has truly invested heavily in this alliance. Upon deciding to forge a marriage pact, they immediately provided Robb Stark with over 3,000 soldiers, including more than 1,000 cavalry. Lord Bolton's contingent of 17,000 includes 2,000 infantry from House Frey, with 1,000 cavalry incorporated into Robb Stark's 4,000. Crucially, Walder Frey has dispatched his eldest son and heir, Ser Stevern Frey, who now accompanies Robb Stark to the western bank of the Green Fork. At this juncture, Jaime Lannister has achieved a significant victory against the enemy at Riverrun, capturing Edmure Tully and others, leaving the Riverlands vulnerable. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister has crossed the Red Fork and systematically taken Redwyne, Stonebridge, and Crow's Nest, capturing several prominent members of those houses. Following these campaigns, Tywin has sent additional subordinates to the heart of the Riverlands to continue their spree of destruction and plunder, further tightening the siege on Riverrun alongside Jaime. After establishing a garrison, Tywin leads his forces toward the crossing downstream of the Trident, having seized Harrenhal and occupied Ruby Beach and the Crossroads, even before the Northern Army has arrived on the battlefield. To guard against a sudden assault from Robb Stark, Tywin has instructed Ser Adam Marbrand to dispatch scouts to keep him apprised of the frontline situation. His strategic placement of troops is marked by experience. He has stationed a considerable cavalry force along the southern bank of the Red Fork, utilizing the broad and turbulent river to effectively separate the Northern Army from the Riverlands, ensuring both the mobility of his forces and preventing a sudden union of the Northern and Riverland contingents. At this moment, Tywin has reached Salt Pans, preparing for the impending conflict. In the Trident River Basin, at Salt Pans, Tyrion Lannister arrives with a multitude of mountain clansmen before Tywin Lannister's tent. He instructs Ser Adam Marbrand to manage these men while he enters the tent alone. My dear father, how I have longed for you. Upon entering, Tyrion exuberantly greets his father, even attempting to embrace him, only to be met with Tywin's evasion. Unfazed, Tyrion takes a step back, spreading his hands with a smile. Tyrion, my good son, you miraculously survived the eagle's nest in the Vale. Truly, you possess a remarkable fortune, Tywin remarks, gazing at his diminutive son with a surge of uncontained resentment. The relationship between Tywin and Tyrion epitomizes the complexities of paternal affection in Westeros. Each time Tywin beholds Tyrion, he is reminded of his wife, Joanna Lannister, who perished during Tyrion's birth, the sole luminary in his life, now lost to him, leaving a void that no one could fill. Since her departure, his existence has been shrouded in relentless darkness, and he has never remarried, for no one could replace her. Thanks to your blessings, I remain in good health, Tyrion responds with a cheeky grin. How fortunate indeed, Tywin retorts, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of irritation. I care not how you survived, nor what company you bring back. I only know that in this war initiated by your very existence, we hold no significant advantage. Tyrion, I expect you to assume your responsibilities as a Lannister. Your brother Jaime has gone to Riverrun and achieved considerable success. Tyrion, I now require you to take your entourage of ruffians and seek out your uncle Kevin Lannister to arrange your position within our vanguard and left flank. In truth, Tywin's motivation for sending Tyrion to the forefront is to leverage the northern soldiers to eliminate his own son. Each time, Tyrion flaunts the Lannister sigil before him. Tywin's fury ignites uncontrollably. His loathing for Tyrion is palpable. Very well, My lord father, Tyrion acquiesces. Just moments ago, Tywin received word from scouts under Ser Adam Marbrand that Riverrun has allied with the North. Tywin is momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regains his composure. While this outcome was unexpected, his overall force remains superior. The advantage lies with me. Unbeknownst to Tywin, the grand army before him is merely a ruse. Robb Stark has not personally led his main force to engage Tywin at the eastern bank of the Green Fork, but has instead divided his troops at Riverrun, preparing to encircle Jaime Lannister with over 4,000 cavalry. Meanwhile, Wylis sits upon a wooden cart, swinging her legs in frustration as everyone departs for battle without her. Boron seizes the opportunity to approach her in an attempt to console her. The battlefield is fraught with danger. What if you were to be harmed? It would be such a pity for your lovely face to be marred. Oof. Wylis swats away Boron's persistent hands that are reaching for her face and turns away. No longer willing to look at him, she has resigned herself to her fate. After all, no one would allow a young girl like her to charge into the fray. If they choose not to take her, so be it. She does not care. This is Connor's axe. Connor gazes intently at the finely selected axe he has procured from the storeroom, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Indeed, it is yours. And the armor over there also belongs to you, Tyrion replies with a smile, having been granted the liberty by his uncle Kevin Lannister to choose equipment from the storeroom at will. He knows he must rely on these mountain clansmen for protection, and he is more than willing to provide them with good gear. After all, the Lannisters have plenty of wealth. Lord Tyrion Lannister, you have not deceived us. These weapons and armor are indeed of exceptional quality, declares Shagga, the leader of the Stone Crow clan, leaning against a tree while brandishing a blade. After Tyrion's impassioned speech, the Black Ears, the Burning Men, the Stone Crows, and the Moon Brothers have resolved to join him on the battlefield in pursuit of profit. Among them, the Black Ears and the Moon Brothers maintain a closer relationship, with the Black Ears currently led by Zic's daughter, Zira, and the Moon Brothers led by Umar's son, Ulf. However, their rapport with the Stone Crows is rather tenuous, to the extent that they prefer to keep their distance during meals. The Burning Men are led by Timmy's son, Timmy, whose burned scars serve as badges of honor. The Stone Crows, led by Shagga, boast the largest number among these clans. All members of the High Mountain clan were assigned by Kevin Lannister, at the behest of Tywin, to the forefront of the left-wing troops, under the direct leadership of Tyrion Lannister. Listen to me, Tyrion shouted as he climbed atop a wagon, his voice ringing out as the impending war loomed. Once all eyes were upon him, he commenced his address. The war is at hand. Quickly select your equipment from the storerooms. Do not simply choose what appears aesthetically pleasing. Choose what is functional, Tyrion declared emphatically. Pay heed, our adversaries will be the Stark whelps from the north, known for their ferocity and ruthlessness. They kill without a second thought. Thus, we must steel ourselves for battle. Seizing the opportunity, Tyrion did not shy away from casting aspersions on the Starks, whom he loathed. Should we emerge victorious, you shall reap a bounty of provisions, weapons, and armor. But you must protect me. If I fall, your spoils will be lost. The leaders of several clans exchanged glances, silently affirming their understanding with nods directed at Tyrion atop the wagon. Zira of the Black-Eared clan and Ulf of the Moon People clan both resolved to dispatch personnel to safeguard Tyrion, the fragile deity of fortune. Moreover, Zaga of the Stone Crow clan sent his most trusted aide, Khan, to provide personal protection for Tyrion, which granted him considerable reassurance. With Khan's imposing stature, Tyrion felt he could simply hide behind him on the battlefield. Chapter 30. Divergence of Paths in the Iron Throne Hall of King's Landing. Joffrey sat upon the towering, cold iron throne, his eyes shut in contemplation. Your Majesty, we have dispatched all the gold cloaks to search for him. News may arrive shortly. Spoke the captain of the guard from one of the city's gates, a knight named Jane Baelish, known as the Iron Hand. After the escape of Storm, he had been hastily promoted to the acting captain of the city guard. Whether he would secure a permanent position depended on his future performance. Jane was also recommended to King Joffrey by Varys, having previously distinguished himself during the Greyjoy Rebellion, where he lost his right hand and replaced it with an iron gauntlet, earning him the moniker Iron Hand. Your Majesty, it appears your teacher is well aware of my spies and secret passages. I have yet to uncover any trace of him. Varys remarked, if 30 men cannot capture him, then send 300, 3,000, or even 30,000. Regardless, he must be brought back to me. This marked the first instance of Joffrey losing composure on the Iron Throne since his ascension. The realization that his mentor, Storm, had clandestinely absconded, leaving him behind along with the suspected hiding of Eddard Stark's daughter, Arya Stark, rendered him utterly agitated. Joffrey, in my view, it would be prudent to appoint Ser Osfley Ket Black to this position. Cersei Lannister interjected decisively, recommending her paramour. The Queen Regent's suggestion drew derision from the assembled lords, even prompting the previously feigning sleep Maester Pycelle to open his eyes and regard her. However, Osfley kept black, unfazed by their reactions. Immediately rose to bow before the king upon hearing Cersei's mention of him. Tall and robust, with a hawkish nose and dark hair, he presented a rather imposing figure. Joffrey, already simmering with anger, found his ire exacerbated by Osfley's appearance. Sir, if I am not mistaken, this individual has not been knighted, has he? Joffrey began his scathing retort without mercy. My son, Joffrey, this heir has been personally knighted by me. He is quite loyal to our cause, Cersei swiftly defended Osfley. Very well, Lord Baelish, provide him with paper and a quill, and have him transcribe the Knight's Code for me. I wish to gauge the depth of his loyalty. Joffrey declared with a mocking smile directed at Petyr Baelish. The king was well aware of this mercenary's background. Osfley was the middle brother of the Ket Black trio. This fellow could barely read, knowing only how to flatter, and was entangled with his mother, Cersei. As soon as Joffrey finished speaking, Petyr Baelish hastily presented the paper and quill. The Ket Black brothers had initially forged their connection with Cersei through Petyr, but after climbing her heights, they had begun to disregard his counsel, prompting Petyr to relish the unfolding drama. Ah, Osfley stammered, glancing at the paper and quill, his expression fraught with difficulty. He furrowed his brow, for he could only write his name. The lengthy Knight's Code was beyond his grasp. Ignoring Osfley's discomfort, Joffrey continued his derision. What need have I for such a common king as you? I suggest you seek your fortune elsewhere. Joffrey then slowly turned to his mother, his expression grave. Mother, just because your husband is unaware of certain matters does not mean I am equally ignorant. I hope you will act judiciously. His meaning was clear. Mother, I can overlook some of your affairs, but should you choose to bring them to light, rest assured that I will consider the family's and the kingdom's interests and will ensure your dignity is preserved. Cersei Lannister raised her gaze to meet her son Joffrey's green eyes, inherited from her, and fell into a long silence, aware that her desires might not be fulfilled. Although she was the regent, her son, King Joffrey, held all the power, leaving her with none. At that moment, Cersei recalled a seemingly innocuous remark made by her youngest son, Tommen Baratheon, during breakfast that morning. Tommen, if you were king, would you still listen to your mother? Mother, whether I am king or not, I will always heed your words. After all, you are my mother. Cersei lowered her head, her eyes flickering, as her thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably. In King's Landing, beside a tavern, Arya Stark emerged from beneath a wagon, her appearance disheveled and clothes tattered, exuding an odor of sweat, resembling a boy raised in the slums. Did I tell you to come out? It stinks down here. Did this horse have an accident? Arya exclaimed, pinching her nose in distaste at the man before her. No matter how foul it is, you must endure. It is better than being discovered and losing your life, the man, enveloped in a voluminous robe, replied. As he slowly lifted his head, his features were revealed in the moonlight. It was none other than Born Storm, the king's former mentor. Why did you save me, uncle? For the promise I made to a friend. A friend? Who? Just then, footsteps echoed nearby. A group of gold cloaks suddenly rounded the corner, having picked up on the trail. Captain, long time no see. Where are you off to? They jeered as they unsheathed their swords, inching closer. Ever since Born Storm had been appointed captain of the city guard by King Joffrey, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. Who would have thought that luck would smile upon them today, leading them to him? The bounty on the king's head was a staggering 10,000 gold dragons. Today was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. We've been discovered. Arya cried out. Get beneath the wagon. In the midst of the chaos, the storm of Born remained composed. To him, these petty minions were hardly worthy of his intervention. With that, he drew his long sword as he observed the four approaching figures clad in golden robes. The moment he unsheathed his blade, a resonant song of steel rang out, revealing the ancestral Valyrian steel sword of House Stark, known as Ice. Cold as frost, it shimmered under the moonlight, casting an ethereal glow. The clash of countless weapons echoed through the night, startling nearby residents into hastily shutting their windows. Born, a fierce warrior who had emerged from the War of Usurpation alongside his brother, Robert Baratheon, was far beyond the comparison of these golden-robed thugs who preyed upon the common folk. In a flash, he lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air with astonishing speed. The sound of steel meeting steel reverberated, creating a cacophony that sent fiery sparks flying, stirring the dust and debris in the secluded alley. Born's swordsmanship was exceptional, swift as the wind, as he battled the golden-robed adversaries, moving from the street to the alley, matching four opponents without faltering. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a series of lowly cries and the splatter of blood pierced the stillness. In the next moment, the cold night air felt as if it had frozen in time, with all living beings seemingly suspended in their activities. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a profound stillness. When Arya Stark finally crawled out from beneath the carriage, the battle had already concluded. She beheld the four once arrogant, golden-robed men lying lifeless in a pool of their own blood, utterly still. Born, untouched by any harm, expressionless, wiped the blood from ice onto one of the corpses before sheathing his sword. Who would have thought you possessed such prowess, uncle? My teacher, Syrio, could never achieve such a feat. I wonder how he is faring now, Arya thought, a smile illuminating her face, yet a twinge of worry for her teacher lingered. We must depart, Born stated decisively, donning his hood once more and taking Arya Stark by the hand as they made their way towards the carriage. They had to leave before the bodies of the golden-robed men were discovered. Otherwise, once King's Landing initiated emergency protocols, escape would be nearly impossible. Having served in King's Landing for many years, Born was acutely aware of the nature of the gatekeepers. With just a few gold dragons, he had successfully gained entry through the Mudgate. Naturally, this was also due to him not revealing his identity. Otherwise, the guards would not have allowed him to flee with only a handful of gold dragons while letting a walking fortune slip away. However, since the former captain of the city guard, Janos Slint, had been dispatched by the king to the wall, the golden-robed guards had lost their unified restraint, increasing their demands for bribes in secret. The Mudgate, aptly named, should have been called the River Gate, as it was situated near the river, resulting in a muddy terrain for hundreds of meters. Consequently, the residents of King's Landing referred to it as the Mudgate. The dilapidated carriage creaked and groaned as it traversed the mire, swaying from side to side, as if to signal that it was on the verge of falling apart, gradually making its way into the archway. The darkness of the city gates at night felt even more foreboding, only illuminated by the torches flickering on either side, offering warmth and light. Born understood that this final hurdle was paramount. He had heard Joffrey's words that day. Every flame was a spy and weapon of Joffrey's. Thus, Born was acutely aware that his student had likely already discerned his presence, and now it was a matter of whether Joffrey would allow him to pass. As Born drove the carriage forward, his expression grave, he noticed that the flames of every torch seemed to converge upon him with a singular purpose. It was as if he were ensnared by a multitude of poised bows, each torch flaring up as he passed, as if pleading for him to remain. Ignoring the abnormality of the flames, Born maintained his frosty demeanor and hastened through the gates, successfully departing from King's Landing, a place laden with memories. Without daring to linger, he immediately set his course towards Dragonstone. Born recalled the words of his dear friend Eddard Stark during their time in the dungeons. The king's 3 children were all bastards born of the incestuous union between Queen Cersei Lannister and the Kingsguard Jaime. King Robert had been murdered by the Queen's machinations. According to the late King's decree, Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone was the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Born, please, take my daughter away, he had implored. At that moment, Arya Stark poked her head out of the carriage, her brow furrowed in confusion. Uncle, where are we headed? This doesn't seem to be the direction of Winterfell. The north was descending into chaos, and we're not going to the north. We are headed to Dragonstone. Born patiently replied. Dragonstone. Meanwhile, in the Iron Throne room of King's Landing, Joffrey sat disheartened upon the Iron Throne. He had seen his foe through the flames. Yet for reasons unknown, he merely observed the figure retreating into the distance without sending anyone to intercept him. To Joffrey, Born was not just his mentor, but also the closest family he had aside from his parents. Now, with Born leaving him, he felt as though a piece of his heart had been severed. High above, the chill of isolation settled upon him, and he finally comprehended the helplessness and loneliness that accompanied the crown of the 7 kingdoms. Rarely did the tone of Lancel's voice carry a note of sadness as he reflected, the strong are always alone. Their grand ambitions are perpetually beyond the understanding of others. They often endure betrayal after betrayal, breaking free from layer upon layer of constraints, undergoing countless trials to forge a truly formidable heart. Joffrey felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, casting a handful of documents from the Iron Throne to the ground with a resounding crash. Let him go wherever he pleases. I don't care. Chapter 31. The Battle of the Green Fork in the region of the Trident. Time sped by, and soon Roose Bolton had arrived with his army at the Trident. The northern forces faced off against the Westerlands, both camps meticulously arranged, gazing at one another from distance. Initially, Roose intended to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night while the Westerlands were unprepared, catching them off guard. However, his plan faltered. The scouts from the Westerlands were numerous, scattered throughout the dense forests, and even if he managed to eliminate the visible ones, many lay in wait in ambush. Unless he could gather a skilled band of archers like Robb Stark had done with Blackfish Brynden Tully, specifically to target those scouts. Roose lacked the required archery expertise and time for preparation. He needed to arrive at the Trident promptly to buy Robb Stark time for a strategic delay. The Trident was a river that meandered through a series of waterways, branching into 3 tributaries, the Red Fork, the Green Fork, and the Blue Fork, serving as a vital route for the transportation of supplies. Roose Bolton rode his steed through the mire, surveying the ranks with a composed demeanor. He appeared as a grand statue, his strategic intellect reflected in his pale eyes as he scanned the battlefield, rallying the spirits of the northern soldiers. In contrast, Tywin Lannister, the commander of the Westerlands, stood upon the heights, his head bowed in deep contemplation. The soldiers of both armies stood in disciplined formation, each warrior bathed in the boundless moonlight, their family banners fluttering behind them, and the fervor in their eyes gradually rising. Between the northern and Westerland forces, an invisible yet palpable wall formed, creating a tangible barrier. They were not separated by the rushing waters of the Trident ahead, but rather by the palpable tension of impending violence. The soldiers of both armies were separated by an invisible wall, and at dawn, they could only catch glimpses of each other through the flickering flames of burning torches. Though their faces remained obscured, the palpable aura of hostility surged between them. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the tension escalated. Suddenly, the war drums reverberated and the horns lamented, signaling the commencement of battle. "Sir Gregor Clegane, how fares your left arm?" inquired Tyrion Lannister, his signature sharp wit evident in his smile. "What do you think?" Gregor Clegane replied, shaking his bandage-free left arm, though it still lacked full mobility, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Ha ha ha!" Tyrion chuckled at his comrade's predicament, seemingly amused by this hellish jest. After a moment of laughter, Tyrion offered a comforting remark. "Fear not, my lord. Once the war concludes, I shall petition my father for a grand reward on your behalf." "Thank you, my lord Tyrion." Gregor could merely nod in gratitude, recognizing the authority of his liege. Shortly thereafter, a resounding horn echoed throughout the camp. Tyrion Lannister immediately lifted his head, realizing that the time for war had arrived, and he must proceed to the battlefield. Thus, Tyrion led his band of mountain clansmen toward the northern forces, brandishing his weapon as he shouted to the rear, "Friends, glory and riches await us. Food, arms, armor, all within our grasp. Now follow my lead, advance, kill, charge." The fervor in his words ignited the clansmen's spirits, prompting them to unleash their own powerful battle cries. The left flank of the Westerlands erupted into chaos, a cacophony of thundering roars and frenzied shouts. Clad in mismatched armor, some too large, others too small, these warriors looked rather comical. Yet their spirits were high as they rallied around the diminutive Tyrion Lannister, charging toward the fray. Tywin Lannister, a seasoned strategist, had initially deployed his younger son Tyrion and the ragtag mountain clans to masquerade as the official left flank of the Westerlands, drawing the northern forces' fire. Meanwhile, he commanded his brother Kevan Lannister to lead the main force in a flanking maneuver against House Stark. Kevan, slightly portly with a double chin, shared his elder brother's sparse golden hair. His neatly trimmed beard adorned a square jaw, and though his skin retained a youthful sheen, he was indeed 55 years old. Upon receiving Tywin's orders, Kevan swiftly set his plan into motion, dispatching Ser Leo Lefford with a contingent of heavy cavalry to block the northern forces' rear. Subsequently, he instructed Lancel Lannister and Lord Selwyn Tarth to lead the majority of the infantry in ambush from the dense woods along the King's Road, raining arrows upon the disarrayed northern troops. Within the ranks of the Lannister left flank, by the Seven Hells, Tyrion Lannister bellowed, shield in his left hand and a sword taller than himself in his right, charging valiantly into battle. He felled a northern knight charging at him, and, with the assistance of Podrick, captured a northern cavalryman trapped beneath his fallen steed. Observing Podrick's bewilderment, Tyrion quipped, "How is it that I, a mere dwarf, can hide among the crowd, yet you, a skilled mercenary with all your limbs, find yourself here?" To this, Podrick replied nonchalantly, "In my days as a mercenary across the narrow sea, my commander once said, there are bold mercenaries and there are aged mercenaries, but never both at once. One must always safeguard their life." Tyrion nodded in understanding, realizing their perspectives aligned. However, just as they pushed the northern forces back toward the King's Road, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon them indiscriminately. The sharp projectiles struck both northern soldiers and the Lannister left flank alike. "Close in on me," Tyrion shouted, startled by the deluge of arrows. He dashed behind the towering figure of Ser Khan, urging the clansmen to gather around him for protection. The Black Ears and the Moon Men swiftly reacted, sending a contingent with shields to encircle Tyrion, providing him with a sense of security. Just then, a thunderous battle cry erupted. Tyrion peeked out to witness Sir Gregor Clegane leading his heavily armored soldiers in breaching the northern forces' formidable shield wall. Elated, he bellowed to the mountain clansmen, "Victory is within our grasp." Charged the northern forces. Their morale soared as they surged forward, heedless of the fallen Tyrion, nearly trampling him in their fervor. It was only Podrick's quick thinking that pulled the beleaguered Tyrion from the mire. "By the seven hells, these barbaric fools, I shall dock their pay." Tyrion gasped, seated upon the ground, catching his breath while lamenting his plight. "Have you considered adding a bit to my pay?" Podrick chuckled, moving closer to wipe the mud from Tyrion's face. "Podrick, you're truly a good brother to me," Tyrion replied. "Ah, but sentimentality is pedestrian. I desire something tangible. Once the battle is won, I'll ensure you receive 5,000 gold dragons to squander." "Only 5,000? By the seven hells. You don't truly believe I'd waste my time for such paltry sum?" It was then that Tyrion, in a fleeting glance, noticed numerous northern banners, each representing a family. The Hoare family, the Stark family, the Manderley family, the Fry family, and others. Yet perplexingly, he did not see the banner of the feared Boltons from the Dreadfort. After several rounds of arrows fell, the northern forces had yet to catch their breath when Sir Adam Marbrand led the right flank into the fray, composed entirely of heavy cavalry, numbering 4,000. Seizing the moment, Sir Adam himself commanded Ser Flemont Brax and a third of the heavy cavalry to charge swiftly against the northern Stark forces' spear wall, which had been compromised by Gregor Clegane's men. Meanwhile, Kevin Lannister, recognizing the opportunity, dispatched his lance infantry forward as per Tywin's strategy, driving the northern troops toward the hills behind them. The archers continued their relentless assault, raining arrows upon the northern soldiers behind the shield wall. At that moment, however, Kevin sensed something amiss. From his vantage point atop the rise, he observed that although the northern troops were numerous and bore the sigil of House Stark, he could not spot their commander, Robb Stark, nor any other Stark family members. Furthermore, the rapid collapse of this army was too swift. Even with a significant disparity in strength, such a rout was unexpected. Having fought for years, Kevin trusted his instincts and had studied the composition of the northern forces prior to the battle. Thus, he knew he would not forget any army he had encountered on the battlefield. Thus, Kevin promptly dispatched Lancel Lannister to march swiftly, instructing him to report to his elder brother, Tywin Lannister, who was leading the reserves along the river, poised to launch a surprise assault on the northern army's defenses. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Kevin harbored an ominous premonition, as though this contingent of northern troops were deliberately marching toward their own demise. In the rear of the battlefield, Tyrion Lannister and Podrick were hastening back to the camp, as their comrade, Con of the Stone Crow, had been grievously speared in the abdomen by a pikeman hidden behind the Stark family's shield wall during the assault. The diminutive dwarf was acutely aware of Con's suffering. It seemed that this time, Con would not survive. "Make sure to bury me with my axe," he murmured weakly, his robust frame laid upon the hastily moving cart. "Con, you mustn't die. You must hold on. If you perish, I shall claim your rations, armor, and axe." Tyrion was engulfed in panic, unwilling to see this valiant protector, who had dutifully guarded him, perish. "I will not take Con's axe. It belongs to him," he assured, gripping Con's large hand tightly, despite the despair swelling within him. "Thank you, little dwarf," Con replied, his half-open eyes succumbing to a final close, his life extinguished, as Tyrion beheld the increasingly cold body of Con on the cart. He sat down in a daze, leaning against the wheel, his head bowed in sorrow. Podrick, standing beside him, refrained from interrupting, for he seemed to perceive a barely audible, mournful sobbing. To achieve victory, countless lives must be sacrificed. After the Battle of Green Fork concluded, when assessing the casualties, Tyrion discovered that half of his mountain clan had perished, including Con of the Stone Crow and Ulf of the Moon Men. Many had fallen victim to the indiscriminate arrows that struck deadly blows near the King's Road. Clenching his fists in wrath, Tyrion finally comprehended the grim reality. His father, Tywin Lannister, had blatantly intended for him to perish. Though the Western forces had achieved victory at the Battle of Green Fork, the losses suffered by the Mountain Clan were met with indifference, and in the annals of history, no one would remember their names. Con was gone, and grief consumed him. Veda, standing vigil over Con's lifeless form, pouted and shook her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. Having witnessed many depart from this world, she had believed her heart resilient enough. Yet the loss of Con her friend of many years, rendered her unable to suppress her tears. Chapter 32. The long night is dark, and danger abounds. The long night is dark, fraught with peril. The sky was shrouded in gloom, the clouds trembling as if on the verge of rain. Beric Dondarrion, the lightning lord, sat by the fire, polishing his longsword with a special oil. The blade, marred with rust, bore the marks of frequent fiery confrontations. Despite his diligent maintenance, were persisted. Like the sword, he had lost count of the times he had been resurrected. Each revival stripped him of fragments of memory and emotion. He feared that with a few more resurrections, he might become a mere shell of his former self. Of late, he had been plagued by dreams of a figure who claimed to be the messenger of the Red God, Rhoynar. This enigmatic apparition, clad in deep crimson, was bathed in eternal holy light, crowned by searing flames. The dream's emissary reached out to Beric, as if beckoning him to the divine realm he longed for. Most astonishingly, he was not alone in these dreams. Every member of the Brotherhood without banners shared this vision. Moreover, in Mill's dream, the figure was even more distinct, allowing him to glimpse the messenger's visage. Beric's own dreams had transitioned from vague to vividly concrete, leaving him perplexed. Was the Red God signaling something to him? Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, startling Beric. The glow was warm and fierce. In its radiance, a silhouette slowly approached. Awaken! Someone approaches. Beric's exclamation roused the slumbering members of the Brotherhood, who instinctively grasped their swords. With vigilance, they regarded the figure advancing toward them. Clad in a dark robe and a ceremonial garment of deep crimson adorned with the blazing heart emblem of Rhoynar, topped with a crown that seemed to reach the heavens. The flames obscured the figure's face, rendering it indistinct. The slow yet powerful cadence of footsteps echoed ominously in their ears, reminiscent of a nightmare. Though they were gathered by the fire, they felt a sheen of sweat coat their brows, tightening their grips on their weapons. As the footsteps drew nearer, they were horrified to discover their heartbeats synchronized with the rhythm of the approaching steps. Stop! Who goes there? Beric Dondarrion could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in urgency as he noted the escalating heat surrounding the figure. While others may not have felt it acutely, as a devoted follower of the Red God, he was particularly sensitive to temperature. Moreover, he observed that the trees in the vicinity were slowly turning to ash. The figure clad in red halted, surveying the Brotherhood. Since its inception, the Brotherhood had grown to 3,000 members, constituting a formidable force. My comrades, I am the Divine King, Rhoynar, by the decree of my master. I have come to guide mankind. The red-clad figure extended his hands toward the Brotherhood, and with the radiance behind him, he appeared as a deity descending into the mortal realm. God, the messenger! Beric was momentarily transfixed, his one remaining eye fixated on the figure. There he was, the very being he had idolized in his dreams. The figure smiled, gradually dispersing the flames that concealed his visage. His face, though aged, radiated authority, with white hair and beard billowing in the wind. In a world shrouded in darkness, a guiding light was essential. Behind him, a colossal shadow began to materialize, and all recognized it as the Red God, Rhoynar. My lord! The red-robed sorcerer, Soros, instinctively dropped his sword, kneeling before the divine presence. His eyes wide with fervor as he repeatedly bowed, proclaiming, My lord. He recognized the being before him as the deity from his dreams, the embodiment of the faith he had sought throughout his wandering life. My lord. The thousands behind Soros cast aside their swords, prostrating themselves in reverence, their cries echoing, My lord. They were all devotees of the Red God, with the deity's arrival. Their excitement was palpable. My God, Beric Dondarrion shall follow in your footsteps until the end of his days. Sir Beric, too, fervently knelt in supplication. At this moment, the scene froze. Meanwhile, in a tower on Dragonstone, the red-robed Melisandre, kneeling beside the flames, suddenly opened her eyes, murmuring incessantly, The long night is dark, fraught with peril. As a devoted follower of a Lightbringer, Melisandre was fervent in her faith. Beautiful in appearance, she bore a heart-shaped visage, her fiery red eyes glimmering with the light of flames, flickering in the darkness. Her copper-red hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, flowing to her slender waist. The deep crimson gown she wore clung to her form, accentuating her perfect silhouette. The golden necklace adorned with rubies that graced her neck possessed an extraordinary enchantment. Each time she harnessed her power, the rubies would radiate a dazzling brilliance. Utilizing the diverse powders from the depths of her crimson robe, Melisandre could manipulate flames to gain strength, She could foresee the future within the fire and reveal her lethal intent from the shadows. How many years had it been? Hundreds? Or perhaps thousands? She could scarcely recall, for since she had been bestowed with the divine light of the Red God, Rhoynar, time had ceased to leave any marks upon her visage. Whether her name was Melisandre or simply the Seventh, she had almost forgotten. The only memory that lingered was of her escape from the Red Temple, where she had been sold into servitude in her youth. After which she embraced the faith of Rhoynar and was named Melisandre. Winter is coming, and light endures. In the wall of Hardhome, within the Black Castle, after a snowfall, the entire stronghold lay blanketed in a pristine white, enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional caw of circling crows overhead. Jon Snow and Samwell Tarly, along with several newly recruited Night's Watchmen, knelt solemnly before the enormous heart tree. This magnificent weirwood tree, with its many exceptionally sturdy branches, twisted and stretched its arms skyward. The pale, almost translucent twigs at the top absorbed energy from the tree's core, striving to pierce the thin clouds, casting a radiant glow of red and yellow, a miracle of life and time. From a distance, it resembled a formidable mountain range, shrouded in mystery. Within every castle from west to east along the wall stood a weirwood heart tree, each with centuries, if not millennia, of history. It was said that no one could utter a falsehood in the presence of the heart tree, for it served as the eye of the old gods, who knew all and saw all. The heart tree was also a weapon for the green seers, who could tether their consciousness to it, thereby monitoring their surroundings and far-off places. Given that weirwoods can endure for thousands of years, the green seers could perceive everything within the realm of the heart tree, grasping the past and present. This particular heart tree was at least several thousand years old, existing since the days of Bran the Builder when the wall was constructed. Jon Snow pondered this, remembering that Bran's brother also bore the name Brandon Stark. Just days ago, he had received a letter from Bran informing him that their father had been imprisoned by Cersei Lannister and her son Joffrey Baratheon, and that his elder brother Robb Stark had marched south to demand an explanation. Jon Snow touched the dragon glass dagger nestled in his possession, unable to comprehend the situation. In his memory, Joffrey had always been rather amiable towards him. How could he commit such an act? At that moment, a soft cough interrupted Jon's thoughts. It was the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont, accompanied by a frail old man being carried in a chair, Maester Aemon. After clearing his throat, Jeor Mormont was presented with the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, by a man named Alliser Thorne, a member of House Tallet, who served as the Lord Commander's steward. Tall and thin, with graying hair beginning to turn white, Thorne's lifeless eyes conveyed no emotion, and his thin lips formed a gaunt visage. Upon first seeing him, Jon felt a wave of despondency wash over him, causing him to instinctively tighten his cloak. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont graciously accepted the sword, drawing it forth and resting it upon the ground. The Valyrian steel glimmered in the cold light of the descending diamond-shaped snowflakes. Mormont, a tall and robust figure, though advanced in age, began to pant heavily after traversing a short distance. The warmth of his breath mingled with the cold mist, rising in puffs of white vapor. After a brief respite, he addressed the gathered men. Brothers of the Night's Watch, I apologize for using the term crows. As you are aware, we are referred to as crows by the wildlings beyond the wall, a title that carries a heavy insult. But do you know why they call us this? It is because they loathe and fear us. Time and again, they have attempted to breach the wall to raid the lands beyond, only to be repelled by our efforts. I understand that most of you are unblooded recruits, barely able to steady your swords, yet you are destined to face the thousands of wildling warriors led by Mance Rayder, and the dire threat posed by the White Walkers. At this, laughter erupted among the ranks, even eliciting a chuckle from Lord Commander Mormont. Well then, the legendary White Walkers are indeed a perilous threat. With that, Mormont's expression grew serious once more. Now, you newly recruited crows have met the conditions to don the black of the Night's Watch. I shall reiterate, those who voluntarily join our ranks and wish to depart may do so now. This is your final opportunity. Once you take the sacred oath, should anyone attempt to flee, they shall be deemed a deserter, punishable by death, executed by my hand with this Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw. However, I suspect none of you are here against your will. Mormont jested, turning to a specific brother who had endured a meager diet. All eyes turned to Jon Snow, some with jealousy, others with envy, and a few chuckling at his expense. Jon sniffed and remained silent, accustomed to the jests directed at him, while also having forged friendships with some of the newcomers. Beside him, Samwell Tarly adjusted his slightly snug black attire, feeling the fit was rather unyielding for his stature, and believed the Lord Commander's remark might have been meant for him, considering how much porridge he had consumed. Let me be clear once more. Upon taking the oath, Night's Watchmen cannot own land, marry, or father children. However, you may maintain appropriate contact with kin and occasionally request leave to visit family. But you must never forsake your oath and duties for the sake of familial ties. Remember this: those kneeling beside you, swearing the oath, are your brothers. From this day forth, you shall share honor and disgrace, life and death. Tonight, so it shall be, and every night henceforth. As the thin clouds drifted and the cold wind howled, the radiant glow illuminated the scene. Life sang with fervor. Clad in black, Jon Snow and the others knelt in reverence, gazing at the enormous weirwood heart tree, its grotesque, blood-red visage watching over them. The sacred oath slipped from their lips. The long night is coming. From this day forth, I shall take my watch until my death. I shall not wed, nor own land, nor father children. I shall wear no crown, nor seek glory. I shall remain loyal and dutiful until death takes me. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the wall, the flame against the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch. Tonight, so it shall be, and every night henceforth. Chapter 33. The Battle of Whispering Woods. In the Riverlands, within the Whispering Woods. Following the alliance formed between House Stark and House Frey, Robb Stark divided his forces. Roose Bolton led 17,000 troops to confront Tywin Lannister in the Trident region. Meanwhile, Robb Stark himself, accompanied by 4,000 cavalry, including 1,000 horsemen provided by House Frey, crossed the Twins. On his way south, after passing through the coastal town, he also enlisted the forces of House Meryn from the coastal city. Subsequently, a number of hired knights, obscure minor nobles, and scattered soldiers from the Riverlands joined the ranks. Now, under the command of Robb Stark, the forces had swelled to over 6,000, of which more than 4,000 were cavalry, a formidable elite indeed. The united army, led by Robb Stark, surged forth to confront the Lannister troops besieging Riverrun. Due to the unique geography surrounding Riverrun, the Lannisters' grand army of 15,000 was compelled to disperse, establishing camps at 3 locations: the eastern banks of the Tumblestone River, the eastern banks of the Red Fork, and the northwestern area of the Red Fork, in order to maintain a complete blockade of Riverrun. However, this division created a significant opportunity. While Robb Stark's forces fell short of the total manpower commanded by Jaime Lannister, they outnumbered any single camp of the 3. This indicated that, with a clever ruse to draw out Jaime Lannister, Robb Stark could concentrate his forces and defeat them one by one. At this fortuitous moment, Robb Stark encountered Sir Mark Piper of the Riverlands. Mark was the eldest son and heir of Lord Cleos Piper, the Earl of Pinkmaiden. Unlike his father, who was rotund, Mark was tall and slender, with a head of golden curls and a notably handsome visage. From him, Robb learned that several lords of the Riverlands, including Edmure Tully, had been captured by the Lannisters and were imprisoned in the Lannister camp at the eastern banks of the Tumblestone River. However, what astonished Robb Stark most was the tale of how Lord Cleos Piper, despite having been stabbed by Jaime Lannister, managed to escape the encirclement by wedging the dagger against his ample belly, seizing a horse, and leading his men to safety. Robb was left unsure whether to weep or to laugh, while his companion, Theon Greyjoy, erupted in a laughter, unable to compose himself for quite some time. Since the Battle of Golden Grove, Jaime Lannister had achieved victory in a skirmish at Riverrun, subsequently laying siege to the city. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister had captured Pinkmaiden, Stonehenge, and several other strongholds. After the fall of his ancestral home, Mark Piper led his remaining knights to raid the Lannister supply lines, striving to hold out until the northern forces arrived to provide aid. Inspired by Mark Piper's words, Robb Stark devised a plan. He dispatched several contingents of 300 to 500 men, bearing the Tully banner, to maneuver under Jaime Lannister's very nose, creating the illusion that scattered Riverland forces were attacking their supply lines. They lured him toward a concealed ambush in the Whispering Woods, just 2 days' march from Riverrun. As the horns of Lady Maya Mormont's troops sounded, the waiting forces of Great John Umber, Rickard Karstark, and the men of the Manderly and Frey families sprang forth from the dense woods, closing in on Jaime Lannister. The trap was set, and it was time to reel in their catch. Robb Stark's strategy proved remarkably successful, ensnaring the Kingslayer with such apparent ease. In the ceaseless drizzle, shadows of the moon danced like frost upon the ground. Jaime Lannister, encircled and despondent, gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his handsome face and trickling into his gilded armor, the sudden chill causing him to shudder. Surveying his surroundings, Jaime found himself flanked by the heights of the Pediz Mountains on one side and the Tien Frey on the other, with countless Lannister soldiers behind him. They looked to their commander, awaiting his final command, all too aware of their dire predicament, trapped with no escape. Gasping for breath, Jaime endeavored to regain his strength. He raised his sword high. The moonlight glinted off its blade and his golden armor, casting a radiant glow. "Brothers," he called, "we are ensnared, with no means of retreat. Yet we possess one final choice, to charge toward that whelp of a Stark and show the Northmen the might of the Westerlands." Jaime's gaze pierced through his knights. His eyes resolute, his command unwavering. "All troops, heed my call. Follow the point of my sword and charge. In the narrow paths, the brave shall triumph. Kill, kill, kill." The men of the Westerlands, imbued with defiance, united under their leader, launched into one last desperate assault. As long as they could slay Robb Stark, they would not consider themselves defeated. Tyrion had once remarked that Jaime possessed a charisma that inspired unwavering loyalty. Jaime, astride a white steed, led the charge, with Apet his mountains and Tien Fry as his steadfast guardians. The soldiers, aflame with battle fervor, glimmered like golden armor beneath the moonlight, a beacon slicing through the night, illuminating their path ahead. In a moment of clarity, Jaime recalled a conversation with his aunt, Jenna Lannister, from the previous day in the Great Tent. "Jaime," she had said, "once at a feast, my father, your grandfather, Lord Tywin, arranged my betrothal to a lesser house than ours, the Freys. Honestly, I had come to accept my fate. But your brother, your father, Tywin, stood up for me, confronting our father in front of all the lords and knights present. Though the outcome could not be changed. From that moment, I knew my brother truly loved me. Jaime, you are the least like your father among his 3 children. He is shrewd and composed, whereas you are proud and impetuous. Though you may not achieve his success, you can still be yourself. But tell me, are you truly the man you wish to be?" In that instant, Jaime recalled an aging knight he had seen upon the cliffs north of Golden Grove a few days prior. He remembered it was Lord Vance. That valiant figure, undeterred by the odds, repeatedly invaded his thoughts, making it hard for him to forget. He reflected on his youthful dream of becoming a Kingsguard, unadorned by crowns, indifferent to glory, without a wife or children, donned in white armor, draped in a white cloak, wielding a white sword against the fierce winds, riding a white horse with a silver saddle. Over the years, the self-indulgent Jaime Lannister had nearly forgotten who he once was, the proud, untamed youth. Yet now, amidst the brink of despair, he seemed to reclaim that sense of duty to king and country, and the honor of protecting the weak. His gaze was resolute, his sword firmly gripped as he charged into battle. The white horse whinnied against the western winds, the white sword obscured the moonlight, the white cloak billowed like clouds, and the golden armor shone like stars. "Is this me? Is this truly me?" Jaime Lannister's heart surged, driven to charge forward, the thunder of hooves echoing in his ears, urging him to confront his innermost self. "This is you," a voice resonated within him, the voice of his heart responding to his own inquiry. Or perhaps it was the young heart within him answering the man he had become. "Yet I have lost myself once." "Very well, then reclaim that lost self, and live once more for yourself." During the war of usurpation instigated by Robert Baratheon, Jaime was meant to ride into battle alongside the Kingsguard, yet was forcibly detained in King's Landing as a hostage by the mad King Aerys II. Now, he was still a Kingsguard, but this time he fought not for others, but for himself, for the man he once was. In a fleeting moment, Jaime Lannister seemed to hear the bells of the Battle of Stonehall ringing from years past, a war he had not attended that lingered in his heart. The sound of bells, the roar of battle cries, and the relentless clatter of hooves reverberated within his soul. Accompanied by the resounding chimes echoing in his ears, the golden lion, majestic and powerful, shook its mane, bared its fangs, and brandished its claws, charging towards the pack of wolves that lurked ahead. At this moment, the words of the Lannister family motto resonated in the minds of all present. "Hear me roar," bellowed the golden lion. "Hear me roar." James shouted, "Do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for me." In the whispering woods, Robb Stark gazed at the soldiers of the Westerlands rushing towards him, unperturbed. For Robb Stark had long since calculated their moves. His mind was resolute. "Relay my orders. The 2 armies behind the Lannisters shall swiftly encircle them, while the remaining troops converge upon me. The Lannisters are already at their wits' end. They merely lack a final breath. Military commands are as solid as mountains, and words as fleeting as the wind." The noble knights of the North were now wholly convinced of Robb Stark's formidable military prowess. It was from this battle onward that Robb Stark would gain widespread renown, becoming one of the few who could stand toe-to-toe with the seasoned strategist Tywin Lannister, earning the loyalty of many under the banner of the young wolf. A cornered beast fights fiercely, Robb Stark mused, fully aware that the Lannisters had resigned themselves to their fate. Initially, Robb had ordered his army to feign an opening in their ranks, using themselves as bait to lure the Lannisters into a trap. The Lannister forces, indeed, fell for the ruse, charging headlong toward him. As the Westerlanders approached within a mere 5,000 meters, a sudden deluge of arrows rained down from the dense woods on either side, claiming countless lives in an instant. Yet these individuals displayed remarkable tenacity, pressing on despite their grievous wounds, determined to claim Robb Stark's head. Theon Greyjoy had aimed to eliminate the Lannister commander, Jaime Lannister, but his successive shots were thwarted by Jaime's 2 guards, even as they bore several arrows embedded in their bloodied armor. Sensing the dire situation, Blackfish Brynden Tully swiftly rallied with Theon Greyjoy to reinforce their commander, Robb Stark. Jaime Lannister, leading his dwindling forces, charged forth with fervor. Soon, so close, Jaime thought to himself, as the 2 armies were now less than 2,000 meters apart. Gritting his teeth, he wiped away the blood obstructing his vision, his green eyes fixated on the figure that shone like a star amidst the crowd. With a hoarse voice, he issued one last rallying cry, relying solely on a single word: kill. Fewer than 200 soldiers remained behind him, yet even in the face of impending defeat, their spirits remained undaunted. Closer, almost there, just a few hundred meters, Jaime Lannister envisioned a glimmer of hope. He shouted to the northern soldiers in the distance, "Robb Stark, will you dare to face me in battle?" He fervently wished for Robb to be impetuous and brash. However, his hopes were swiftly dashed. Instead of Robb Stark himself, he was met by several of Robb's guards. As the distance between the 2 sides shrank to a mere 100 meters, and Jaime's forces dwindled to a handful, an arrow suddenly whistled through the air, slicing through the drizzle, aimed directly at Jaime Lannister's eye. Jaime, taken aback, narrowly evaded it. Yet, just as he steadied himself upon his steed, a trio of arrows shot forth in rapid succession, targeting his eye, right hand, and left leg. This was Theon Greyjoy's renowned technique, the 3 stars in a row. Jaime Lannister had no choice but to dismount hastily, tumbling into a mire, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. Behind Robb Stark, Theon Greyjoy smirked, seemingly chastising himself. But Robb placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Indeed, as Jaime Lannister fell from his horse, several northern guards swiftly surrounded him. Turning around, he discovered that he was utterly alone. With a heavy sigh, Jaime Lannister struggled to rise from the filthy muck. His resolve firm, sword in hand, brimming with murderous intent, he charged towards his vastly outnumbered foes. Hear me roar. Chapter 34. The Death of Ideals. In King's Landing, at the Great September of Baelor, as the citizens of the city began their daily, monotonous routines, the 7 bell towers atop the September suddenly chimed. The tolling rang out, a relentless echo that pierced the heavens. The sound was akin to the lament of a cuckoo, the mournful cries of monkeys, weeping for the souls of the departed and sighing over the ephemeral nature of existence. The people understood that this bell tolled for the passing of a significant figure in the realm. The last time it had sounded was upon the death of the late Prime Minister, Jon Arryn. Soon, they realized that the bells tolled successively 7 times in total, signifying the death of His Majesty the King. Dropping their tools, the citizens hastened towards the Great September. For the people of King's Landing, King Robert was considered a benevolent ruler, despite his daily indulgence in luxury and his penchant for hosting grand tournaments and lavish feasts. Such entertainments had significantly improved the living standards of the populace. The mere lodging fees incurred by the knights during the tournaments sufficed to cover their annual expenses. As for the so-called war of usurpation and the treachery involved, it mattered little to them. With another king in power, their monthly earnings would dwindle to mere coppers, far less than under King Robert's reign. By the time they arrived, the square before the Great September was already thronged with people, with hundreds of gold-robed guards holding spears to maintain order. Some citizens were privy to the truth, while others merely speculated, engaging in a cacophony of discussions. "Have you heard? King Robert is dead." "Of course I heard. I also heard he was killed by his younger brother Renly Baratheon." "Nonsense. Lord Renly is too handsome and kind-hearted to commit such an act. Then why did he flee back to Storm's End in the dead of night? Isn't that the act of a guilty man? Don't be absurd. I heard King Robert was slain by the Lannisters. Now, that is preposterous. The Queen is a Lannister. How could she possibly kill her own husband? I heard King Robert was gored to death by a wild boar while hunting. Wasn't it that he choked on the boar? Enough. Why is that annoying bell tolling again? It can't be that the new King Joffrey has died too, can it? He looks perfectly healthy. He's standing up there just fine. The previous toll was merely a call to assemble. Don't spread nonsense. At any moment, the populace remained bewildered and easily swayed. Yet in their discussions, they inadvertently pieced together fragments of the truth. It was unclear who first fell silent, but soon the crowd quieted, and only Eddard Stark, kneeling on the dais, spoke. I am Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and Hand of the King. I am a friend of King Robert, and, following his passing, have taken on the role of regent per his last will. Eddard Stark, shackled and bound, knelt before the citizens of King's Landing, proclaiming loudly, now, before the High Septon, blessed by the Seven, I confess my transgressions. I have betrayed my friend Robert Baratheon. In the wake of his death, I conspired with traitors, intending to usurp the throne and declare myself king. Let the seven gods of the heavens bear witness to the truth I proclaim. His Majesty King Robert Baratheon's son, Joffrey Baratheon, is the sole legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. He is the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm. Eddard Stark, overwhelmed by a tumultuous mix of indignation and humiliation, uttered these words. A man who had always upheld honor and justice now found himself in a most unexpected predicament. Gazing upon the raucous crowd below, he could hear the cacophony of curses, scornful jeers, and fervent discussions. His eyes drifted to the statue of Baelor not far away, and he inwardly cursed. Truly, the seven gods are but a farce. Their proclamations of justice and support for the weak are mere fabrications. Here I kneel, and yet there is no trace of your compassion. It is the old gods of the north that hold any sway. To be frank, Eddard Stark yearned to shout the following. The legitimate heir of his Majesty King Robert Baratheon could never be this vile bastard Joffrey, born of the incestuous union between Queen Cersei and Ser Jaime Lannister. His Majesty King Robert Baratheon bequeaths no legitimate offspring. Thus the sole rightful heir to the Iron Throne is Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone. Yet, as he glanced at his daughter Sansa Stark, who stood sobbing and gazing at him, he ultimately swallowed those words. At that moment, the High Septon emerged. He was of modest stature, somewhat portly, his round belly nearly bursting forth from his vestments. His eyes were small, his nose prominent, and his face was excessively large, glistening under the sun with an oily sheen. Dressed in the garb reserved for the clergy, he wore an ornate white robe and a golden crown encrusted with crystals. Kneeling before King Joffrey, he incessantly murmured, "For we are guilty, thus we suffer." Joffrey graciously bid the High Septon to rise, to which the Septon responded with great appreciation, oblivious to the disdain Joffrey felt within. As he observed the corpulent High Septon, Joffrey's thoughts surged. It appears the church has hoarded quite a fortune over the years, all derived from the coffers of the people. My money. Determined, Joffrey resolved to find an opportunity to crack open this treasure trove of the church. At this juncture, the High Septon raised his hands, the crystal crown shimmering in the sunlight with a kaleidoscope of colors as he beseeched the heavens. This man, Eddard Stark, has confessed his transgressions before the seven gods and the mortals below, in this sacred place of Baelor's September. The seven are just, righteous, and merciful. Let His Majesty the King decide how to deal with this traitor. Upon concluding his remarks, the High Septon wisely took a few steps back, leaving the center stage to His Majesty King Joffrey Baratheon I. Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, King Joffrey rose and approached with measured strides. Clad in a crown, wielding a long sword, and adorned in red garments with golden threads, he exuded an air of regal authority. His handsome visage and commanding presence were complemented by piercing eyes that gleamed with intensity. As he made his entrance, an aura of sovereign power enveloped him, manifesting without the need for anger. With a smile gracing his lips, he addressed the populace. To err is human. Who among us is devoid of fault? Even Baelor, blessed by the gods, would not dare claim a life devoid of regret or remorse. At this point, Joffrey cast a glance at the High Septon, who immediately understood and stepped forward to affirm, His Majesty speaks true, before retreating, pondering to himself, how on earth would I know if Baelor lived without guilt? If the king says so, then so be it. Joffrey continued. Therefore, in light of my father's long-standing friendship with him, and his distinguished contributions to the realm during his military service and tenure as Hand of the King, I shall grant him clemency, allowing him to don the black and take up the honorable mantle of a Night's Watchman, to fight for the dignity and safety of the kingdom. A royal decree is as good as gold. Upon hearing Joffrey's command, Sansa Stark finally exhaled, relieved that her father's life was spared. In the Riverlands, Harrenhal stood as a grim testament, constructed by the infamous Heron over countless lives, immeasurable resources, and nearly 4 decades of toil. Its size was thrice that of Winterfell, boasting formidable defenses. Heron, when confronted by Aegon the Conqueror, proclaimed it the most impregnable fortress in the world, a claim that would soon be proven tragically misguided, as he had failed to consider Aegon's three dragons. Since its completion, whispers of ghosts and curses have surrounded Harrenhal, said to be the spirits of the artisans and slaves ruthlessly slain by Harren, preventing any from holding the castle for long. Curiously, every family that had ever seized Harrenhal met with total destruction. Presently, the Lord of Harrenhal is Lady Sharera Hightower, the wife of the castle's earl. However, the self-assured Tywin Lannister dismissed such ghostly tales, trusting only in what he could witness with his own eyes. At this moment, Tywin Lannister sat at the conference table within Harrenhal, flanked by his sons, Tyrion and Kevan Lannister, along with Ser Adam Marbrand, Leo Lefford, Ser Amory Lorch, Lancel Lannister, and Lord Lancelot. Although they had emerged victorious from the war, there was no joy among them. Shortly after the battle's conclusion, Tywin received the distressing news that his son, Jaime Lannister, had been ambushed by Robb Stark, suffering a catastrophic defeat in the Whispering Wood, and had been taken captive. The lords of the Westerlands were at a loss, acutely aware of Jaime's pivotal importance to Tywin, as Tywin's eldest son and heir. Jaime's demise would force Tywin to bequeath Casterly Rock to his youngest son, Tyrion, a prospect he found utterly unacceptable. Moreover, the notable captives taken at the Battle of the Green Fork, Meryn Trant, Halion Stark, Wylis Manderly, Donnell Locke, Jane Fry, Hostine Fry, and Davin Lannister, were collectively of far lesser value than Jaime alone, especially considering that Meryn Trant had succumbed to his injuries shortly after being captured. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy with tension. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister took a hearty swig of wine and addressed the assembly. "Thank the gods my dear nephew did not act impulsively and behead Eddard Stark, or we would have found ourselves in dire straits." Seated beside him, Ser Adam Marbrand queried in confusion, "Why would you ever think your nephew Joffrey would resort to such an act?" He continued, "Surely even the dimmest of minds wouldn't stoop to such depths." Tyrion retorted with a wry smile, "You may doubt my intellect, but never underestimate the sheer foolishness of my dear nephew. Though he seems to have returned to a semblance of normalcy, I remain skeptical about his mental faculties." At this juncture, Kevan Lannister, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. After exchanging a glance with his elder brother Tywin, who nodded in affirmation, he proposed, "We must reach out to Cersei and Joffrey in King's Landing and dispatch troops to ensure Eddard Stark's safe transport to the front lines. We should also negotiate with Robb Stark in the north regarding the exchange of hostages and discuss reparations for the war." Kevan's voice rang clear and strong, conveying a straightforward intent to facilitate discussions for a swift resolution to the conflict. As everyone knows, Kai Feng is synonymous with Tywin, merely a name spoken by Kai Feng in place of his elder brother. Ultimately, Tywin Lannister reached a decision. He rose and addressed the assembly, declaring, "Let it be so." With that, he was the first to exit the council chamber, followed closely by Kai Feng Lannister. Chapter 35, Cooperation. In the holy city of Vistothrak, Su Jinjian, Aegon Targaryen raised an eyebrow and called out to Drogo Call. "What?" Drogo Call turned around, perplexed. "It's nothing, Drogo Call. I've come to seek your cooperation." With that, Aegon Targaryen flung a severed head onto the ground, which rolled until it came to rest at Drogo Call's feet. Upon closer inspection, Drogo Call recognized it as the head of his old adversary, Ogo Call. "This head signifies my sincerity. I require your army." Drogo Call regarded the hooded figure with disdain. "Who are you?" "The Dothraki do not ally with those who lurk in shadows." He crossed his arms defiantly, raising his chin as he spoke. After extensive learning, Drogo Call had become proficient in the common tongue of Westeros. Aegon Targaryen chuckled lightly, nonchalantly removing his hood. His blue locks cascaded down to his shoulders, framing a handsome visage adorned with a smile, and his blue eyes sparkled like amber. Observing this countenance, Daenerys involuntarily stepped forward, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to her brother Rhaegar Targaryen from her dreams. Simultaneously, Rhaegar sensed the surging power within Daenerys. "Kill her. The magic coursing through her veins surpasses that of Viserys by tenfold. Should she perish, I shall be fully revived," Rhaegar incessantly urged. Yet Aegon Targaryen had long grown accustomed to such prodding, remaining unaffected. "Allow me to introduce myself," he began, stamping his right foot. Countless shadows erupted from the ground beneath him, enveloping everyone in an eerie, dark embrace. Drogo Call instinctively retreated, shielding Daenerys Targaryen behind him, while the Bloodriders brandished their curved blades in preparation for combat. As Aegon Targaryen summoned his magic, his hair gradually faded from blue to shimmering silver. His violet eyes replaced the blue, revealing his true form. My name is Aegon Targaryen. My father is Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and I am the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm. And who might you be? Upon hearing a familiar name and gazing upon a face akin to her dreams, Daenerys Targaryen became momentarily dazed, followed by an overwhelming joy. She stepped forward, yearning to approach, yet restraining herself. She realized she was not alone. She had family, and this man was her nephew. I am Aegon Targaryen, the son of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. By blood, I ought to address you as aunt. After establishing their familial connection, Aegon Targaryen turned his attention back to Drogo Call, for it was only Drogo Call whose words held weight here. We can cooperate. At the opportune moment, we shall reclaim Westeros. When I ascend the Iron Throne, I will grant you a vast fief. You may graze your herds, cultivate the land, and sustain your people. Aegon Targaryen extended an olive branch. Drogo Call would bow to no one. After conquering Westeros, the Iron Throne would belong to him and his Khaleesi. Coincidentally, I too shall not kneel before anyone. I am destined to sit upon the Iron Throne and rule the Seven Kingdoms. Drogo Call was born to ride the mighty steed of the world. Logically, you have slain my uncle, and I ought to avenge him. You may seek vengeance now. Drogo Call retorted, unafraid of any challenge. Daenerys Targaryen, initially caught in the middle, contemplated and ultimately chose to stand beside her husband, Drogo Call. In her eyes, the memories of the Targaryen dynasty paled in comparison to those she shared with her son and stars, Drogo Call. Since a swift decision seemed unlikely, it would be wiser to wait until they had conquered Westeros before deliberating further. After all, we are family. At that time, we can determine who shall be king. John Clinton, witnessing the stalemate between Aegon Targaryen and Drogo Call, felt compelled to intervene, emphasizing the main quest. Why dither over attending Northern University or Tsinghua when your scores barely meet the threshold for a second-tier institution? It would be more prudent to collaborate and seize the Iron Throne first. John Clinton harbored ulterior motives, for Aegon Targaryen, being Rhaegar's son, held a considerably higher claim to succession than his aunt Daenerys Targaryen. Should they indeed conquer Westeros, the loyalists and former Targaryen vassals would undoubtedly choose Aegon Targaryen as their leader. Friends over there, after following us for so long, won't you come forth for a meeting? At that moment, Aegon Targaryen suddenly called out towards a distant mound. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, three figures of varying heights slowly emerged. As they drew closer, the assembly discerned their appearances. On the left stood a handsome individual with eyes as blue as amber and hair of desert hues interwoven with golden strands, a faint smile gracing his lips. On the right was a robust figure, his belly jiggling with each step, his head round and smooth. The middle figure, though not particularly tall, arguably the shortest among them, possessed a sturdy and muscular build. His features were unremarkable, with bright black eyes, a broad forehead, and a sharp nose. Amidst his thick black hair, flecked with silver, Drogo Call was nearly bewildered, pondering the sudden emergence of this new group. Were the Westelanders always so elusive? Who are you? He inquired, his demeanor cautious. They are from Dorne. Prince Doran of Dorne has sent his son, Quentyn Martell, to discuss cooperation with you. Before Quentyn Martell could speak, Aegon Targaryen had already divulged everything to Daenerys Targaryen. Clearly, Aegon had kept a watchful eye on this group for quite some time. Pray tell, what brings Prince Quentyn from Dorne such a great distance? Daenerys Targaryen inquired, her curiosity piqued. Aware of the close ties between the Targaryens and Martells, she approached with polite inquiry. Yet, her gaze fell upon the dashing Jaehaerys Dynewater, as she presumed a prince ought to be strikingly handsome, while the other two resembled mere attendants. Actually, the one beside me is the prince. I am not. Jaehaerys Dynewater said awkwardly, stepping back and nudging his friend Quentyn Martell forward. Daenerys Targaryen soon realized her blunder, and with a sheepish blink, she expressed a youthful apology. Then, Daenerys reiterated her inquiry to the rather unremarkable Quentyn Martell. What brings Prince Quentyn from Dorne such a great distance? Well, Quentyn Martell stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. What could he say? After all, her husband was still alive, and she was pregnant. Would it be appropriate to suggest, we have a betrothal. Cast aside your husband, and let us fulfill our engagement? Even if he could accept Daenerys Targaryen's child, could she accept him? One cannot simply allow oneself to adopt the surname of the child growing within Daenerys Targaryen's womb. Can one? Let's not jest. We hail from Dorne, across the narrow sea, seeking collaboration with the Targaryen lineage. We are acutely aware of your desire to eliminate the usurper on the Iron Throne and to reclaim it for yourselves. It appears our objectives are aligned. The Martell family harbors deep-seated enmity towards the Baratheon and Lannister clans. Therefore, even if you are not presently inclined to ally with us, I implore you to permit the three of us to remain by your side." Overwhelmed by this sudden influx of information, Daenerys Targaryen found herself momentarily speechless. It was hard for her to fathom that, after years of exile and with the Targaryen dynasty relegated to the annals of history, somebody would seek her out for collaboration. Yet, despite the improbability, Daenerys maintained a profound belief in the goodness of the world. She was willing to trust that these individuals genuinely sought her partnership. "Though I do not currently have such intentions, I am amenable to allowing you to accompany me," Daenerys Targaryen replied with a smile that was both innocent and healing. The winds of V's Dothrak began to stir, whipping up clouds of fine sand that danced chaotically in the air. "We shall remain in quietude for the time being, gathering our strength. When the moment is ripe, we shall rise and return to Westeros, reclaiming the Iron Throne." Aegon Targaryen shared his plans with Daenerys Targaryen and Quentyn Martell. Admittedly, he had no concrete plans. "However, I have some matters to confirm. Until we meet again," Aegon Targaryen declared, turning away briskly, accompanied by his golden retinue. Daenerys Targaryen gazed absently at her nephew's retreating figure, words unspoken. Yet within her heart, hope was rekindled. Perhaps one day, they could truly return home and restore the glory of House Targaryen. As he departed, Aegon Targaryen turned back to Daenerys Targaryen and remarked, "By the way, my dear aunt, I believe it is imperative for you to visit Asshai." "Why?" Daenerys Targaryen inquired, perplexed. For Asshai was shrouded in mystery, and she did not perceive any connection to such an enigmatic place. "Because Braavos does not possess lemon trees." "What?" At the sight of her aunt's astonished expression, Aegon Targaryen waved his hand dismissively, his golden entourage gradually receding from view. Chapter 36. The exchange of hostages in the Red Keep's council chamber in King's Landing. Cersei Lannister addressed Joffrey Baratheon. "Joffrey, my purpose here is to retrieve Eddard Stark from the dungeons of King's Landing." Seated, Kevan Lannister directed his gaze at the crown-wearing Joffrey Baratheon with unwavering resolve, his words devoid of compassion. "Are you requesting my assistance, or merely informing me? Is this your edict, or Lord Tywin?" A slight smile crept across Joffrey's face as he regarded his corpulent uncle, Kevan Lannister, with a menacing glint in his eyes. It was evident that the brothers Tywin and Kevan Lannister did not regard him with the respect he felt he deserved. "My brother is your grandfather. How dare you address him so casually?" Kevan Lannister exploded in indignation upon hearing Joffrey's impudent reference to Tywin. Very well, very well. So, is this the will of my esteemed grandfather?" Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in trivial disputes. "It is the will of House Lannister," Kevan Lannister replied, suppressing his ire with a stoic demeanor. "Then please convey to Lord Tywin that I demand his knight, Ser Loras Tyrell, in exchange for Eddard Stark. Otherwise, our negotiations are moot," Joffrey declared, his tone suddenly resolute. Realizing they had not been afforded the courtesy he expected, Joffrey felt no obligation to be amiable in return. "What?" "Joffrey, my brother, Duke Tywin, is your grandfather. We are family. Do you not wish for the life of your Uncle Jaime?" Seeing Joffrey's sudden firmness, Kevan Lannister quickly shifted his approach, attempting to leverage their familial ties. Surprisingly, Kevan Lannister perceived that Joffrey Baratheon was not the mad and incompetent ruler his brother and Tyrion had portrayed him to be. "My esteemed grandfather requires Eddard Stark in exchange for his son, Jaime Lannister. My demand is for you to provide Ser Loras Tyrell to secure Eddard Stark's release. After all, I still have another uncle. I could easily bestow Casterly Rock upon him." Joffrey shrugged nonchalantly. Even if Eddard Stark were lost, the Stark lineage still had Robb Stark to carry the mantle. However, if Jaime Lannister were to perish, Tywin would be inconsolable, for he would never allow Tyrion Lannister, the despised dwarf, to inherit Casterly Rock. In that instant, Kevan Lannister grasped the underlying implications and lowered his gaze, weighing the pros and cons. "What is this? How is it that this Joffrey seems so different from what my brother and Tyrion have described? And why does he exude such confidence?" Something was amiss. This was decidedly unusual. As Kevan Lannister pondered, he discreetly surveyed the unfamiliar golden-robed figures flanking the council chamber, realizing he did not recognize a single one of them. Even the members of House Lannister they had strategically placed were nowhere to be found. Astonishingly, while they were engaged in warfare, this newly crowned king had remained quite active. Perhaps Joffrey sensed Kevan Lannister's wariness, for he offered an unexpectedly calm smile. "My father, Robert Baratheon, often lamented the overwhelming presence of gold around him. Thus, to assuage his discontent, I took it upon myself to replace all the gilded decor within the Red Keep. I must admit, it does appear far more pleasing to the eye." Kevan Lannister regarded Joffrey's Lannister green eyes and the glimmering gold above his head, earnestly stating, "Your Grace." Do not forget that you too are adorned in gold. Regardless of your station, always remember that family is of paramount importance. I indeed brought Ser Loras Tyrell with me, and I can assure you he will be handed over. I trust you will uphold your end of the bargain and return Eddard Stark to me. After all, this concerns whether your Uncle Jaime will return alive. Prior to his visit, Kevan Lannister had been specifically instructed by his brother Tywin that if Cersei Lannister was unwilling to release the hostage, they should utilize Loras Tyrell as a bargaining chip. To his surprise, he had encountered Joffrey Baratheon instead of Cersei. We are all family here. Why engage in pleasantries? The life of my Uncle Jaime is certainly paramount. He is my favorite, Joffrey exclaimed, his demeanor suddenly amiable. What is Eddard Stark after all? Sir Jaime Baelish. Upon hearing Kevan Lannister agree to the exchange, Joffrey instantly became congenial. Your Grace, Jaime Baelish stepped forward. Please cooperate in facilitating the transfer of Eddard Stark to my esteemed uncle, Lord Kevan Lannister. Remember to be courteous. Yes, Your Grace, Jaime Baelish bowed and then turned to lead the Lannister guards towards the dungeon. Thank you, Your Grace, Kevan Lannister smiled. Though he maintained the appropriate facade of civility, behind his smile, he scrutinized the young king, Joffrey Baratheon. He perceived Joffrey as a cruel, cunning, cold-hearted, decisive, and selfish individual, devoid of any sense of familial honor or responsibility. He feared that Joffrey would certainly pose a significant threat to his brother Tywin's authority in the future. It appeared he would need to return and forewarn his brother. In King's Landing, within the Hand's Tower, at this moment, Eddard Stark had already come to understand that he would be used as a bargaining chip to exchange for the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, a son of Tywin Lannister. However, he did not exhibit much outward expression. The resolute integrity he once possessed had long since faded, and now his sole desire was for the safety of his children. Nonetheless, upon hearing that his eldest son, Robb Stark, had captured Jaime Lannister, a genuine sense of joy welled up within him for Robb. This child had proven capable of stepping beyond his father's protection and forging his own path. With a creak, the door swung open, and Eddard Stark turned to find his daughter, Sansa Stark, paying him a visit. Ever since that day, when Eddard had proclaimed Joffrey Baratheon the rightful king before the Great September of Baelor, he had been released from the dungeons by Joffrey and was now under house arrest in the Hand's Tower. Though his freedom was curtailed, his living conditions had improved significantly, allowing even his daughter Sansa to visit him. Today, Sansa donned a delicate green gown that complemented her chestnut hair, enhancing her beauty. Father, I have heard that you will be returning home in a few days, she exclaimed, running towards him like a child and embracing him tightly, her face aglow with happiness. It seemed the perilous war was finally drawing to a close, with her father not only having preserved his life, but also set to return home as a hostage for the Kingslayer. However, unlike his naive daughter, Eddard Stark harbored no such elation. Though he would return, his daughter remained in King's Landing, a clear pawn of House Lannister. Meanwhile, his youngest daughter, Arya Stark, had escaped the city with the help of the storm, and she should be nearing Stannis Baratheon by now. Eddard felt little concern for Arya, as he trusted the old friend who had aided her. What troubled him most was the state of Sansa, who appeared to be lost in the romantic tales sung by the common knights, which left him feeling quite helpless. He feared his foolish daughter might still be dreaming of one day marrying Joffrey Baratheon and becoming a queen. Eddard sighed deeply, recognizing that while Joffrey did indeed seem to hold some affection for Sansa, he could not shake the feeling that Joffrey was untrustworthy. His observations had revealed that Joffrey lacked any sense of justice or honor, embodying a selfish and cold-hearted nature. Once someone ceased to be of use to him, Joffrey would discard them without hesitation. Yet, Eddard found himself powerless, realizing that the matters concerning Sansa would require careful planning upon his return to Winterfell. Father? Noticing his sudden silence, Sansa wondered if she had inadvertently displeased him. However, she soon caught sight of the warmth in her father's eyes. Eddard stroked Sansa's hair and spoke gently. Sansa, you are brave and strong. My dear daughter, you must take care of yourself. In King's Landing, be wary of whom you trust and guard your words. Ensure your safety above all. I will remember, father. The two embraced, enveloped in an unspoken bond. At that moment, Joffrey Baratheon, crowned and regal, entered the room. Observing the tender scene, he refrained from interrupting immediately, choosing instead to linger at the door until their conversation concluded. Uncle, the time has come. You must depart for the Riverlands. I wish you a safe journey. Joffrey approached Eddard, offering him an embrace, his feelings towards Eddard being decidedly complex. If circumstances permitted, Joffrey would have genuinely wished for Eddard to serve as his hand of the king, guiding the realm. Alas, fate had conspired against them, placing them on opposing sides. Yet Joffrey soon found solace in the thought that, although they could not be allies. He had managed to alter the course of Eddard's grim fate. Thank you, your grace. However, before I take my leave, I wish to hear your true thoughts. Uncle, what kind of king do you believe I am? At that moment, Joffrey's curiosity took a mischievous turn as he sought Eddard's judgment, knowing him to be a man of integrity. Your grace, I perceive you as a ruler akin to the cruel Maegor and the mad King Aerys, Eddard replied candidly, his expression unyielding. Ha ha, I did not expect you to be so forthright, Joffrey responded, his anger surprisingly absent as he laughed heartily. Yet, you also possess the wisdom of the good King Daeron. May I interpret this as a compliment? It is my honest opinion. With that, Eddard shifted his tone abruptly. Your grace, I implore you to take good care of my daughter Sansa. This is my sole request. He earnestly pleaded for Joffrey to safeguard her. Joffrey's demeanor turned serious as he replied, I promise you, uncle. Thank you, your grace. As he prepared to depart, Eddard turned once more to Joffrey, adding, your grace. Do be cautious of Varys. Eddard harbored a peculiar intuition that Varys might be connected to Robert's death. He even suspected that Varys had a hand in the gradual estrangement between the mad King Aerys and Prince Rhaegar. As the moonlight illuminated the darkened streets of King's Landing, two figures sat in opposition within a dilapidated dwelling, their voices hushed, refraining from igniting any flame. All mortals must die. All must serve. Speak his name. Eddard Stark. Under the silvery moonlight, a pair of green-gray eyes glimmered ominously in the shadows. Chapter 37. The King of Shadows. The sigil of House Martell is a golden spear piercing through a red sun, a tribute to the ancient Martells, with the red sun symbolizing the lineage of Rhaenys. Their family motto is unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, Queen Nymeria of the Rhoynar led her people aboard 1,000 ships, fleeing the invasion of Illyria as freehold. They wandered for many years before finally landing on the lands of House Martell, forging a union through marriage. Thus, House Martell is also known as the Nymeros Martell of Sunspear, with Nymeros signifying the bloodline of Nymeria. In Sunspear, the flowing gardens bloom with an array of tropical plants, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The flowers, vibrant in hues from striking reds and yellows to soft pinks and purples, each possess their own unique allure. Various blossoms, shrubs, and trees flourish under the sun's warm embrace, bringing joy and delight to all. The lush greenery of the shrubs and trees provides a refreshing shade, creating a pleasant coolness. People stroll along the paths, reveling in the beauty of the floral spectacle, while birds sing from the branches and butterflies dance among the blossoms. In addition to the flowers, the gardens often feature an assortment of fruit trees, such as apple, cherry, and, most notably, the prolific lemon trees. The garden is adorned with meticulously designed flower beds and fountains, where the blooms are artfully arranged to create a multitude of exquisite patterns and color combinations. The water from the fountain flows gently, adding a sense of coolness and tranquility to the hearts of those who visit. Have there been any letters from across the narrow sea recently? Daemon Martell inquired of the guard beside him. None, your highness, a guard promptly responded. Sigh, you may all leave now. I wish to bask in the sun alone for a while. With a wave of his hand, the guards cast a glance at Daemon Martell's immobile legs before turning to depart. Yes, your highness. His own son, Quentyn Martell, should have already arrived across the narrow sea. He wondered what progress had been made. Daemon pondered, as the situation in Westeros began to grow tense once more. A foreboding sign indeed. If Aegon Targaryen were to return with the Golden Company at this juncture, it would be akin to grasping at embers in a fire. Furthermore, Daemon harbored significant doubts regarding Aegon Targaryen, whom many claimed was his own nephew. He was not one to blindly accept what others said. He intended to send his daughter, Arianne Martell, across the narrow sea in a few days to ascertain Aegon Targaryen's true identity. Now that Viserys Targaryen had passed, if Quentyn could ally with Daenerys Targaryen and Arianne with Aegon, then the schemes he had nurtured for over a decade might finally bear fruit. Daemon closed his eyes as he sat in his wheelchair, savoring the rare delight of birdsong and floral fragrance. Daemon Martell is the current Prince of Dorne, the elder brother of Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, and Elia Martell, and the father of Arianne, Quentyn, and Trystane. His appearance is a quintessential representation of the Martell family, characterized by his olive skin, deep black eyes, and a head of black hair interspersed with strands of gray, the latter a testament to the passage of time. His nose is prominent, and his lips are thin and delicate, creating an initial impression of acerbity and severity, suggesting he is not the most congenial of individuals. Daemon Martell possesses a cautious demeanor, and due to severe gout affecting his legs, he can hardly move an inch from his wheelchair. Yet, This frail image has inadvertently diminished the vigilance others might have towards him. In truth, since the fall of King S. Landing and the murder of his sister, Elia Martell, Daemon has been plotting revenge against the Baratheon and Lannister families. He secretly dispatched envoys across the Narrow Sea years ago, under the witness of the Sea Lord of Braavos, to arrange a marriage pact between his daughter Aerion Martell and the exiled Viserys Targaryen, preparing to reclaim the Iron Throne for House Targaryen when the time was ripe. Yet now Viserys is dead. Thankfully, he had previously sent his younger son, Quentyn Martell, across the Narrow Sea to seek out Daenerys Targaryen. He wondered how Quentyn fared, as months had passed without any news. Just then, a distorted, shadowy figure emerged silently from behind Prince Daemon, gradually elongating and broadening until it formed the outline of a person. The entire process was so discreet that even the guards who had been nearby were oblivious. As the darkness receded, the figure revealed itself, a young man clad in a light-colored deer hide cloak embroidered with a circular family crest. The emblem consists of an outer blue ring representing wisdom, stability, and calmness, and an inner red ring symbolizing passion, bravery, and vitality, with an inverted stag's antler positioned between the two rings. The individual was shrouded in the voluminous cloak, obscuring his features. "Do you always make such an entrance to demonstrate your power to me?" Daemon Martell remarked with a hint of exasperation. Despite knowing the man's abilities, he was still startled each time he emerged from his shadow. "I merely find it more theatrical." The young man's voice was languid, yet magnetic, suggesting he was a youthful male. "Very well, there is no one else here. We need not be so secretive." All right. With that, the young man removed his cloak, revealing a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, of average height and well-proportioned build. His black hair was tied back into a high ponytail, resembling a pineapple. His slender face bore sharp contours and a hint of youthful innocence, exuding an approachable and amiable demeanor. Beneath his slender eyebrows were large, expressive brown eyes that conveyed intelligence and poise. "Nara is Liang Nai, Your Highness." "Very well, Nai. I recall you mentioning that Khal Drogo of the Dothraki was soon to meet his end, yet now his greatest adversary has been slain by Aegon. I find it difficult to fathom how a leader atop the Dothraki hierarchy could perish. This situation renders my son, Quentyn Martell, quite vulnerable. Your Highness, please do not be anxious. Under the radiance of our Lord, the Lightbringer R'hllor, all shall fall into place," Liang Nai replied with a smile. "The Lightbringer? You hardly seem to embody anything associated with light. Are you certain you are not the Lord of Shadows? The Lightbringer is a faith from Essos, little known in Westeros. Furthermore, for Daemon Martell, who worships the Seven, other deities are mere pretenders. However, as long as it serves his purposes, he could temporarily afford to respect R'hllor without aversion. In this world, there exist two true gods, fire and ice, light and dark, life and death, day and night, summer and winter. All that exists is the result of their eternal struggle. One is our Lord R'hllor, known as the Lightbringer, the heart of fire, the god of shadows and flame, as well as the deity of warmth and life. The other is an ancient and nameless god of mortals, known as the god of cold, embodying darkness, chill, and death, the god of shadows, the soul of frost, the deity of night and fear. Their unending conflict determines the fate of humanity. According to the prophecies in our ancient texts, after a long summer, the stars will weep blood, and a chilling darkness shall envelop the world. A warrior shall emerge from the flames with a burning sword, the Lightbringer, reborn in the land of smoke and salt, awakening dragons from stone to end this eternal strife. Your Highness, please remember, the long night is dark and fraught with peril. Where there is light, shadows will follow. Know that light emerges from darkness, and darkness gives rise to light. With that, Liang Nai's form split into countless black bat-shaped shadows, swirling in the air before swiftly merging into the shadow behind Prince Daemon. The garden fell silent once more. In the southern part of Slaver's Bay, within the Straits of Sorrow, seabirds soared high and flew away, while the waves crashed against the rocks. The sea breeze stirred up towering waves as a shabby, ancient, and rickety single-masted ship sailed forth from the distant north. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, I believe our primary objective now should be to contact Prince Daemon Martell of Dorne and forge an alliance to retake Westeros. After all, Prince Daemon is your uncle. He is sure to acquiesce. John Clinton urged anxiously, noting that they had already formed an alliance with Khal Drogo. He could hardly comprehend why His Majesty intended to head towards Et and Ass High. Just then, the sinister voice of R'hllor echoed, laughing, "Aegon, do you truly wish to go? Do not be surprised when the time comes." Ha ha! R'hllor's irritating chuckle reverberated incessantly in Aegon Targaryen's mind. However, Aegon chose to disregard Raylo and instead turned to Jon Connington, saying, "There is no need for impatience. I have my own calculations. Nevertheless, I can assure you that upon our return from ET and Asshai, we shall commence the counteroffensive to reclaim Westeros and seize the Iron Throne." At this moment, Aegon was beset by an ocean of doubts, for he needed to journey to ET and Asshai in search of an answer that might reveal the truth of the world or unveil the reasons behind his transdimensional passage. Aegon Targaryen's handsome visage bore no trace of hesitation as he fixed his resolute gaze upon the horizon. There, amidst the morning mist, the sun ascended gradually, radiating a warm glow, prompting Aegon to ponder, "Raylo, I yearn to uncover the essence of my being." "Ha ha ha. Aegon, have you finally succumbed to your curiosity?" Raylo replied with a smile. "You are darkness, you are shadow, and you are the Night Lion." Chapter 38. Every mortal must meet death. Riverrun, Harrenhal. The flickering candlelight cast shadows as Tywin Lannister and Eddard Stark sat facing each other in the expansive hall of Harrenhal. "Duke Eddard Stark, regardless of who is right or wrong, this war has reached its conclusion. Tomorrow morning, I shall negotiate with your son Robb Stark in the Riverlands, exchanging you for my son Jaime Lannister," Tywin Lannister stated, his tone as authoritative and unyielding as ever. Despite the war having reached such a devastating juncture, where the Lannisters found themselves at a disadvantage, Tywin had never been one to exhibit even a hint of concession. "Indeed, this war must come to an end," Eddard Stark replied, his expression remarkably indifferent, as if the cataclysmic conflict sweeping through the north, the Westerlands, and the Riverlands had no bearing on him whatsoever. Tywin Lannister scrutinized Eddard Stark's countenance, astonished to find no flicker of emotion, a stark absence of sorrow, anguish, or rage, as if the man were inherently devoid of empathy. "The lords of the Westerlands, the North, and the Riverlands have suffered grievous losses," Tywin Lannister continued, probing further. "Indeed," Eddard Stark affirmed, "many lives have been lost in this conflict, and countless common folk have been displaced." "Yes, indeed," Tywin echoed. Their dialogue, which appeared as a clash of words, was in truth a monologue, with Tywin Lannister doing most of the talking while Eddard Stark merely nodded in acknowledgement. As night deepened, Tywin Lannister lost all patience. He was uncertain whether Eddard Stark's impassive demeanor was a natural trait or indicative of a heart of stone, indifferent to the fates of his own family as soldiers. Ultimately, Tywin Lannister found it unbearable to communicate with someone devoid of any verbal or emotional vulnerability, a disconcerting situation for one who prided himself on maintaining control in all circumstances. In the Riverlands, to ensure the smooth execution of the exchange, the resolute Tywin Lannister made the rare concession of allowing the Northerners to decide the timing of the hostage exchange. The two parties stood apart across the turbulent waters of the Red Fork, gazing at one another from a distance. The sun hung high in the sky. A gentle breeze caressed the land, and the swift currents of the Red Fork relentlessly battered the crimson rocks along its banks. To uphold fairness and justice, Tywin Lannister and Robb Stark agreed to dispatch envoys to the small town of Lord Harroway, where the tributaries converged to facilitate the exchange. Aware of the arduous journey ahead, Tywin Lannister provided Duke Eddard Stark with a luxurious and comfortable carriage for his travel, personally observing as Eddard entered it. Catelyn Tully and her son Robb Stark, undeterred by the dangers that lay ahead, brought along several attendants to escort the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, to the designated meeting point. Even the cautious Tywin Lannister decided to personally oversee the hostage exchange. Kevan Lannister had initially suggested substituting himself for Tywin, but his proposal was swiftly rejected. In that moment, Tywin was not the cold-blooded military strategist of the battlefield, but rather a father yearning for the return of his son. Even Tyrion Lannister, accompanying his father, felt a twinge of jealousy. His brother Jaime had been captured, and their father willingly risked danger to secure his release. Yet when it came to Tyrion's own peril, their father would have preferred him to perish rather than remain captive. "Duke Tywin Lannister, I have brought your son Jaime Lannister. May I inquire about my father?" Robb Stark pondered as the war came to a close. If only the Kingslayer could be exchanged for his father, Eddard Stark, then the devastating conflict involving the North Riverlands and Westerlands would finally cease. "I must first see my son. I wish to behold Jaime's safety with my own eyes. Should you dare harm him, I shall take Eddard Stark's head." This was his habitual caution, although Tywin Lannister was more eager than Robb Stark to exchange hostages. He needed to ascertain that his son Jaime was indeed unharmed. Tywin's voice retained its authoritative timbre, yet he was noticeably devoid of the composure he had exuded at the war's inception. It was only when Robb Stark commanded Edmure Tully to bring forth the securely bound Jaime Lannister from the ranks that Tywin Lannister finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His son appeared to be in good health, with no limbs missing. Duke Eddard Stark, please emerge, Tywin Lannister said, nodding in satisfaction before calling out to the carriage beside him. His expression was relaxed, and his mood began to lighten, as if the resolution of all matters was imminent. However, after a considerable time had passed, he grew perplexed at the absence of Eddard Stark from the carriage. Eddard Stark, Duke Eddard Stark, what's happening? Tywin Lannister began to sense an unsettling shift, for not only was there no sound from within the carriage, but a foul stench suddenly wafted from its interior. Adam, come over here and see what is amiss. Tywin Lannister called out loudly for Sir Adam Marbrand, whose family had long-standing ties with the Lannisters. The two houses frequently intermarried, fostering a close relationship. Furthermore, Adam Marbrand had served in Casterly Rock since childhood, growing up as a childhood companion of Jaime Lannister, cherished his family. Upon receiving the summons, Adam Marbrand hastened forward, understanding the gravity of the situation concerning his friend Jaime Lannister's life. He positioned himself protectively in front of Tywin, then drew his sword, cautiously pulling back the dark curtains of the carriage. Yet as the scene within was revealed, Adam Marbrand's heart sank. He thought, this is dire. Catelyn Tully, anxiously fixated on the carriage, yearned to see her Ned at the earliest opportunity. However, as Adam Marbrand slowly unveiled the curtain, the sight that greeted them was that of a curled, motionless corpse. No. At that moment, Catelyn Tully let out a heart-wrenching scream, for she recognized the garments, the very one she had lovingly dressed him in before his departure, and the visage she had tenderly kissed belonged to her husband, Eddard Stark, with whom she had shared many years of companionship. At this moment, the body of Duke Eddard Stark had long since lost its warmth, now rendered cold and rigid. The Stark family often proclaimed that winter was coming, yet he perished on the eve of its arrival. What a tragic sight it was. His mouth was agape, and his gray eyes bulged outward. His typically grave and earnest visage appeared grotesque and terrifying, revealing the immense agony he endured in his final moments. His lips had turned a purplish hue, and even the nails on his hands bore the same shade, unmistakably indicating that he had succumbed to a deadly poison. Lannisters, are you mocking me? Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Robb Stark's eyes instantly filled with fury. He could scarcely fathom that after parting ways with his father Eddard Stark in Winterfell, he would be reunited with the lifeless form of his father. You have truly gone too far. Robb Stark drew his sword, pointing it directly at Tywin Lannister. Behind him, the lords and knights of the North and the Riverlands were seething with rage, their eyes ablaze with anger. As the sound of swords being unsheathed echoed, everyone stood ready. They awaited only the command of their young wolf lord to charge at the arrogant Lannisters. Gazing upon his father Eddard Stark's already cold body, Robb Stark was first engulfed by profound sorrow and despair, followed by an overwhelming sense of imbalance and powerlessness that left him dazed and dizzy. With a heavy heart, he fought back the tears of anguish. In his eyes, Eddard Stark had always been the pillar of their family. As long as his father was alive, their home would remain warm and loving. But from this moment forth, he was forever deprived of that fatherly presence. Not only were the Northerners in shock, but even Tywin Lannister, standing across from them, was taken aback. Tywin Lannister found himself momentarily stunned, only to feel a chilling sensation creeping down his spine. Just last night, he had conversed with Duke Eddard Stark and had personally witnessed the guards escort him back to rest. Moreover, this morning, as they prepared for departure, he had even seen him off to the carriage, exchanging a few words. What on earth is happening? Observing the state of the corpse, it was evident that he had been dead for at least a day. Who had he spoken to last night? And who had he conversed with this morning? A ghost? An illusion? Had Eddard Stark been slain by the fabled specters of Harrenhal? The normally confident and skeptical Tywin Lannister found himself lost in contemplation. Duke Eddard Stark was dead, especially at such a critical juncture of exchanging hostages. The prospect of peace between the Westerlands and the North had been irrevocably shattered, leading them toward an impending and brutal war. Tywin Lannister was at a loss, struggling to comprehend the incredibility of the situation. Even Jaime Lannister, bound and helpless beside Robb Stark, was rendered speechless. He thought to himself, how deeply must my father Tywin loathe Eddard Stark to allow him to perish in such a torturous manner. Chapter 39, The King of Flames. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, Joffrey Baratheon lay on a feather bed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Tossing and turning, his brow furrowed, as if confronting unpredictable scenes in his dreams. In his slumber, a tall figure stood amidst the pitch-black night, shrouded in obscurity. He appeared to be in deep contemplation. For reasons unknown, Joffrey Baratheon could distinctly hear the voice of that figure echoing in his mind. He was in search of an answer, a means to channel the collective will of the world. After a moment of introspection, it dawned upon him. He realized that the missing element was a vessel. The will of the world required a vessel, and that vessel would be his own heart. He laughed maniacally, making a fateful decision. Let me gamble everything. Let me ascend to divinity. With a swift motion, he brandished his sword and, enduring excruciating pain, carved out a pulsating heart from his own body. This heart was grand and vibrant, its flowing blood turning gradually to gold. I possess a gem long confined by the mundane. Now, as the dust settles, it shines, illuminating mountains and rivers. His crimson robes billowed, gold threads danced. The bloodied sword in his hand began to tremble violently, igniting a flame of hope. As the fire blazed, a luminous woman's specter slowly emerged from the darkness, a manifestation of the last mercy of the Lady of Light. His gaze sharpened, and in that very moment, the heart he had extracted transformed into flames, merging with the essence of the world. His body too burned with an everlasting inferno, like the sun, illuminating all eternity. He raised his sword high, and a torrent of flames surged upward, piercing the long night. In that instant, the lights of countless homes converged toward him. Though the flickering lights were small as fireflies, together they had the power to alter the very fabric of reality. This was the collective will, the grand aspirations of humanity born from despair. Radiating brilliance, dawn returned. In the next moment, his soul laid bare. His body turned to ashes, dissipating into the wind. He chanted, originally a carefree immortal from another realm, yet I descend to the mortal world. Amidst the chaos of heroes vying for supremacy, I don golden armor to the battlefield. Storms converge and then return to one. My heart, forged through countless trials, remains steadfast. As stars fall, the winds and clouds shift, boiling rivers and seas at the horizon. As the cup is exchanged and the flowers bloom, the bright moon descends, stars plunge into the abyss. The celestial realm clears, banishing all evil, and nations gather to crown the emperor. Winter has come, and the long night stretches on. The gods and demons rise amidst the smoke. The tears of all beings converge into the people's will, igniting a wildfire to usher in a new dawn. The long-dormant sun re-emerged in the world, and all living beings began to awaken. From this moment forth, he would be the deity in the hearts of the people. From this moment forth, the histories of Westeros, the Dothraki, Essos, Et, and Asai would be compelled to record his name, the Red God R'hllor. He would be the first mortal in recorded history to achieve the status of a deity. As Joffrey Baratheon observed the radiant and imposing figure of R'hllor, he noticed a shadowy man with a lion's head and a human body slowly merging into his own shadow. The vision in his mind abruptly ended, and Joffrey Baratheon gradually awakened from the illusion. With eyes closed, he took a moment to digest the overwhelming influx of information. Who am I? Joffrey inquired. Yet R'hllor, who had always answered him candidly, this time refrained from giving a direct response. In Joffrey's mind, R'hllor first let out a deep sigh, then spoke in vague terms, as if he were not meant to reveal such truths to Joffrey at that moment. R'hllor replied, I am both light and dark. I am flame and shadow. I am the Lady of Light and the Night Lion. Then who am I? Joffrey pressed. Unyielding, he was unsatisfied with R'hllor's ambiguous answer, feeling a deeper connection to the figure in his dream. R'hllor remained silent for a while, then, with a hint of resignation, said, You are light, you are flame, and you are also the Lady of Light. And what am I, shadow? Upon uttering this question, R'hllor fell silent, offering no further words. At the wall, in the Black Castle, the dream was fragmented and chaotic, yet Maester Aemon could still discern the faces of two individuals. One was Aegon Targaryen, the other was Aemon Targaryen. Brother, as you journey north, the road will be arduous. Please take care along the way. No matter where we are, I believe our friendship will grow ever stronger. Indeed, Your Grace, wherever we may find ourselves, the bond of brotherhood will forever remain etched in our hearts. I shall always love you. I look forward to the day we are reunited, my brother. Your Grace, my brother, remember to slay the boy within your heart and become a true man. A great conflagration has consumed his dreams, and the last vision that Aemon beheld was of a silver-haired, violet-eyed youth cradling a newly born child. The man uttered the name Aegon, proclaiming him the prince of the Targaryen prophecy, his song the ballad of ice and fire. Awakened from his reverie, Aemon took a moment to compose himself before rising. Gasping for breath, he lifted his gaze to the imposing floor-length mirror opposite his bed. There, he beheld his own reflection, aged and gray-haired, and he slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, Aegon. Snowflakes danced down from the heavens, enveloping the world in a soft, pure white blanket. The structures within the black castle were thickly coated in snow, adorning them in a pristine white garb. The arrival of the snowfall rendered the entire wall tranquil and serene. The footsteps of the knights watch becoming gentle, almost allowing one to hear the delicate sound of snowflakes touching the ground. The numerous weirwood trees lining the roads were also shrouded in snow, their branches laden with glistening white. The lanterns, crowned with white caps, shimmered radiantly in the glow of the snow. The clouds above were obscured by the falling snow, merging seamlessly with the earth, creating a vista both vast and magnificent. Jon Snow had just exited the chamber of Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, his expression a tumult of emotions. He could perceive the high expectations the commander held for him, treating him with the warmth of a beloved nephew. The brothers of the Night's Watch indeed showed him great kindness. Grin, Pip, and even the toad-like character were willing to risk execution to retrieve him should he attempt to flee. He could not forget their solemn words. The long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall keep my watch until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall bear no crown, seek no glory. I shall be faithful unto death. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the wall. I am the fire that guard against the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that protects the realm. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, now and always. You will either kill us or return with us. Jon recalled vividly, especially the image of Samwell Tarly standing in the dilapidated stable, braving the biting wind with hope in his eyes. Jon brushed away the crystalline tears at the corners of his eyes, inhaling deeply. Memories of his father, Eddard Stark, with his stern yet loving countenance flooded his mind, but alas, that face he would never see again. Their last farewell had become an eternal parting. At his feet, Ghost seemed to sense Jon's sorrow, nuzzling against his leg. If not for you, I might have already returned home, Jon Snow chastised. Had it not been for Ghost's sudden appearance that startled his horse while he was fleeing to Mole's Town, Grin, Pip, and the others would have certainly never found him. Ghost, feeling unjustly accused, rubbed against Jon's leg and whimpered softly. Ah, forget it, Jon Snow sighed in resignation. He too was uncertain whether Winterfell would still welcome him upon his return. He did not know if he would be embraced by family or met with the executioner's blade for his treachery. Jon knelt down, stroking Ghost's head, reflecting, at least you can still accompany me. Jon, Maester Aemon calls for you, Samwell Tarly announced as he emerged from within, bundled tightly against the cold, his breath visible in the frigid air. Maester Aemon, though advanced in age, retained keen faculties. His ears were sharp, and his eyes still sparkled with life. He sat in an armchair while Jon Snow knelt attentively, absorbing his teachings. Aemon's wrinkled hand grasped Jon Snow's youthful one. The warmth exchanged, igniting a profound connection between their hearts. Jon had never experienced such warmth before. What was this feeling? He pondered, recognizing it only from his time with his father, Eddard Stark. Yet this sensation was even more intimate, more comforting. It was a bond forged in blood, a shared essence. As Aemon spoke, Jon listened intently, the two of them resembling a grandfather and grandson in their closeness. Jon, I'm grateful you take the time to listen to this old man's ramblings. I'm amused. Upon hearing Aemon's reminiscences, Jon's eyes widened in astonishment. He recalled tales from his youth, recounted by the old wet nurse in Winterfell, how Aemon Targaryen renounced the throne that rightfully belonged to him, ceding the Iron Throne to his brother Aegon Targaryen. Later, to avoid being exploited by schemers, Aemon donned black to become a noble member of the Night's Watch. Maester Aemon, is it truly you? Jon Snow asked incredulously, for according to the timeline, Aemon Targaryen would be over 100 years old now. Maester Aemon, you are Aemon Targaryen. Yes, my name is Aemon Targaryen. My father was Maegor Targaryen I, and my brother was Aegon Targaryen V. When my kin were slaughtered, I too contemplated returning. However, I had already sworn my allegiance to this wall. Compared to the Targaryens, the Night's Watch are my true family. The fire in the hearth crackled, and Maester Aemon inquired of Jon Snow, Jon, I have heard there exist 2 solitary Targaryens across the narrow sea, one male and one female. Maester Aemon, you forget. Now only a girl remains. Indeed, only one remains. It is perilous for a lone Targaryen to dwell in this world. Aemon cradled Jon Snow's stark-featured face in his hands, their gazes locked. With solemnity, Maester Aemon imparted, Jon, the dragon has 3 heads. The dragon has 3 heads. The dragon has 3 heads. Alas, I'm too old to be one of them. I should be with her, guiding her path. You, Jon, are both ice and fire. You are both wolf and dragon. You will become one of them. Jon, winter is coming. Slay the boy within your heart and become a true man. With that, Maester Aemon reclined in his chair and succumbed to a deep slumber, leaving Jon Snow standing in a daze, his face a canvas of confusion. Chapter 40. The Strife of Kings. Pure iron binds shadows in the twilight. Bright copper blood stains the tears of 100 flowers. Flames consume the heart as comets fall. Candlelight flickers in the long night, devouring the wolf's peril. Dragonstone. The ancient texts of Asshai prophesy that after the long summer, the stars shall weep blood, and cold darkness shall shroud the world. A warrior shall emerge, drawing forth the burning sword from the heart of fire, the light-bringer, Azor Ahai. He shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, awakening the dragons of stone. The stunning Melisandre, clad in a flowing red robe, stood before the army, proclaiming the prophecy of Azor Ahai. Her garments were thin, billowing in the biting wind, yet the power of the Lord of Light coursing through her veins rendered her impervious to the chill. Her message was clear. Standing before you is His Grace, Stannis Baratheon, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, the only one capable of saving this realm. Though Stannis Baratheon had gathered but 2,000 souls on Dragonstone, his resolve was unwavering, never to yield, embodying an indomitable spirit. By right of succession, Stannis Baratheon was the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Thus, he chose not to ally with any self-proclaimed kings, viewing them as usurpers and as adversaries, embodying the sentiment of neither thief nor king can coexist. The realm cannot rest easy. After Melisandre's declaration, Stannis Baratheon stepped forward, ascending the platform and raising his right arm high. Stannis Baratheon possessed broad shoulders, towering stature, and a robust physique, his countenance stern and commanding. His skin, weathered by the relentless sun, had become as unyielding as his disposition. Though he had yet to reach the age of 35, a mere fringe of short, dark hair adorned his head, resembling a crown that encircled his ears. Stannis meticulously trimmed his facial hair into a neat, close-cropped shadow, cloaking his square jaw and the hollows of his cheekbones. Beneath a pair of deeply furrowed brows rested his piercing eyes, which shone with an intensity akin to the sun's radiance, as if capable of discerning all deceit and fallacy. His lips were pale, thin, and taut. To his vassals, Stannis Baratheon seemed perpetually devoid of a smile. I am the sole legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and the protector of the realm, Stannis Baratheon I. In this present day, a false king reigns, and rebellion runs rampant. The realm is beset by chaos, and the common folk suffer. I must fulfill my duty as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, to expel the usurper and restore order. At that moment, Stannis raised his head high and, with a swift motion, drew his long sword. The sound of the sword unsheathing resonated powerfully, rallying the hearts of the people. In the instant the blade was drawn, it emitted a dazzling and eerie light, flickering in hues of red, orange, and yellow, as if a great sun were rising from the sword, casting forth a brilliant glow, its boiling blade emanating majesty, fervor, strength, and courage. Stannis Baratheon, his visage as cold as frost, hoisted the resplendent sword high, reminiscent of Azor Ahai descending upon the realm of smoke and salt, raising the beacon of light. The soldiers were left awestruck by this extraordinary spectacle, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they raised their swords and shouted in unison, "Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king!" The fervent cries of the soldiers drowned out the roaring tides, the howling winds, and the neighing of magnificent steeds. Among Stannis' 2,000-strong army, the Stormland's own Boron was equally invigorated, lifting his sword high and echoing, "Long live the king!" The rays of a setting sun were warm and tranquil, bathing the landscape in hues of red, orange, and yellow, soothing the hearts of all. As the sun slowly sank towards the horizon, its remaining light filtered through the swirling dust and moisture, scattering into a breathtaking twilight, forming an unparalleled and magnificent afterglow. Yet, despite the sun's boundless beauty, it inevitably succumbed to darkness. While the sword in Stannis' hand radiated the same searing heat and brilliance as the dawn, it was, nonetheless, a sword of the sunset, for its heart remained cold. In the south, the Stormlands of the Reach were once the independent realm of the Reach Kingdom prior to Aegon's conquest of the Seven Kingdoms. The Reach's expanse was second only to the north, named after the flowing Mander River and its many tributaries. The landscape of the Reach was open and fertile, with convenient irrigation, yielding abundant agriculture. Fields of fruits and vegetables flourished, and gardens bloomed with flowers, earning it the title of the Granary of the Seven Kingdoms. This prosperous land also supported the largest population on the continent. The history of the Reach can be traced back to the legendary King Garth of the heroic age. According to legend, Garth, known as the Green Hand, led his people across the Arm of Dorne as their supreme ruler. The vast plains and hills were covered with a riot of colorful flowers, strewn across the mountains and fields, releasing enchanting fragrances. Some blossoms, vibrant as roses, intertwined in shades of red, pink, and white, imparting a sense of gentleness and warmth. Others, resplendent like peonies, stood proudly, exuding nobility and solemnity. Still others, blue as the sky, with crisp white petals, danced lightly in the breeze, offering a refreshing sensation. Each flower, uniquely beautiful, harmonized with one another in a symphony of colors. Amidst the blooms lay lush, verdant grass, teeming with life. The deep green blades swayed gently in the breeze, resembling the hair of the earth, infusing nature with vitality and vigor. Scattered among the grass were various inconspicuous wildflowers, delicate blue blooms swaying with the wind, yellow petals illuminating the ground like sunlight, and purple flowers exuding an air of mystery. Together, these blossoms and grass wove a magnificent tapestry of nature. They evoke the words of House Tyrell's motto, growing strong. Under the prayers of the High Septon, Renly Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell began to draw closer. "You belong to me, and I belong to you," Renly declared. "You belong to me, and I belong to you," Margaery echoed. Renly was tall and handsome, with black hair cascading to his shoulders, while Margaery was slender and sweet-faced, her chestnut curls lazily draped over her shoulders. The pair nestled together, prompting admiration for their remarkable compatibility, a match made in heaven. Although Renly had wed Margaery Tyrell, his heart was devoted to the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. The Guardian of the South, Mace Tyrell, observed Renly standing beside his daughter and thought to himself, "He bears an uncanny resemblance to Robert." Renly's crown featured intricate gold filigree, adorned with the sigils of the Baratheon stag and the myriad petals of House Tyrell, symbolizing the unity and shared fate of both houses. The ceremony is complete. With the High Septon's proclamation, the hearts of the gathered assembly were finally at ease. The noble houses of the Reach, including the Florent, the Fossaway, the Hightower, the Meryn, the Mullen, the Oakhart, the Redwyne, the Rowan, and the Tarly, along with the Stormlands families such as the Arryn, the Morgan, the Selmy, the Storm, and the Tarth, all knelt before their king, Renly Baratheon. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! The throngs of people outnumbered the flowers, all facing their sovereign and shouting their praises. For the nobles of the Reach and the Stormlands, supporting Renly Baratheon was indeed a gamble. With their origins shrouded in obscurity, even Renly's brother, Stannis Baratheon, who resided on Dragonstone, clung to the title of the legitimate king. To them, even if Joffrey were indeed a bastard, it would not affect their claims of inheritance. Yet, this revealed Renly's exceptional charisma and influence. Even without a claim to the throne, and despite being deemed a usurper, he merely smiled and raised his arm, rallying an army of 100,000 strong in the Reach and Stormlands alone, with over 70,000 from the Reach and nearly 30,000 from Stormlands. He swiftly eclipsed the other contenders for the throne, commanding the largest forces in all of Westeros. Whoever had his support was destined to triumph. This showcased the wealth and might of the Reach, for while their riches may not rival the gold mines of the Westerlands, their lords and knights far surpassed those of the West. In the North, at Winterfell, no, I disagree. We absolutely cannot negotiate. Indeed, Lord Stark's blood must be avenged with Lannister blood. I will never acknowledge that bastard of House Lannister upon the Iron Throne. I shared a bed with your Lord Stark, bore him children. I assure you my love for Ned is no less than that of all present. But my dear Ned is gone. I do not wish to lose another loved one. I only desire to bring back my 2 daughters. Observing the impassioned assembly of lords and knights from the North and the Riverlands within the council chamber, Catelyn Tully pleaded tearfully, unable to bear the thought of losing another family member. However, as Catelyn Tully feared, the nobles from the North and the Riverlands would never consent to negotiations. Their kin had perished in the war. Rickard Stark had 3 sons, one of whom was captured by a mercenary knight of the Lannisters during the Battle of the Green Fork, while the other 2 were slain by the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, in the Battle of Whispering Woods. How could he ever seek retribution for such bloodshed? Lord Vance of House Vance met a heroic end in the Battle of Gold Tooth, his body left mangled and unrecognizable. The ancestral home of House Vance, the Pink City, was ravaged and set ablaze by the Lannister forces. Stonehenge, the seat of House Bracken, was long besieged by the mad dog Gregor Clegane, wreaking havoc and committing unspeakable atrocities. The blood debts left by the Lannisters were countless. For them, blood must be repaid with blood. Even Robb Stark, the young wolf and eldest son of Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully, was averse to negotiations. believing that the war had escalated to a point where parley was futile. As the atmosphere in the hall of Reborn grew tense and the discussions reached an impasse, Great John Umber suddenly rose, proclaiming, "I know not what nonsense this Iron Throne is. The only authority I recognize is that of the king in the north." With that, Great John unsheathed his long sword, resting its tip on the ground, and knelt. This act was a profound homage to the king in the north, reminiscent of the respect shown by vassals 3 centuries prior, before the arrival of the conqueror Aegon. One man rose, and soon the others followed. The knights, many with gray hair and aged bodies, had their eyes ablaze with fervor, a testament to their unwavering faith in House Stark. Families such as Umber, Stark, Mormont, Blackwood, Bracken, Mealy's, Painter, Glover, and others knelt in unison. Even young Lyman Derry from House Derry, his face grave, followed suit. It was unclear who first stood, but soon all were on their feet, chests out, and eyes alight with passion. They raised their swords high, chanting, "The king in the north, the king in the north, the king in the north." Witnessing this fervent display, Robb Stark felt his sorrow transform into bravery and resolve. His father, Eddard Stark, was dead, and he needed to avenge him. His only leverage in negotiations with the Lannisters was the sword he wielded. "My lords, I, Robb Stark, thank you." In the Westerlands, at Casterly Rock, the conversation continued. "Otherwise, shall we offer Sansa Stark and Arya Stark in exchange for Jaime? Would the North ever agree to such a lopsided bargain?" It was uncertain. "I think they might consider it," one voice chimed in. The hall buzzed with voices. After all, no one truly wished for war. All were keen on hastening negotiations. Impossible. The North would have to be mad to exchange the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister for the lives of 2 little girls. And besides, we only have one. That would expose our hand. Adam Marbrand, Jaime's childhood friend, furrowed his brow. Though he desired to rescue Jaime, he doubted that Sansa alone could suffice for such trade. Seated at the head of the table, Tywin Lannister had remained silent all along, appearing as if he had aged a decade. Since Eddard Stark was poisoned under his very eyes, the possibility of peace with the North had vanished. He was even uncertain whether his son Jaime would return alive. This was his one hope for the latter part of his life. After a prolonged silence, observing the helplessness of those around him, Tywin made a decision. He dismissed the gathering and turned to his only remaining son, Tyrion Lannister, saying, "Tyrion, my son, from this moment forth, you shall represent me in King's Landing as Hand of the King and partake in the small council." Upon hearing this, Tyrion was taken aback, for he had never heard such word from his father. "Father, why this sudden kindness?" Tywin gazed deeply into Tyrion's mismatched eyes, replying, "Because you are my son." However, this statement jolted Tyrion to realization. He clenched his teeth and yelled at his father, "What do you mean? Do you no longer want Jaime? Are you willing to abandon him?" Rather than feeling gratitude at Tywin's unexpected affection, Tyrion slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. He understood what this meant. His father was prepared to sever ties with his brother Jaime. In Tyrion's heart, Jaime would always hold the foremost place. Despite being a dwarf born of a mother's death, despite the hatred his father Tywin and sister Cersei harbored for him, Jaime had always bestowed upon him the love of a brother. To hell with the Hand of the King. To hell with the small council. "I only want my brother Jaime." Tywin observed his son's fury in silence for a long while. Were it not for the current situation, he would have preferred not to send Tyrion to King's Landing on his behalf. "Tyrion, my son, take my seal and go to King's Landing. Help me manage Cersei and her precious son. As for Jaime, let us devise another plan." Chapter 41. King's Landing. On the streets of King's Landing, the bustling crowds went about their business, seemingly oblivious to the war raging outside their walls. At this moment, Joffrey was touring the economic situation of King's Landing with Peter Baelish. "Lord Baelish, I wish to hear about the economic policies you have implemented." After all, Peter Baelish is truly capable in this regard. Tyrion once remarked, "Peter Baelish can take 2 golden dragons and turn them into a third. My policy is quite simple, Your Grace. It primarily involves investment and lending. I leverage the information at my disposal to identify targets in advance. When I see individuals preparing to sell or transfer their shops, I buy them at a low price and convert them into taverns, brothels, etc. I also extend loans, allowing interest to accumulate, albeit within the citizens' means." By low, why would these people cease operations? Joffrey Baratheon questioned, puzzled. "Your Grace, you may not realize, but in the political center of a kingdom like King's Landing, one cannot conduct business with mere money. Power is imperative," Peter Baelish replied with a slight smile. "The methods for thriving in business are rooted in human connections. As long as one has networks and relationships, how can one fail to profit? Thus the rich grow richer, and the poor grow poorer." Joffrey, having discerned this reality, understood it was the same everywhere. Hearing King Joffrey's words, Peter's eyes lit up. Your Grace. That statement encapsulates the underlying principle of economic operations for millennia. If labor could lead to wealth, then the richest in the world would be the donkeys grinding in backyards. And how do you acquire information about those wishing to transfer their businesses? Joffrey squinted at him. Ha, just a few acquaintances in the court, Peter Baelish replied vaguely. Joffrey knew that among his collaborators was Varys, the master of whispers, renowned for his extensive network of informants. The two continued their conversation as they approached a blacksmith shop. How are the prices for these iron goods determined? Joffrey pointed to the iron implements displayed in the blacksmith shop and inquired, Your Majesty. The prices of these depend on the market. Our words alone hold no weight. And what is salt? He continued. The same sentiment applied. Though Peter Baelish was perplexed about the connection between iron and salt, he still responded to Joffrey's inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, Joffrey declared, Lord Baelish, upon my return, I shall draft a policy in the name of the Minister of Finance to nationalize salt and iron, thereby prohibiting private trade. I shall rely on you to assist me with this endeavor. The salt and iron industries are immensely lucrative. They cannot be left to market forces. It is imperative that we integrate them into the national treasury, allowing for state control. Indeed, Your Majesty, Peter Baelish acknowledged, fully aware that Joffrey was deliberately positioning him to draw the ire of the populace, given that such measures could tarnish the king's reputation. Historically, it had been agrarians who rebelled. One had yet to hear of merchants inciting insurrection. With no viable alternative, Baelish acquiesced. Moreover, Joffrey discussed the implementation of a monopoly on alcoholic beverages, asserting that the state must strategically regulate the production and sale of such products. He advocated for the promotion of low-alcohol beverages while imposing restrictions on those with higher alcohol content, especially targeting non-local products with exorbitant taxation to protect local industries, notably the Tully family of Riverrun. Furthermore, the production and sale of alcoholic goods would require government-sanctioned licenses, outlawing unlicensed private enterprises. The benefits of such a strategy were apparent. The government would manage salt and iron, embedding taxes within prices, thus ensuring the populace could neither evade taxation nor perceive it overtly, thereby mitigating social discord. Concurrently, Joffrey resolved to elevate capable officials of common birth, preventing the traditional nobility from monopolizing economic and political power. Soon, his uncle Stannis Baratheon would lead an army to besiege King's Landing, and Joffrey needed to muster a force without delay. Relying solely on the 3,000 gold cloaks within the city would surely spell disaster. He also contemplated a suitable military system, a meritocratic nobility, a land reclamation strategy. Joffrey pondered extensively, yet many of these systems required a unified premise for implementation, complicating matters further. How much simpler it would be if he could wield the powers of the mythical dragon fruit. Then he wouldn't need to fear Stannis at all. What had happened to the 3 dragons across the narrow sea? Why had they not yet hatched? Once they emerged, with the red comets streaking across the sky in magic awakening, he would be free to harness the magic within him. Yet, according to the timeline, the dragons should have hatched by now. Joffrey Baratheon was left in bewilderment. At the port of E.T., the towering mountains embraced the shores, a picturesque harmony of azure skies and cerulean seas. Verdant willows, nestled fishing boats, bustling docks, and exquisite edifices crafted the port's unique landscape. Entering the harbor, one would witness a hive of activity as ships laden with cargo came and went. Merchants donned colorful robes, their bags embroidered with various maps, while vendors shouted out their wares, showcasing a plethora of goods. The joyous sounds of song and dance conveyed the thriving vitality of the port. Architectural styles varied, from quaint pavilions to grand warehouses and dock buildings. Cobblestone paths wound down, the firm ground making walking a pleasant endeavor, with shops lining both sides, displaying an array of exquisite merchandise. Multilingual signs and shop identifiers underscored the port's significance as a hub for trade and cultural exchange. Street performers showcased their talents, with acts of music, drama, and dance captivating many onlookers who gathered to watch and converse. Aegon Targaryen and John Clinton disembarked, ready to explore. Concerned that the Golden Company was too conspicuous, Aegon had left them near Slaver's Bay. He and John sailed across the Jade Sea, arriving at distant Et. Aegon gazed at the scene, inhaling deeply as his eyes sparkled with wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into ancient China. The customs of the Golden Empire mirrored those of various Asian nations. Just as he became enraptured by the foreign allure, several ET soldiers clad in black armor approached, brandishing long spears. What business do you have here? Are you unaware that vessels must register their presence in the port? They queried in impeccable ET Mandarin. leaving John Clinton momentarily stunned, as he had no grasp of ET dialect. However, Aegon Targaryen spoke up. Dear friends, we hail from the distant Westeros. Unfamiliar with your customs, we seek your understanding. Surprised by the silver-haired, violet-eyed foreigner speaking fluent ET, the soldiers quickly regained their composure. Your ship shall be temporarily under our watch. Proceed to the port office over there to register, they instructed Aegon, who acknowledged with gratitude. Your Majesty, what did you learn, ET? John asked. I learned it in my past life. Do you believe me? Aegon replied. I do not, John retorted. Believe what you will. As they conversed, they arrived at the port office indicated by the soldier. The port office, occupying about 50 to 60 square meters, appeared quite dilapidated. Even the sole iron gate for entry was rusted. Yet, this reminded Aegon Targaryen of a principle from his previous life. The more official the establishment, the more unadorned it tended to be. He knew he was in the right place. Excuse me, friend. We are from... Aegon approached the window. The elderly man behind it, with a weathered face and white hair, stared intently at them, or rather at the coin purses at their waists. I care not where you hail from, Dothraki, Tyroshkarth, Slaver's Bay, or Westeros. I'm only concerned with whether you possess coin. The old man spoke directly, cutting to the chase regarding the toll. We do, Aegon replied, extending his coin pouch. The man jangled the pouch, listening intently, and smiled with satisfaction. Now, this is more like it. Subsequently, he tossed the bulging purse to a seemingly earnest young man behind him. Wang Xinchong, the usual arrangement, you take a third. Ah, but, el dernier, the young man protested. What do you mean? If you don't take your share, how can I take mine? If I don't take mine, how shall we all progress? Be obedient. Take it quickly. Ultimately, the young man named Wang Xinchong succumbed to his greed and took a portion of the money. Elder Nian nodded in approval, satisfied, and turned back to Aegon Targaryen, asking, what is your name? I'm called Joff. Aegon Targaryen replied without hesitation, divulging his past life's name. Who? The elderly man exclaimed, looking at him in shock, as if he were gazing at a fool or madman. The naming conventions in ET were steeped in cultural significance. It was taboo for descendants to share names with their ancestors. You do know Rhoynar, the Red God, do you not? The elder asked softly. Of course, Aegon affirmed, aware that the ET people predominantly revered the goddess of light, the Night Lion, and Rhoynar. Young man, do you realize that Joff is the true name of Rhoynar? After speaking, the elderly official extended his hand to indicate a towering humanoid statue in the distance to Aegon Targaryen. Aegon, somewhat dazed, followed the direction of his finger and gazed upward, but soon found himself rooted to the spot. He stared at the statue, his mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment. For the visage of the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. To be precise, it mirrored the face he had possessed in his previous life. As if they were one and the same. Was the Red God Rhoynar indeed Joffrey? Chapter 42, Camellia, King's Landing, the Royal Council. Today, I have summoned you all to devise a strategy. How might we augment our forces and bolster the defenses of King's Landing? In truth, Joffrey Baratheon had already contemplated a general direction, yet he yearned to hear the counsel of his lords. Your Majesty, an elder statesman ventured. I believe the 3,000 gold cloaks currently stationed in King's Landing are sufficient. Any expansion would strain our resources beyond what we can afford. To Joffrey's surprise, the ever-drowsy Maester Pycelle was the first to speak up, his words eloquent and seemingly in service of the Iron Throne. However, Joffrey's perception was as clear as day. Pycelle was merely a loyal sycophant of his grandfather, Tywin Lannister. It seemed the recent purging of Lannister loyalists from the court had instilled a sense of urgency in Pycelle. Joffrey cast a glance at Varys beside him and smiled at Pycelle, saying, Ah, Maester Pycelle, you have served many kings and have indeed toiled greatly. I do not seek to claim credit, Your Majesty, Pycelle humbly replied. Yet, those familiar with Joffrey recognized that he was merely biding his time, preparing his barbed jests. Varys silently sighed for the old maester, while Peter Baelish wore a smirk, relishing the unfolding drama. Indeed, the next moment, Joffrey resumed, Our esteemed Maester Pycelle is not only a diligent servant, he is also growing ever more robust in his old age. Moreover, he has not only served kings, but also the downtrodden among the populace. Upon hearing this, Pycelle sensed a shift in the atmosphere, catching Joffrey's mocking gaze, which sent a flicker of panic through him. What is it, Maester Pycelle? Do you find my words lacking in accuracy? Joffrey's green eyes bore into Pycelle, the benevolent smile only heightening the elder's unease. Fortunately, the seasoned Pycelle, having lived many years, quickly sought to remedy the situation. In truth, Your Majesty, expanding our forces is not without merit, particularly given the wealth of your mother's Lannister family. I propose we send out ravens to various houses to ascertain interest. We could entice them with substantial rewards. Pycelle's stance pleased Joffrey, though he doubted the viability of the suggestion. Recognizing that the nobles would have their own agendas and that their numbers would be too limited and costly, Joffrey primarily sought to identify capable individuals among the common folk. At that moment, Varys, who had caught Joffrey's earlier glance, seized the opportunity to speak. Your Majesty, I believe our recruitment efforts should not be confined to the nobility. We must also consider the commoners. We could have the gold cloaks post announcements throughout the city, allowing us to sift through the populace for suitable candidates. After a period of training, these individuals could prove competent. Varys' broad perspective aligned perfectly with Joffrey's political aspirations. While noble knights possessed higher capabilities, their loyalty remained questionable, often swayed by familial interests amidst the shifting tides of power. Joffrey needed to elevate some commoners to serve as his allies, for they lacked familial ties and were politically isolated. Furthermore, their economic struggles would bind them to him, ensuring loyalty at least more so than that of the nobles. Indeed, Lord Varys, your suggestion is commendable. Let it be so. Ser Jane Baelish, you shall oversee this matter. Seeing Joffrey finally display a smile, Varys exhaled in relief. His king had a penchant for feigning ignorance, particularly enjoying when others articulated sentiments he wished to convey. Yes, your Majesty, Ser Jane Baelish replied with a nod. Lord Baelish, how goes the matter I entrusted to you? Your Majesty, it has been handled. The implementation of the salt and iron monopoly is proceeding smoothly. The common folk have raised few objections, though a handful of merchants linked to certain nobles have voiced minor concerns, Peter Baelish answered. Excellent. Joffrey nodded in satisfaction. The situation was precarious, with Stannis Baratheon, Renly Baratheon, and Robb Stark all declaring themselves kings, placing the Iron Throne in jeopardy. Though the Tyrells, mindful of the hostage Loras Tyrell in Joffrey's possession, had refrained from cutting off supplies to King's Landing as depicted in the original narrative. The Iron Throne's military forces remained insufficient. Damn it, who killed Eddard Stark? This war was on the verge of conclusion, and now this chaos ensues. Joffrey's frustration mounted, his thoughts clouded with irritation. Simultaneously, he cast a sidelong glance at Peter Baelish, suspecting him of being the most culpable, yet lacking any evidence. Moreover, Baelish's expertise in adjusting King's Landing's economic policies was invaluable. He could not afford to eliminate him hastily. Within the Red Keep of King's Landing, Joffrey entered to hear his brother Tommen Baratheon and sister Myrcella Baratheon calling for him, and he quickly responded with a smile. Tommen, while consuming his meal, fed a small striped kitten nestled in his arms with a spoon. Myrcella sat poised and elegant, delicately bringing morsels of pastry to her lips with her fork. Joffrey first ruffled Tommen's hair, then embraced his beautiful sister Myrcella. Joffrey, you ought to spend more time with your brother and sister, instead of being preoccupied with state affairs and neglecting your family, Cersei Lannister remarked. Upon finishing her statement, she summoned a servant to bring forth Joffrey's favored lemon cakes from Dorne, which he promptly popped into his mouth. The sweet and tangy flavor invigorated his palate, evoking memories of flavors he had cherished in his former life. Mother, I understand. I will make an effort to visit the family more often, regardless of the circumstances. Joffrey felt a sense of home in the presence of Cersei and his siblings, the warmth easing his perpetual tension and acute sense of crisis. Just so long as you do, Cersei replied with a smile, while she took pride in her son Joffrey's handsomeness and abilities. His reluctance to bestow power upon her troubled her deeply. Yet Cersei had come to terms with this reality. After all, Joffrey was her son. If he chose not to grant her authority, what could she do? Surely, she could not resort to killing her own child. Has Sansa not come? Joffrey inquired, perplexed. No. Who knows what she is up to? The mere mention of the Stark girl ignited Cersei's ire. She felt as if her precious son was being stolen away by that girl, and she would never permit such a thing to transpire. Cersei's desire for control is exceedingly strong. She does not permit her son Joffrey to deviate even slightly from the path she has meticulously laid out for him. Joffrey offers an awkward smile, rubbing his nose, acutely aware that the tension between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is a timeless conflict echoed across the globe. It is his sister Myrcella, however, who displays true understanding. After dinner, she turns to her brother Joffrey and says, Brother, my sister-in-law has been crying in her room all morning. She seems quite heartbroken. Perhaps you should go see her. Myrcella might be the person in all of King's Landing who shares the most amicable relationship with Sansa Stark. Her innocent heart brimming with kindness and an appreciation for the songs of knights, making them kindred spirits. How dare you call her sister-in-law? She is not your sister-in-law. Cersei's ire intensifies upon hearing her daughter, Myrcella, speak in favor of an outsider. I'm done eating. Myrcella playfully sticks her tongue out at Joffrey and hastily rushes out. Ultimately, it is their younger brother Tommen who, requesting Joffrey to teach him the art of swordsmanship, finally softens Cersei's mood. Very well, when I have time, I shall teach you. Joffrey silently commends his brother Tommen, rising to pat his head and then affectionately stroking the little cat cradled in Tommen's arms. The kitten is rather charming. Yes, just as adorable as you, Tommen. Mother, I shall take my leave now. Joffrey bids farewell to Cersei and hastens out as if fleeing. Cersei sighs in resignation, realizing her son has been ensnared by that Stark woman. Her gaze shifts to her younger son Tommen, who is engrossed in conversation with the kitten, and a gentle smile graces her lips once more. Within the Red Keep, Joffrey approaches Sansa, hands clasped behind his back. Sansa, are you all right? To be honest, he is at a loss for how to comfort her. Yet, he can empathize. He understands the agony of losing a father, that suffocating sense of loss and despair that is utterly loathsome. Sansa Stark glances at Joffrey without uttering a word, quietly weeping on the bed. Sansa, I have brought you this camellia, purchased from a merchant of Lys. Do you find it beautiful? With that, Joffrey smiles and reveals a pot of white flowers from behind him. Wiping away her tears, Sansa gazes at the snow-white blossom. The camellia's leaves are a deep, glossy green, shaped oval or elliptical, arranged neatly along the branches. The flowers are large and full, exhibiting a peculiar double-petaled form, reminiscent of both roses and peonies. The petals are as white as snow, exuding a subtle fragrance. The vibrant stamens infuse the flower with vitality and vigor. As Sansa examines the white camellia, memories of her childhood resurface. The beautiful snowdrop her father Eddard Stark brought back from the wall, and her father's gentle visage materializes in her mind once more. Sensing Sansa's emotions welling up, Joffrey hastily hides the camellia behind him. Sorry, Sansa. I shouldn't have given you this. It seems to have made you sad again. Joffrey fumbles awkwardly. It's all right, Joffrey. Thank you. I truly adore the flower you've given me. Observing Joffrey's clumsy demeanor lifts Sansa's sorrowful spirits considerably. Joffrey, I simply long for home. I miss my mother and my siblings. May I return home? Joffrey falls into silence, uncertain of how to explain to Sansa. Should he reveal that Winterfell is soon to be seized by Theon Greyjoy, with whom she grew up? How could she possibly believe that? After all, Theon is still by the side of Robb Stark, the young wolf. After a prolonged silence, Joffrey lowers his head, unable to meet Sansa's gaze, and finally says, Sansa, I will ensure your return home, but not just yet. We must wait a little longer. Just as Joffrey contemplates how to elucidate the situation to Sansa Stark, a pair of warm hands cups his face, gently turning it toward her. What he sees is Sansa's smiling countenance as she says, Thank you, Joffrey, and plants a kiss on his cheek. Joffrey is momentarily stunned. It dawns on him that he had overthought the matter. No explanation is necessary. Sansa Stark would trust him unreservedly. You truly are a foolish girl. Chapter 43. A promise worth 1,000 gold dragons. In King's Landing, before the great September of Baelor. Gulme, everyone look here. Gather around. King Joffrey Baratheon commands the gold cloaks to call the citizens of King's Landing to assemble. He intends to undertake a momentous endeavor today. The recruitment notice for soldiers, posted by Sarah Jane Baelish, has been circulating for 3 to 4 days now. While many citizens are aware of it, not a single soul has stepped forward to enlist. Their skepticism regarding the generous rewards is palpable. The notice clearly states that even commoners can attain titles and wealth through valor in battle, and that the king himself will grant them lands. Though the lands would incur taxes for the common folk, the mere prospect of acquiring land seems an unattainable dream. They have heard that the gold cloaks within the Red Keep have not been paid in quite some time, with no knowledge of who has embezzled their wages. I am Joffrey Baratheon, the first of his name, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm. I solemnly promise that all I say today is true. With that, Joffrey gestures for 4 or 5 gold cloaks to carry a hefty, cumbersome log forward. As the log thuds heavily onto the ground, a low rumble reverberates, sending dust swirling. Joffrey points at the log with a grin and declares, Whoever can carry this log around the Great September shall receive a reward of 1,000 golden dragons. Upon finishing, he shakes the large bag of coins in his hand, the sound of clinking gold echoing. The gathered crowd collectively gasps. 1,000 golden dragons is a sum they could never hope to earn a lifetime. Is it true? 1,000 golden dragons? The king's word cannot be false. Can he really be lying while standing right there? But even if he offers the money, I couldn't possibly lift that thing. True, I couldn't lift it either. The crowd buzzes with anticipation, hoping to witness a strong man step forward to showcase his might. Deep down, they suspect that King Joffrey himself could manage the feat, having witnessed his prowess during the recent melee tournament, where he wielded a hammer far heavier than this log. Even Varys, who accompanies Joffrey, is somewhat perplexed. While he understands that Joffrey seeks to cultivate an image of a king whose word is as good as gold in the eyes of the populace, he wonders if anyone could genuinely lift such a heavy log. "My lord, could you not find something lighter?" Yet, observing Joffrey's confident smile, Varys senses that the king must have some inscrutable motive behind this. In truth, Joffrey has miscalculated the strength of the common folk. With no one daring to step forward to lift the log, he finds himself in a precarious situation, gazing at the sun overhead. He muses that if no one can lift it by noon, he shall declare the event concluded and return tomorrow with a lighter log. Just as he contemplates this, a young man with a bare torso and a robust physique suddenly steps forward from the crowd. His muscles are bulging, his arms broad, and his stature is comparable to that of Gregor Clegane, the mountain. Indeed, he appears to stand nearly 2 meters tall. As soon as this individual made his entrance, the common folk erupted in cheers of encouragement, clearly indicating his popularity among the masses. It was Duncan indeed. Wasn't he the butcher from the slums? Could he truly manage this? Has the butcher been dining on your family's rice? I believe he's quite capable. Ignoring the clamor of opinions around him, Duncan cast a glance towards the elevated presence of His Majesty the King, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward. Approaching the timber, without uttering a word, he hoisted it onto his shoulder and began to walk away. Though the heavy wood flushed his face crimson and his steps were arduous, he adjusted his breathing and commenced circling the great September of Baelor. Step by step, drenched in sweat, each stride became increasingly laborious. Midway through, his calves began to tremble. His breath grew erratic. Yet, propelled by an indomitable spirit, he bore the timber for an entire circle. Upon completing the task, he heaved the heavy wood to the ground and collapsed beside it, gasping for breath, his sweat thoroughly soaking him. "Duncan! Duncan! Duncan!" The populace was genuinely impressed, incessantly chanting his name, Duncan. Joffrey's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking to himself, "What a treasure I have stumbled upon." Joffrey Baratheon laughed heartily, tossing a purse filled with 1,000 golden dragons at him. Despite Duncan's exhausted form sprawled on the ground, his right hand shot up suddenly, clutching the purse tightly. Joffrey's admiration for talent surged, and he inquired, "You are called Duncan?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. From now on, accompany me as my guard." "Thank you, Your Majesty." King's Landing remains unchanged. I wonder if my old haunts are open. Tyrion Lannister jostled in a swaying carriage as he entered King's Landing, peering out to survey the taverns and brothels lining the streets. What old haunts? A pair of fair hands reached out from the carriage, drawing Tyrion inside, while he instinctively placed his right hand against her bosom for warmth. "Of course, I refer to the battlefield I have fought upon for many years." Tyrion gazed at the woman before him, his heart stirred. Her name was Shae, a fallen maiden brought back to him by Podrick after the Battle of Greenfork. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was enamored, spending each day in her company. The primary allure was that she bore a striking resemblance to his first wife. While he and Shae were lost in their intimacy within the carriage, Tyrion was suddenly jolted by a loud commotion outside, a voice unmistakably resembling that of his dear nephew, Joffrey Baratheon. Curiously, he poked his head out once more to take a look. He beheld a throng of commoners gathered before the great September, where his nephew Joffrey stood upon the steps, calling for assistance in lifting a heavy timber. Beside the carriage, the mercenary Podrick laughed, saying, "Tyrion, what antics is our king up to now?" Tyrion tilted his head, replying, "A promise worth 1,000 gold dragons. I am truly astonished he could conceive this. Who could possibly lift such a massive log?" Podrick's eyes gleamed at the sight of the purse in Joffrey's hand, and he lamented, "What a pity! Had we known, we should have brought the mountain, Gregor Clegane, along." "Do you believe Gregor could lift it with one hand?" Tyrion retorted, somewhat exasperated, as he feared Podrick might dash off to Joffrey in a fit of enthusiasm. "You've reminded me, Gregor's left arm is still incapacitated, is it not? Was that not the work of our amiable king? Indeed, my dear nephew possesses an innate strength akin to that of my foolish brother, Jaime Lannister. Would you care to test yourself against him?" Tyrion Lannister was acutely aware that Joffrey was undoubtedly the offspring of his brother Jaime, yet he remained perplexed by the source of Joffrey's inherent strength. Could it be that prolonged residence in King's Landing had resulted in some genetic mutation? Or perhaps not. After all, my promise of residing in a brothel remains unfulfilled, and I would rather perish in the embrace of a woman. Podrick chuckled softly, shrugging his shoulders, for he was a man of meticulous nature. Very well, very well. Bring the carriage to a halt beside the great September, and let me observe how my dear nephew governs the realm. Then you may depart to your tender rendezvous. My diminutive brother, you must believe that even while I toil in the brothel, my heart remains with you, ever on my mind. Away, away. Spare me your sentimentality. Ha ha ha. The moment Tyrion Lannister disembarked from the carriage, eager to mock Joffrey, he was taken aback by the sight of a burly man effortlessly carrying the timber away. Tyrion was instantly captivated. From whence did this creature emerge? King's Landing is truly teeming with talent. At that moment, among the crowd, he spotted a tall figure adorned in resplendent armor, half of whose hair was white and the other half red. He recalled this man's name to be Jaqen H'ghar, someone he had witnessed being captured by the Gold Cloaks and thrown into the Black Cells during his previous time in King's Landing. Why was he suddenly released? The man's striking armor stood out starkly among the common folk, piquing Tyrion's interest, and he approached. However, valuing his own life, he ensured a few sturdy men from House Mountain accompanied him. Just then, the young man named Duncan completed his circuit with the timber, eliciting a fervent round of applause from the citizens of King's Landing, who continued to chant Duncan's name. You are Jaqen H'ghar? Tyrion Lannister inquired, weaving through the crowd to reach the man. Indeed, my lord Tyrion. The name I bear now is Jaqen H'ghar, he replied candidly. You recognize me? Tyrion was taken aback, failing to notice the inconsistency in his words, for he had seen Jaqen H'ghar with his own eyes. While Jaqen had never laid eyes on him, one might find few in the realm who match such a short stature and unattractive visage. With eyes of one black and one blue, Jaqen remarked, were you not imprisoned for offending someone with your words? Tyrion Lannister sighed, somewhat exasperated. For while he was aware of his own condition, hearing it articulated by another was a different matter altogether. Fortunately, he was nearly accustomed to the prejudices of the world. I was apprehended for the theft of a valuable item, yet one individual paid my ransom, thus securing my release, Jaqen explained. Then why do you not leave? I recall you were not a resident of King's Landing. One must repay debts. Although the man paid a portion of my ransom, he still owes me for some work completed. I must seek him out for payment. Well said. We Lannisters also believe in repaying our debts. I have come to collect a debt as well, though mine is not monetary. Speaking of which, those who owe debts are truly despicable. Tyrion Lannister could not help but recall the master of coin, Peter Baelish, and resolved to settle accounts with him. Indeed, Jaqen H'ghar replied, spreading his hands in empathetic agreement. Chapter 44, Half and Half. King's Landing, inside the Red Keep. Long time no see, my dear uncle, Joffrey exclaimed upon entering the council chamber, his face beaming with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Seeing my dear nephew, so polite. I almost believed I had yet to awaken from last night's revelries, Tyrion replied. My good uncle, might I inquire what brings you here this time? Joffrey casually tossed a few lemon drops into his mouth, harboring goodwill towards Tyrion Lannister, as their interests were highly aligned. Moreover, the relationship between Joffrey and Tyrion is far more intimate, both in terms of bloodline and politics, than that between Peter Baelish and Varys. My dear nephew, you are now truly the king reigning supreme, Tyrion remarked. Given the close ties we share, might you grant me the position of Hand of the King? While I possess the official appointment from our Lord Tywin Lannister, I would greatly appreciate your robust support, akin to the fervent backing little finger extends to brothels. Tyrion spoke half in jest, noting the undeniable transformation in Joffrey's demeanor. His observations along the journey revealed that his dear nephew had systematically eliminated all rival faction spies from King's Landing, including those of their own Lannister kin. This ruthless approach to governance mirrored that of his father, the Duke Tywin, albeit with a mane of hair. Of course, I have always prioritized blood relations, Joffrey replied nonchalantly. And I must heed Lord Tywin Lannister's directives closely, lest I find myself replaced one day. With that, he carelessly tossed the hand of the King's badge to Tyrion Lannister. Ah, I suggest you keep your heart firmly in your chest. I am not comparing myself to you. Our Lord Tywin has long sought to replace me with another son. After all, his endeavors towards this end have consumed more time than he has spent on the battlefield. Tyrion accepted the badge with a smile, raising his cup for a sip, self-deprecatingly commenting, then your plight surpasses mine. I cannot compete with you. Joffrey offered a wry smile, lifting his cup. To our amiable Lord Tywin Lannister. Tyrion Lannister chuckled in response, clinking cups with Joffrey. To our father, whose love is as steadfast as a mountain, Lord Tywin Lannister. They had solidified their respective positions and thus formed an alliance. Sometimes, the process of establishing a robust pact is deceptively simple. Joffrey Baratheon and Tyrion Lannister, one a grandson and the other a son of Tywin, addressed him as Lord Tywin, a testament to their cordiality and mutual respect creating a harmonious atmosphere. Outside the Red Keep, where are you headed, Lord Baelish? I can't shake the feeling you are avoiding me, Tyrion Lannister stated, having just acquired the hand of the King's badge from Joffrey. Accompanied by Podrick and several members of House Hill, he confronted Peter Baelish at the gates of the Red Keep. Tyrion, having never held a grudge overnight, felt compelled to reclaim his dignity after being so grievously wronged by Baelish. Were you up to, Prime Minister? We are colleagues, after all. If anything untoward were to transpire, it would reflect poorly on the crown, Baelish remarked, maintaining his composure despite Tyrion's aggressive approach. He produced a banner bearing King Joffrey's insignia, knowing that Tyrion would recall his nephew's continued reliance on Littlefinger. Consequently, Tyrion momentarily tempered his aggression, encircling Baelish without resorting to violence, though Podrick's hand resting on Baelish's shoulder exerted considerable pressure. Lord Baelish, you have indeed orchestrated quite the affair. For the sake of your whims, I have endured considerable hardship, Tyrion asserted, his tone laced with veiled menace. Realizing he could not escape without conceding something, Baelish understood that he had underestimated Tyrion's survival. He had initially believed Tyrion would not return after being framed for murder, a plot orchestrated to sever any chance of reconciliation between the Stark and Lannister families. Yet, to his surprise, Tyrion emerged unscathed from the Eyrie, compelling Baelish to consider alternative strategies. Prime Minister, having just returned to King's Landing, I presume your coffers may be somewhat lacking. I would be willing to extend 5,000 gold dragons to you as a personal gesture of goodwill. Let's consider ourselves friends, Baelish proposed, smiling as he patted Tyrion on the shoulder to convey familiarity. In truth, Baelish was in dire financial straits, having recently exhausted his resources. Not only had he depleted his funds, but he had also relinquished a cherished fossil of a dragon from the Dance of Dragons. Furthermore, a certain individual was persistently pursuing him for debts in King's Landing, adding to his woes. I have heard that Lord Baelish is quite adept at amassing wealth. Surely you have acquired numerous properties over the past 2 years? How about you grant me the tavern and brothel in the city center? Tyrion, aware that he could not move against Littlefinger immediately, boldly sought tangible benefits, recognizing that 5,000 gold dragons was hardly a significant sum. The city center was a veritable gold mine, with the profits from a single tavern surpassing what an ordinary citizen could earn in a lifetime. Baelish, maintaining his composure, internally gritted his teeth, responding, the tavern is a joint venture between the state and myself, thus it cannot be granted to you. However, I can certainly bestow the brothel upon you. He was at a loss, realizing that even the mightiest of dragons could be subdued by the local serpent. Having only recently arrived in King's Landing, Baelish's meteoric rise, thanks to Lisa Tully and old John Arryn, paled in comparison to the established connections of the Lannisters. Moreover, with the dismissal of the former commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt, he found himself devoid of any reliable military support. The newly appointed commander of the city guard, Ser Justin, recommended by Varys to Joffrey, proved to be a dense individual, more troublesome than Eddard Stark. Upon hearing Baelish's proposal, Tyrion beamed with delight. Podrick, what are you doing? Release our good friend, Lord Baelish. You have a place to stay now. Tyrion had gone to great lengths to secure this brothel, realizing that he had underestimated Littlefinger's wealth. Observing the exuberance of Tyrion and his companions, Baelish felt a pang of anguish. He halted Tyrion, who was about to depart, and, with his gray-green eyes fixed on him, implored, My Lord Tyrion, as fellow officials, let us navigate these turbulent waters in harmony. Indeed, what merit do you possess, my lord, to assert such pride? Tyrion Lannister, having indulged in revelry the previous night, hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the council chamber with Podrick, ready for their daily duties. Today, the king had not summoned a royal council, suggesting that only the hand of the king needed to attend to state affairs. Yet, before Tyrion could settle into his seat, Joffrey Baratheon, already seated at the head of the table, abruptly inquired, My dear uncle, have you completed your business? This question momentarily caught Tyrion off guard. A fleeting glance at Varys, seated beside Joffrey, revealed the potential source of the inquiry. Had Joffrey been informed about Tyrion's recent dealings with Littlefinger? Ah, my dear nephew, I merely settled a personal vendetta. I have had long-standing grievances with Littlefinger, Tyrion replied with a chuckle, perceiving Joffrey's concerns as somewhat exaggerated. Yet, Joffrey continued, Littlefinger is but temporarily useful. Once you have extracted what you need from him, I would not object to you eliminating him. Have you reported to the crown regarding the assets you acquired from him? Reported? Was this a novel concept? When did giving something to another require an official report? Tyrion retorted, perplexed. At that moment, Varys unexpectedly retrieved a stack of documents from beneath the table and began to read aloud. According to the newly promulgated law by His Majesty the King, any enterprise within King's Landing must publicly disclose the ownership, costs, profits, and taxes associated with the property, and must obtain a business license personally signed by His Majesty. Otherwise, it will be lawfully appropriated by the state. Upon hearing this, Tyrion's complexion turned pale. The enterprise he had painstakingly acquired was to be seized by the state? What rationale could justify this? The requirement for a business license was clearly a scheme concocted by that little monster Joffrey to line his pockets. After a few months apart, how had his dear nephew become as vile as Petyr Baelish? Though perhaps he was always rather wicked. Noticing Tyrion Lannister's stunned silence, Varys cast a glance at King Joffrey before continuing. My lord Tyrion, His Majesty has prepared two options for you. One is complete state appropriation, and the other is a division of ownership between private and state, each taking half. Is this truly a choice you are presenting to me? I cannot possibly be foolish enough to select the first option, can I? If you insist on choosing, I am powerless to intervene. Tyrion Lannister quickly discerned that his nephew Joffrey and the spymaster Varys were conspiring against him. Moreover, he suspected that Joffrey had meticulously planned this scheme as soon as he entered the city, positioning him as the forerunner to negotiate with Petyr Baelish while he waited to reap the rewards. Wait a moment. Did Petyr not mention that there is a tavern in the city center that is a joint venture with the state? Oh, uncle, you are remarkably astute. Petyr has chosen the second option. Joffrey clapped his hands and chuckled. My dear uncle, I assure you that I will not disturb the legitimate enterprises of common folk. Yet for such complex enterprises entangled with numerous noble interests, I must uncover the truth behind them. And you're not unaware that some of the funds involved are rather unsavory, are you? At this juncture, Tyrion Lannister found himself with little recourse. He could only acquiesce and concede half to Joffrey, viewing it as a tax on his intellect. Very well, I shall concede this time. Half it shall be. He waved his hand dismissively, turning away in disgust and slumping into a chair, refusing to meet Joffrey's gaze. It seems my uncle is quite reasonable. Let us proceed with the formalities shortly, and I shall personally sign the license for you. Joffrey was pleased with Tyrion's response, resolving to treat him more favorably in the future. In truth, this policy by Joffrey primarily targeted those nobles who conceal their assets, yet it fortuitously ensnared Tyrion Lannister. Joffrey had no choice but to endure this painful sacrifice. To endure Tyrion's agony and to sever Tyrion's affection. After all, should it be discovered that he had overlooked his uncle Tyrion, the ministers would undoubtedly voice their grievances, for it would be unjust governance by the king. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister seemed to recall something significant, sitting up to inquire, how will this division be executed? Is it to be half funds and half women? The money is easily divisible, but how does one divide women? I recall that the women in this brothel are in singular number. Surely, we cannot share the additional woman equally? Joffrey Baratheon was momentarily taken aback by his words, unable to respond before Tyrion added, let me clarify. I shall take the lower half. Get lost. Those women are all yours. I demand only half the money. Tyrion's audacious suggestion left Joffrey astounded. It was remarkable that such peculiar notions could spring from his mind. Then I express my gratitude to your majesty, Tyrion Lannister said, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference, a smirk adorning his face. Chapter 45. Legal Pillage in King's Landing, within the Iron Throne Hall. Tyrion Lannister sat upon the Iron Throne, attending to some recent state affairs, uncertain of his nephew Joffrey's whereabouts. He felt as though Joffrey had transformed into a busy individual, darting about from one matter to another. Varys, where has our king gone this time? Uncertain, but I have heard he sought out the master of ships early this morning. Oh, and it seems he was not accompanied by his little wolf girl today. My lord Tyrion, tread carefully. Why are you so apprehensive? Can he hear us from afar? Perhaps. Very well. I ought to attend to some pressing matters. Tyrion descended from the lofty Iron Throne, stifling a yawn. In truth, Tyrion Lannister's strategic objectives upon arriving in King's Landing were quite clear. First, to forge an alliance with the new King Joffrey, a task he had successfully accomplished. Next, he needed to replace the captain of the city guard with someone of his choosing to ensure his own safety. However, the individual Joffrey had appointed, Ser Jane Baelish, had already taken command of the entire city's defenses. Presently, the gold cloaks were impenetrable, leaving Tyrion unable to place anyone within. He harbored considerable unease regarding Joffrey Baratheon. Although their interests aligned for the moment, should their cooperation falter in the future, his life would rest entirely in Joffrey's hands. Alas, what a predicament! Beyond these two concerns, Tyrion also needed to uncover who was discreetly communicating with his sister Cersei Lannister. Just yesterday, after attending a council meeting, he had approached Cersei, only to find she was already aware of his arrival. This was a grave matter, as it indicated that his movements within King's Landing were known to his sister. Should she wish him harm, he would be in grave peril. Tyrion Lannister was acutely aware of his sister's mindset. She had been plotting his demise since childhood. Finally, and most crucially, he needed to devise a strategy to confront the impending invasion of Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon's combined forces, numbering over 100,000. Currently, King's Landing could muster only 3,000 gold cloaks. 3,000 against over 100,000 was an insurmountable challenge. Tyrion's heart sank. He knew Joffrey was making every effort to recruit soldiers, yet there was a distinct possibility that time was running out. If either Stannis or Renly breached the city, not only would he and Joffrey's lives be at stake, but Cersei's and the lives of the merchants and common folk of King's Landing would hang in the balance. Lord Tywin, you have indeed presented me with a formidable conundrum. In King's Landing, within the conference hall, by afternoon, King Joffrey Baratheon returned, weary and travel-worn. Upon his arrival, he immediately summoned everyone to the conference hall for a royal meeting. Following him were the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, the Spymaster Varys, Grand Maester Pycelle, and a bald Sinmun. As Joffrey entered, he spotted Tyrion Lannister seated in a despondent manner, and inquired, "What troubles you, my dear uncle? Who has vexed you this time? Your Majesty, you are indeed a busy man. I have scarcely seen you all morning," Tyrion retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "Indeed, this morning, I accomplished something monumental," Joffrey replied, settling into his seat with a grin. "Since establishing the image of a man of his word at the Great September of Baelor, I have attracted quite a number of followers." However, Joffrey did not forget that his uncle Stannis Baratheon commanded a formidable fleet, necessitating a focus on naval development. Thus, he sought out Peter Baelish that morning, requesting he reach out to capable naval commanders. To his surprise, Peter had already made arrangements. It turned out that following King Robert Baratheon's death, Peter Baelish had facilitated the recruitment of Sir Paxter Redwyne, the Lord of the Redwyne family and the Earl of the Arbor, by leveraging the capture of Sir Paxter's 2 sons as hostages. After all, he had married Lady Mina Tarly, the sister of the Lord of House Tarly, making him a prominent lord in the Reach. To honor Peter Baelish for his contributions, Joffrey not only returned all the enterprises under Peter's control, but also legalized them. This delighted Peter immensely. He could finally reclaim his losses, as the debt collector had been an incessant nuisance. Most importantly, if others operated unlawfully while his enterprises were legitimate, no one could encroach upon his business. After a moment of contemplation, Joffrey turned to his Minister of the Navy, Sir Paxter Redwyne, and inquired, "What is the current status of our royal fleet?" Sir Paxter Redwyne, appearing nearly 50, with drooping shoulders and a slender frame, bore a bald head adorned with only a few tufts of orange hair. "Your Majesty, most of the royal fleet has been taken by the rebels to Dragonstone, aligning themselves with Stannis Baratheon. It is estimated that there are now over 200 ships at Dragonstone, whereas our vessels barely constitute a quarter of that number." Upon hearing the minister's report, Joffrey furrowed his brow, finding himself in a quandary. A formidable fleet was an indispensable requirement, one that could not be swiftly assembled. Moreover, Stannis Baratheon had undoubtedly been clandestinely constructing substantial ships at Dragonstone, while his own fleet consisted primarily of smaller vessels. The few larger ships he possessed were no match for Stannis' fully equipped armada. At that moment, the often silent Tyrion Lannister cleared his throat and spoke. He first addressed Varys, asking, "Have we recently apprehended any smugglers or pirates?" Varys met his gaze and replied truthfully, "Indeed, there have been numerous captures. Although House Tyrell has refrained from blockading our food supplies due to hostages, they have strictly limited the quantity of various goods entering King's Landing. The common folk may be content with mere sustenance, but the noble lords require a modicum of indulgence. Thus, smuggling and piracy have surged, proving difficult to curb." Tyrion Lannister's mismatched eyes darted around, and an idea struck him. He turned to Joffrey and proposed, "We could leverage these smugglers and pirates to unite against Stannis. According to the law, trafficking in wartime is a capital offense. However, if we offer them a path to survival, allowing them to ally with us, it could alleviate our naval disadvantage." Joffrey Baratheon erupted into hearty laughter, rising to embrace his uncle Tyrion Lannister in an exuberant circle, startling Tyrion into a shout. Joffrey even contemplated planting a fervent kiss on him, realizing that it was indeed his little imp, Tyrion, who had come through in a critical moment. With a newfound direction, Joffrey addressed Sir Paxter Redwyne, stating, "Sir Paxter, Let us organize these individuals, and I shall provide you with a royal decree. Inform them that anyone who aligns with the royal fleet against the enemy shall be absolved of all crimes. Should they distinguish themselves, I will personally knight them. Furthermore, I can assure them that as long as they safeguard our fleet on the high seas, I will grant them permits to lawfully procure necessary supplies within our domain. I will also permit and encourage them to plunder any vessels belonging to factions other than our own, rewarding them based on the quantity and frequency of their spoils. In a flash, Joffrey recalled the policies of the bygone British Empire, the legalization of plunder. Did this not perfectly suit their current predicament? Indeed, Your Majesty. Ser Paxter nodded in agreement. In the past, a sign of a tavern featuring a black iron dragon had been shattered and discarded, as it resembled the sigil of House Blackwood. Yet, years later, a remnant had washed ashore, adorned with black iron and red embroidery, and people once again hung it upon the tavern sign. Power resides in the hearts of the people. It exists if believed and vanishes if doubted. In King's Landing, within the dragon pit, amidst impenetrable darkness, not a glimmer of light was to be found. Only the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the cavern. As two figures approached, side by side, leaning against a massive, foreboding dragon bone, one bald, the other golden-haired. "Why haven't you left yet?" The bald one began. "Because that little fawn of a king has detained all the smuggling ships and pirates. Now I cannot depart even if I wish to," the golden-haired retorted with irritation. "It's the little lion cub," the bald one corrected. "Indeed, that damn dragon cub has seized the ships, and I am equally trapped." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired one grew more agitated. "Do not fret. Once the storm passes in a few days, I shall find a way to send you out," Varys continually reassured him, stroking his bald head with a sigh. "I am a notable figure in Pentos, yet here I am, utterly useless. All my wealth has been siphoned away by that little fawn." Illyrio Mopatis wore a countenance of indignation, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. "It's the little lion cub. Enough of this fixation. What news of her dragon cub, young Aegon?" Varys inquired, still invested in Aegon Targaryen, whom he held in high hopes, as their aspirations relied on him. "What news? I'm not certain if he has been kicked in the head by a donkey, but he has taken John Connington to E.T. What is there of value in a land where even the order of names and surnames is in disarray? Were it not for the fact that this boy is mine," Illyrio Mopatis continued, but Varys swiftly covered his mouth. "She'll mind your words. This place is unlike ours. We must remain vigilant at all times." Varys was ever cautious, regardless of the presence of others. "Ugh, I have no desire to return to this wretched place. I commend you for enduring it for so many years." Illyrio Mopatis resignedly spread his hands. "To steal wealth is base. To steal hearts is secondary. To steal a nation is paramount. As long as the objective is achieved, I would gladly perish here." In the darkness, Varys's violet eyes shimmered with an unseen light. For the years of his meticulous plotting appeared to be for the sake of the common folk, yet his ambitions reached far beyond. "Enough of this. We shall both survive. Even if our wishes are ultimately unfulfilled, I will come to rescue you. That is my promise to her." "Ah, so you still remember her," Varys revealed, a wistful expression crossing his face. "Even when I risked defending the Prince of Pentos, nearly costing my life, my love for her has never waned. She's my Scylla, my one true love in this life." Illyrio Mopatis recounted the past, his heart long surrendered to that woman. "She was my sister, my only kin. Alas, she is no longer with us," Varys lamented. "You still have me. No one can sever our bond of friendship in this world. For Scylla's dream, I shall strive for a lifetime," Illyrio Mopatis declared, patting Varys on the shoulder. "Do you remember her visage?" Varys inquired. Illyrio Mopatis suddenly broke into a smile, then, with solemnity, replied, "Forever unforgettable." Chapter 46. Tyrion's Drift in King's Landing, within the Iron Throne Hall. "R'hllor," Joffrey silently intoned. "I am here." R'hllor made a flamboyant entrance, his presence rather amusing. "Could you lend me your power, but please refrain from taking my heart just yet? Perhaps after I have aged and passed, you may claim it?" Joffrey attempted to negotiate with R'hllor, hoping to first overcome Stannis' challenge. "Do I appear a fool to you? I have already told you that once you surrender your heart to me, you shall not perish. On the contrary, you will possess a divine heart, enabling you to command the flames of the world." R'hllor responded with exasperation, surprised by Joffrey's heightened sense of caution. "Really? I do not believe you." Joffrey initially rejected the notion, then feigned curiosity. "R'hllor, tell me, if I were to die, would you not meet your own end? I have long since departed from the realm of the living. What remains of me now is merely a specter, an essence sustained by my obsessions." "What obsessions, you ask? That is knowledge you need not possess at this moment." You are indeed a riddle, dear friend. Joffrey finds himself utterly bereft of options. Lancelot is impervious to persuasion. He insists upon his heart, and no negotiation will suffice. To make matters worse, his own golden opportunity will only awaken when Daenerys Targaryen's three-headed dragon hatches, which is nothing short of a farce. Those dragons could be lost to the abyss, and by the time they emerge, the grass atop my grave will have grown 3 feet high. By the gods, how foolish I was to plead on Daenerys' behalf before my father, Robert. And now, she proves utterly unhelpful. Why must your husband, Drogo, be so resilient? I implore you, meet your end soon. If you linger any longer, I may very well perish myself. And what of this external aid? Which fool devised this program? Must it only be through a magical reset that one can awaken their abilities? It turns out I was the architect of this program in a previous life. How amusing. Hold on a moment. Lancelot, did you not once declare that destiny is immutable? Then why in the name of all that is sacred does Drogo still draw breath? Has not fate already been altered? Now, Joffrey Baratheon is brimming with negativity, as if he were on the precipice of a dark transformation. He feels akin to a cannonball, ready to unleash his ire upon anyone in his vicinity. You inquired previously about the whereabouts of your shadow, did you not? Indeed, I did. What of it? Go seek your shadow. In King's Landing, the council chamber. Joffrey, in an exasperated state, sat in the council chamber, eyes shut in contemplation, pondering how to preserve his own fragile existence. Earlier that morning, he had confirmed with Lancelot that he could no longer rely on external aid. Moreover, from his understanding of his uncle, Stannis Baratheon, even if he were to prostrate himself and call him father, Stannis would not hesitate to sever his head. Since avoidance was no longer an option, he would have to rely solely on himself. Podrick, fetch Tyrion. Yes, your grace. Podrick Payne, Tyrion's squire, had been assigned to him by Kevan Lannister. A couple of days prior, Joffrey had demanded half of Tyrion Lannister's wealth, which Tyrion had reluctantly acquiesced to. However, the following day, Tyrion appeared before him, a portrait of despair, lamenting how woefully he had been treated in King's Landing. He regaled Joffrey with tales of how, in his youth, Tyrion had looked after him, tending to his every need. Joffrey found Tyrion's incessant whining unbearable and recognized his uncle's intent to ensure his own survival, fearful that should hostilities arise, Joffrey might easily dispose of him. Regardless, Joffrey had no intention of eliminating his uncle, so he decided to form a personal guard for Tyrion's men, appointing Bronn as captain, Podrick as messenger, and the rest as guards. It is worth noting that in King's Landing, the possession of armed forces by anyone other than the king's personal guard has always been prohibited, making Joffrey's actions quite unprecedented during such tumultuous times. Podrick Payne was a quiet lad, thus leaving a favorable impression on Joffrey. He was slender, with sparse hair, and a timid demeanor that often rendered him stuttering in conversation. Perpetually anxious, with his brown hair and blue eyes, he frequently bit his lip and cast his gaze downward, seemingly afflicted by social anxiety. Especially when in the presence of women, his cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Has my dear nephew summoned me for a particular matter? Surely, you do not wish for me to impart wisdom on how to woo that Stark girl? Tyrion entered, hands clasped behind his back, swaying as if he were a leader. He hummed the Lannister anthem, and Joffrey found it to be the perfect accompaniment to Tyrion's entrance. Tyrion moved with an unmistakable buoyancy, as if good fortune were imminent. Have you been investigating who has been relaying information to my sister, our mother, Cersei? Ah, so you're already privy to this, your grace. Tyrion was taken aback, realizing that every move he made since arriving in King's Landing seemed to be known to Joffrey. In his quest to uncover the informant, Tyrion had devised a ruse, meeting privately with Pycelle, Peter Baelish, and Varys, presenting them with 3 distinct strategies to prevent eavesdropping by Varys. He had even documented everything to ensure confidentiality. It was only this morning that Cersei had stormed into his chambers, indignantly demanding to know why he had sent her daughter, Myrcella, to Dorne in such a disgraceful manner. From this, Tyrion deduced that Pycelle was the traitor, as he had shared that particular strategy solely with him. Thus, with steadfast resolve, Tyrion assembled men from House Greyjoy and headed to Pycelle's quarters to apprehend him, only to find nothing. Ultimately, with Varys' assistance, they located Pycelle in a brothel. Good heavens! Tyrion exclaimed, astonished. Who would have thought that the esteemed Grand Maester, who presents himself as a paragon of virtue, was clandestinely conducting language lessons? Tyrion felt that Pycelle had epitomized the ideal of ambition he had previously articulated to the Greyjoys, even eliciting suppressed laughter from Shaggy Dog. As Tyrion pondered, King Joffrey, seated at the head of the council chamber, spoke. Do not be too harsh on old Pycelle, although he has been relaying information to my mother. His loyalty to House Lannister is unwavering. I still find him of some utility. Very well, but I have not been unkind. I merely had Bronn tidy up his beard. Tyrion replied with a chuckle. Then it is settled. Pycelle shall remain under your watch for the time being. Just ensure he remains alive. The rest is in your hands. With that, Joffrey shifted to matters of import. You must have received word that my uncle, Stannis Baratheon, is preparing to besiege Storm's End. Of course I am aware. Is that not fortuitous? Stannis' siege of Storm's End will effectively divert Renly Baratheon's forces. Perhaps they will mutually annihilate each other, allowing us to reap the spoils. Tyrion appeared quite pleased. Stannis and Renly would likely be embroiled in conflict for months, providing the Lannisters with ample time to regroup in King's Landing. However, Joffrey was far from as optimistic as Tyrion. He understood that within a week, Renly would meet his demise at the hands of Melisandre's shadow assassin. Stannis would then seize a significant portion of Renly's forces without having to expend his own, before ultimately capturing Storm's End. In just over a fortnight, Stannis would be marching toward King's Landing. What is the situation in the north and the Riverlands? Joffrey inquired, diverting the topic. What situation? That little wolf cub has already gone to the Westerlands to assert his dominance, while our Lord Tywin Lannister is hastening back. Tyrion's tone was tinged with resignation and relief. The chaos at home posed no immediate threat to him, and the pressing concern was now the encroaching armies of Stannis and Renly. No sooner had he spoken than Tyrion paused, his eyes widening as he stared at Joffrey. Surely you do not still harbor thoughts of that little wolf pup, Robb Stark, do you? Seeing Joffrey's silence, Tyrion was even more astounded. He leapt onto the conference table before Joffrey, fixating intently on the contorted visage of Joffrey Baratheon. You are truly still thinking of him. My king, how is it that, in this moment, you remain so indecisive? I see you confront me without batting an eye. Yet when it comes to our enemies, you falter. Will you marry Sansa, or will it be your brother? Let's postpone this matter for now. Joffrey, visibly agitated, had intended to foster amicable relations with the North. According to his initial strategy, as long as he maintained good relations with the North and coordinated with the forces of the West, he could entirely secure the Riverlands and the Vale. This would afford him the opportunity to turn his attention to Dorne. However, during the negotiations, his father, Eddard Stark, was poisoned, and not only was the strategy shattered, but he found himself devoid of allies as well. Very well, I confess I am increasingly perplexed by you. But let us not dwell on that. The pressing concern remains how to contend with the imminent arrival of Stannis Baratheon. I recall you recently sought out the blacksmith to expedite the forging of a chain across the river, did you not? Joffrey spoke languidly from his chair. You're aware of this? Tyrion Lannister was taken aback, sensing that his nephew, Joffrey, had orchestrated everything, rendering him seemingly obsolete. This scene mirrored the moment in Charlotte's Woe, where Jelloin lamented, feeling as if he existed in her shadow. Do not be alarmed. I am privy to every move you make in King's Landing. The chain you forge will prove invaluable, and I shall supply you with every blacksmith in the city to ensure its completion within a fortnight. Otherwise, it shall be too late. Joffrey estimated that 2 weeks should suffice to craft the chain. At your service, my esteemed nephew, your majesty. However, to ensure my enthusiasm, might I request the return of my holdings, akin to how you have restored Littlefinger's properties? Tyrion was clearly seeking favor, his envy igniting as he observed Littlefinger's burgeoning wealth. Dear nephew, you cannot fathom how witnessing Peter Baelish's fortune flourishes pains me more than my own losses. Do not fret, they're merely a few shops. Once we navigate this challenge, I shall grant you a castle. You may select from any of the vacant ones. It is a promise. Chapter 47, The Fall of Winterfell. The North, Winterfell. Child, turn back. I know your heart does not truly desire this. You are merely blinded by pride and ferocity. Maester Luwin continually urged Theon Greyjoy, perceiving him as one of his good children, much like Robb, Bran, and Rickon. This sentiment left Theon in a state of uncertainty, as he could not comprehend why the residents of Winterfell harbored such animosity toward him despite his kindness, failing to receive the same respect accorded to his foster father. Eddard Stark, he recalled an encounter from days prior, during a raid on a small fishing village, when he confronted his former friend, Benfred Tallheart, leader of the wildling host, who had cursed him with his dying breath. Theon Greyjoy, you heartless, treacherous chameleon. As Theon teetered on the brink of indecision, his servant, a brutish man, suddenly scoffed and shoved Theon aside, his fierce gaze flashing as he plunged a dagger into Maester Luwin's belly before Theon could react. No, what are you doing? Theon's eyes widened in horror as he scrambled to embrace Luwin, who had been his companion for many years. Child, turn back. Maester Luwin's weak voice echoed in Theon's ears, leaving him utterly bewildered. How have I become this way? Initially, when Robb Stark dispatched Theon Greyjoy back to the Iron Islands to procure ships for a joint assault on the west, Catelyn Tully had vehemently opposed it. For Theon was her only hostage. Yet Robb Stark's bond with Theon was profound. He trusted his brother implicitly. Ignoring all counsel, he insisted on returning Theon home. Indeed, while Robb led his forces against the west, Theon's father, Balon Greyjoy, rebelled. Moreover, Theon Greyjoy himself spearheaded the assault on Winterfell, deceitfully opening its gates and then flooding in with Ironborn, pillaging and burning as they went. The reasons behind Theon Greyjoy's betrayal of Robb Stark were both simple and complex. On the journey back to the Iron Islands, Theon envisioned the glory that would follow Robb Stark's victory. He imagined leading the Iron Islands fleet southward to launch a surprise attack on Lannisport, capturing the west, and ultimately reigning supreme over it, enjoying the fruits of wealth and power. However, upon returning to the Iron Islands, the narrative of the returning prince conquering the west did not unfold as he had envisioned. Theon first learned a harsh lesson from his uncle, Euron Greyjoy, who extinguished his inner arrogance with the indifference of the drowned god's rights. Then, his sister, Asha Greyjoy, shattered the last remnants of his fragile pride and shame, leaving him wishing to vanish into the earth. Finally, when his father, Balon Greyjoy, sternly reminded him of the enmity towards his two deceased brothers, Theon was left speechless. Many years prior, Balon Greyjoy had declared himself king, raising the standard of rebellion, and war had briefly engulfed the north and the Riverlands. Yet, under the combined might of Robert Baratheon, Eddard Stark, and the forces of the west, the insurrection was swiftly quashed. Balon Greyjoy surrendered and knelt, vowing never to rebel again. During Balon's rebellion, his two elder sons were slain, leaving only his daughter Asha and his younger son Theon. Under orders from Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, Balon Greyjoy was compelled to yield his only son, Theon, to the Stark family as a ward, effectively a hostage. It could be said that Theon Greyjoy's innate cruelty, arrogance, and the interplay of his inferiority and pride directly led to his treachery. While in the Stark household alongside Robb, he exhibited loyalty to the point of risking his life for Robb during the Battle of Whispering Woods, nearly being slain by the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. However, once separated from the warmth of the Stark family and returned to the cold, savage ethos of the Iron Islands, where brute strength was revered over toil, Theon's latent ferocity awakened. After witnessing the brutality of his homeland and enduring humiliation from his uncle, sister, and father, Theon felt compelled to prove himself before them. Thus, Theon Greyjoy betrayed his dear brother Robb Stark, leading a fleet against the vulnerable Winterfell. In truth, Theon had contemplated warning Robb Stark, but consumed by the desire to validate himself, he could no longer entertain such thoughts. He strove to present himself as ruthless and combative, seeking a sense of belonging among the Ironborn. At the time of his departure, his father had assigned him a seasoned veteran, Dagmar Cleftjaw, to guide him. Dagmar, the captain of the longship known as the Harrowing, possessed strikingly white hair and a fearsome scar across his visage. His beard was abundant and unruly. It is said that during his youth, while engaging in acts of piracy, a formidable enemy wielding a long axe cleaved his jaw in twain, shattering his front teeth and resulting in a transformation of his lips into 4 distinct segments. Dagmar commanded considerable respect among the Iron Islands, and it was rumored that even young Balon Greyjoy had once followed him into plunder. Before the return of Theon Greyjoy to the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy had dispatched Dagmar to Old Wyke to summon the families of House Stonehouse and House Drum, preparing for an impending uprising. Dagmar was indeed a formidable warrior. He initially besieged the castle of House Tullen, located by the Great Lakes southwest of Winterfell, diverting the attention of the Winterfell garrison led by Ser Roderick Castle, thus enabling Theon to seize Winterfell. Although he did not capture Tullen Castle at first, upon receiving word of Ser Roderick's return to Winterfell, Dagmar swiftly led a surprise assault, overcoming the castle in a moment of unpreparedness. Returning to the present, the foul man smirked at Theon. What are you staring at? At least now you need not be tormented by uncertainty. Our Lord Bolton claims that a flayed man knows no secrets. Shall we put that to the test? The foul man flashed a cruel grin, goading Theon. In the next instant, the cacophony of commotion from outside the castle reached Theon's ears, and he realized that the Winterfell garrison had returned. Curse Dagmar. Wasn't he supposed to keep them at bay? Close the castle gates. Prepare for battle. Theon paid no heed to the fallen Maester Luwin, acutely aware of Ser Roderick's temper. He believed that upon their return, the knight would certainly seek his life, leaving him no choice but to face his fate. The sounds of battering at the gates, the twang of bows, and the whinnies of horses filled Theon's mind with turmoil. He had no notion of how long he could withstand the siege. He only knew that should the castle fall, his doom would be sealed. Maester Luwin persistently urged Theon, "Turn back. I shall plead with Ser Roderick on your behalf. I shall beseech him to allow you to don the black and become a night's watchman." Just then, the clamor outside grew louder, leaving Theon increasingly bewildered. "When the name of the gods is happening out there," he shouted towards the battlements. "A great throng has arrived, and they are clashing with the men of Winterfell," responded an iron-born archer stationed atop the wall. "What? Has Dagmar returned?" Theon mused, realizing that perhaps Dagmar was indeed a man of his word. However, as the tumult subsided, and he commanded the gates of Winterfell to be opened, Theon Greyjoy was astonished to discover that the newcomers were not Dagmar at all. Instead, they bore the sigil of House Bolton, a red flayed man on a white field. Having lived in Winterfell for many years, Theon recognized the banner. But why would House Bolton come to assault Winterfell? As Theon pondered this, Ser Roderick was brought in, bound and escorted by a group of men. The captors approached the foul man, bowing respectfully and calling him Lord Ramsay. Foulman? Ramsay? Who is this person? Theon wondered. At that moment, the foul man strode toward him, grinning as he offered a dagger. "Go slay this man. Are you issuing me a command?" Theon began to bristle with anger, but was swiftly struck hard across the face by one of Ramsay's henchmen, leaving him dazed and unable to rise. "No, I am threatening you. Should you fail to kill him, I shall take your life." Faced with the malevolent grin of Ramsay and the gleaming swords of his men, Theon found himself with no alternative but to approach Ser Roderick with the dagger in hand. Ser Roderick Cassel ishibited no fear. Regarding Theon with the paternal gaze one might offer a wayward child. As Theon, hands trembling, plunged the sharp dagger into Ser Roderick's chest, the knight looked into Theon's eyes and uttered his final words. "Theon, you have lost your way." Theon sat, bewildered, on the ground, his mind overwhelmed by the events of the day. He turned stiffly to the man who called himself Ramsay and asked, "Ramsay, who are you truly?" Upon hearing Theon's inquiry, Ramsay's grin widened into a more sinister and twisted expression. "I am Ramsay Snow of House Bolton. From this day forth, you shall be my servant, and your name shall be Foul Man." As the flames gradually extinguished and the heavy smoke in the sky dissipated, giving way to a breath of fresh air, the once roaring inferno lost its heat and vigor, dwindling to a mere flicker before transforming into a bed of black ashes. The surviving creatures curled up in their territories, quietly waiting for the fire to fully subside. At that moment, a head emerged from the brush in Winterfell. "They have all departed. Come forth." The wildling woman Osha beckoned to those behind her, as several figures emerged from the underground cellar. "I shall slay him and feast upon his flesh. Avenge us all." Rickon, surveying the ravaged scene, felt his eyes well with rage. Though barely 5 years of age, Rickon Stark possessed a fierce wildness. Soon, Adu emerged carrying Bran upon his back, and the others followed him out. When Theon Greyjoy had stormed the castle, Osha had taken advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance to lead Bran and Rickon into the hidden cellar of Winterfell. Bran had even manipulated the direwolf Summer to leave tracks by the river, misleading Theon and his men into believing they had fled. "Maester Luwin," Bran suddenly exclaimed as they neared the castle gate, spotting the maester lying against the wall, drenched in blood. Osha rushed to assist the kind old man, attempting to staunch the flow of blood from his wounds. Yet the relentless tide of crimson could not be stemmed, and they all knew that Maester Luwin was nearing the end of his days. "Bran, Rickon, you are good children. The situation is dire. You must flee. Leave Winterfell, and remember, you must split into 2 groups. This will increase the odds of survival for at least one of you." "Maester Luwin, no." Bran and Rickon wept bitterly, having been nurtured and taught by the maester since their birth. Their bond transcended mere teacher and pupil. Maester Luwin had become family. "Do not shed tears. Remember, you are the hope of House Stark, and in the eyes of the direwolf, there are no tears." At last, Maester Luwin smiled warmly at Osha, Jojen Reed, and Mira Reed. Although Osha had once attempted to assassinate Bran alongside her wildling companions, Maester Luwin recognized her loyalty after she was captured. Jojen and Mira Reed, the children of Howland Reed, a trusted friend of Eddard Stark, were also worthy of trust. "I entrust these 2 children to you." Having spoken his final words, the loyal and benevolent elder who had served Winterfell for many years finally passed away. Maester Luwin. The group mournfully buried the remains of Winterfell's fallen and gradually departed. Following Maester Luwin's counsel, they divided into 2 teams. Bran, accompanied by the direwolf Summer and Jojen Reed, and Mira Reed, set out for the Wall to seek his half-brother Jon Snow. Meanwhile, Rickon journeyed with Osha and the direwolf Shaggy Dog toward Skagos Island. Located east of the north, across the Shivering Sea, their path was fraught with peril, and the time of their reunion remained uncertain, leaving them to wonder if they would all survive to see one another again. Chapter 48, Pure Iron and Bright Copper. Dragonstone, situated at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, boasts a castle sculpted in the likeness of a dragon. Originally the ancestral seat of House Targaryen in Westeros, it became the domain of House Baratheon following Robert's rebellion. After King Robert secured his throne, he bestowed it upon his younger brother Stannis Baratheon, while granting the more prosperous Storms into Renly Baratheon. This decision ultimately led to the subsequent estrangement between Stannis and Renly, the brothers. Stannis Baratheon mustered his forces from Dragonstone, albeit with a meager army of merely a few thousand men, yet he possessed a formidable ally in the Red Priestess Melisandre. Following his mobilization from Dragonstone, Stannis did not advance directly to Blackwater Bay to assault King's Landing. Instead, he maneuvered southward past Cape of Storms, circumventing Tarth, and entered from Shipbreaker Bay, laying siege to Storm's End. Stannis recognized that with his limited forces, conquering King's Landing would be an arduous task, and even if he succeeded, he would be unable to withstand the armies of Renly to the south or Tywin to the west. Thus, he sought to first acquire Renly's substantial force of 100,000 men. True to Stannis' expectations, Renly returned with his troops, and the two set up camp near the Rose Road, where Renly, upon seeing his elder brother Stannis approach, could not resist taunting him. "Ah, brother, it has been quite some time. Is the water quality on Dragonstone so poor that it's causing your hair to thin?" Stannis grunted in response, turning away. But Melisandre spoke up, addressing the gathered crowd with fervor. The ancient texts prophesy that following a long summer, the stars will weep blood, and Azor Ahai will be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, awakening the dragons from stone. Before you stands his grace Stannis Baratheon, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. The land of smoke and salt? Is he roasting ham? Renly scoffed derisively. "Brother, I am the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. I have come to claim your forces. Hasten to yield your men to me, for I intend to oust the pretender." Stannis' demeanor grew serious, his words resolute and unwavering. "What? You claim he is a usurper? Yet he is indeed a usurper? Spare mischos from Europa deist. I have always understood that you and I are cut from the same cloth, both vying for the Iron Throne." Renly continued. "It's quite simple, really. The victor is king, the vanquished a rogue. Whoever prevails is crowned." Renly dismissed any notion that Robert and Cersei's children were bastards of House Lannister, believing instead that Stannis' rebellion was solely a bid for the throne, devoid of any righteous pretense. "You insolent wretch, what do you understand? The Iron Throne of House Baratheon cannot fall into the hands of outsiders," Stannis retorted, incensed at Renly's obstinacy. "Enough, brother. At this juncture, spare me your moral lectures." Renly yawned, observing his elder brother's fury with amusement, seeing him as ever rigid and tedious. At that moment, Catelyn Tully, standing beside Renly, interjected. "Your Grace Stannis, in light of the current circumstances, why not collaborate with us in the north? Our combined forces would surely eradicate the Lannisters more efficiently." However, Stannis dismissed her proposition with disdain. Despite commanding only 2,000 troops, he firmly believed he was the sole legitimate king. "Lady Stark, your son Robb Stark dares to proclaim himself king in the north without my consent and has gathered his own forces. I tell you now, he is my enemy. If he does not surrender to me, I shall defeat him as well." Catelyn was left speechless, realizing that she should never have attempted to negotiate with such a headstrong man as Stannis Baratheon. "Care for a peach, brother? From Highgarden, they're exceptionally sweet," Renly offered, grinning as he brandished a vibrant peach. In truth, Renly harbored an inexplicable hope for his elder brother Stannis, perhaps influenced by their childhood in Storm's End, where he still held affection for Stannis. Yet he also wished fervently for Stannis to ally with him to seize the throne. "What do you mean? Don't be so grim, brother. Life is meant to be savored. Must you always wear such a dour expression?" Renly remarked, devouring the peach, its succulent juice enticing even Stannis to lick his cracked lips. Renly continued to feast while Stannis observed in silence, and the Onion Knight Davos Seaworth, standing in the background, sighed at the familiarity of the scene. How had it come to this? This moment also reminded Renly of their childhood, when Robert had gone to Foster with Jon Arryn, leaving only Stannis at home with him. Stannis had a peculiar habit of maintaining silence during meals, forbidding conversation while eating, and expecting others to refrain from eating while he spoke. This discipline had permeated the household, save for Renly, who as a child adored peaches and often continued eating while Stannis spoke to him. Had it been anyone else, Stannis would have scolded them, but he showed Renly indulgence, patiently waiting for him to finish before resuming conversation. Brother, perhaps you should return and reconsider. If you ally with me, I will make you the Duke of Storms, and once I ascend the throne. How's that sound? I recall your fondness for Storm's End. We shall see. Stannis replied curtly. Both parties retreated to their respective camps, with Renly maintaining his playful demeanor, convinced that his brother Stannis remained unchanged. However, Renly failed to notice the lingering shadow of despair in Stannis Baratheon's eyes. Melisandre, summon the shadow assassin upon Renly Baratheon. Melisandre obliged, and the results were astounding. As night fell and candles flickered, Stannis invoked Melisandre's magic. She emerged from bed wrapped in her red robes, soon giving birth to a shadow as dark as ink. The chilling screams and the unnameable shadow startled even Stannis Baratheon. When the name of the gods is this, Your Grace, this is the hand of the shadow from Ashai. This shadow assassin will grant you your desires. As she spoke, Melisandre's delicate fingers waved, and the shadow slithered out of the tent's corner. Your Grace, my son Robb is currently engaged against the Lannisters in the west. If you can swiftly mobilize to King's Landing, we shall surely eradicate the Lannisters. Catelyn Tully implored Renly Baratheon, knowing that with Renly's superior numbers, aligning with him would virtually guarantee Robb Stark's victory. Yet, Renly's army marched slowly after mobilizing, taking days to make any progress, while he indulged in tournaments and feasts, seemingly indifferent to the plight of King's Landing. Renly intended for the north and west to exhaust each other, confident in his overwhelming numbers to emerge victorious regardless. He remained unhurried, while Catelyn Tully was growing increasingly anxious, still entangled with the Lannister forces. Moreover, the west was on the verge of summoning additional troops, and the situation in the north was becoming increasingly dire. Lady Stark, why rush? Let them continue their squabbling. It is the Lannisters who should be worried now, Renly remarked, disregarding Catelyn Tully's contemplative silence. He removed the heavy armor that enveloped him and handed it to his loyal guard, Briannitas, with a smile. Thank you, Brian. It is my honor, your majesty. However, as Briannitas turned to place the armor on the rack, an icy, bone-chilling wind swept past her from behind. When she turned her head, her eyes widened in disbelief. A dark, flat shadow swiftly slipped through the crevice of the green tent, brandishing a dagger that plunged into the back of Renly Baratheon. Blood, thick and crimson, gushed from Renly's mouth as he turned back, disbelief etched upon his face. He gazed at the inky shadow, whispering brother, his tone laced with helplessness and despair. Reminiscent of years past when he had nestled against his brother Stannis' shoulder at Storm's End, lamenting his hunger. Upon hearing that plaintive cry, the shadow seemed to snap to attention, freezing in place as the dagger slipped from its grasp, clattering to the ground. It stared at its bloodied hands, the voids where its eyes should have been quivering in terror. The next moment, it screamed a high-pitched, chilling wail before the entire shadow shattered, dissolving into the enveloping night. No! Briannitas' desperate cry echoed, the entire ordeal transpiring in less than 5 seconds, leaving her no time to react. With a thud, Renly's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, staining the parched earth, silencing him forever. Briannitas staggered to Renly's side, cradling his corpse in her arms. As she felt the warmth of his body swiftly dissipating, she understood that her beloved Renly had departed from her forever. Catelyn Tully, witnessing this harrowing scene, realized that she and Briannitas were the prime suspects, and Renly's guards might not heed her explanations. Thus, she decisively led Briannitas into the night, fleeing towards the direction of Storm's End. Throughout the journey, Briannitas remained silent, for she had discerned the horrifying truth. Stannis Baratheon's shadow had infiltrated Renly Baratheon's tent under the cover of darkness, assassinating his own brother before the eyes of Briannitas and the northern envoy, Catelyn Tully. Though the surroundings of the shadow were shrouded in obscurity, Briannitas clearly recognized its form. She recognized it was Stannis Baratheon's face. The following morning, Ser Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, called out repeatedly, yet could not rouse his sovereign, Stannis. In desperation, he burst into the chamber, only to find Stannis trembling and convulsing on the bed, drenched in sweat, mumbling incoherently. Alarmed, Davos rushed to the bedside, attempting to awaken him. Within Stannis' dream, he found himself ensnared in a labyrinthine nightmare. Shadows swirled in the darkness, images flickering like a lantern, relentlessly replaying the moment he killed Renly Baratheon. He first heard a frantic, despairing cry of no, followed by a heavy thud and the sound of something crashing to the ground, then a warm, viscous liquid splattered upon him. Looking down at his hands, stained with thick crimson, he realized it was blood, his brother Renly's blood, for he had taken his life. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he heard voices calling his name. "Your Grace, wake up, wake up." The chorus of voices crescendoed, and a light flickered before him. He tried to grasp it with his right hand. The light expanded, blindingly bright, forcing him to shut his eyes. Stannis bolted upright in bed, slowly opening his eyes. Gasping for breath, he quickly glanced at his hands, and his pupils constricted in horror as he beheld them drenched in viscous blood. Just as panic gripped him, a firm pair of hands turned his head, compelling him to meet the gaze of Davos. "Look at me, Your Grace. Focus on me. Do not let your mind wander. Renly is dead. He is gone." Stannis Baratheon stared into the weathered face of the Onion Knight, inhaled deeply, then looked at his hands. They appeared normal again, devoid of blood, allowing him to gradually relax. Yet, when his gaze fell upon a bright red peach resting on the table, memories of Renly's visage flooded back. A wave of melancholy washed over him, and he muttered to himself, "Renly's peach troubles me greatly, for I truly loved him. Alas, life is ever capricious." It was not until the following morning that the soldiers of the Stormlands discovered that their king Renly had perished. With his death, the 20,000 cavalrymen he commanded descended into chaos. Leaders of noble houses, such as House Florent and House Baratheon, sensing the tide had turned, flocked to Stannis Baratheon, for they had originally sworn fealty to the Baratheon name, and who they followed mattered little. Meanwhile, Lord Tarly and Lord Mattis Roant seized the opportunity to flee, racing back to Bitterbridge to stabilize the infantry station there. Yet what would follow? They too felt a pang of uncertainty, their resolve wavering. In truth, their loyalty to Renly stemmed from the hope that he would one day ascend the Iron Throne, leveraging the strength of dragons to supplant the nobles above them and elevate their own status. Power, akin to a pyramid, extends downward, with those lower in the hierarchy subjected to greater exploitation. They could only alter their fates by toppling or pulling down the upper echelon. To a certain extent, their allegiance to Renly was a gamble, but it was preferable to stagnation. However, beyond the pursuit of self-interest, they genuinely adored Renly Baratheon. It is worth noting that Stannis had risen against Joffrey and the Lannisters under the belief that they were bastards of House Lannister. While Renly had initiated his rebellion without full knowledge of the circumstances, his cause nameless, it is a testament to Renly's charisma that these nobles willingly followed him. The Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, had been imprisoned in King's Landing by Joffrey. Thus he could not clandestinely transport Renly Baratheon's body as depicted in the original tale. Consequently, as Renly's forces fell into disarray, the envoy from House Lannister, Lord Rhaegar, along with members of the Brotherhood without banners, infiltrated the camp and absconded with Renly Baratheon's body. This decision would ultimately lay the groundwork for Stannis Baratheon's downfall. Compared to the Lannisters, whether it be Tarly, Roant, or the southern nobles, their ire was directed primarily at Stannis, the very assassin of Renly. Chapter 49, The Siege of Storm's End. Storm's End. While Tarly and Roant hesitated at Bitterbridge, Stannis Baratheon had already begun to incorporate a portion of his younger brother Renly's forces, swelling his infantry from a few thousand to 20,000. Yet, Stannis still refrained from marching on King's Landing, fearing that if he left, the defenders of Storm's End might exploit his absence to disrupt his supply lines. Thus, he seemed resolute in his intent to secure his rear, encircling Storm's End with his army. Mounted upon his steed, clad in armor, he gazed up at the imposing fortress, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, reminiscent of his own past experiences within its walls. He understood the fortifications were formidable. He would not launch an immediate assault, but would first seek diplomatic discussions. However, before Stannis could enter Wind's Rest, the defending Sir Cornay Penrose had already dispatched messenger ravens to summon aid, seeking to relieve the siege. He also declared that he would pledge his loyalty to anyone who came to his assistance. Within the walls of Wind's Rest, Stannis stood in confrontation with Cornay Penrose in the Great Hall. "If you can promise to spare this child, I shall surrender immediately," Cornay Penrose asserted. A knight hailing from House Penrose, he served as the proxy lord of Wind's Rest appointed by Renly Baratheon. Like Stannis Baratheon, Sir Cornay was bald, his weathered visage adorned with a thick, shovel-like red beard. When Renly Baratheon held the office of Hand of the King in King's Landing, Sir Cornay was entrusted with the stewardship of Wind's Rest and assisted in raising Edric Storm, the acknowledged bastard of Robert Baratheon. Known for his stubbornness, yet possessing a kind heart, he held a deep affection for Edric, having nurtured him since childhood. Thus, he would never surrender the child to Stannis, convinced that Stannis would bring harm to him. "No, I cannot grant your request," Stannis Baratheon replied with unwavering honesty. refusing to agree to anything he could not guarantee. Initially, Courtenay's demand for surrender was simple. He wished to see the body of Renly Baratheon to confirm his brother's demise. However, Stannis, burdened with his own unspoken woes, refused. For he genuinely did not know the whereabouts of Renly's body. Ever since he had slain Renly, he had sent forth searchers far and wide, yet the body remained elusive. In the hall, Corday Penrose first unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the band of Rainbow Guards who had defected to Stannis following Renly's death. A gaggle of treacherous sycophants dares to raise their voices before me. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to don that ridiculous rainbow cloak, he bellowed. After mocking them, Sir Cornay turned his ire towards Stannis, pointing an accusing finger. If you possess any courage, duel me, or send forth any knight from your retinue. You have a plethora of formidable knights. Let one step forward to face me. If you can best me, I shall gladly surrender Wind's Rest. With that, Cornay cast his gauntlet at Stannis's stern visage. No, I shall not duel you, Stannis replied instantly, resolute in his refusal. Initially, Cornay had proposed a duel between Stannis's knights, Ser Godric Burrell or Ser Brynden Tully, to determine the outcome of the siege. Godric was eager to accept, but Stannis swiftly intervened, unwilling to waste time on such trivial matters. Then let us commence battle on the morrow, Stannis declared, rising to leave, indifferent to Courtenay's reaction. I shall be ready at any time, Courtenay retorted defiantly. Before departing, Stannis cast a sidelong glance at the boy standing behind Sir Courtenay. The child, named Edric Storm, bore a mane of black hair, striking blue eyes, and the prominent ears characteristic of House Florent, due to the prominence of his mother's family. He was the only acknowledged bastard of the late King Robert Baratheon. This illegitimate son was Stannis' primary target, as he sought to utilize Edric to demonstrate the resilience of House Baratheon's bloodline, thereby undermining the legitimacy of Joffrey and his ilk. Gazing at the child, Stannis mused, how could I ever harm my own nephew? Melisandre summoned the Shadow Assassin upon Cornay Penrose. The Shadow Assassin has been unleashed, my liege. Stannis Baratheon had scarcely returned to his tent when he commanded the Red Priestess Melisandre to employ her deadly art against Sir Cornay Penrose. Unexpectedly, this time it proved ineffective. What is happening? Stannis inquired, bewildered. This was the first instance he had witnessed Melisandre's powers fail. Her prior assassination of Renly had gone remarkably smoothly. With a flick of her wrist, Melisandre retracted the shadow back into herself. Turning to Stannis, she explained, Your Grace, it seems the walls of Wind's Rest are fortified with magic, rendering my Shadow Assassin unable to breach them. The Shadow Assassin had sensed an enduring magical aura at the base of the walls, instilling fear within its essence. Contemplating her words, Stannis fell into deep thought. If the Shadow Assassin was rendered useless, the siege of Wind's Rest would become exceedingly troublesome. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He stepped outside the tent and called to a guard, summoned Ser Davos Seaworth. At once, Your Grace, the guard replied, hastening away to locate the Onion Knight. Stannis had nearly forgotten about Davos Seaworth, reflecting, this fellow's expertise lies in smuggling. He may prove to be my fortunate ally. Shortly thereafter, the Onion Knight entered. Your Grace, you summoned me? He asked. Indeed. I have a significant task for you. I recall you once indulged in smuggling, yes? Stannis inquired with evident enthusiasm, oblivious to the bluntness of his words. Well, one could say that, Davos replied, though his expression turned awkward as he gestured to his left hand, which had lost its fingers due to Stannis' prior punishment for smuggling. Years ago, when Robert Baratheon launched his rebellion, the War of Usurpation ensued, leading to the siege of Wind's Rest by the Tyrell fleet supporting the Targaryens. The food within the castle dwindled to such an extent that even the rats were devoured, and cannibalism loomed on the horizon. Just as despair enveloped all, Davos had piloted a smuggling vessel through a secret passage to deliver a cargo of onions, alleviating the crisis. It was said that when he arrived at Wind's Rest, the inhabitants were eager to express their gratitude with kisses. Thus, Davos earned the moniker Onion Knight, celebrated throughout the realm. However, during the subsequent rewards, Stannis emphasized that merit did not absolve transgressions, personally ordering the removal of the first joint of Davos's left fingers as punishment. Nonetheless, his rewards were generous. He was knighted and granted fertile lands at Storm's End, serving closely by Stannis' side. Some deemed Stannis' actions excessively harsh and unyielding, while others praised his integrity and firm sense of justice. Ser Davos Seaworth, I require you to navigate a vessel with my banner-bearer Melisandre through the waterways to bypass the walls of Wind's Rest. Can you accomplish this? Stannis inquired. Your Grace, I shall not falter, Davos declared, thumping his chest in immediate agreement. How delightful. I never anticipated a return to such daring ventures, he mused. Davos, of unremarkable appearance and slender build, possessed brown hair and hazel eyes, framed by a thick gray beard. His left hand, save for the thumb, bore no first joints on its 4 fingers, which he kept preserved in a pouch as a talisman, hung around his neck. Though he harbored unwavering loyalty towards King Stannis, Davos Seaworth could scarcely fathom that his majesty would demand such a task of him. This time, however, it was not the fetching of onions, but rather the summoning of women. In the stillness of the night, accompanied by the mournful cries of crows, Davos silently steered his black-sailed vessel into the little-known secret passage of Storm's End, a route he had come to know well. Gazing at the rusted iron bars in the distance, he realized that he had reached the utmost limit. Any further approach risked discovery. He turned to the red-robed Melisandre behind him and declared, "This is as close as we can get. Once we breach Storm's End's walls, we shall be safe." Melisandre lifted her hood, her long red hair cascading down, a vision of captivating beauty. "I've heard that the walls of Storm's End are enchanted by the builder, Brandon, making it impenetrable to the uninitiated," she began. Yet before Davos could finish his thought, he gasped in shock. Before him, Melisandre unabashedly shed her crimson robe and commenced her incantation. A piercing wail erupted as countless shadows emerged from her form. The voices of men, women, the elderly, and children intertwined, rising in a cacophony that grew sharp and discordant, gradually becoming unrecognizable as human utterance. They surged forth, as if escaping the torments of the 7 hells, clamoring through the opening. This macabre spectacle nearly caused Davos to topple into the river. He now regarded Melisandre as if she were a creature cloaked in human skin. As the shadows coalesced into a pitch-black silhouette, they began to float toward the heart of Storm's End, guided by Melisandre's will. Seemingly accustomed to the bewildered gazes of others, she paid no heed to Davos's astonishment, donning her robe once more and settling quietly in the cabin to await their return. At that moment, Davos, seated before her, was drenched in cold sweat as he beheld the chilling scene, murmuring to himself, "The 7 hells indeed." Chapter 50. In a state of confusion and passion in the West, House Westerling, Robb Stark, wielding unparalleled valor, traversed the West with the guidance of his dire wolf, Grey Wind, taking various shortcuts. During the Battle of the Fords, he led a nighttime raid with thousands of cavalry against the unprepared forces of the West, scattering their newly recruited tens of thousands, and subsequently capturing several strongholds. The reputation of the young wolf spread like wildfire across the realm. Tywin Lannister, stationed in the vicinity of the Red Fork, was taken aback and hurriedly assembled his troops to counter the threat in the west. However, he was unprepared for the fact that several waves of his forces were intercepted by Edmure Tully, who was guarding the Red Fork, particularly near the mill. Tywin had dispatched his most capable subordinate, Gregor the Mountain Clegane, along with his vanguard. The result was devastating. The vanguard suffered heavy casualties, nearly annihilated. The Mountain himself barely escaped with his life, as the waters of the Red Fork ran red with the bodies of the slain. At that critical juncture, Tywin received word that Stannis Baratheon was mobilizing tens of thousands to assault King's Landing. Thus, he decisively abandoned the crossing and redirected his forces to the capital for reinforcements. Following this battle, Edmure Tully and the River Lords experienced a surge in morale, having unexpectedly bested Tywin Lannister and left the Mountain grievously wounded. Upon returning to their camp by the Red Fork, Edmure and his companions began to boast about their victory, reveling in feasts while local bards contemplated composing songs to commemorate the triumph, titled "The Mill That Ground the Mountain." Yet, unbeknownst to Edmure, his display of gallantry had inadvertently derailed the plans of his nephew, Robb Stark. Robb Stark and Blackfish Brynden Tully had intended to lure Tywin back into the west, where they would lead their cavalry to secure the vital routes around Golden Tooth, effectively trapping Tywin Lannister. This maneuver was designed to coincide with Stannis' assault on King's Landing. Had the plan unfolded as intended, once Stannis captured the capital, they would unite to confront Tywin Lannister. While the strategy was sound, Robb's miscalculation lay in his failure to inform his uncle Edmure of the scheme. Robb feared that divulging his plan might lead to its exposure, and he held a degree of disdain for his uncle, particularly after Edmure had been easily captured by Jaime Lannister during the skirmish at the Whispering Woods. He believed that Edmure would be powerless to thwart Tywin. Yet he was taken aback by his uncle's unexpected prowess in successfully blocking Tywin's forces across the Red Fork. In truth, Edmure acted with good intentions, convinced that allowing Tywin to cross the river back into the west would endanger his nephew, Robb Stark. Driven by a protective instinct, he fiercely intercepted Tywin Lannister. Meanwhile, Robb Stark remained oblivious to Tywin's advance toward King's Landing, as he lay recovering in the bed of Lady Jane Westerling, tending to his wounds. Just days prior, Robb had led an assault on the Westerling stronghold of Cragnon. He spearheaded a frontal attack while instructing Brynden Tully and Black Walder Frye to infiltrate from behind, ultimately seizing the fortress with minimal losses. However, during the assault, Robb sustained an arrow wound to his left arm. Lady Jane Westerling, possessing chestnut curls and a heart-shaped visage with brown eyes, took it upon herself to care for him, ensuring his recovery. "Your wound is not grave. In a few days, you shall heal, but do refrain from vigorous activity," Jane advised. "Thank you, my lady," Robb replied, overwhelmed by the serene and gentle presence of Jane. At merely 15 or 16, he found himself captivated, his heart fluttering. Although Jane was not conventionally beautiful, the aura she exuded deeply enchanted the young wolf. At that moment, Robb Stark had entirely forgotten the warnings that Joffrey had imparted upon their parting, surrendering wholly to the throes of love. Just then, a frail scout entered, delivering a sealed letter to Robb. After handing it over, the scout cast a glance at Jane before quietly exiting and closing the door behind him. Robb furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. For such a letter, sealed with the direwolf sigil, could only bear news of grave consequence. Trembling, he broke the seal and opened the missive, only to be met with devastating news that shattered his spirit. "Bran, Rick, and my brothers, I have brought ruin upon you." Robb read the words, learning of Theon Greyjoy's treachery, who had descended upon Winterfell, slaughtering his two brothers, Bran and Rickon, and hanging their corpses upon the castle walls. The regret and anguish that had festered within him since the death of his father, Eddard Stark, erupted forth, leaving him in a daze as he struck his head repeatedly. "Why, Theon, why have you betrayed me? You were my brother. Please, do not be so agitated. Your injuries have yet to heal," Jane Westerling exclaimed, alarmed. To prevent Robb from further harming himself and worsening his wounds, she pressed herself against him, offering solace. Inhaling the delicate fragrance of the maiden and feeling the warmth of their bodies intertwined, coupled with the aromatic incense wafting through the chamber, the young wolf lord Robb Stark found himself ensnared in a moment of profound folly. Meanwhile, in the dim recesses of Castle Westerling, Lady Sabelle Spicer discreetly handed a sealed missive to a slender guard beside her. "Deliver this letter to Duke Tywin Lannister," she instructed. "At once, my lady," the guard replied, tucking the letter into a flat, sealed box which he then concealed beneath his armor. Observing the Northmen reveling in the excitement of the Westerling family's capitulation, he sought a weakly defended area and stealthily slipped away through the sewers under the cover of night. Lady Sabelle Spicer gazed out at the twinkling stars, her thoughts swirling. This letter would serve as the ladder to elevate her Spicer family to greatness. The following morning, Robb Stark awoke from his slumber, his gaze falling upon the bare form of Janie Westerling beside him, fully aware that he had erred gravely. A sense of confusion began to envelop him. "What transpired yesterday?" he stuttered. "There is no need for anxiety. I am well aware of your betrothal." "Fear not. I ask nothing of you," Janie whispered tenderly. "Car signe robe es youthful visage." Yet her words struck a deep chord within him. Recalling his father's admonitions and the countless taunts of his half-brother Jon Snow regarding his illegitimate status, he found himself in a turmoil of emotions. Unwilling for his own son to bear the stigma of being a bastard, living under the weight of others' judgment. Resolutely, he declared, "Janie, I shall take responsibility. I will not allow your honor to be tarnished. I shall wed you and make you my queen." Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from outside the attic. Reacting swiftly to the commotion, Robb Stark and Janie Westerling hastily donned their garments and stepped outside, side by side. As they emerged from the attic, they were both struck dumb with astonishment. At the heart of the castle, amidst a throng of spectators, a colossal fire tornado twisted and churned in the air, crackling with energy. Towering between 30 to 100 meters, it spun with ferocious speed, emitting a roar akin to that of a fierce beast. The funnel-shaped vortex widened at the top and narrowed at its base, reminiscent of a monumental cyclone. As it rotated, its hues shifted through a spectrum of gray, black, and dark brown, each color cycling in a mesmerizing display. Accompanied by bright flames, it drew the clouds from the heavens into its midst. Gradually, the whirlpool's tumult subsided, and the flames began to coalesce towards its center, where Robb Stark's azure eyes discerned the silhouette of an elderly, gaunt figure. His hair and beard were silvered, adorned in dark robes and crimson ceremonial garments embroidered with the blazing heart sigil of the Lord of Light, and crowned with an imposing diadem. "Your Majesty, I am a Lord of Light, our healer. By the command of my master, I have come to guide your path," the Lord of Light proclaimed. casting a glance at Jaime Westerling beside Robb Stark, silently lamenting that he had arrived too late. Yet, under his continued guidance, he was confident that Robb Stark would not meet the same fate as before at the Red Wedding. I fail to comprehend what connection I have with our healer. Robb Stark replied, perplexed. The Stark family had long worshipped the old gods, and their knowledge of the Lord of Light from Essos was scant, if not entirely foreign. Meanwhile, Robb-esque guards, Ser Daisy Mormont and Renard Westerling, positioned themselves protectively between this enigmatic figure and their king, wary of any potential threat. Ser Daisy Mormont, the sole female member of Robb Stark Esguard, stood tall with an air of confidence, her countenance marked by a bold spirit. Hailing from House Mormont of Bear Island, she possessed strength rivaling that of many men. Renard Westerling, the eldest son of Count Gavin Westerling and Lady Sibel Spicer, appeared youthful and lean. With a mane of chestnut hair and a thick mustache, garbed in a sandy-hued cloak adorned with 6 seashells. Since representing the Westerling family in surrendering to King Robb Stark, he had remained steadfastly loyal, quickly endearing himself to the northern soldiers with his amiable disposition. In this encroaching darkness, my master, our healer, requires the unification of all forces to combat the ancient evils, including the Seven, the many-faced god, and the old gods. And what of the drowned god? Robb Stark inquired, his thoughts drifting to Theon Greyjoy, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Sensing his distress, Jaime Westerling gently grasped his hand and leaned against his shoulder. Though physically cradled by Jaime, Robb's heart found solace in her presence. He patted her hand, feeling a lift in his spirits. She was the anchor he had rediscovered after the death of his father, Eddard Stark. The drowned god is a servant of the ancient evils and an adversary of my master, our healer, the Lord of Light explained, observing the intertwined couple with a sense of resignation, reflecting that no matter how many times fate might twist, they would always find their way back to each other. Is the drowned god truly an enemy? Robb Stark mused, his gaze forlorn. Theon, are you destined to be my foe? Chapter 51. The pockmarked face of Dragonstone. In the holy city of Viserys, Khal Drogo swayed unsteadily upon his mount, his complexion pale, lips cracked, and eyes barely able to remain open. After only a few strides, he slumped forward and collapsed. Drogo, my son and stars, Daenerys Targaryen cried, leaping from her silver horse to cradle Khal Drogo in her arms. When Aegon Targaryen had sought to ensure the unity of the Dothraki people, he had dispatched the Golden Company to eliminate Drogo's long-standing rival, the Khal of Qarth. Yet, he had not anticipated that Drogo would be wounded by another Khal during a subsequent raid on the region. As the leader lay on the brink of death, his followers began to waver in their loyalty, some casting uncertain glances while others openly declared, he can no longer lead the Dothraki. A Khal who cannot ride is no Khal. Daenerys held her husband tightly, her son and stars, utterly at a loss for what to do. Initially, when Drogo had been injured, she had implored a slave she saved from Qarth, Mirri Maz Duur, to apply a special salve to hasten his recovery. However, this ointment had only caused Drogo's wound to itch and throb, leading him to tear it away, resulting in subsequent festering. Now, after days of neglect, his condition had worsened to the point of collapse. Mirri, can you save him? Daenerys pleaded, her heart heavy with desperation, turning to the seemingly capable healer. Dear Khaleesi, trust in me. I will use the blood magic passed down through generations of the Qarthi people to save him, Mirri Maz Duur vowed solemnly. Then I entrust him to you, Mirri. Daenerys Targaryen gazed hopefully at Melisandre, much like a parched soul in the desert fixates on a distant oasis. She felt utterly helpless, compelled to move forward, even if that oasis was merely a mirage conjured by the arid sands. I implore you, Daenerys Targaryen said earnestly once more. Of course, my Khaleesi, Melisandre replied. I have previously mentioned my studies under Maester Marwyn at the Citadel, who taught me the art of healing grievous wounds. Melisandre nodded with a smile. Yet beneath her outward kindness, a tempest of malice churned within her. I shall avenge my fallen kin, she silently vowed, her heart echoing the belief that only a life could redeem another. Dragonstone. Beneath the waves, mermaids sipped starfish broth, their servants composed entirely of crabs. I know. Oh. A large boy, bearing the visage of a jester, scampered past Stormborn, singing a peculiar tune. Patchface, wait for me. Following closely was Princess Shireen Baratheon, daughter of Stannis Baratheon, as they frolicked together. Stormborn observed this peculiar lad, reflecting on how many years had slipped away. Patchface, the court fool of Dragonstone, had his face adorned with colorful tattoos, a patchwork of red and green ink covering his broad visage and bald scalp. Robert, Stannis, Renly, and their father, Steffon Baratheon, recognized his cleverness and redeemed him from the multitude of slaves in Volantis. However, during their return, the ship, the Shireen, carrying Duke Stefan and his wife, met a storm and sank in Shipbreaker Bay, directly within the sight of Storm's End, before the eyes of Stannis, Robert, and Renly. There were no survivors among the Duke, his lady, and over 100 soldiers and sailors aboard. In his youth, Patchface was a clever young boy, yet the shipwreck marred both his spirit and body. Having survived the sea, he became soft and pudgy, occasionally trembling inexplicably, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Fishermen claimed he had been summoned to the underwater palace by mermaids, who taught him the ability to breathe beneath the waves. Suddenly, Patchface halted not far from Stormborn, staring blankly at him. With a whimsical dance, he began to sing amusingly, burning bright, a stag ablaze with fire. Bleeding, bleeding, the little lion's tip runs red with blood. As he sang, Patchface reached out and touched Stormborn's sturdy chest, tilting his head with a grin. "Sir, it seems the blood flows from here." Stormborn took little heed of this remark, about to jest when Princess Shireen leaped on a Patchface back, exclaiming, "I've caught you. Patchface, tell me tales of the sea." With Shireen's interruption, the whimsical Patchface resumed his erratic demeanor. "Silly crabs, starfish beds, mermaids want me as their groom. Drowned gods, banquet halls, round heads, and long legs. 8 legs, 8 legs. Writhing seaweed at my side. I accept, oh, oh, oh." His quirky, humorous song brought peals of laughter from Princess Shireen, and together they scampered away, singing in unison. As they walked, Shireen politely waved goodbye to Stormborn, who returned her gesture with a smile. Princess Shireen Baratheon was the sole offspring of Stannis Baratheon and Celis Florent. At the tender age of 9, she possessed striking blue eyes, a square chin, and the large ears characteristic of the Florent lineage. She was a kind and endearing child. However, the grayscale affliction had left the skin on the left side of her face and much of her neck shrouded in ashen, dead skin. On Dragonstone, Patchface was her only companion. Dragonstone was adorned with stone dragon statues, lifelike and towering. Whenever Stormborn beheld these sculptures, he couldn't help but wonder if they were dragons afflicted with stone scale disease. Just then, a voice broke his reverie. "Uncle, I heard you were leaving tomorrow." Arya Stark approached shyly, kicking a small stone into the surging waves below. "Indeed, His Grace Stannis has taken Storm's End and is marching towards King's Landing. Some matters must ultimately reach a conclusion," Stormborn replied, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, tinged with melancholy. He found himself uncertain of how to confront his former pupil, Joffrey Baratheon, especially after learning of Joffrey's illegitimate heritage. Such years of affection could not simply be severed. As he spoke, Stormborn gently ruffled Arya Stark's hair, assuring her, "Do not fret. My brother Stannis commands a vast army. We shall surely prevail." He held confidence that the thousands of gold cloaks in King's Landing would be no match for Stannis' forces. Yet, a sense of unease loomed over him, prompting him to unfasten the Valyrian steel sword, Ice, from his belt and present it to Arya. "This sword belongs to House Stark. It is time it returned to its rightful owner." Arya timidly accepted the sword, cradling it in her arms. "Uncle, must you go?" She wept, her unique sensitivity to death manifesting as a suffocating dread. She had experienced this feeling before, the day before her father, Eddard Stark, met his end, and now it returned anew. Stormborn knelt, wiping away Arya's tears with a tender smile. "I promised my friend Ned that I would ensure your safety, and I have fulfilled that promise. Now, it is time for me to attend to my own affairs." Despite their brief time together, Arya had developed a profound dependency on Stormborn, akin to that of a daughter. She threw herself into his embrace, sobbing as though they would never meet again. His embrace was as warm as her father Eddard's, and Arya lamented not having held her father in such a manner before. Stormborn patted Arya's back gently, saying, "My dear, do not be so pessimistic. When I return, I shall take you on journeys across the realm, to see sights beyond the 7 kingdoms." He mused that if he had a daughter, she would likely be of a similar age to Arya. In his youth, Stormborn had harbored feelings for a lady of House Florent, yet as a bastard, he could only watch as his beloved was wed to another. Years had swiftly passed. "My dear, if, and I emphasize if I do not return, seek out a man named Jaqen H'ghar in Braavos." He sensed ominous premonitions, yet he knew he must proceed. For honor, he was aiding Stannis. For personal reasons, he aimed to sever his ties with Joffrey completely. However, Stormborn harbored reservations about Melisandre, the Red Woman of Dragonstone, especially following Maester Cressen's demise due to her machinations. Furthermore, upon first encountering Arya, Melisandre had exhibited hostility, claiming, "I sense the essence of ancient gods upon you." With these thoughts, Stormborn handed Arya a special coin and imparted a few phrases in High Valyrian. All mortals must die, he instructed in the ancient tongue. All mortals must serve. Remember, you must take this coin to find him. If he asks you who bestowed upon you this coin, simply say my name is Balestorm. Arya Stark pleaded, gazing at the half-black, half-white coin bearing a human visage in her hand. Uncle, I implore you, you must return alive. Ha ha, fret not. Chapter 52, Before the Storm of War. King's Landing, the Red Keep. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Red Keep of King's Landing was palpably tense, the air thickening to a near suffocation, as dread loomed over all present, anticipating the impending grim fate. The forces of Stannis Baratheon were on the verge of encroaching, and should the city fall, their fates were all but sealed. Joffrey Baratheon summoned the lords to the council chamber for the final pre-war meeting. In this moment of life and death, the ministers appeared despondent, many contemplating how best to flee or surrender without facing execution. Joffrey understood that in such dire straits, hope must not wane. As long as they adhered to the strategies devised days prior, victory remained a possibility. Uncle, is Ser Jaime Lannister ready? Joffrey inquired of Tyrion. Seated to his left, all is prepared and ready for departure at a moment's notice, Tyrion replied, sitting upright with a solemn demeanor. Early that morning, Tyrion had recommended that the commander of the city's garrison, Ser Jaime Lannister, escort Joffrey's brother, Tommen Baratheon, to refuge in Rosby. This way, should calamity befall Joffrey in King's Landing, Tommen could rally forces under the Iron Throne's authority in Rosby, establishing a foothold. After adopting Tyrion's counsel, Joffrey added a stipulation. Upon reaching Rosby, they must detain the Lord of Rosby, Giles Rosby, that chronic coffer from the original tale, for he was a fickle character, untrustworthy to release freely. Should Stannis Baratheon triumph, this man would assuredly surrender the city and deliver Tommen into his hands. Are the river chains ready? Ready. Are the provisions equipped? All set. Have the ships been requisitioned? Affirmative. King Joffrey Baratheon and Hand of the King Tyrion Lannister exchanged these inquiries at the council table. Ultimately, Joffrey nodded, signifying his comprehension. Then, turning to the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, he asked, where Lord Tywin and the Tyrell forces at present? Your Grace. Word received yesterday indicated they are nearing the royal gardens. Very well, I understand. When the Tyrell family agreed to ally Joffrey to demonstrate sincerity, had returned the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, to them. In the current southern lands, those who had not surrendered to Stannis were staunch loyalists of Renly, who harbored a deeper animosity towards Stannis Baratheon than they did towards the Lannisters. Upon learning that his beloved Renly Baratheon had been slain by Stannis, Loras had spiraled into despair, brandishing his sword and wildly striking at anything around him, until Joffrey, fearing for his own safety, ordered several men to restrain him. Joffrey held a decent impression of Loras and recognized his genuine love for Renly. Observing the heartbroken Loras before him, Joffrey sighed, recalling Loras's poignant words from the original tale. After the sun sets, the candle cannot replace it. Listening to Littlefinger's report, Joffrey reflected on discussions he had held 2 days prior with Tyrion and Peter, wherein he proposed, let my sister Myrcella Baratheon wed Willis Tyrell. I remember her fondness for roses. Originally, Mace Tyrell suggested marrying his daughter, Marjorie Tyrell, to Joffrey, but he had already set his heart on Sansa Stark, leaving no room for another. Moreover, Myrcella had a penchant for roses, so it was only fitting to send her to Highgarden. In truth, Joffrey was aware that Myrcella harbored feelings for Robb Stark, yet the present circumstances rendered her wishes unattainable. Inform Prince Doran of Dorne that my brother Tommen Baratheon shall wed his daughter Arya Martell. Should I perish in the Battle of Blackwater, my brother Tommen shall be crowned king. Furthermore, I permit Dorne to send a representative to serve at the council. Time returned to the present, and after inquiring with Peter, Joffrey proceeded to pose several questions to the Master of Ships, the Master of Whisperers, and others, confirming the state of their war preparations. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Joffrey Baratheon rose and bowed to those assembled, stating, we now stand at the brink of life and death. I hope you all will strive alongside me. United in purpose, we shall weather this storm. I beseech you. Witnessing their king adopt such a humble demeanor, the ministers affirmed their willingness to stand with the kingdom through thick and thin, pledging their lives in loyalty. Of course, whether they truly harbored such sentiments remained uncertain. After the council convened, Joffrey Baratheon made his way to Sansa Stark's chamber. Upon entry, he was enveloped in an embrace by the weeping Sansa, who clung to him as if fearing she would never see him again. Joffrey cupped her beautiful face, gently wiping her tears, and smiled, saying, why weep? I'm not departing for good. But Sansa struggled to articulate, her voice choked with emotion. Be obedient. Go with my brother Tommen to Rosby for safety. Joffrey felt a deep sadness welling within him, yet he wished to conceal his vulnerability from his beloved. After a long silence, he looked into Sansa Stark's eyes and promised, I will be fine. We shall all be fine. When I return, I will take you as my queen. As he leaned in to kiss her, their lips met tenderly, intertwining their fates. The moment they parted, Sansa again wrapped her arms around Joffrey's neck, rising on her toes to seal their bond with another kiss. The icy blood coursing through their veins ignited with fervent love, yearning for their beloved's safe return. Promise me, you must return alive. I promise you. Finally, Joffrey visited his mother, Cersei Lannister. Upon entering, he found her seated, quietly shedding tears, while Tommen Baratheon extended his hand to wipe her tears away. Myrcella Baratheon sat vacantly on the bed, lost in thought. Mother, I have come, Joffrey announced, approaching Cersei to embrace her. With tear-filled eyes, Cersei Lannister gazed at her eldest son and implored, Joffrey, can you go to Rosby with Tommen? She wished for none of her children to perish, loathing the childhood prophecy that haunted her. She feared her 3 children would indeed meet the fate foretold by the Frog Witch, wrapped in gold, dying before her eyes. Joffrey rested his head against hers, smiling as he comforted her. Mother, I am the king of the 7 kingdoms. I must lead my people against invasion. It is my duty and obligation. He continued, if I should fall, please act as regent for Tommen and govern this realm in my stead. Cersei Lannister shook her head sorrowfully, caressing her eldest, Joffrey, my son. I do not wish to be a regent. I only desire your safety beside me. How can a piece of flesh, born after 10 months, be so easily severed? Joffrey, I beg you, depart quickly. Leave King's Landing. Do not remain here to accompany that iron throne to the grave. Tears streamed down Cersei's face, her only wish being for her son to survive. Tommen chimed in, supporting his mother. Yes, brother. Come, let's walk together, so that our uncle cannot catch us. At merely 5 years of age, Tommen Baratheon could not yet comprehend the concepts of responsibility or obligation. He merely wished for the safety of his elder brother, Joffrey. Upon hearing this, Joffrey smiled and affectionately patted Tommen's small head, saying, Tommen, my dear brother, you must remember, a true man knows what he must and must not do. Since ancient times, it has been the duty of the sovereign to guard the realm. A king must die for his country. As king, I must share in the fate of my kingdom and my people. With that, Joffrey removed the antlered crown from his own head and solemnly placed it upon Tommen's little brow. Tommen, throughout your life, I have never commanded you. Yet today, I issue you your first command, which may also be your last. Suddenly, Joffrey Baratheon stepped back, drawing the long sword from his waist and resting it upon Tommen's shoulder. With a serious expression, he declared, Tommen Baratheon, heed my command. Having been taught royal etiquette from a young age, Tommen immediately knelt upon the ground, striving to compose his cherubic face, and in a quavering, youthful voice responded, Your Grace, command me. Cersei Lannister looked upon her 2 sons, one large and one small, and could not help but weep, covering her mouth to stifle her cries. Joffrey regarded Tommen's face earnestly, proclaiming, in the name of the warrior, I require you to be brave. In the name of the father, I require you to be just. In the name of the mother, I require you to protect the weak and the innocent. In the name of the maiden, I require you to safeguard all women. In the name of the smith, I grant you strength. In the name of the crone, I grant you wisdom. As he spoke, Joffrey's sword moved from Tommen's right shoulder to his left, and then back again. Once the ceremony concluded, Joffrey sheathed his sword and helped Tommen rise from the ground, adjusting the crown upon his brother's head. My brother, I now officially dub you a knight. I hope that you will uphold your vows as a knight under my expectations. Joffrey glanced at the crown atop Tommen's head and continued, Remember, to wear a crown is to bear its weight. Taking a deep breath, Joffrey uttered his final words. Tommen, if King's Landing truly falls and I do not return alive, from that moment forth, you shall be the king of the 7 kingdoms. With that, Joffrey resolutely turned to leave. As he stepped out of the door, he heard his mother Cersei's heart-wrenching cries calling his name. Joffrey longed to turn back and embrace her, yet ultimately he did not. He had already arranged for Cersei to seek refuge in Rosby with his brother Tommen and his beloved Sansa Stark, while his sister Myrcella would be sent to Highgarden to wed in a House Tyrell. Upon exiting the Red Keep, Joffrey Baratheon accepted the antlered golden helm handed to him by Sandor Clegane and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, stepped towards the battlefield. Chapter 53. Resolute Determination. Seeking justice against the unfaithful. Amidst the chaos of warring factions, clad in golden armor, Joffrey Baratheon stood resolute at the main gates of King's Landing, his form a towering silhouette in the misty dawn. Dressed in gold, draped in a crimson cloak, and crowned with the Baratheon antlered helm, he shimmered in the dim light. With a grave and composed demeanor, he raised his war hammer and addressed the dispirited soldiers below. "I'm the king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm, Joffrey Baratheon I. Today, my uncle, Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, disregards the benevolence of our late king, seizing the opportunity of his untimely demise amidst political turmoil to raise arms against us and claim the throne for himself. In the name of the Iron Throne, I command that he be executed without mercy. Soldiers, today, Stannis' mighty forces approach. He threatens to cleanse King's Landing. Surrender means death. Resistance also means death. Thus, why not rise up and fight for a glorious future? Know that even in dire straits, there lies a chance of victory. A fierce battle may yet break the enemy." Seeing the flicker of hope in their eyes, Joffrey seized the moment, raising his voice on this day, "Here and now, I, Joffrey Baratheon I, king of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, solemnly pledge that those who fight valiantly shall be granted titles and lands. Remember my words. I will take half of every inch of land you conquer and reward you in full. You shall transform from mere mercenaries into vassals of the king. From this day forth, you will owe no taxes to any lord but me, and you shall fight for me, with clarity and resolve." Joffrey understood that the feudal system was too fragile, inevitably allowing local lords to amass power that threatened the crown. In times of royal strength, vassals lived contentedly. Yet when the crown began to weaken, they could easily rebel. It would be far better to unify the Seven Kingdoms under a centralized authority. The king's promises solidified the resolve of the hastily assembled militia. Facing certain death within the city walls or in grand endeavors, they chose to fight with fervor. After all, if death was inevitable, why not embrace it in battle? With a stroke of fortune, perhaps they might even be knighted and elevate their status. As the sound of galloping hooves approached from outside the city, Joffrey Baratheon knew the time for battle had arrived. "We will charge forth. We shall not return until the enemy is vanquished. I will lead you at the forefront. Stay close behind me," he declared, descending from the platform, navigating through the fervent crowd to mount his noble steed. Raising his war hammer high, he rallied the invigorated soldiers, shouting, "To arms! Follow me into battle! Slay! Slay!" The soldiers, looking towards their king, Joffrey, raised their swords high, brimming with bloodlust and readiness. With that, the gates swung open, and Joffrey Baratheon, spurring his horse, was the first to charge into the fray against Stannis' cavalry. His cloak billowed behind him, and his armor glinted in the light. Behind him surged thousands of loyal warriors, and in his hand, he wielded an unmatched warhammer. In that moment, Ser Barristan Selmy, captain of the Kingsguard, was momentarily transported back in time. Believing he had once again followed his king, Robert Baratheon, and was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. King's Landing, East Gate. "All troops form up! Form up!" Tyrion Lannister shouted repeatedly, attempting to organize the soldiers at the East Gate, yet none heeded his commands. The looming threat of Stannis' army cast a pall of despair over them. They appeared as if they could perish at any moment. Observing this demoralizing scene, Tyrion's ire flared, and he rebuked them. "You call me a half-man, a dwarf, yet how are you all better than me?" Standing upon the platform, he endeavored to inspire their spirits, proclaiming, "Today, you fight not for a king, nor for the honor of knighthood, nor for riches. You fight to protect your homes. Now, the army of Stannis stands outside. Should they truly breach the gates, it is your homes that shall be set ablaze, your women that shall be ravished, and your wealth that shall be seized. Therefore, my friends, draw your swords, fight for your very homeland." Such earnest words illuminated the dire situation for all present. There truly was no retreat this time. Yet, to ignite their spirits, a final spark was still needed. With the assistance of his squire Podrick Payne, Tyrion Lannister struggled to mount a specially crafted saddle, and with a mocking smile, he addressed the assembly. "I shall lead you into battle, and should any of you confess to being lesser than this half-man, then comfortably follow behind and eat my dust." Tyrion had already heard the sounds of battle from the main gate. He knew that his dear nephew, Joffrey Baratheon, had already charged into combat. Thus, with a grave expression, he bellowed, "Open the gates, arm yourselves, and follow me into the fray. Kill! Kill!" The derisive taunts aimed at the so-called half-man dwarf ignited a fury within the soldiers that they could scarcely contain. Consequently, as Tyrion Lannister surged forth, they followed closely behind, charging into battle. As the cavalry of both armies drew near, Joffrey Baratheon suddenly let out a boisterous laugh and proclaimed to his soldiers, "Behold, I shall slay a commander for you." No sooner had he spoken than his war hammer swung violently, crashing into the chest of an advancing knight from House Florent, sending him careening from his mount, blood erupting from his mouth. The red gold fox emblem on his chest plate shattered, sealing his doom. Who dares to challenge me? Hearing the king's bold and confident battle cry, the morale of his soldiers surged, rallying to his side. The fierce warhammer wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, every blow resulting in immediate bloodshed and death. With Joffrey Baratheon's extraordinary innate strength, unmatched by any, he dominated close combat, leaving none brave enough to approach him. Even those who merely caught sight of the bloodied, stag-horned gold helmet felt a surge of dread and instinctively recoiled. Truly, within this confined space, he was invincible. Externally, Joffrey Baratheon seemed to command the battlefield with disdain for all, yet beneath that dazzling facade, he struggled to suppress a simmering malice and bloodthirsty nature. According to Rollo, this was a vestige of the will of the night lion within him. The night lion symbolizes death and despair, the antithesis of the light of life and hope. Should he succumb to bloodlust on the battlefield, he risked indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. If left unchecked, his defeat would come swiftly. Rachlo, aid me in suppressing the will of the night lion within. With no other recourse, Joffrey sought Rollo's assistance, for otherwise he would be rendered ineffective. Very well, very well. Consider it my rent payment, Rollo replied lazily. Thank you, Joffrey said with a satisfied smile. The Eastern Gate, accompanied by Podrick Payne and Bronn, Tyrion Lannister fought valiantly amid the enemy's cavalry formations. However, within merely 2 hours, their steeds were nearly all slain, while the enemy also suffered losses. Their resources and superior armaments proved overwhelming. It was then that Tyrion realized their mounts were dwindling. Their strategic supplies were insufficient, as their cavalry and soldiers had been hastily assembled. Even the donkeys from the taverns of King's Landing had nearly been conscripted for the battlefield. In the next moment, the leg of Tyrion's horse was severed, and he himself was unceremoniously thrown from the saddle. Observing this, the enemy cavalry captain swiftly commanded his troops to concentrate their efforts on Tyrion, aiming to eliminate the commander on the spot. In this moment of crisis, Joffrey Baratheon immediately led a charge to intercept the enemy's relentless assault. After dispatching a knight, Joffrey, bloodied and resolute, turned to his uncle Tyrion Lannister and declared, "I am here. For now, we can hold. The fleet of Stannis approaches. You must return and ensure our beloved vessels are prepared." Very well. With that, Tyrion Lannister hastily retreated to King's Landing, accompanied by several of his guards. This maneuver would determine the fate of the battle. Near Blackwater Bay, Aled Seaworth, the third son of the Onion Knight Davos Seaworth, sought permission from Stannis Baratheon to lead the infantry of the vanguard into battle during the storm of the century. Not to be outdone, Aled also requested to command the vanguard's fleet, believing it to be a position of great honor. However, his father, Davos Seaworth, regarded it as a perilous undertaking, and even Aled's brothers looked on with trepidation. Nevertheless, His Majesty King Stannis Baratheon I quickly acquiesced, commending the spirited young man for exhibiting the qualities of his father, the Onion Knight. As he beheld the faint glimmers in the misty dawn, Aled Seaworth smiled, believing it to be the dawn of his career. He had ascended from a clandestine smuggler to the commander of the vanguard fleet. This monumental leap filled him with pride. "Hear my command. Forward, pursue." Upon witnessing the fleet of King's Landing falter and retreat, Aled promptly ordered his forces to give chase, vowing to annihilate the enemy navy and achieve great glory. He even began to fantasize about King Stannis personally dubbing him a knight and bestowing upon him a grand castle. His father, Davos Seaworth, and his brothers cheered for him proudly, enviously applauding his ascent. As he gazed upon the enemy vessels drawing nearer, exhilaration surged within him, and he commanded an attack. However, as he approached, he sensed something was amiss. The enemy's rear vessels were particularly small, of inferior quality, and alarmingly uncrewed, as if designed to lure him in. Earlier, the cover of night and morning fog had obscured the deployment of King's Landing's fleet, leading Aled to recklessly advance without discernment. Now, upon recognizing the truth, he gasped in horror and urgently commanded, "All forces, turn back. Quickly turn back." His desperate cries prompted the fleet to halt, pivot, and attempt retreat, but the size of their ships necessitated time for maneuvering. Yet, Aled Seaworth had no time left. This moment of overconfidence would exact a devastating toll, one he would hope to remember in his next life. King's Landing. Upon returning to King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister immediately ordered the naval minister, Sir Paxter Redwine, to implement the well-laid strategy, utilizing the cover of night and fog to engage and retreat, drawing the enemy fleet into the treacherous waters of the Blackwater River. Tyrion Lannister anxiously awaited atop the city walls, uncertain whether the enemy commander would fall for his ruse. Should they see through his stratagem, his naval forces would be in grave peril. After an indeterminate wait, a fleet emerged from the fog, charging boldly toward King's Landing. Indeed, Aled Seaworth, the Onion Knight's son, led the vanguard fleet into Blackwater Bay, having been lured by the fleet of King's Landing. They are coming. Witnessing the success of his plan, Tyrion Lannister could not help but laugh with delight. With a command, he signaled, and the sturdy iron chains rose from the towers at both ends of Blackwater Bay, ensnaring the entire fleet of the front line within, rendering any escape impossible. With the vigorous support of Joffrey, Tyrion exceeded expectations, crafting two formidable chains. The first was deployed within Blackwater Bay to protect their own vessels from destruction, while the second, even stronger, was strategically reserved for Stannis Baratheon himself. Release. As the moment approached, Tyrion Lannister exclaimed with excitement. In the next instant, canister after canister of green wildfire was hurled from the walls of King's Landing, heading directly for Stannis' naval fleet, achieving a swift and bounteous victory. Yet, with a thunderous roar, the entire fleet suffered catastrophic damage. These beautiful, rounded canisters exploded upon impact, igniting ferocious, deep green flames that engulfed all nearby ships in a fiery embrace. "Ha, well done!" Joffrey Baratheon, witnessing the successful execution of their strategy, burst into exuberant laughter. This batch of wildfire was crafted with a unique technique, possessing a high flammability and strong adhesion, making it nearly impossible to extinguish once it clung to a body, ultimately reducing it to ashes. Most soldiers perished in the instant of explosion upon the wildfire's arrival, while the fortunate few desperately leaped into the sea to escape. However, even submerged, the flames continued to burn, ensuring that soldiers either succumbed to the fire or drowned. The entire naval fleet was rendered paralyzed, unable to regroup. Nevertheless, Joffrey did not forget that Stannis Baratheon had dispatched several thousand infantry as well. Moreover, a substantial naval force of cavalry and infantry, led by Stannis himself, was still advancing from the rear. To merely counter this frontline fleet, they had expended nearly half of their wildfire reserves, leaving the remainder for Stannis' main force. The infantry already en route to the battlefield would have to engage without further assistance. Furthermore, the commander of this impending infantry force was likely to be his own mentor. Reborn Storm. Chapter 54. Your Highness, class is dismissed. Reborn Storm, resolute and unyielding, stood upon the battlefield. Green flames streaked across the sky, igniting fiercely upon descent, swiftly engulfing Stannis' warships, prompting countless soldiers to leap into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, remarkably, the canisters of wildfire continued to blaze upon the water's surface, amplifying the terror in their hearts. Ultimately, it has come to this, my teacher. On the battlefield, not far from King's Landing, the clashing of swords echoed relentlessly. Clad in golden armor and a crimson cloak, Joffrey Baratheon, wearing a horned helmet, strode through the flames. As the inferno surged like a stream rushing toward the sea, crashing against him without inflicting harm, not even singeing the hem of his garment. Initially intending to wield a war hammer, he abandoned the notion upon discovering that the leader of Stannis' front line was none other than his mentor, Reborn Storm, as he had never triumphed in combat against him. With a long sword in hand, he faced his former swordsmanship instructor, Reborn Storm, who approached him with an unwavering gaze. "I am no longer your teacher, Joffrey Hightower, the despicable bastard of House Lannister. Return the throne to House Baratheon. King Stannis is the rightful monarch." Reborn Storm brandished his sword towards Joffrey, his eyes aflame with rage, yet a subtle melancholy coursed through them. He lamented the peculiarities of human emotions. As Reborn gazed upon Joffrey, he was reminded of the boy who had once practiced tirelessly with a wooden sword before him in the Red Keep. Their connection, forged through King Robert Baratheon, had ultimately led to their estrangement. As fate entwined and unraveled, the dust would settle. Within the Red Keep, young Joffrey had stood opposite Reborn, their wooden swords clashing, Reborn smiling at the stubbornness of the boy. Now, on the battlefield, Reborn faced the towering figure of Joffrey, steel swords locked in combat. Reborn's expression transformed by anger as he regarded the solemn countenance of Joffrey. "Show me your progress," Reborn scoffed, launching the first attack, his sword cutting through the air with rapidity and force, stirring up clouds of ash around them. "Bring on." Joffrey, remaining composed, raised his long sword to meet the challenge. The two swords clashed repeatedly, and within moments, they had exchanged over 100 blows, Boren's relentless assault causing Joffrey to falter. Fearing that prolonged combat would deplete his stamina, Boren executed a swift thrust aimed at Joffrey's helmet. As Joffrey attempted to parry, he forcefully redirected Boren's sword towards the hilt, producing a sharp clang and a shower of sparks. In that moment, their gazes remained locked, each scrutinizing the other. Boren withdrew his sword, and, as the tip disengaged, he pivoted, sweeping the blade in a broad arc toward Joffrey's neck. Joffrey retreated half a step, tilting his head back just in time to evade the deadly sweep, losing only a few strands of hair. Seizing the opportunity created by Boren's momentum, Joffrey raised his sword with formidable force, aiming for a vertical strike. Yet Borenstorm, astutely aware of his intent, let out a dismissive grunt. As Joffrey lifted his sword, Boren executed a powerful left hook to Joffrey's right elbow, delivering a heavy blow that rendered Joffrey's arm momentarily numb, causing his long sword to slip from his grasp. "Did I not instruct you to rein in your movements?" Borenstorm admonished, swiftly countering with his own blade. To his astonishment, Joffrey executed a daring sidestep and spin, narrowly evading the strike from the right, kicking his falling long sword back into the air. Joffrey's left hand followed suit, catching the sword mid-flight, and with a swift turn, he lunged toward Boren's back. This strike was executed at an exceedingly tricky angle, difficult to defend against. Yet Boren, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, instinctively blocked the unexpected attack. He swiftly reversed his position, using the flat of his sword to deflect Joffrey's blow, and with a powerful kick, he sent Joffrey sprawling over a meter away, quickly retreating to maintain distance. "It seems you have clandestinely honed your skills in my absence," Boren remarked lightly. Though Joffrey could discern that his mentor's attacks lacked their initial ferocity, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. "Teacher, your blade has dulled." Joffrey, propped up by his long sword, gradually rose from the ground, shaking off the lingering numbness in his right arm, flames swirling around him in a vibrant dance. Unlike Borenstorm, this was his domain. Although the red comet had yet to streak across the sky and magic had not yet awakened, as long as the flames persisted, his stamina would remain inexhaustible. At that moment, the anguished cries of countless soldiers echoed across the battlefield, suggesting that the Loyalists had gained the upper hand. Borenstorm surveyed the scene, finally shedding restraint, and advanced with his sword drawn. As he closed the distance, he executed a sweeping strike that compelled Joffrey to brace himself with both hands. In that instant, however, Boren employed his right hand to leverage past Joffrey's left, swiftly bending down to retrieve another long sword from the ground, launching an immediate counterattack. Joffrey was taken aback, never having anticipated that his mentor possessed additional weaponry or techniques he had not been taught, leaving him scrambling to evade the oncoming strike. Under the weight of pain, the stag-horned helmet was knocked from his head, and a long gash was carved into his left cheek, blood oozing down in slow rivulets. Joffrey suddenly recalled the day a year ago when his father, King Robert Baratheon, lay on the brink of death. His tutor, Ser Borenstorm, had promised to teach him a unique technique, but he received a summons to the bedside before that lesson could be completed. Subsequently, the matter of the will erupted, leading to a parting of ways with his instructor and the loss of any chance to learn that skill. "Master, why have I not learned this technique?" Joffrey laughed, seemingly indifferent to the scar marring his face. "Even a cat must leave a trick for the tiger. Since I'm so eager to learn, let us have another lesson." Before Boren could finish his sentence, he advanced again with his sword, his technique now swifter and more difficult to counter. Joffrey, taken aback, managed to parry a few strikes, only to find his teacher employing the swordsmanship of Storm's End with his right hand while wielding the techniques of kings, landing with his left. This maneuver astonished Joffrey, reminiscent of the legendary Joe Boitong's dual martial arts from the novels of his past life. The swordplay of Storm's End, inherited from the first Storm King, was grand and imposing, while the king's landing style, rooted in the Targaryen dynasty, was swift and unpredictable. The combination of these two styles resulted in a fierce and decisive assault, and within a few exchanges, Joffrey was drenched in blood, even losing a piece of his armored gauntlet. Realizing that he would surely perish if this continued, Joffrey's eyes flickered as he seized an opportunity to hurl his longsword, catching Boren off guard. After all, in chess, one rarely allows the seasoned player to make the first move. As Boren raised his right hand to block, Joffrey gritted his teeth and quickly approached with the sword's scabbard, activating the mechanism affixed to it to pin Boren's sword down, compelling him to kneel and retreat. Boren retaliated with a thrust from his left sword, but Joffrey remained composed, executing a backflip over Boren's knee to evade the strike. In doing so, he triggered the scabbard's mechanism, propelling 3 steel tubes and a spearhead from within. In midair, Joffrey swiftly assembled them, landing with the spear twirling at his waist. In that moment, Joffrey's prowess was on full display. He kicked the spear forward, its tip rushing towards Boren, unleashing a fierce strike akin to a dragon's claw, forcing Boren to retreat several meters. The Yang family's spear technique from the east was thus resurrected in this foreign realm. His body flowed like water, arms followed suit, and wrists mirrored the movements, merging into a singular force. Joffrey, emboldened by his advantage, pivoted and executed a venomous strike aimed at Boren's face, only to combine it with a sweeping motion that knocked Boren's left sword from his grasp. He then feigned an attack towards Boren's left shoulder, capitalizing on a moment to thrust towards Boren's right foot with an Iron Bull's plow strike. Boren, pained, fell to the ground, but in his descent, he whipped up a cloud of dust towards Joffrey's face with his right sword. Joffrey dodged to the side, only to see Boren dart toward a nearby wagon ablaze with supplies. In a moment of impulsive fervor, Joffrey pursued him. As he entered the tight confines of the wagon, he immediately felt the claustrophobia setting in, yet retreat was no longer an option. Just as Joffrey hesitated, Boren slid out from beneath the wagon, thrusting his sword towards Joffrey's right hand. Joffrey hastily raised his spear to deflect the blow, redirecting the sword's edge away. In that instant, Boren executed a sweeping kick, knocking Joffrey to the ground. Caught off guard, Joffrey swiftly repositioned his hand to grasp the spear's tip. In the moment of impact, he struck Boren's breastplate with the iron shaft, sending the unsuspecting Boren sprawling 3 meters away. Just as Joffrey prepared to rise and catch his breath, a burning sack filled with provisions was hurled towards him. Without time to think, he thrust upward with his spear, tossing the heavy sack behind him. Turning back, he saw Boren was now less than 5 meters away. Anticipating Boren's imminent attack, Joffrey readied his spear to defend, but as he did, he furrowed his brow and disassembled the spear back into its original segments. After all, wielding a long spear in such a confined space was tantamount to suicide. Joffrey hurled the segments of the spear with great force. As Boren narrowly avoided one, he was taken aback to find Joffrey had swiftly closed the distance between them. With Boren distracted, Joffrey's robust form collided with Boren's chest like a meteor. The impact was heavy and powerful, causing Boren to spit blood and relinquish his longsword. Just as Joffrey seized the opportunity to pursue with the last spear tip, Boren wiped the blood from his lips and produced a sharp dagger from the inner compartment of his right leg's armor. In the instant their weapons crossed, both men executed a simultaneous kick towards each other's chests, reminiscent of their training sessions years prior in the Red Keep. Boren was propelled backward, rolling several meters, while Joffrey only staggered back 3, regaining his balance with remarkable poise. Dust swirled and ashes danced in the air. "Master, why have you betrayed me?" Joffrey's face hardened, his eyes glinting with fury as he stepped towards Boren. The betrayal of his once closest confidant, his teacher, was a wound that festered in his heart. Previously, Boren Storm, born of lowly lineage as a bastard of Storm's End, had been scorned, and it was Joffrey who had legitimized him in the name of the king, granting him the position of captain of the city guard, commanding the entire King's Landing garrison. From a moment you dissected a mother cat and paraded her kittens before me, I recognized the unfathomable darkness brewing within you. Is it merely because I dissected a cat? Master, have you so easily formed this conclusion? Do you truly not understand me? Joffrey's laughter was tinged with irony. No, it is because I understand you all too well. Beneath your facade of virtue lies a heart shrouded in darkness. I have always believed the greatest distinction between man and beast lies in the capacity for empathy, a trait you utterly lack. Boren disregarded Joffrey's laughter, his expression solemn as he spoke with deliberate conviction. The most critical truth is that you are not the son of King Robert Baratheon, but rather the bastard of House Lannister, the executioner who brought about the king's demise, a false king. I shall enforce the late king's will, banishing you and pledging my loyalty to his rightful heir, Stannis Baratheon, to ascend the Iron Throne. Joffrey sighed, his mind racing in the fleeting seconds. Then let us settle this once and for all. Today, we shall determine not only our supremacy, but our very fates. As he uttered these words, his brow furrowed, and he exhaled deeply. He closed his eyes in silence for a moment before suddenly opening them, glaring with newfound intensity. Boren understood this gesture. Joffrey had resolved upon a certain determination. As the words left his lips, Boren and Joffrey lunged at one another, Boren wielding his dagger towards Joffrey's throat while Joffrey thrust the spear tip towards Boren's chest. Joffrey realized his movement was a fraction too slow, yet an inexplicable ferocity surged within him, spurred by a reckless hope in the magic that coursed through his veins, compelling him to engage in a deadly struggle for survival. A gentle breeze swept through the air as Stormborn gazed at Joffrey charging towards him, momentarily lost in reverie as he envisioned the golden-haired child who once smiled and leapt into his embrace. His grip on the short blade faltered instinctively, and that brief hesitation cost him the advantage, ultimately sealing his fate. In that fleeting instant, Joffrey thrust the tip of his weapon through the armor, piercing Stormborn's broad chest, and crimson blood gushed forth, staining Joffrey's visage and hair. Blood flows, the little lion's blade drips with blood, saying the patch-faced bard from Dragonstone. As the dust settled, Stormborn leaned weakly against the wheel, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he acknowledged the passage of time. Master, this time I have triumphed. Joffrey discarded his weapon, kneeling beside his mentor, cradling him in his arms, perhaps believing that this act might assuage the guilt of having slain his teacher. Indeed, your highness. You have prevailed, Stormborn murmured feebly. Am I a worthy student, master? Have I brought you shame? Joffrey's voice quivered, for he was no mere automaton, devoid of feelings. Even after all this time, he realized he still harbored deep affection for his mentor. That chapter of his life was indelibly etched in his memory. If only you were truly my prince, how wonderful that would be. You have always been my pride, Stormborn said, half closing his eyes as he gazed at the student before him, aware that once he surrendered to slumber, he would never awaken. Your song from that day was beautiful. Could you sing it once more for me? As you wish, master, Joffrey replied, and began to sing. The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, washing away heroes in its waves. The triumphs and defeats are but fleeting memories, yet the green hills remain, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. As Stormborn listened to Joffrey's voice, a kaleidoscope of memories danced before his eyes. He recalled teaching Joffrey swordsmanship in the Red Keep, the boy no taller than his chest, pouting in frustration whenever he lost, while Stormborn would chuckle and ruffle his hair in consolation. He remembered King Robert Baratheon entrusting Eddard Stark with his son, Joffrey, urging him to protect the boy. There was no turning back. Everything was irretrievable. Stormborn reflected on his life, watching his parents perish in a shipwreck, witnessing his beloved marry another, seeing his closest brother gravely injured and die, and watching his brother's son ascend the throne, a child he had once held in high hopes. Yet, that child turned out to be a bastard of the Lannister family, a false king who had caused his brother's demise. I have truly failed in this life, he mused. A cup of murky wine marks a happy reunion. How many tales of old and new fade into mere laughter. No feast lasts forever, he lamented, as the song ceased, and the guests prepared to depart. Stormborn, gasping for breath, lay in Joffrey's embrace, his bloodied hand caressing the boy's head, trembling lips curling into a smile. Your Highness, class is dismissed. With those words, his hand fell limp, and his half-closed eyes fluttered shut, unable to resist the pull of oblivion. In his final moments, he envisioned the stubborn, pouting Joffrey of his youth, realizing that the image had forever occupied a cherished corner of his heart. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, gradually extinguishing the flames that ravaged the land. Joffrey, expressionless, raised his gaze to the ominous clouds above, raindrops mingling with tears as they streamed down his cheeks. Your Majesty, Stannis' main fleet is approaching. We must return to prepare for defense. Forgive my candor, Your Majesty, but you appear to be weeping. Sandor Clegane remarked as he approached Joffrey with news of the war, his insensitivity evident in his jest. Joffrey had deemed Sandor too fearful of flames, relegating him to defensive duties near King's Landing. But now that the fire was nearly extinguished, the man had found the courage to emerge. No, it is merely the rain, Joffrey Baratheon replied, lowering his head with a sigh. After the war, let my teacher be laid to rest beside my father. As he looked upon Stormborn's lifeless body, an indescribable sorrow surged within him. Yes, Your Majesty. The scene was one of devastation, ashes swirling in the air. Perhaps having witnessed the ferocity of wildfire had left its mark, for the lingering embers continued to tug at the hearts of all present. After a considerable time, the rain ceased and the clouds dispersed, allowing the moonlight to bathe the earth in its silvery glow. Joffrey turned to reorganize his forces, only to find countless golden-armored soldiers beneath the moonlight, their swords raised high, gazing at their king with fervor and admiration. They shouted, they laughed, their voices coalescing into a singular cry. Long live the king. It was impossible to discern who initiated the chant, but soon one was followed by many, all proclaiming their loyalty to their sovereign. What a stirring spectacle it was. Yet, no one could fathom the loneliness and anguish that enveloped Joffrey Baratheon at that moment. He had lost someone dear, and it was he who had dealt the fatal blow. Joffrey Baratheon murmured, so this is what it means to be a king? Truly a pitiful existence. Chapter 55. The Battle of Blackwater Bay. Near Blackwater Bay, the weather was treacherous, and the coastal waters were riddled with treacherous reefs. Stannis' fleet suffered significant losses, nearly 12 ships, merely attempting to navigate from Storm's End to the narrow passage northeast of Blackwater Bay, drastically slowing their advance. Thus, when Stormborn proposed leading the vanguard ahead, Stannis Baratheon readily acquiesced. Yet, Stannis had not anticipated that his bastard brother would pay with his life for this decision. Observing the vanguard's defeat under Stormborn's command, Stannis was not overly disheartened, though he felt a pang of sorrow for his brother's demise. He had already received reports from the front lines and couldn't comprehend why Stormborn would feel pity for a Lannister false king, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Standing nearby, Davos Seaworth sensed Stannis' turmoil and offered words of comfort. "Your Majesty, your brother Stormborn is indeed rather stubborn. Yet, human emotions are complex. There are matters we cannot easily comment on." Stannis Baratheon remained non-committal, gazing at the distant King's Landing. "Any emotion is a burden, in my view. For the greater good of the realm, anyone can be sacrificed, even child." Surveying the meager fleet positioned near Blackwater Bay and contrasting it with his own formidable, well-equipped ships, Stannis was confident of his impending victory. He methodically commanded the fleet to launch a frontal assault, believing that their superior strength and numbers would ensure success. With his orders issued for the naval forces to engage, Stannis also commanded the cavalry and infantry advancing from Rose Road to simultaneously attack near the Blackwater River. The orders spread like wildfire, swift and resolute. The first to strike were Stannis' naval forces, who, equipped to the teeth, showed no fear of King's Landing's meager vessels. Following Stannis' command, Sir Imry Florent, the admiral, stood upon the Fury, directing his left flank into battle against the enemy. Sir Imry Florent hailed from the Florent family and was Stannis Baratheon's brother-in-law. After Renly Baratheon fell at Storm's End, Sir Imry and the entire Florent family had surrendered to Stannis. Renowned for his exceptional naval prowess, he was also known for his suspicious nature, arrogance, and disdain for those of low birth. Thus, he disregarded the counsel of the Onion Knight, Ser Davos Seaworth, to first dispatch scouts to ascertain the situation at Blackwater Bay. Instead, he positioned the pirate Captain Ser Salladhor Saan and his crew, who had been swayed by the Onion Knight, as the rearguard of the fleet. This decision exemplified the obstinate and exceedingly arrogant nature of Imry Florent. However, out of respect for his friend Ser Davos, Salladhor Saan did not take offense, but rather complied with the orders, leading his flat-bottomed vessel in a defensive posture at the rear. He divided his entire fleet into 10 lines of attack, each consisting of 20 warships, deploying the first 2 lines to dismantle King's Landing's defensive vessels, while the remainder landed to support the army in besieging the city and maintaining vigilance. Simultaneously, the vanguard commander, Sir Good Morrigan, launched an assault, with his cavalry sweeping across the Blackwater River, charging directly toward King's Landing. Following closely was the infantry led by Ser Roland Storm, a knight of House Caron and the illegitimate son of the former Lord of Storm's End, Lord Balin Caron, and the half-brother of Lord Briss Caron. He was one of the few soldiers in Stannis Baratheon's army who had not forsaken the faith of the Seven for the Lord of Light. A loyal supporter of Stannis who maintained his devotion. This man harbored an almost fanatical admiration for the warrior among the Seven and fought with fierce valor. The combined naval, cavalry, and infantry forces surged forward, enveloping King's Landing in a shroud of darkness akin to ominous storm clouds. Initially, Stannis Baratheon's fleet displayed great ferocity, overwhelming the defenders of King's Landing under Imry Florent's command and inflicting severe losses. The waters appeared decidedly one-sided. However, the defenders were fighting on their home turf, benefiting from geographical advantages. When faced with adversity, they could retreat. As long as their ships were not completely sunk, they could replenish their supplies and re-engage. The battle raged from dusk until dawn without a clear victor, and Stannis' fleet failed to annihilate all of King's Landing's forces in one fell swoop. The initial momentum of Stannis' army began to wane, and as they were away from home, the prolonged skirmish gradually led to supply shortages. It was at this juncture that Stannis Baratheon discovered that the supply lines situated behind him had been ambushed and severed by the clansmen of House Lannister, led by Tyrion Lannister. Nevertheless, Stannis found himself unable to retreat. Imry Florent was at the forefront of the left flank, exposing Stannis' trailing fleet. Moreover, due to the scouts being ambushed and annihilated, he was unaware that the coalition forces of House Lannister and House Tyrell had reached the vicinity of the royal encampment, effectively cutting off the retreat of both his cavalry and infantry. Compounding this, the wind direction near Blackwater Bay shifted, transforming the tide of battle as the defenders of King's Landing found themselves favored by the winds. Seizing the moment, Ser Paxter Redwine, the naval commander of King's Landing, decisively led his ships in a counteroffensive, executing the fire attack strategy that had been meticulously planned during the War Council. Although King's Landing's fleet was not as formidable or extensive as Stannis's, their smaller vessels allowed for rapid maneuverability. Taking full advantage of the wind shift to outflank Imry Florent's fleet and charge directly at Stannis Baratheon. "Archers, ready! Fire!" commanded Ser Paxter Redwine from the deck, drawing his sword and roaring into the biting wind. At his command, a line of well-equipped archers emerged, loosing a volley of arrows soaked in pitch that ignited upon impact, incinerating the foremost ships of Stannis's fleet. Subsequently, Ser Paxter ordered the deployment of flaming unmanned vessels, setting their sails and sending them hurtling toward the enemy. As these small ships collided with Stannis's war galleons, they unleashed a torrent of flammable oil, igniting a fierce conflagration that rapidly spread, engulfing a line of Stannis's great ships. The fiery banner of House Baratheon, emblazoned with the heart of a stag, was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. However, Stannis Baratheon, a former naval commander of King's Landing, possessed considerable experience in maritime warfare. As the enemy mounted their counterattack, he swiftly made the resolute decision to sacrifice the foremost ships, ordering the larger, well-equipped vessels to retreat while smaller ships surged forward to create a barrier against the encroaching flames. Though this maneuver isolated Sir Imry Florent's advance, Stannis had no alternative but to minimize the damage. He adeptly leveraged his numerical superiority, directing a multitude of naval soldiers to bridge the gap between the two vessels with wide planks and ladders, forcing the enemy to engage him in close quarters. Observing this opportunity, Sir Imry Florent prudently abandoned his relentless assault and turned to assist Stannis Baratheon, effectively pinning King's Landing's forces between the two of them. With no choice, Ser Paxter Redwine had to reinforce his position. If his core vessels were destroyed, his fire attack would be rendered ineffective against Stannis Baratheon. Thus, the soldiers of both sides commenced a brutal boarding battle in the northeastern expanse of Blackwater Bay. Yet, Ser Paxter Redwine, fighting and retreating simultaneously, unwittingly led Sir Imry Florent's forces toward the northwestern and southwestern confines of the bay. The night sky loomed dark as ink, the moon obscured, leaving only the twinkling stars to bear witness. Tyrion Lannister, clad in a specially crafted diminutive armor, drew his sword and charged into the fray, flanked by Ser Balon Swan on his left and Ser Mandamore on his right. Together, these sworn protectors engaged in a desperate struggle against Ser Roland Storm's infantry, who were already at the gates. In truth, this position should have been occupied by Ser Sandor Clegane. Initially, Sandor had performed admirably in the skirmish, but when the blaze erupted, he faltered, refusing to advance. At this moment, King Joffrey Baratheon led a portion of the forces through the main gate, desperately attempting to stem the tide of Stannis' forces. Moreover, before departing, Joffrey entrusted command of the army to Tyrion, an immense gesture of faith, effectively placing the rear in his hands. Seeing Joffrey's trusting gaze profoundly moved Tyrion. His fragile heart finally felt warmth, as someone recognized his worth beyond the prejudice against dwarfs. In the annals of history, warriors have perished for those who understand them. Your unwavering trust compels me not to let you down. Furthermore, the Eastern Gate was of paramount importance and could not be compromised. In this moment of life and death, Tyrion Lannister stepped forth once more, resolutely leading the soldiers of the Eastern Gate into battle. The blood-soaked banks of the Blackwater River bore witness to countless clashes as both sides fought with unrelenting fervor. Kill them. Kill. Kill. Tyrion Lannister led his troops in a battle with fearless valor, slaying 4 or 5 enemies before pausing to catch his breath. He gazed into the distance at Ser Paxter Redwine, who was retreating strategically over Blackwater Bay, and thought to himself, soon, it will be done. I hope this final batch of wildfire can deliver a crippling blow to Stannis' main force. Originally, their wildfire was intended for Stannis Baratheon himself, but they had not anticipated that the Stormlands would arrive ahead of schedule. With no alternative, they had to expend a portion of it to address the immediate threat, leaving only this last batch available. Just as Tyrion was contemplating his next command, he turned to find a long sword slicing towards his head. The blade gleamed with the starlight above, and he could even smell the pungent scent of blood upon it. The ambush was executed with remarkable speed, striking just as Tyrion was deep in thought. In that fleeting moment, he had no time to evade, and a searing pain shot through his face. Blood splattered forth, and he could not discern whether he had been struck on the nose or the mouth, for he felt utterly disconnected from his visage. The king's guard, Mandon Moore, realizing he had failed to kill Tyrion with his initial strike, decisively advanced to deliver a fatal blow. In that critical moment, however, Podrick Payne, Tyrion's loyal squire, rushed forth and, taking advantage of Mandon Moore's momentary lapse, slashed at his thigh before shoving him into the waters of the Blackwater River. Severely injured, Tyrion collapsed uncontrollably onto the ground, the excruciating pain in his face rendering him dazed and his vision blurred. With half-closed eyes, he beheld the figure of his savior. Podrick Payne, as the scene grew increasingly distorted, presenting to him a tall silhouette clad in white robes. This vision emerged from the depths of his subconscious as he neared unconsciousness. That white robe, that figure, it felt so familiar. "Is it you, Jaime, my brother? Brother, you truly have come to save me. I shall be all right, for my brother Jaime is here to rescue me. My brother Jaime Lannister is the mightiest man in the world." At the forefront of the battlefield, Joffrey Baratheon, adorned with a golden helm adorned with antlers and wielding a war hammer, led a cavalry charge with unparalleled fervor. The cavalry, witnessing their king valiantly engaging the enemy, felt their spirits soar as they barreled through Stannis' cavalry, cleaving them like a hot knife through butter. Sir Good Morning, Stannis' vanguard commander, sensing the dire situation, rallied his cavalry for a countercharge, but they were met with a formidable blockade created by Ser Barristan Selmy and a hastily assembled contingent of several hundred horsemen. Joffrey, observing the gradual retreat of Ser Imry Florent into the depths of Blackwater Bay, sighed, lamenting the lost opportunity. Their original intent had been to draw Stannis Baratheon himself into the fray, but the opposition had proven too vigilant to fall for their ruse. In light of this predicament, they were left with no choice but to utilize the final batch of wildfire to obliterate Ser Imry Florent's ship, the Fury, along with its accompanying vessels. Meanwhile, Ser Imry Florent pressed forward into the unknown, dismissing the cautionary words of the pirate captain, Salador Son, who advised against recklessness. Driven by ambition, Ser Imry led the Fury boldly into Blackwater Bay, fully aware of the wildfire's presence and its quantity, having gleaned this information from earlier reports. He had confidently deduced that the wildfire in King's Landing had been exhausted. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Tyrion Lannister had managed to locate the pyromancer responsible for the wildfire and had arranged for a new batch to be hastily prepared. Captain Salador Son, witnessing the disregard for his counsel, chose to direct his own ship towards the shore, preparing to support the land forces. Having spent years navigating the seas, he instinctively sensed something was amiss, believing that even a beleaguered fleet from King's Landing could not falter so swiftly. Moreover, he was aware that the overall commander of King's Landing's fleet was Ser Paxter Redwine, a man under whom he had previously suffered losses during his smuggling days. In stark contrast to the cautious Salador Son, Ser Imry Florent displayed a reckless audacity, ordering an all-out pursuit towards the beleaguered enemy vessels. As he approached the faltering fleet of King's Landing, he believed victory was assured and was about to burst into laughter when, from the darkness, a multitude of ominous objects were hurled towards the Fury and the left flank of his fleet. Initially mistaking them for arrows, he soon realized the dreadful truth. He stood there, frozen, uttering a single word, "Oh shit." In the next instant, the green flames erupted once more, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Ser Imry Florent and his men were instantly consumed by the ferocious wildfire, vaporized before they could even emit a cry. The left flank of the fleet was utterly annihilated, significantly wounding Stannis Baratheon's forces. With all wildfire now expended in King's Landing, Joffrey and Tyrion found themselves devoid of any remaining trump cards, leaving them to engage in a grueling clash at close quarters. Thus, Joffrey Baratheon led his men across the makeshift planks and ladders, boarding the blazing enemy vessels to commence the boarding action. Wielding his warhammer, Joffrey was the first to charge onto the enemy's ship, striving to break through their defenses. The silhouettes of the two armies intertwined beneath the moonlight as blades clashed and flashed in the air. The intensity of their combat escalated, their forms becoming increasingly indistinct. Countless weapons collided, producing deafening sounds. Blood and sweat mingled on the battlefield, the breaths of thousands coalescing, echoing through the night. Chapter 56. The Flame Emperor. The ancient prophecies of Ashai foretold that after the long summer, the stars would weep blood, and a chilling darkness would envelop the world. Azor Ahai would be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, awakening the dragons of stone. Under the cool night, the long summer transitioned. The stars wept blood, and the waning moon shed tears. In the holy city of Vise Dothrak, Daenerys Targaryen, tears streaming down her face, uttered, "My sun and stars, I come to find you." Her tears fell to the ground, creating small splashes before evaporating into salty remnants. She approached the roaring bonfire, thick clouds of smoke billowing upwards. Atop the towering pyre was a small, bloodied figure, a crone responsible for the death of Khal Drogo, the witch Mirri Maz-Dur. Mirri Maz-Dur cackled, "Your man is dead, and your child is gone. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? Nearly a year." Her smile was twisted, bordering on madness, clearly intent on her own demise. "My people will remember me. I have avenged them." Daenerys Targaryen paid no heed to Mirri Maz-Dur's taunts, her gaze fixed upon her son, her Khal Drogo. Along the way, the Dothraki who had chosen to follow her lay prostrate on the ground, chanting, "Khaleesi, Yura Mormont," eyes tightly shut, knelt in prayer for his queen, Daenerys Targaryen. As Daenerys Targaryen stepped into the blazing inferno, the already ferocious flames surged with renewed vigor. The onlookers could only hear the hissing of the wind as it whipped through the fire, the crackling of the burning wood, and the heart-wrenching screams of Mirri Maz-Dur. They knelt in place, eyes transfixed, awaiting a miracle. "Forgive me, Joffrey. I must seek my sun and stars. The mission to revive House Targaryen is now yours." In the waters of the Blackwater, the flames began to wane, and Joffrey sensed his body growing weary. Particularly after being splashed with the river water, his fatigue intensified. Is this what exhaustion feels like? He stood on the ship, gasping for breath, his warhammer swinging relentlessly as he fended off the onslaught of Stannis' naval forces. He thought to himself, "Hold on, the Lannister-Tyrell alliance will soon arrive." Joffrey was acutely aware that even if the wildfire had incinerated Stannis' fleet, the forces of King S. Landing would still be outmatched by the cavalry and infantry that had crossed the Blackwater. The strength of mortals is ultimately limited. Joffrey, despite his formidable prowess, could not contend with 50,000 or even 100,000 men. Stannis' navy was vast, and even the indefatigable Joffrey could not escape unscathed, especially as his own stamina rapidly dwindled. Just as he felt his strength ebbing and his mind clouding, a spear struck him from behind, knocking him off the deck and plunging him into the tumultuous waters below. Was this the end? How utterly unsatisfying. As Joffrey sank deeper beneath the surface, he felt the icy grip of the water enveloping him, an endless darkness consuming his soul. A sense of regret and longing filled his heart. "So I too fear death. Legend has it that there were once two moons in the sky. The second moon was scorched to explosion by its proximity to the sun, unleashing countless mighty dragons, whose fragments were then reborn through the sun's molten embrace." Daenerys Targaryen claimed that Drogo was her sun and stars, while Drogo declared that Daenerys was the moon of his life. Daenerys drew near to Drogo like the moon approaches the sun, thereby releasing 3 dragons from their fossilized eggs, ultimately reborn in the sun's fiery glow. As time passed, the wood in the great pyre continued to burn, releasing all its energy and heat. Gradually, the wood erupted in brilliant, dazzling sparks that danced like fireworks, infusing the entire area with vibrant life. Soon, the flames soared high, forming a magnificent long sword of roaring fire. The flames flickered, and the fiery sword slashed through the dark sky, sending billowing clouds of smoke that coalesced into a flying dragon of black mist. Just as the crowd was gripped by fear at this surreal spectacle, a series of deep roars, unlike any known creature, resounded from within the flames. Before the reverent gaze of the onlookers, a silhouette emerged from the ashes. Daenerys Targaryen stood completely naked, her beautiful form cloaked in gray ash, yet her exquisite skin remained unscathed. Even more striking were the 3 fearsome creatures cradled in her arms, beings that existed only in the annals of legend. They possessed long, serpentine bodies adorned with massive scales and wide, powerful wings, with sharp horns, claws, and formidable teeth. Their eyes gleamed with the majesty of true dragons. Dragons. This is a dragon, an ancient species thought to be extinct. The crowd fell to the ground in fervent reverence, chanting, "Blood of my blood, blood of my blood." Behind her, a colossal red comet streaked across the night sky, vivid as blood and dazzling in its brilliance, boldly announcing its arrival to the world. The 3 young dragons suckled at her breast, akin to children nestled in their mother's embrace. Thus, the true dragons re-emerged, and she became the mother of dragons. In the Blackwater, at that moment, a blinding light pierced the long night as a red comet blazed swiftly through the pitch-black sky, prompting countless beings to lift their heads in homage to the celestial body. They felt their blood stir with fervor, involuntarily unleashing guttural roars, magic had awakened. Is this how you give up, boy? At that moment, the mocking voice of the red god, Rhoynar, echoed in Joffrey's mind. No, I cannot die. There are those I must protect, those I love dearly. She is waiting for me to return. Joffrey Baratheon opened his eyes, flames of boundless intensity igniting within them. He resolved firmly, addressing Rhoynar with unwavering determination. Rhoynar, I pledge to you. Grant me your power. Ha ha ha. Joffrey, I knew I had not misjudged you. Go forth. Let this world be turned upside down in my name. As his words faded, Joffrey released his mind, feeling an uncontrollable surge of turbulent energy flood into his heart. An excruciating pain followed, and he gritted his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. Time became indistinct as the pain subsided, replaced by a warm current swirling within his heart, circulating throughout his being. He understood, then, that his heart had transformed, replaced by an unparalleled divine heart. From this moment forth, all flames in the realm would honor him as their sovereign. Joffrey Baratheon, while I can bestow upon you a fraction of divine power, ultimately, it is the fire that has forged you. Remember, as long as you stand amidst the flames, no one can hold you down. With the fall of a star, the winds of fate shifted, as rivers boiled and seas seethed at the edge of the day. The false king is dead. Surrender at once. The false king is dead. Surrender quickly. A rare smile broke upon Stannis Baratheon's serious countenance, transforming into laughter as he realized he need no longer expend effort proving whether these children were bastards. Victory was assured. Your Majesty, why do you laugh? Ha ha, I laugh at Tywin's folly. Tyrion's foolishness. Hearing the Onion Knight Davos Seaworth's quip only heightened Stannis' amusement. Yet, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition gripped him, growing ever stronger. At that moment, Stannis sensed his ship rocking violently, the tremors becoming increasingly severe. Could it be the waves? Then he noticed something amiss as he glimpsed the distant sea, seemingly evaporating into a thick haze of steam. Stannis Baratheon's face turned pale with terror as he witnessed the spectacle below and involuntarily uttered, "Oh fuck." Emperor of Flames. A commanding, powerful roar reverberated across the battlefield, and in an instant, the wind swirled, light radiated, and the heavens dimmed. Suddenly, a massive, searing pillar of flame erupted from the depths of the ocean, soaring towards the heavens. Nearby warships were obliterated in an instant, as the vast sea boiled with intense heat, unleashing towering waves. Then, enormous spirals of flame appeared, twisting and coalescing into a roaring fire tornado. The flames unleashed by the inferno encircled Joffrey's form, as if paying homage to their king. Stannis Baratheon gazed at the figure bathed in fire from afar, rendered speechless. He can no longer discern whether Joffrey is the rightful heir with true dragon blood or merely a vile bastard reincarnated from the Red God. Kill him now. Stannis Baratheon shrieked in a fit of hysteria, genuinely terrified. He had always seen himself as the earthly emissary of the Red God Rhoynar, yet here he was, confronted by a true manifestation of that power. This is madness. Stannis felt tears of despair welling up. The soldiers, in awe yet obedient, swiftly drew their bows and unleashed a rain of arrows toward Joffrey, only to witness him sweep his right hand, conjuring a wall of fire that engulfed the battlefield. Flame on the rise. The arrows, meeting the searing heat of the inferno, were instantaneously reduced to ash, unable to inflict even a scratch upon him. Clad in robes of fire, golden threads billowing, wielding flames, and standing upon clouds of fire, he traversed the battlefield with a majesty that overshadowed mountains and rivers. In that moment, the crowd gasped, witnessing the birth of a deity. He appeared to transcend the mundane, ascending to celestial heights. The heavens and earth coalesced with his existence. All things unified within him. The fire god Juron, riding upon clouds with dragons. He commanded the brilliant red light, embodying the essence of the sun. Ha ha ha. A carefree and audacious laugh erupted from the lips of Joffrey Baratheon. Erflor, I have ascended to godhood. As his words echoed, the air around them seemed to solidify, a heavy pressure tightening the throats of all present. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, the Red Priest Melisandre of the Brotherhood without banners beheld this world-altering power. Raising the flaming heart banner high, he proclaimed, "The long night is dark, fraught with peril. The Red God descends, and light returns." Yet beside him, Beric Dondarrion noticed the body of the god's emissary, the Lord of Light's avatar, slowly transforming into flames, drifting toward the battlefield. "Emissary, you," Beric Dondarrion asked in astonishment. "Do not fret. I am but a manifestation of my Lord Rhoynar, merely returning to his embrace for a time. The Lord of Light's avatar, Rhoynar, chuckled, stroking his beard. As Rhoynar began to vanish entirely, he cautioned Beric, "Remember, the emissary of Azor Ahai is forged within you. It shall undergo 7 reforgings and 3 temperings to be complete. The final reforging remains." With that, he slowly disintegrated into sparks, fading from sight. Contemplating the last words of the emissary, Sir Beric Dondarrion fell into deep thought, for he had died and been resurrected 6 times. Would the 7th reforging herald his own doom? On the battlefield, Sandor Clegane gazed at this spectacle, a sight only spoken of in legends, momentarily entranced. He stood dumbfounded, laying out a slow, "Oh, fuck me," crossfire. Joffrey unleashed a cross-shaped flame from both hands, the attack swift and precise, incinerating Stannis' archers on the shore in a single strike, the explosive flames nearly claiming Stannis Baratheon's life. Then, Joffrey turned to face Stannis, who stood on a nearby warship, ablaze. "Retreat." Stannis Baratheon extinguished the flames engulfing him, realizing the dire situation, commanding an immediate withdrawal. He aimed to return to camp and summoned the Red Priestess Melisandre, for in his eyes, only magic could triumph over magic. However, as Stannis prepared to retreat by boat, a massive, sturdy iron chain suddenly emerged before him, firmly blocking his escape. This was the secret weapon Tyrion Lannister had devised, the chain to halt his retreat. Fire Fist. A roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens, the air around shattering like glass with a cacophony of sound. As Stannis beheld Joffrey, poised to unleash a torrent of flames upon him, he strangely remained motionless. Despair seeped into him. He never anticipated such a turn of events. What had been an assured victory had now reversed. "This is madness. How could such gods exist in this world? Your Grace, we must flee." In this moment of peril, the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, steeled himself, rushing toward Stannis, tackling him overboard, both plunging into the turbulent sea. In the next instant, an all-consuming inferno, entwined with a tempest, enveloped the entire surface of the ocean, blindingly radiant, unstoppable. Following a single onslaught, Stannis' formidable fleet lay utterly decimated. The stag banner, once hoisted aloft, was consumed by flames. Reduced to cinders, countless commanders and soldiers howled in despair. Many instantly turned to ash. The remaining survivors, their bodies ablaze, leapt into the boundless sea in a frantic bid for escape. "Burning, burning, the stag is ablaze," sang Patchface on Dragonstone, just as the soldiers of Stannis, paralyzed by the uncertainty of their leader's fate, felt a wave of dread wash over them. A great throng of cavalry surged forth from behind. The knights were impeccably attired, emanating a murderous aura, charging straight toward them. As they drew near, a chilling realization struck. The leader of this cavalry bore the armor of the recently deceased Renly Baratheon. In an instant, faces turned pale, hearts racing in terror. Especially those knights who had promptly switched allegiance to Stannis after Renly's demise, trembling as they discarded their weapons, screaming in a frenzy, "The ghost of Renly returns. The ghost of Renly returns for vengeance." Panic gripped the battlefield, chaos ensued. Many dropped their arms and fled in terror. With Garland Tyrell, clad in Renly Baratheon's armor, brandishing his sword, charging into battle, the tide of war had already begun to turn. As the first rays of morning light pierced the night, the sky transitioned from darkness to a soft blue. The flickering stars gradually receded, making way for the sun's ascent. A blush of orange emerged on the horizon, like paint upon the canvas, warming the earth. The sun unveiled itself, a fiery orb rising slowly, radiating boundless power and warmth. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the battlefield that had just witnessed war, breathing life into every leaf and blade of grass hidden beneath the ashes. Wildfires may consume, yet spring winds shall breathe life anew. As long as there remains a glimmer of breath, these verdant lives shall flourish once more. A gentle breeze wafted by, softly caressing their cheeks. All on the battlefield fell silent, gazing upon the dawn filled with vitality and hope. Their eyes, weary and heavy, struggled to remain open, their hands incapable of grasping any weapon. Yet smiles adorned their faces, for they had triumphed. In this war that dictated the fate of nations, the soldiers had endured a night of life and death struggles, countless souls lost, families shattered. Ultimately, the Iron Throne, represented by Joffrey Baratheon, claimed the final victory, while Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone plunged into the depths of the sea, his fate unknown. Chapter 57. Do gods truly exist in this world? With a creak, an iron door swung open, the silvery moonlight spilling through the threshold upon Jaime Lannister, his disheveled visage providing no solace to Catelyn Stark. "Good evening, Lady Stark. I apologize for my inability to serve you in this state. Perhaps a wash would allow me to perform better." Jaime raised a hand to shield his eyes from the moonlight, the clinking of iron chains accompanying his words. Only after several moments, as his eyes adjusted, did he recognize Catelyn Tully, the mischievous and irreverent words that followed, eliciting a frown from her. "The Kingslayer, you remain as repugnant as ever. Is your sister the recipient of such disdain as well?" Catelyn held the lantern high, its glow illuminating the entire chamber and reflecting in the eyes of the Kingslayer before her. No matter how many times she had seen him, Catelyn had to concede that Jaime indeed possessed striking features. His golden hair shimmered under the light, and despite being shackled, he could not conceal the imposing grandeur of the Golden Lion. "As you wish, yes. Cersei is indeed my beloved," Jaime replied candidly, momentarily taking Catelyn aback. "So Joffrey and the others are also your progeny?" "Yes, is that the answer you seek?" Catelyn steadied herself, gritting her teeth to pose her next question. "Why did my son Bran fall? Why should I answer?" Jaime retorted, a playful smile gracing his lips, igniting Catelyn's fury. "To preserve your wretched life. Do you think I fear death?" Jaime's classic sardonic smile re-emerged. Even in his disheveled state, he endeavored to maintain an air of nobility and chivalry. "You will, for the gods are watching. The heinous crimes you have committed shall condemn you to eternal torment in the deepest abyss of hell." Catelyn glared at the man before her, desperately in need of an answer. Where are the gods? Where are the deities of this world? If there truly exist divine beings, why is there so much injustice? The loyal fall while the wicked thrive. Is this what the gods wish to witness? Her words seemed to strike a chord within Jaime, stirring his emotions, prompting him to speak more than usual. Since that moment years ago, Jaime had ceased to believe in the divine, choosing instead to measure justice by his own heart. "It is because of people like you. No one can compare to me. There's only one of me in this world. Perhaps if you were to offer me a flagon of wine, I might provide you with a response." Catelyn cast a glance backward, and the beautiful Brienne understood her cue, promptly tossing the wine jug to Jaime before discreetly exiting. Once the Kingslayer had consumed a significant portion, he held the jug in his hand. Catelyn pressed further. "I shall ask again, why did my son Bran fall? He was thrown out of the window by me." Whether it was the effect of alcohol or Jaime's genuine desire to speak, Catelyn finally received her answer. This revelation ignited Catelyn's rage. She slapped Jaime's bearded face, whispering fiercely, "You vile, wicked creature. Wicked and vile, you say? You murdered the very monarch you swore to protect, brutalizing the weak. Doesn't that qualify as wicked and vile?" Jaime burst into a raucous laughter, his mirth hysterical, tears brimming in his eyes, rendering him utterly deranged. His countenance startled Catelyn, leading her to ponder if Jaime had truly lost his sanity. "I regret what happened to Bran." Jaime suddenly ceased his laughter, bowing his head in silence. "But to slay a king?" He belched, pausing for a moment, reflecting, what manner of king was he? Jaime raised the jug in a toast to Aerys II Targaryen, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and guardian of the realm, to the sword that severed his throat. Did you know it was a golden sword? It was stained with his blood, the colors of Lannister, red and gold. On that fateful day, Jaime donned golden armor, draped in a white cloak, drawing his long sword. He first pierced the fire sorcerer who was about to unleash wildfire, then stepped towards the mad king Aerys seated upon the Iron Throne. The last Dragon King, Aerys II, continued to scream in his derangement, "Burn them! Burn them!" He had gone mad, yearning to sacrifice the entire populace of the city for the sake of his Targaryen dynasty. Jaime's thoughts returned to the present as he leaned against the wall, eyes closed. "I assume Lord Eddard Stark never confided to you how his father and brother perished? How else could they have died but by the cruel hand of the mad King Aerys, whether by sword or axe?" Catelyn replied, "It seems you truly do not know." Jaime remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. "Aerys accused them of treason, holding them as hostages and summoning their father to the palace for questioning. Upon arrival in King's Landing, they were executed without trial. None of them were spared. In truth, there was a trial, albeit of a different nature. Lord Ricard demanded a trial by combat, which the king approved. Yet in the end, the king told him, 'Fire is the weapon of House Targaryen. If Lord Ricard wishes to prove his innocence, he must not be burned.'" Jaime Lannister's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Catelyn as he continued. "Do you wish to know the details?" The mad King Aerys guaranteed that unless his son could save his father, Lord Ricard would be reduced to ash. Brandon Stark struggled mightily, yet the tighter he fought against the rope around his neck, the more it constricted, ultimately choking him to death. Aerys was a madman. As the entire realm knows. Do you expect me to believe you killed him to avenge Brandon Stark? Catelyn could no longer endure his words, uncertain of their truth. I had no such intention. The Stark wolf is of no significance to me. Yet I have come to understand that a person can indeed possess such fragrance. Jaime mused. What I mean to say is, while there exists one who loves me with a kindness I have never reciprocated, countless others revile me for the greatest boon I have bestowed upon them. Lady Stark, it grows late. You should return to rest. As he uttered this, the face of his brother, the imp Tyrion Lannister, involuntarily appeared in his mind. Jaime's lips twitched slightly as he whispered a name only he could hear, Tysa. Aside from my sister Cersei, I have never known another woman in my life. I have my own way of doing things, my own sense of justice, more honest and loyal than your Ned. And I must ask you, who dares to proclaim honor as mere folly and tell me the name of the bastard he fathered? Jaime mocked. Snow. It sounded as pure as driven snow, just like his cloak and honor. Brienne burst through the door, rushing into the dungeon. You called for me, my lady? Bring me my sword. Catelyn Tully extended her hand. Meanwhile, Robb Stark, upon learning of the Lannister and Tyrell alliance's victory over Stannis Baratheon at the Battle of Blackwater, realized his strategic failure and reluctantly returned to Riverrun with Jane Westerling. Along the way, defying the objections of Roose Bolton, Robb announced to the entire army that he would wed Jane Westerling as his queen. Upon hearing this decision, Lyman B. Fry immediately opposed it, for his father, Stevern Fry, had just perished in battle for Robb Stark, and now Robb had the audacity to renege on his promise. He felt utterly insulted. Thus, Lyman Fry erupted in anger, berating Robb Stark for breaking his word, discarding his honor, before casting the Stark banner to the ground and leading 1,000 cavalrymen of House Fry, spearheaded by his son Black Walder Fry, back to the twins. What are you doing? Do we not agree to discuss the matter of marriage once we reached Riverrun and met Lady Stark? Robb Stark's abrupt decision took Roose by surprise. They had previously agreed to wait until they reached Riverrun to discuss marriage. Yet Robb had changed his mind mid-journey. Roose had hoped to allow Robb some time to cool off on the way, and upon meeting Catelyn Tully, to lay out the implications, believing she would help awaken Robb from his romantic stupor. I cannot wait. I will not stand by and listen to the rumors swirling through the army. I must uphold the innocence of my wife, Jenny Westerling, as well as the honor that resides within my heart. Robb Stark's words were eloquent, yet he was clearly entangled in his own turmoil, uncertain of how to confront the members of House Fry who had perished in battle for his cause. He found himself preoccupied with matters of greater urgency. Maintaining your wife's honor is paramount, but does renouncing your betrothal truly equate to preserving your dignity? Roose scolded vehemently. I have my own thoughts on the matter, Robb Stark murmured, his voice lacking conviction as he bowed his head. You fool. This is utterly incomprehensible. You know nothing. Do you have any idea the sacrifices I have made to save you? Observing Robb Stark's indifferent demeanor ignited further ire in Roose, who launched into a lengthy tirade of disjointed grievances. To Robb, these ramblings seemed nonsensical and incomprehensible. Yet, he sensed that the formidable Roose was not as aged as he appeared, speaking with the fervor of a contemporary. This cannot continue, Roose contemplated, upon returning to Riverrun. He must ensure that Robb Stark pacifies his subordinate, Rickard Karstark. Otherwise, should relations with House Karstark deteriorate, Robb Stark would find himself irretrievably lost. In the original tale, it was precisely because Rickard Karstark was sentenced to death by Robb that House Karstark ultimately defected to House Bolton. Subsequently, due to insufficient forces, Robb Stark opted to negotiate with House Fry to partake in the Red Wedding. Roose glanced at Jenny Westerling beside Robb Stark, contemplating whether he could eliminate her directly. He recalled that the second son of Lyman Fry, Black Walder Fry, had mentioned that he would not mind Robb Stark being a widower. His thoughts turned sinister as he regarded Jenny Westerling. At that moment, Robb Stark seemed to sense an impending threat, slowing his pace to align his horse alongside Jenny's, effectively obstructing Roose's line of sight. Roose let out a bitter laugh, thinking to himself, Robb, oh Robb, you squander your intellect on such trivial matters. Yet, he relinquished his murderous intent towards Jenny, realizing that even sacrificing this innocent girl might not guarantee Robb Stark would uphold his marriage agreement with House Fry. Robb Stark was obstinate, much like his father, the Honorable Ned Stark. Both were incomprehensible, stubborn as oaks. In Riverrun, the nobles of House Karstark, led by Rickard Karstark, expressed their outrage. Your Grace, your mother, Lady Stark, has released the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. We demand an explanation. They were incredulous that the mother of the king in the north, Catelyn Tully, had seized the opportunity to free Jaime Lannister while they were engaged in battle in the Westlands. This was all due to a mere promise made by the imp, Tyrion Lannister, who claimed he would release Sansa Stark and Arya Stark. Besides, with the Lannisters victorious at the Battle of Blackwater, the likelihood of them honoring that promise was uncertain. How could they not be incensed? Our kin have sacrificed their lives for your Stark family, and yet you commit such an act. Robb Stark, silent and contemplative, regarded his mother, who bowed her head in shame. He too felt a pang of guilt, for he had violated his betrothal to House Frey by marrying Jenny Westerling, and now, returning to Riverrun. He felt a twinge of unease each time he looked at his mother. However, upon learning of her transgression, he found himself inexplicably relieved. For in the eyes of this 15 or 16-year-old boy, he and his mother were now even. But could matters truly be resolved so simply? My mother. He began to voice his readiness to forgive her and to offer explanations on her behalf, only to be jolted by a sharp pain in his right foot. Turning, he discovered that Roose had deliberately stepped on his foot, and Robb furrowed his brow, initially intending to inquire as to why. Yet, upon seeing the knowing glint in Roose's eye, he recalled the counsel he had received on the road to Riverrun. Although he was perplexed by Roose's brief disappearance and return after the news of the Lannisters' victory, Robb Stark nonetheless adhered to his stratagem. Therefore, he theatrically cleared his throat and proclaimed, "My mother has committed a grave error by releasing the important captive, Jaime Lannister, during wartime. In the name of the King in the North, I hereby sentence her to death. Execute her at once." With that, Robb commanded his bannermen, Lady Daisy Mormont and Great John Umber, to escort Catelyn Tully to the execution grounds. Yet, not a single soul among the northern lords dared to move. Even Rickard Karstark, who had been seething with fury, now stood dumbfounded. They all believed they had misheard. The king in the north could not possibly mean to execute his own mother. Observing this, Roose nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Robb Stark had finally done something right. "What are you all standing there for? Is my command not to be heeded?" Robb Stark feigned anger, bellowing. In truth, Roose had already advised him before returning to Riverrun that he must placate the nobles, suggesting a ruse to pretend to execute Catelyn Tully. This would compel the outraged lords of the north to advocate for her, allowing Robb to deftly mitigate the tension when the time was right. Though it was a temporary measure, it would prevent the conflict from escalating into something irreparable. Despite not understanding how Roose had discerned from miles away that his mother had secretly released Jaime Lannister, Robb Stark agreed to the proposed strategy. Chapter 58, A Balance of Grace and Authority. In Riverrun, witnessing Robb Stark's righteous demeanor, Rickard Karstark no longer felt anger, but instead stepped forward to counsel, "Your Grace, while Lady Stark has erred, her sins do not warrant death. Catelyn Tully is the widow of the former Lord of Winterfell. And regardless of whether Robb Stark was merely posturing or truly ruthless, Catelyn must not perish due to my actions, lest I bear the weight of her death. My mother has erred, and it is I, her son, who failed to recognize it in time. I have ordered her execution, yet my heart cannot bear it. Let me, as her son, take her punishment instead." "Your Grace, that cannot be." "No, it cannot." Panic erupted among the assembled nobles, who knelt in trepidation, fearful that their king in the north might truly be condemned to death. Robb Stark sighed deeply, realizing the charade had gone on long enough. It was time to resolve the matter. "Enough. Rise, please. Sir Rickard Karstark, we share a bloodline, both descendants of House Stark. By lineage, you are akin to my grandfather." Robb Stark played the familial card, assisting Rickard to his feet. "It is the old guards who have stirred the pot," Rickard Karstark thought, taken aback. "You are my kin, as is your son. How could one remain unmoved at the loss of family? My mother has acted wrongly, but the deed is done, and we must now deliberate on how to proceed." Robb Stark continued, speaking gently. "I have already dispatched men to pursue the Kingslayer upon my return. We shall see if he can be recaptured. Sir Rickard, your sons, Torrhen Karstark and Eddard Karstark, perished in their efforts to protect me. They were valiant heroes and my dear brothers. I recall that you have a firstborn son and heir, Halion Stark, who has been captured by the Lannisters. A couple of days ago, I dispatched envoys to negotiate with them, hoping to secure his release. Furthermore, there are numerous castles in the north now vacant. Upon his return, I shall grant him one of them. I also remember that you have a daughter at home, who has reached the age where matters of marriage should be discussed. In my capacity as king in the north, I shall take it upon myself to allow you and her to select from the finest young men of the north, regardless of their family stature." Robb Stark's words are both pragmatic and profoundly moving. Sir Rickard Stark, recognizing the gravity of the situation, felt that he had been treated with due respect. He also perceived Robb Stark's sincerity and understood that any further dissent on his part would be a sign of disrespect and ingratitude. Thus, Sir Rickard Stark lowered his head in acceptance of this outcome, saying, "Your Majesty, I apologize for my earlier impassioned remarks. I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive me." Robb Stark, sensing that this moment had passed, stepped forward to embrace Sir Rickard Stark. Smiling as he said, "What fault is yours? You were merely a loving father concerned for his son. Today we, as king and subject, have spoken freely. There is no right or wrong between us." Seeing the matter resolved, the wise King Roose Bolton, standing behind Robb, wore a smile reminiscent of a doting father. The first step was ensuring that the Stark family remained loyal to the Stark lineage. Next, he would need to devise a strategy to address the Boltons, under the leadership of Roose Bolton, would soon begin to gravitate towards the Lannisters. In the city of Reborn, Roose sat in his exquisitely adorned chamber, gazing out at the gentle rain. Robb Stark had come to regard him as a trusted advisor, even going so far as to prepare a splendid room exclusively for him. He had done everything in his power to spare Robb Stark from experiencing the Red Wedding, hoping that all his efforts would bear fruit this time. At that moment, a crow's call pierced the air, a mournful and lamenting sound that swiftly approached. Roose looked out the window and beheld a raven with 3 eyes perched on a nearby branch, watching him intently. Before he could utter a word, the raven flapped its wings and flew past him, landing upon the central table in the room. "Long time no see. Bran," the 3-eyed raven spoke in a voice reminiscent of an elderly man. "May I enter?" "You have already entered," Roose replied, somewhat at a loss for words. "Very well. Forgive my uninvited arrival," the 3-eyed raven began, but was interrupted by Roose. "Bran, please speak to me in your human form. This is rather unsettling. After all, conversing with a raven is quite peculiar." "All right, I can see my error." The 3-eyed raven, Bran, spoke with a refined elegance characteristic of nobility. As he finished his sentence, the raven hopped off the table and onto the floor. Its diminutive form gradually became enveloped by branches of weirwood that seemed to materialize from nowhere, as his shape slowly grew taller and broader beneath a shroud of blue light, ultimately taking on a human silhouette. When the blue light faded, an elderly man clad in black, bearing a prominent red mark on his face and missing one eye, emerged. The old man brushed the creases from his garments and gradually seated himself beside the table. "Indeed, wherever you go, you remain ever so splendid," Roose remarked with a smile. The 3-eyed raven, Bran, merely smiled in response, gazing at Roose as he said, "Bran, after all these years, you are still so resolute." "I am simply somewhat unwilling to yield," Roose replied nonchalantly as he took a seat opposite him. "Fate is a mysterious force, one that even those of us who transcend the mortal realm cannot alter." Bran sighed heavily, reflecting on the passage of time. "Have you come to me merely to repeat yourself? You have uttered that phrase countless times. I have memorized it," Roose said, exasperated. "You often speak of concepts I find perplexing, strange terminologies. How many times have you returned? Is it the second or third? Never mind, I can hardly recall. I have come to seek your assistance." Bran and Roose shared a deep camaraderie, having fought side by side as comrades during the long night. "You seek my help? How could someone of your esteemed stature consider turning to me?" Roose jested with a hint of sarcasm. Bran and Roose had chosen divergent paths. One merged his corporeal form with the weirwood, gaining the ability to perceive past and present, while the other infused his spirit into the cosmos, acquiring the perspective of fire and sky, thus understanding the past and probing the future. Ignoring Roose's jests, Bran spoke with a grave demeanor. "The pact we forged has lapsed. Or perhaps that group of the dead never truly valued any agreement." The red comet streaks across the sky, heralding the resurgence of magic. "It seems I must have known all along." After speaking, Bran turned his gaze back to Roose and continued, "Bran, I wish to enlist your aid in locating Bran and his companions. As you know, the weirwood has been nearly felled, leaving me with significant blind spots. Bran is crucial to our cause." Roose regarded Bran with a smile. "It appears you have already discovered his identity. In the Riverlands, within the confines of Riverrun, Hostert Tully, the head of House Tully, Duke of Riverrun and Governor of the Trident, found himself in a precarious state. He was the father of Catelyn Tully and Edmure Tully, the brother of Blackfish Brynden Tully, and the adoptive father of Peter Baelish. In his youth, Hostert was tall and robust, with striking blue eyes and chestnut hair. He had participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings many years ago, forming a close bond with Peter Baelish's father, ultimately bringing Peter back to Riverrun as his ward. During the Ninepenny Kings War, Hostert distinguished himself through his valor and martial prowess. During the War of the Usurper, he married off both daughters to the families of Arryn and Stark, forging a formidable alliance among House Tully, House Arryn, House Baratheon, and House Stark. He then personally led an expedition against the loyal vassals of House Targaryen, only to be gravely injured by Sir Jon Connington, the hand of the king at the time, after participating in the Battle of the Bells. In his youth, he had not perceived the extent of his injuries, but as he entered his 60s, His old wounds began to resurface, rendering him increasingly bedridden. Recently, during the Lannisters' massive incursion into the Riverlands, Hostert was gravely ill. Yet he concealed this news from the incoming Lannisters. To bolster the morale of his troops, he insisted on being carried to the battlements to witness the siege of River Run by his grandson, Robb Stark. Alas, as the sun set, the hero of Yore found himself in the twilight of his life. This once legendary and revered lord of the Riverlands was now on the brink of death. Edmure Tully and Catelyn Tully knelt at his bedside, listening intently to Duke Hostert's final wishes. Hostert spoke, his words slurred and disjointed. "Where is Lysa? Where has my little girl gone?" He was nearing the point of failing to recognize his own children, yet he continued to murmur Lysa Tully's name. Edmure and Catelyn fell silent. Although they had long since sent word to the Vale to notify Lysa Tully, she had not returned. Nor had she even sent a single raven in response. They understood that their father and Lysa's relationship had soured. In her youth, Lysa had fallen in love with Petyr Baelish and had even shared a bed with him, ultimately bearing his child. However, the class distinctions in the realm of ice and fire are starkly delineated. It is utterly unimaginable for a son of a fallen knight, like Petyr or Baelish from the impoverished fingers, to aspire to wed the daughter of the noble Lord Petyr Tully of the Riverlands. Consequently, Hostert Tully dismissed Petyr Baelish and compelled his daughter, Lysa Tully, to undergo an abortion. Later, when Lord Jon Arryn of the Eyrie sought a fertile wife to bear him an heir, Hostert Tully took it upon himself to marry off his daughter Lysa to him. It is worth noting that at the time, Lysa Tully was merely in her teens, while Jon Arryn was already in the twilight of his years. Although Jon Arryn treated Lysa with kindness, the age disparity was insurmountable, and the youthful Lysa ultimately became a pawn in the alliance between Hostert Tully and Jon Arryn. Known as the Fish-Wolf-Deer-Eagle Pact, Duke Hostert Tully harbored profound guilt towards Lysa, and even in his delirium by her bedside, he murmured her name. He lamented, "Aegon, Aegon, forgive me, it was my fault." Yet, Edmure and Catelyn were perplexed, unaware of Aegon's significance to their father. In truth, Aegon was a crucial ingredient in the abortifacient that Hostert Tully had forced upon Lysa, and he remained burdened by remorse for it. Subsequently, Hostert Tully inquired about his brother, Brynden Tully, asking, "Where is Brynden? Has he returned?" "Brother, I am here." Brynden Blackfish Tully stepped forward to clasp his brother's hand. The two brothers had been estranged since Brynden had refused to marry the woman Hostert had chosen for him. When Lysa was wed, Brynden accompanied her to the Eyrie, serving as a Knight of the Vale under Lord Jon Arryn. Thereafter, Duke Hostert never again mentioned Brynden's name. Even as Brynden held his hand, Hostert showed no recognition, his mind lost to confusion. Brynden, Brynden, do you loathe me?" Hostert cried, his gaze vacant. "Brother, I love you." Brynden Tully knelt beside the bed, tears streaming down his face, realizing that all these years, his brother had been concerned for him. In his final moments, Duke Hostert began to whisper incoherently, his voice growing more subdued and indistinct. Edmure Tully wept as he leaned close to his father's ear, listening for his last words. Witnessing his father's impending demise, Edmure felt his heart shatter, crying like a child. Hostert Tully murmured, forgive me, Aegon, Aegon." Ultimately, this venerable lord, who had long governed the Riverlands, departed this world amidst waves of guilt. Chapter 59. Winter is coming. The biting wind howled, growing colder as one ventured north. A rugged breath echoed through the snow. The towering and robust Hodder was carrying Bran Stark along with Jojen Reed and Meera Reed towards the wall in search of Jon Snow. Bran's only hope lay in his half-brother. Despite their mother, Catelyn Tully, regarding Jon with disdain, both Robb and Bran treated Jon Snow as a true brother. Ahead lies the territory of House Amber, Last Hearth. Shall we enter? Jojen Reed inquired, seeking Bran's opinion. Jojen was diminutive and slender, often clad in green. His deep green eyes were said to be linked to his ability, Green Sight. He hailed from House Reed of Greywater Watch, one of House Stark's most loyal vassals. Allegedly, 3,000 years ago, when House Stark reigned as kings in the north, they had sworn fealty to them. After Eddard Stark's death, House Reed sent Jojen and his sister Meera to Winterfell to uphold their oath in supporting Robb Stark. Hearing her brother's words, Meera turned her gaze towards Bran. With green eyes and long brown hair, she was a small and slender girl. Trained by her father, Howland Reed, she skillfully wielded a fishing net and a trident. An exceptional hunter, she could easily spear fish from the water. Meera's cheerful demeanor contrasted sharply with her brother Jojen's somber disposition. Along the journey, Bran found himself increasingly drawn to the spirited Meera Reed. During their travels, Jojen had already discerned that Bran's warging abilities far surpassed his own. prompting Jojen to propose a venture beyond the wall to seek out the three-eyed crow, Brynden Rivers, once they reach the Night's Watch. No, the North's forces are stretched thin, and House Amber is not safe. We should not go there. Let us follow the river northward, heading directly to the Night's Watch via Bran's gifts, Bran asserted, his voice youthful yet resolute. Gazing at the surrounding, snow-laden landscape, Bran noted they had been traveling for a month. Along the way, he had warged into his direwolf, Summer, to scout various castles, gathering useful information for what he overheard. Currently, his elder brother Robb Stark and mother Catelyn Tully were reportedly safe in Riverrun. It seemed Robb's strategy had faltered, seemingly due to their uncle Edmure Tully. Bran pursed his lips, blaming his uncle for the turmoil. At his tender age, he struggled to comprehend the complexities of war, only knowing that his brother Robb was undoubtedly right. However, Bran was left puzzled by soldiers speaking of a fiery old man named Maester Aemon, who was said to be near Robb's side. He recalled the eyes he had encountered during his first warging experience in King's Landing. That man had called to Bran. How did he know his name? Bran was confounded. He also uncovered an unsettling matter. While warged into Summer near the lake, he overheard several knights of House Bolton discussing a rift between the Freys and his brother. During his time in Winterfell, Bran had heard tales from the old Nan about House Frey, known for their rise to prominence through tolls on the bridge. Bran was unaware of the reasons behind the estrangement between the Freys and his brother, nor did he understand when House Frey had allied with House Stark. Bran, have you considered what you will do when you meet your brother Jon Snow at Castle Black? Jojen Reed asked. I do not know, Bran replied, his expression one of confusion, as his only desire was to find his half-brother and avenge the people of Winterfell. However, throughout this journey, Bran had developed unwavering trust in Jojen Reed. Upon their first encounter, Mira had informed him of Jojen's greenside abilities, claiming he could see the future and even the time of one's death. Initially, Bran had been skeptical, but Jojen's first vision soon came to pass. At that time, Jojen had told Bran, you sit at the dinner table, but it is not a servant who serves you, but Maester Luwin. He presents you with meat, the kind reserved for kings, perfectly roasted and fragrant, causing everyone present to salivate. Meanwhile, the portion given to the Freys is grim and unappetizing, yet they seem more satisfied with their meager fare than you. Shortly thereafter, Bran learned from Maester Luwin that his brother Robb Stark had slain Ser Stafford Lannister at the Battle of Oxcross and heard of Ser Stevern Frey's death in battle. Bran rejoiced at his brother's triumph, while the Freys, hoping to secure their alliance, sent hostages, the Big and Little Walder, who were elated at their uncle's demise. The two even quarreled over whose claim was more legitimate, leading to their reprimand by Maester Luwin. After this, Bran began to place his faith in Jojen Reed. Subsequently, Jojen Reed recounted to Bran his previous green dream. I dreamt of vast oceans encircling Winterfell. I beheld black waves shattering the gates and towers, salt water inundating the walls, and submerging the castle. The courtyard was littered with the drowned. In the dream's murky waters, I initially did not recognize those faces. Now I know. Among them was the portly man, the very guard who called our names during the harvest feast. Your Brotherhood of Monks was also present, as was the master blacksmith. Bran found some credence in Jojen's words, yet he remained perplexed by their meaning. He could only relay a warning to the people of Winterfell, but they dismissed him, believing him to be mad. After Theon Greyjoy seized Winterfell, Bran was led from his chamber and discovered that Mira and Jojen were also held as hostages. The portly man, the monk Chael, and the blacksmith Mycah were all slain by Theon's Ironborn, precisely as foretold in Jojen's green dream. After the escape from Winterfell, Jojen imparted to Bran that he was, in truth, the legendary wolf spirit, endowed with formidable powers, yet he needed to awaken his third eye. Throughout their journey, Jojen assisted Bran in honing this ability, asserting that Bran, possessing the powers of a warg, would play a significant role in the world in the near future. Moreover, upon hearing Bran mention dreaming of the three-eyed crow guiding him through the skies, Jojen implored Bran to seek this crow beyond the wall. Jojen elucidated that his own green sight was a gift from the three-eyed crow, who wished him to lead the young green seer on his path. Returning to the present, Bran, perched upon Hodder's back, gazed at Jojen and declared, I will go, Jojen. Thank you, Bran, Jojen replied, a rare glimmer of light illuminating his perpetually rain-soaked visage. You need not thank me. My trust in you is merely one reason, but there's a far more vital one. At that moment, Bran recalled the words spoken to him by the three-eyed crow during their first encounter. For winter is coming. Winter is coming. In the wildling enclave, Jon Snow reminisced about this ancestral Stark motto, feeling a profound longing for home and the embrace of his family. When Jon initially contemplated abandoning the Night's Watch to follow his elder brother Robb Stark, he was pursued back by his brothers of the Night's Watch. Since then, he resolved to become a worthy member of the Night's Watch. Later, following the mysterious disappearances of several Rangers, including Jon's uncle Benjen Stark, Commander Mormont initiated an expedition to uncover the truths lurking beyond the Wall in the Haunted Forest. Jon accepted the role of assistant to the venerable Commander Mormont, preparing to accompany him and the Rangers on their northern quest. As they approached the ancestral Fist of the First Men, Jon encountered one of the scouting parties led by the legendary half-hand, Qhorin. Eager to prove himself and discover the fate of his uncle, Jon volunteered to join their ranks, and Commander Mormont acquiesced. Near the Fist of the First Men, their party encountered a group of wildling sentinels, and Jon and his companions were tasked with neutralizing them without alerting the main force of wildlings. Trained by Ser Roderick Castle in Winterfell, Jon displayed remarkable swordsmanship, swiftly dispatching one foe. However, when he held his blade to the throat of another, he was taken aback to discover it was a woman. Instantly, his resolve wavered, and a sense of honor began to well within him. Thus, he captured the woman, who introduced herself as Ygritte. Despite Qhorin's orders for Jon to fulfill his duty, Jon secretly allowed her to escape. Though Qhorin noticed this transgression, he refrained from reprimanding Jon, believing that Jon's act of mercy might prove advantageous for the Night's Watch in the future. Indeed, not long after, Qhorin's intuition bore fruit. They were discovered and pursued by a wildling force led by the notorious Rattleshirt. Despite their swift reactions and attempts to elude their pursuers, they were ultimately caught. Just before they were overtaken, Night's Watchman Darry voluntarily stayed behind to buy time for the others, yet the dire circumstances remained unchanged. Consequently, Qhorin ordered the swiftest of them, the Stone Snake, to hasten to the Fist of the First Men and alert the Night's Watch there. He then commanded Jon Snow to infiltrate the wildling ranks as a sworn brother to uncover their intentions, believing that Jon's prior mercy towards Ygritte would grant him an advantage in gaining the trust of the wildlings. In a selfless act, Qhorin even chose to sacrifice his life to ensure Jon's success. In a staged confrontation, he willingly fell in Jon's arms. The bitter cold wind whipped up mounds of snow. Initially, when Jon joined the wildlings, he was part of Rattleshirt's band. Ygritte clung to him incessantly, causing him to blush, much to the amusement of the giant Tormund. Later, when Mance Rayder suspected Rattleshirt's mistrust towards the Night's Watch, he reassigned Jon to Tormund's group. Remarkably, Ygritte and her brother, spear-wielding RYK, left Rattleshirt's band to join Tormund's. Still shadowing Jon, Ygritte's rationale was that free folk could go wherever they pleased. Jon, resigned, accepted the situation. Tormund grew fond of Jon, the bashful youth, and even Tormund's daughter, Munda, regarded the southern boy with curiosity. Each night, as they set up camp, Ygritte would drape her furs over Jon, sleeping beside him. One night, Jon awoke to find Ygritte nestled against him, her arms wrapped tightly around his body, half of her pressed against him. Jon lay still, listening to her steady breathing, exerting all his willpower to suppress the flames within. He recalled the tales from Winterfell's old Nan, that knights, when compelled to share a bed with a lady, for the sake of honor, would place a sword between them. With that thought, Jon positioned the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw, gifted to him by Commander Mormont, between them. During a white attack on Castle Black, Jon had saved Mormont's life, suffering severe burns on his hand as a result. In gratitude, Commander Mormont bequeathed Jon a family heirloom Valyrian steel sword, with the pommel engraved with the head of a dire wolf to signify House Stark. Feeling that a single sword was insufficient for assurance, Jon also brought over his sleeping dire wolf, Ghost, to place between himself and Ygritte. Perhaps this was the only way he could find temporary solace. Ah, she's well, and I am well, he mused. Only Ghost, disturbed from slumber, let out a plaint of wine. Chapter 60, The Cycle of Life. In the south, at Highgarden. Highgarden, a castle located on the banks of the Mander River in the Reach, was once the ancestral seat of House Tyrell during the Age of the Seven Kingdoms and was granted to them after the conquest. It perched atop a hill, overlooking the Mander River, where the coastal road converged with the Rose Road. This summer in the Reach had persisted for 7 long years, so prolonged that all memories of winter and the vigilance it demanded had gradually faded from the hearts of its inhabitants. Prior to the Battle of Blackwater, King Joffrey released Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, to demonstrate his sincerity in allying with House Tyrell. When the combined forces of the Lannisters and Tyrells decisively defeated Stannis at the Battle of Blackwater, Loras Tyrell had already returned to Highgarden. What happened? Has my little grandson turned foolish after a brief confinement? Indeed, prolonged exposure to King's Landing must affect one's intellect. The Queen of Thorns, Olenna Redwine, wasted no time in unleashing her acerbic tongue upon her grandson, mocking him without restraint. Lady Olenna Redwine, the widow of the late Duke of Highgarden, Rosby Tyrell, and the mother of Duke Mace Tyrell, hailed from the Redwine family of the Arbor and was renowned for her sharp wit, earning her the moniker of the Queen of Thorns. With her silver hair and petite stature, she might appear to be an ordinary old woman, yet she wielded the highest authority within House Tyrell. Grandmother, I was wrong. Loras Tyrell, listening to his grandmother's barbs, could only lower his head in contrition, fully aware that if he had not acted impulsively and rashly decided to confront the mountain, Gregor Clegane, he would not have fallen into the Lannisters' trap and been captured. Moreover, ever since Joffrey Baratheon had taken him as a hostage, the entire Tyrell family had refrained from cutting off the supplies to King's Landing, inadvertently hindering the progress of his dear friend, Renly Baratheon. The thought of his beloved friend and confidant, Renly, now deceased, plunged Loras into deeper sorrow. Grandmother, please spare my brother from your words. He is already distraught. The gentle Rose, Marjorie Tyrell, sitting beside the Queen of Thorns, clasped her grandmother's arm and spoke kindly on behalf of her brother, Loras. You, always concerned for your brother, have you not considered how vexed your grandmother might be? Olenna Redwine playfully chided while patting her granddaughter's delicate hand entwined in her arm. Subsequently, she gazed at her despondent grandson, Loras, and could not suppress a long sigh. Her heart aching for him, she understood the close bond between her grandson and Renly, and in that moment, the desire to continue her sharp-tongued remarks waned. My dear grandson, I only wish for you to remember, you are a member of House Tyrell, and your actions beyond these walls reflect our family's honor and reputation. I hope you learn from this lesson and prioritize our family above all. Loras Tyrell met his grandmother's gaze, his expression grave. Grandmother, I understand. Seeing her grandson genuinely repentant, the Queen of Thorns softened and smiled. She waved her hand gently, saying, It is well that you remember. Now, go to the garden and seek your brother. Your brother, Willis, has been quite anxious for your return. Very well, grandmother. Loras Tyrell bid farewell, and before departing, discreetly winked at his sister, Marjorie, in gratitude. In the gardens of Highgarden, a tall, slender young man, handsome yet frail, sat in a wheelchair, gazing at the ravens soaring across the sky. He bore a striking appearance with his chestnut curls and a few wispy sideburns, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. Dressed in a pale blue-collared shirt beneath a light green robe with golden filigree trim, he stood amidst the blossoms, akin to the green leaves that humbly concealed themselves among the flowers, intentionally diminishing his presence. This refined gentleman was Willis Tyrell, the eldest son of the Guardian of the Reach, Duke Mace Tyrell, and Lady Allery Hightower, as well as the heir to Highgarden. Regrettably, a tournament injury years prior left him with a permanent limp, confining him to a wheelchair for life. This incident further strained the already tense relations between House Tyrell and House Martell. However, Willis bore no ill will towards the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell, as it was indeed an unfortunate accident. The two later maintained a correspondence, sharing insights on horse breeding. Due to his limited mobility, Willis Tyrell led a reclusive life, shunning fame and fortune. His sole passions were tending to horses, hawks, and flowers. Recently, however, he found himself perplexed, for since the appearance of the red comet in the sky a few days prior, he had been plagued by the same dream every night. In this peculiar dream, he beheld a man adorned with a crown of vines and flowers seated upon a throne of oak. This enigmatic vision left him bewildered, and he chose to dismiss it from his thoughts. Leo, has my brother Loras Tyrell yet returned? Willis inquired of the servant pushing his wheelchair. My lord, you have posed this question 4 or 5 times today. I spoke with my father this morning, and he assured me that your brother would return today. The servant replied with a hint of exasperation. This young attendant, named Leo Flowers, was the son of the illegitimate Garland Tyrell and bore the typical Tyrell features of brown hair and brown eyes, being of a similar age to Loras. Have I truly asked so many times? Willis chuckled sheepishly in response. Just then, Loras, the Knight of Flowers, entered. Brother, I have returned. Loras greeted, instinctively kneeling beside Willis's wheelchair to listen to his brother's counsel. However, Willis remained silent for a moment, studying Loras's demeanor before reaching out to stroke his cheek. Just as Loras was about to question the gesture, Willis spoke. You have grown thin. Willis's words caused Loras to crumble, his eyes immediately welling with tears. Brother, Loras stammered, realizing that only before his brother could he shed the facade of strength and reveal his true emotions. Loras, do not burden yourself excessively. I am here for you in all matters. Willis gently wiped away the tears from his brother's eyes, speaking with tenderness. You may weep freely now, But remember, once your tears have dried, you must understand that you have family awaiting your return to normalcy. Brother, I am so weary. Renly is gone. I have lost him forever, Loras cried, collapsing into Willis's embrace, which felt as warm as it did in their childhood, a sanctuary where he could find deep reassurance and love. Willis gently patted Loras's back, saying, Loras, do you recall the story I told you about the rose in our youth? At this, Loras lifted his head, rubbing his swollen, reddened eyes and gazing at his brother. Brother, are you referring to the tale of the rose? Asked Wilting. Willis nodded with a smile, caressing his brother's head as he spoke softly. Once in a meadow, there bloomed a beautiful rose, resplendent and graceful. Birds flew by merely to catch a whiff of its fragrance, and bees lingered to gather sweet nectar. The rose was proud, until one day its petals turned yellow, and its leaves withered. The birds ceased their passage, and the bees no longer paused. The rose felt despondent, knowing its end was near, and in its final moments. It shed a solitary tear. That tear fell to the earth, nurturing a small seed buried in the soil, allowing it to sprout and emerge. Willis continued. A blade of grass endeavored to support the rose, hoping to sustain its life. Yet the little grass was far too feeble, despite exhausting every possible means. It could not prevent the rose from withering. In the end, the rose was moved and came to an understanding. It spoke to the little grass, saying, Please do not strain yourself. Such efforts will only break your back. The grass replied, But you will perish. The rose, smiling, responded, No, I shall not perish. I will forever live on in the hearts of birds, bees, and you. Upon finishing, Velis Tyrell turned to his tearful brother, Loras Tyrell, and said with a smile, Loras, Brienne of Tarth is your rose. You can be the bird, the bee, or the grass. However, unlike them, the bird seeks fame, the bee seeks gain, and the grass seeks kindness, while you linger by her side solely for love. In truth, your Brienne has not truly died, for you still remember her. For you know she once existed. Her fragrance envelopes you, her sweetness flows within your embrace, and her final tears nourish your heart, enabling you to flourish and grow stronger. The death of the rose is not a true death. When they begin to wither, their petals fall. Both flora and earth will be nourished by its body, sustaining until the next blooming season, giving rise to another rose. Loras, do you still remember our family motto? Velis Tyrell inquired. Ido, Loras Tyrell replied earnestly, gazing into his elder brother Velis Tyrell's hopeful eyes. Life goes on. Listening to his brother's soothing words, Loras Tyrell felt much better. Before returning, Loras had heard everything from their second brother, Garland Tyrell. When the Tyrells allied with the Lannisters, they had initially requested that their sister, Marjorie Tyrell, be wed to Joffrey Baratheon in King's Landing. However, Joffrey Baratheon objected, and during the negotiations, elder brother Velis Tyrell, considering his younger brother's safety, willingly conceded. The condition changed to Joffrey Baratheon's sister, Myrcella Baratheon, marrying into Highgarden, thus forming a union with elder brother Velis Tyrell. As the heir to Highgarden, Velis Tyrell could have chosen any noble lady, yet for the sake of his brother, he was compelled to accept Myrcella as his bride. Though the Knight of Flowers had met Myrcella Baratheon in King's Landing and held a favorable impression of her, he still felt she was unworthy of his elder brother. Brother, you must not have met your fiancée, Myrcella Baratheon, have you? Loras Tyrell asked. I have not, but I have heard she is a very beautiful, golden-haired girl. I hope she does not find me too dull, Velis Tyrell replied, believing that for the sake of the family, everything was worthwhile. But I have heard that these 3 golden-haired children are all illegitimate offspring of the Lannister family, Loras Tyrell remarked. However, Velis Tyrell merely smiled slightly, looking at his younger brother Loras Tyrell, and said, Does it matter? Power resides in the hearts of men. If one believes, it exists. If one does not, it does not. Regardless of whether they are bastards, they still represent the royal authority of the realm. Our family needs to rely on royal power to gain benefits. And that is sufficient. Chapter 61. Return to the Iron Throne. In King's Landing. Upon receiving the news of victory in the Battle of Blackwater, Sarah Jane Baelish immediately escorted the king's brother, Tommen Baratheon, along with Queen Regent Cersei Lannister and Sansa Stark, back to King's Landing. However, they were still unaware of whether King Joffrey Baratheon was alive. Therefore, after returning everyone, Sarah Jane Baelish set out to gather information. The young Tommen Baratheon, wearing a crown, climbed step by step onto the towering Iron Throne. He curiously examined the iron chair before sitting down, thinking to himself, So this is the place where father and brother have sat. It is so cold and hard, not comfortable at all. Yet, he found the sensation of overlooking the world from this lofty seat utterly exhilarating. No wonder everyone fought and died for it. In the throne room, Tom and Baratheon fidgeted on the Iron Throne, attempting to find a suitable position. Queen Regent Cersei Lannister gazed at her youngest son with a gentle smile, but her heart, like Sansa Stark's, was filled with concern for Joffrey's safety. After a while, a cacophony of noise and hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. It turned out that King Joffrey Baratheon had returned in triumph, entering the Iron Throne room amidst a throng of ministers. However, upon entering, everyone froze at the sight of the king's brother, Tommen Baratheon, seated upon the Iron Throne, a crown atop his head. The ministers, with their previously obsequious, radiant smiles, suddenly appeared stiff and uncertain, exchanging glances as they stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do. Joffrey Baratheon raised his head to look at his brother Tommen, who in turn lowered his gaze to meet his brother's. Their eyes locked, and beyond familial affection, a different emotion stirred between them. Just as Tommen adjusted his sitting position, he looked at his safely returned brother Joffrey and was struck by a bewildering thought. How was his brother still alive? This alarming notion shocked him, and he could not fathom why he felt that way. Yet, he truly adored the Iron Throne. Ever since his first glimpse of it upon returning from Rosby, he had become somewhat enchanted by this position. The sensation of sitting high above, towering over all, was utterly intoxicating. The poison of power is eternally the most potent toxin in the world. At that moment, Sansa Stark suddenly rushed forward, embracing Joffrey and weeping loudly in his arms, genuinely relieved that her little Joffrey was alive. Joffrey also extended his arms to embrace his beloved Sansa Stark, gently patting her back to reassure her that he was unharmed. Sansa Stark's interruption eased the previously tense atmosphere. However, the underlying issue remained unresolved, and ultimately, it was Queen Regent Cersei Lannister who, sensing the awkwardness, hastily spoke up. Tommen, your brother has returned. Were you not most concerned about him? Come down and greet your brother. It was only upon hearing his mother Cersei Lannister's words that Tommen realized he had perhaps erred. He removed the crown and hurriedly descended from the Iron Throne, joyfully running to his brother Joffrey's side. Joffrey patted his younger brother Tommen Baratheon's head, finally displaying a smile. Witnessing this scene, the ministers surrounding Joffrey let out a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, among the crowd, the Master of Whispers Varys and the Master of Coin Peter Baelish remained with their heads bowed, their gazes flickering uncertainly, pondering their own thoughts. In the Iron Throne room, my good grandfather, who permitted you, a foreign minister, to ride in and wield a sword in the hall? Joffrey, seated upon the towering Iron Throne, looked down upon Tywin Lannister. His gaze burned like fire, the red flame pattern in his pupils enduring and unquenchable. Fiery and imposing. Your Majesty, please remember that it was the Lannisters who saved you in your wretched chair, Tywin Lannister replied, lifting his head to squint at the elevated Joffrey. Maintaining an unyielding demeanor, Tywin Lannister was bewildered by the events unfolding in the world. When the red comet streaked across the sky, he had led troops across the Blackwater, charging into the Kingsguard. However, upon reaching the battlefield, he witnessed his grandson engulfed in flames, wielding the power to obliterate the world with a mere wave of his hand. From the onset of the war, far too many inexplicable events had transpired. The first was Eddard Stark's death, followed by Joffrey's extraordinary display of power on that fateful day. The demise of Eddard Stark was a matter conjectured by Tywin, who had never witnessed it firsthand. He speculated that it was the work of the faceless men from Braavos. However, the manipulation of flames by Joffrey was an undeniable truth, observed directly by Tywin. My lord Tywin, he would assert, the salvation of King's Landing was not solely the endeavor of the Lannisters, but a collective effort involving the Tyrells, my uncle Tyrion Lannister, and the valiant soldiers within the city who fought gallantly. Upon learning of his uncle Tyrion's ambush and subsequent unconsciousness following the war, Joffrey was overtaken by a profound sense of guilt and emotion. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on the cunning of the imp, Tyrion, he mused. Thus, after Tywin Lannister's arrival, Joffrey chose to retain Tyrion in the position of Hand of the King, for their shared bond deepened Joffrey's trust in his uncle. Moreover, Joffrey intended to bestow upon Tyrion a castle. In the aftermath of the Battle of Blackwater, Joffrey had only granted castles to two individuals. One was the valiant Garland Tyrell, who received Brightwater Keep of House Florent, and the other was his good Uncle Tyrion Lannister, for whom Joffrey planned to allow the selection of a castle upon his awakening. Post-war, Joffrey had stripped numerous families involved in Stannis' rebellion of their castles, appointing royal officials in their stead, each with a term limit to prevent them from becoming local tyrants. Most of the dispossessed nobles hailed from the Riverlands, with a smaller contingent from Stormlands. Their involvement in Stannis' insurrection provided Joffrey with a pretext to implement a new centralized policy, albeit with the understanding that he must proceed with caution and in stages. Joffrey contemplated a gradual approach, initially adopting a system akin to Liu Bang's dual governance, followed by methods to consolidate local authority under the central government, ultimately culminating in the edicts of Emperor Wu of Han. Reflecting on his newfound authority, Joffrey felt no need to compromise with Tywin Lannister. Even with Tywin's formidable army camped outside the city, Joffrey, having awakened his powers, no longer feared anyone. He perceived himself as transcending the mundane, having shed his mortal constraints. Furthermore, he recognized that Tywin could not be entrusted with too much power. Despite his undeniable capabilities, his insatiable thirst for authority posed a constant threat. Now, I shall reiterate, who permitted you, a mere vassal, to mount a steed and wield a sword in my presence? Joffrey Baratheon rose, casting a furious glare at Tywin Lannister. Guards, remove his armor. Strip it from him. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of soldiers surged from the hall's sides, encircling Tywin and his horse. Clad in golden armor and robes, they aimed their spears at the Duke of Lannister. Sir Jane Baelish, the captain of the city guard, stepped forward, unsheathing his sword and directing it at Tywin. By royal decree, please disarm yourself, my Lord Duke. Simultaneously, the golden-robed courtiers raised their spears and chanted in unison, "Disarm, disarm, disarm." Their voices echoed throughout the throne room with a tempestuous fervor. Observing the fierce countenance of his grandson Joffrey upon the Iron Throne and the glinting silver spears of the guards surrounding him, the typically resolute Tywin Lannister sighed in resignation and lowered his head. Under Joffrey's imposing gaze, he slowly dismounted, hurling his lion-emblazoned sword to the ground and shedding his blood-stained armor. Tywin pondered, this boy has grown formidable. I can no longer sway him. After divesting himself of his armor, Tywin raised his gaze to his king. Observing Joffrey's striking golden hair and piercing blue eyes, traits emblematic of House Lannister, he was momentarily reminded of his son, Jaime. Realizing his own advancing age, Tywin felt the stirrings of sentimentality, and in that moment, he grasped the feelings of his father, Tytos, when he had been marginalized. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "Your Majesty, you are increasingly resembling a lion." With that, Tywin disregarded the gazes of the surrounding courtiers and stepped deliberately out of the hall, indifferent to whether they mocked or derided him, much like a lion would disregard the opinions of sheep. Upon exiting the Red Keep, he summoned his brother Kevin Lannister, contemplating, "Today I may have lost a round, but next time the outcome may differ." As Tywin's figure receded, the courtiers exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some chuckled internally, while others bore expressions of sorrow, encapsulating the vicissitudes of life. Yet, they all recognized one undeniable truth. The once mighty Tywin Lannister, the steward of the realm, was indeed aging. Observing the lines etched upon Tywin's back, Maester Pycelle could no longer restrain his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. Tywin Lannister had been the embodiment of Pycelle's lifelong faith. Now, witnessing the twilight of a hero, he could only lament. Seated upon the Iron Throne, Joffrey Baratheon observed Pycelle weeping silently, yet chose to remain silent. Following the Battle of Blackwater, Joffrey had liberated Pycelle from imprisonment, recognizing that despite his questionable character, Pycelle had remained loyal to House Lannister and was profoundly knowledgeable. Joffrey contemplated sending Pycelle to Casterly Rock to spend his twilight years alongside Tywin, yet reconsidered, deciding against it. Pycelle, having served in King's Landing for decades and under multiple monarchs, was seasoned in the ways of court. Furthermore, Joffrey was aware of Pycelle's loyalty to the Lannisters. As long as he remained vigilant, he could manage the situation. Introducing a new maester to the Citadel was fraught with uncertainty regarding which family might infiltrate. Additionally, Joffrey harbored a deep-seated wariness of the Citadel. Since awakening his powers, he had sensed a suppression of magic surrounding the vicinity, and Maester Marwyn was likely a figure of considerable significance, having been foreshadowed since the very first volume. Thus, Joffrey resolved to keep his grandfather, Tywin Lannister, close at hand in King's Landing, for such a formidable figure capable of threatening his reign must be kept under his watchful eye. Chapter 62, The Beauty and the Lion. In the Riverlands, two horses trod along the muddy path, the rhythmic clattering of hooves echoing upon the scattered stones. It was Brienne of Tarth, escorting the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, to King's Landing under the orders of Catelyn Stark, in exchange for the two Stark daughters. Upon receiving the devastating news of the deaths of her two youngest sons, Bran and Rickon, Catelyn's remaining rationality crumbled. Secretly, she released Jaime Lannister, concealing this act from her son Robb Stark and the Northmen. While harboring hopes that the Kingslayer would fulfill his promise to return her daughters, Sansa, and Arya upon her return to King's Landing. To ensure safety and surveillance, Catelyn appointed 2 escorts for Jaime, his cousin Cleos Fry, and the valiant Brienne of Tarth. In the dungeons of Reborn, Brienne and Jaime swore an oath to Catelyn Stark, vowing to safely return Sansa and Arya. On their way back to King's Landing, they were first chased by a team sent by the young wolf Lord Robb Stark, and then encountered bandits. But in order to prevent James Lannister from escaping, Brenides never untied his shackles and always insisted on using her own strength to turn danger into safety. Among them, Brienne killed a bandit in an inn and protected a weak child, which made James Lannister look at her with new eyes. What James didn't know was that Brienne was killing for the first time in her life, and she had nightmares for several nights about it. Later, Brienne's operation of driving a boat on the river to shake off the Robb Stark army earned James high praise for her. In fact, James Lannister never thought of running away at first, until his cousin Cleo Fry was killed by bandits. James Lannister could no longer bear it and decided to return to King's Landing on his own. I said, "When can we go back?" James Lannister pretended to speak while slowly approaching Brienne. Brenides glanced at him but didn't answer. Just as Brienne was about to relax her guard, James Lannister moved. He suddenly burst up and rushed up, using the shackles in his hands to wrap around Brienne's neck from behind, trying to strangle her out. Brienne was caught off guard for a moment and succeeded. She was restrained by sturdy shackles around her neck, breathing desperately with her mouth open, while wildly hitting James Lannister's waist with her elbow. Perhaps James was locked up for too long and had almost no physical strength. Perhaps Brenides has been incredibly powerful since childhood, no less than any man. In short, Brienne's goal was achieved, and she felt the strength on her neck weaken. So, Brenides seized the opportunity and immediately broke free from the restraints around her neck. She drew her long sword and aimed it at Jaime Lannister, holding onto the red scar on her neck and breathing heavily. Regicide, you are indeed a shameless bastard. You have defiled your white robe. Brienne angrily cursed. James Lannister's physical strength was severely lacking, and he could only watch helplessly as Brenides broke free from his shackles. However, at the same time as Brienne broke free, James Lannister also ran towards her cousin Cleo Frey's body and pulled out the long sword from his waist, although his hands were still locked. James was also unable to get off the tiger and could only helplessly draw his sword to confront Brenides. Honor? To be honest with you, it is this white robe that defiles me, nothing else. Listening to Brienne's mockery, James didn't take it to heart. He had been accused of regicide for so many years and still cared about this mockery. However, James Lannister didn't want to lose his momentum and smiled, saying, "You value honor. Why did your Langley die?" When it comes to Blue Friday, Brienne immediately became angry. "Do not mention the name of the King of Blue Rights without authorization. Regicide, if you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end." Watching Brenides become angry and embarrassed, James Lannister suddenly felt a hint of guilt. He knew that his act of exposing scars was not that honorable. At this moment, James thought to himself, "How did my mouth become like my brother Tyrion? They have all started to enjoy mocking people. I don't know if Tyrion can survive in the face of Stannis Baratheon's army approaching the city." Due to James Lannister being released earlier by Catelyn Tully, he was unaware that his brother Tyrion had led the soldiers of King's Landing to defeat Stannis' attack in these few days. If James knew about this, he would definitely be proud of his brother Tyrion. Just as he was about to do so, Brenides, who had been provoked with anger, had already charged forward with his sword, and James Lannister had to use his long sword to resist. For a moment, sparks flew in all directions on the broken bridge where the two were located, and the crisp sound of tinkling could be heard endlessly. Although Jaime Lannister's hands were bound, his swordsmanship was extremely advanced. He first used his sword to block the movement of Brenides, and then slashed Brenides' face with great fanfare. James Lannister showed a confident smile, as he was about to pretend to stab the opponent's thigh, while the two swords crossed and blocked, just like before. Then, he took advantage of his lack of preparation and directly plunged his sword into the opponent's chest. This is a technique commonly used by James Lannister. When he was young and followed the Dawnsword Arthur Dayne to attack the Royal Forest Brotherhood, he used this move to kill several enemies. Regarding this, Dawnsword Arthur Dayne also spoke highly of it and personally knighted James Lannister in front of everyone after the war. James was only 15 years old at the time. However, James Lannister only wants to subdue Brienne now and doesn't really want to kill her. However, James' plan fell through this time, because when he pretended to stab Rhaenys' thigh, Rhaenys disregarded the sharpness of the long sword and the flesh and blood of her thigh, rushing towards James like crazy. James was startled by her and quickly moved the tip of his sword away, because James didn't want to kill Brienne. From the beginning, James only wanted to defeat her, as long as he didn't hinder himself. Brienne was tall and strong, and her body instantly knocked down James Lannister, who was already exhausted. James lay weakly on the broken bridge, somewhat skeptical of life. He tossed his long sword aside irritably until Brienne walked over with the sword and sat next to him, even placing it on his throat without moving it. Why? James Lannister looked at the white clouds in the sky and asked Brienne. Why what? Benitez glanced at him, confirmed there was no threat, and put the long sword into its scabbard. Why don't you dodge? Don't you want her life anymore? James turned his head to look at Brienne in front of him. I promised Lady Stark to take you to King's Landing, and I believe the oath I made is more important than my life. Brienne looked at James Lannister and said seriously, panting heavily while recovering her strength. For the first time, James Lannister looked seriously at the appearance of Benitez. Her face was round and rough, with a row of teeth protruding unevenly, and her yellow hair was like dirty straw, fragile and dry. With only a pair of big and blue eyes, it can still be considered beautiful. Although her face was ugly, Jaime Lannister believed that beneath Brienne's ugly appearance lay a true knightly heart, and he saw Brienne's sapphire-like beautiful eyes shimmering with confidence. James had seen countless powerful knights in his life, but he felt that the Berentes in front of him, who didn't even have a knight's title, was far superior to those who used the name of a knight to deceive the world and steal fame. Brienne felt uneasy when Jaime Lannister saw her, thinking that Jaime also wanted to mock her appearance. Due to her ugly appearance, Brienne has lived in the ridicule and pity of others since childhood, and people even gave her the nickname of Beauty for fun. Brienne's father, Count Selwyn, entered into 3 marriages for his daughter, but they all fell through due to his disdain for Brienne's appearance or his refusal to allow her to practice martial arts. Even once, Brienne broke 3 ribs of her elderly and disrespectful fiancé. From then on, no one was willing to marry Brienne again. However, Brienne's father, Count Selwyn, did love his daughter deeply, and seeing that it was already like this, he no longer forced himself. But instead of letting it go, he took the initiative to find a swordsmanship instructor to come to Taz Island to teach his daughter Brienne's martial arts. From childhood to adulthood, Brienne has only experienced unbiased treatment in the case of Blue worship. When Blue performed her coming-of-age ceremony and visited Taz Island, she did not mock or ridicule Brienne's ugly appearance like others did. Instead, she was polite to Brienne and even invited her to dance. In the embrace of Ser Brienne of Tarth, Brienne Tarth felt, for the first time, a sense of elegance and nobility akin to that of other noble women. From that day forth, she resolved to remain by Ser Brienne's side. When His Majesty, the King of the Vale, draped the blue cloak of the Rainbow Guard over Brienne, she vowed fealty to him and pledged to protect him with unwavering devotion. Thus, the death of Ser Brienne was not merely the loss of a beloved figure for Brienne, but a profound sense of betrayal and humiliation for having failed her solemn oath. Hence, when she heard Jaime Lannister utter the name of Ser Brienne, her fury ignited. Just as Brienne was on the verge of unleashing her wrath, Jaime Lannister calmly declared, I shall no longer flee. I will return Sansa and Arya as my vow dictates. This is not for the sake of any hollow honor, but to dispel the notion that I am capricious, and instead to uphold my promises. Whether Jaime spoke from stubbornness or genuine conviction, he had irrevocably abandoned the thought of escape. At this revelation, a smile finally graced Brienne's lips. She believed him. In truth, Brienne ought not to have trusted Jaime, for she was acutely aware of his reputation as the Kingslayer, reviled by many. Yet, she sensed that the Jaime Lannister before her was not the man of such infamy, and an undeniable allure emanated from him, compelling her to follow. However, she feigned seriousness and replied, Humph, I hope you will keep your word. A gentle breeze rustled the ground, stirring up scattered leaves. As Jaime and Brienne sat shoulder to shoulder on the ground, regaining their strength, an indistinct voice suddenly broke the silence. Look what we have found. Jaime and Brienne sprang to their feet, drawing their swords, only to behold a formidable band emerging from the nearby thicket. The speaker was a tall, lean man with a goat-like beard, adorned with a necklace crafted from coins. He rode a striking black and white striped horse, his helmet resembling a goat's head. Jaime Lannister recognized him instantly. This was Vargo Hoat, known as the Goat, the leader of the Brave Companions, a mercenary group infamous throughout the Seven Kingdoms, often referred to as the Bloody Mummers. Vargo Hoat had been left behind at Harrenhal while Jaime's father, Tywin Lannister, engaged Robb Stark in battle. However, he swiftly betrayed them, striking a deal with Roose Bolton and surrendering Harrenhal to the Northmen. This is dire, Jaime lamented. After a fierce skirmish, Jaime and Brienne were utterly spent and offered little resistance as Vargo Hoat and his band captured them. My lords, I was merely basking in the sun with my wife. We humble folk possess no riches, Jaime jested, believing his disheveled appearance would prevent recognition by this rabble. Is that so? Enjoying the sun. How delightful. Yet, I see you still wield swords against each other. A member named Uswick stepped forward. I was merely teaching her a lesson, Jaime chuckled. With that sturdy physique of hers. I dare say, she is the one teaching you. Uswick retorted. Kingslayer, do not feign ignorance. I recognize you despite your beard. He added with a mocking laugh. You know me? Jaime's expression darkened. Uswick merely smiled in reply. At that moment, Vargo Hoat interjected, let me ponder how best to deal with you. His smile was audacious, astonished at the unexpected bounty from this patrol. Yet, as he considered the recent tensions between Roose Bolton and the Lannisters, his expression shifted to one of contemplation. Just then, Jaime spoke up. If you release us, my father Tywin Lannister will reward you with at least 100,000 gold dragons. Trust me, you will never exhaust that fortune. Jaime grinned. Before Vargo could respond, Uswick chimed in, 100,000 gold dragons is quite appealing. His hair was thin and brittle, and his pale skin revealed dark blue veins beneath. However, Vargo Hoat disregarded Uswick's musings and commanded his men. With a wave of his hand, he ordered 2 men, one from Dorne and a foul-smelling Ironborn, to drag Jaime to kneel before a large tree stump. Blasted fools, be gentler. You are dragging your own fortune. Jaime cursed. He genuinely longed to seize their swords and plunge them into their throats, but the shackles bound him, rendering him powerless. Gold does not speak. How much was it again? Inquired a jester clad in a motley of green and pink. Did I not just say 100,000? He cackled, his speech half mad, his lips twitching as he grinned foolishly. 100,000 gold would afford one a long respite. By the way, was there gold in that church we raided? Asked Rolch. The nun I dispatched had a few exquisite gems, but alas, your pet's fangs marred them, lamented the rotund Zorro. Listening to their banter, Jaime discerned their vile nature. Indeed, the brave companions were nothing more than mad dogs under his father's command. There is plenty of gold in Casterly Rock. If you return me, you shall prosper. Jaime asserted to Vargo Hoat, convinced that all bandits were alike, driven solely by greed. The Lannisters were wealthy enough to satiate any ransom. Yet this time, Jaime's usual ploy fell flat, igniting Vargo Hoat's wrath instead. I can no longer tolerate your haughty, hypocritical airs. Who cares for your worthless gold? Vargo Hoat's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke, and with a swift motion, he severed Jaime's right hand, the very hand that wielded his sword. Jaime gasped as his hand fell away, rendering him incapable of wielding a sword again. His lifelong dream of knighthood lay shattered. He could no longer aspire to be Arthur Dayne. In that moment, he grasped the torment his brother Tyrion had endured. He would be ridiculed for eternity. As the brave companions escorted the two back to Harrenhal, they subjected Jaime and Brienne to relentless humiliation, binding them together, forcing them to ride face to face, and hanging Jaime's severed hand around Brienne's neck. What a lovely couple. The jester Shaggy Dog mocked, leaping about in derision. Yet Jaime remained unresponsive, his dreams of knighthood obliterated. Now resigned to await death. Are you a coward? Brienne finally spoke. Huh? Jaime looked at her, their bodies pressed together, their breaths mingling, thinking he must have misheard. Jaime Lannister, are you a coward? Brienne repeated. Jaime remained silent, lowering his gaze. What are you evading? Jaime, live on. Do you believe that such setbacks will defeat you? Brienne urged. I have lost my hand. I can no longer wield a sword. My life has descended into hell, Jaime muttered, unable to meet her eyes. No, you have not reached hell. You have merely glimpsed the lives of ordinary people. This is the true world, Brienne asserted. As Jaime Lannister appeared despondent, Brienne softly encouraged him. Jaime, survive, endure, fight, seek vengeance. Regardless of for whom, you must persist. In truth, Brienne Tarth was genuinely grateful to Jaime, for throughout their perilous journey, Vargo Hoat and Roose Bolton, along with others, had made several attempts to violate her. Yet Jaime had deceived them, claiming that the Isle of Tarth was abundant in sapphires. He assured them that if they ensured Brienne's safe return, her father would reward them with an untold fortune in sapphires as ransom, and Vargo Hoat believed him. He even persuaded Roose and Zorro to temporarily abandon their violent intentions toward Brienne, leaving them begrudgingly compliant. Roose, a hunchback figure, was heavy-set, covered in coarse black hair, and notably lacked a nose. He kept a pet named Shaggy Dog, a fierce and grotesque beast. Zorro, a member of the Warriors' Company, was a hefty Dothraki, hence dubbed Fat Zorro. Moved by Brienne's words of encouragement, Jaime lifted his gaze to meet her enchanting blue eyes and declared, I will survive. Seeing a glimmer of hope return to Jaime's eyes, Brienne smiled, comforted by the realization that this man would not disappoint her. Since her childhood encounter with Ser Loras Tyrell, this was the first time Brienne had genuinely, wholeheartedly liked someone. However, Her affection had not yet blossomed into love. She merely perceived Jaime Lannister as not the villain the world painted him to be. Moreover, she discerned within him a certain quality that compelled her to follow him. Initially unaware of the nature of this trait, she ultimately recognized it as the spirit of knighthood. How ironic, she mused, that she found the essence of chivalry within the man labeled a kingslayer by society. They traversed lush forests and muddy, narrow paths. Vargo Hoat, the leader of the warriors' company, ordered everyone to rest temporarily by a stream, then led his black and white striped horse to drink. Brienne and Jaime were dismounted but remained bound together, forced to lean against a large rock to rest. Observing the elms lining the road, Brienne was surprised to find them in this riverine landscape. The sight of these elms stirred memories of a peculiar, weathered shield she had seen as a child in her family's storeroom, adorned with the emblem of a meteor and elm. It was said to date back to the time of Aegon V. The trees flourished in this environment, and Brienne thought to herself that it was far superior to the Isle of Tarth. She glanced at Jaime, who was resting against her shoulder with his eyes closed, and felt a warmth swell within her, marveling that he had deceived their captors with a tale of sapphires. Brienne, known for her forthrightness, noticed that the warriors' company was distracted and began to whisper to Jaime, "Why did you save me? We both know there are no sapphires on Tarth." Jaime, still bleary-eyed, surveyed their surroundings before replying softly, "I did not wish for them to destroy the castle within your heart, turning you into a broken being like myself." Without waiting for Brienne's response, he gazed into her pure, unblemished blue eyes and continued, "Once you plunge into the unfathomable depths of darkness, there is no turning back. Lady Brienne, please hold fast to your sense of justice and pursue your own path of knighthood." Upon their arrival at Harrenhal, Vargo Hoat instructed Jaime and Brienne to bathe first. However, midway through, Jaime was summoned by Lord Roose Bolton, who, being cunning, had discerned Vargo's intentions. Vargo understood that the Lannisters were indeed wealthy, but also knew they were indebted. He believed that while Tywin Lannister might pay him a ransom of 100,000 golden dragons, he would likely lose his own head due to the betrayal of the warriors' company. Thus, Vargo planned to first extract the ransom from Tywin and, upon receipt, sell Jaime Lannister to House Stark for protection. Moreover, Vargo possessed a keen political sensitivity. He had already sensed signs of Roose's inclination to surrender to Tywin. Fearing that Roose might return Jaime, using him as a token of allegiance to Tywin, Vargo severed Jaime's right hand, hoping to sow discord between Roose and the Lannisters to prevent Roose's swift defection. Even though Roose had perceived the underlying scheming, Jaime's hand was irretrievably lost. Thus, Roose could only offer gentle words, unshackling both Jaime and Brienne, and even summoned Maester Coburn to treat Jaime's severed limb. In the bathhouse of Harrenhal, Jaime and Brienne found themselves naked and exposed, sharing an intimate moment. It was Brienne's first experience bathing with a man, leaving her slightly anxious as she instinctively covered her chest with her hands. She gazed at Jaime's unkempt beard and hair, perceiving him in that moment as akin to a lion adorned with a mane. "What has happened to your hand?" As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Brienne broke the silence. "What have you done? If that fellow Coburn can reattach it, I would gladly gift him Casterly Rock," Jaime jested, having come to terms with his reality. Yet, under Brienne's encouragement, he no longer yearned for death. He simply wished to return to King's Landing to see his brother Tyrion or his sister Cersei. In Jaime's heart, Tyrion held a higher place than Cersei. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped them once more. However, Brienne could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "Jaime, are you truly the Kingslayer? Don't dismiss me. I can see you are not as vile as the world claims." Brienne was filled with doubt. She sensed that Jaime Lannister was a man of countless enigmas unbeknownst to the public. Furthermore, within the dungeons of Riverrun, she had overheard Jaime's conversation with Catelyn Stark. Noticing Jaime's silence, Brienne pressed further, "What did you mean by your words that day? Please tell me." She recalled his exact phrase, "In this world, there is one who loves me with an unreciprocated kindness, yet many curse me for my greatest blessing." "What is your blessing? What have you done? And how many have you saved?" Brienne inquired. "For 100,000, the entire population of King's Landing," Jaime replied, perhaps weary of her inquiries. In Brienne, Jaime felt an unprecedented warmth, and meeting her gaze, he unveiled the long-buried truth that had lain silent within him for years. "They have made me swear too many oaths. Conflicting oaths, ambiguous oaths. I do not know which to honor," Jaime confessed. Brienne listened, silent. Suddenly, Jaime laughed, saying, "As for the Kingslayer? Humph. It is a rather fine title. But did our mad king Aerys truly deserve to be called king? All I witnessed in his final moments was fear and cowardice." Jaime continued, when the Targaryen dynasty had already begun to fade. I urged the mad King Aerys not to open the gates when my father came to King's Landing to rescue him. Due to my profound understanding of my father, I am acutely aware that he would never extend assistance to those deemed failures. Yet, to my utmost astonishment, the mad King Aerys heeded the counsel of the Master Pycelle and prepared to open the city gates. That sanctimonious old fool. What ensued was a catastrophe, resulting in the bloodbath of the entire city of King's Landing. It was only at this juncture that the mad King Aerys recognized his grave error, but subsequently, he audaciously demanded that I present the head of my father, Tywin Lannister. At this point, Jaime Lannister turned to Brienne and posed a question. I ask you, if your sovereign, King Renly, commanded you to slay your father, would you comply? Would you still uphold your oath? Brienne Tarth fell silent, for she was at a loss as to how to reconcile the conflicting oaths of obedience to her king and fidelity to her father. In the aftermath, the mad King Aerys summoned the pyromancer responsible for crafting wildfire, intending to unleash it upon the city. These round jars had existed since the reign of Aegon V, hidden throughout King's Landing, and once ignited, they would consume the entire city in flames, leaving no one unscathed. Burn them, he proclaimed, burn them alive in their homes. Burn them in their beds. Jaime Lannister closed his eyes, recalling the Mad King's final, frenzied act. I could bear no longer. So I first killed the pyromancer who was to unleash the wildfire. As the Mad King attempted to flee, I plunged my sword into his back with chilling resolve. His blood stained my golden armor, soaked my white cloak, and I sat upon the Iron Throne, surveying the realm. From that moment forth, my heart would no longer waver. Henceforth, I would heed no more empty oaths. I would follow the dictates of my own conscience and my own sense of justice. Upon concluding this lengthy discourse, Jaime appeared as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he seemed considerably lighter. Jaime, Brienne called out with concern, her voice laced with care. After a moment of contemplation, Jaime gazed at the tranquil surface of the bathing pool, his eyes devoid of focus, and uttered his innermost thoughts. I believe Aerys did not genuinely wish for death, for true dragons fear not the flames. Rather, he sought to have the entire city sacrificed for him, so that he might ultimately transform into a true dragon. Subsequently, Jaime Lannister smiled at Brienne Tarth and continued, thus, to ensure he would not rise again, after slaying him, I severed his throat with my sword. Later, Sir Illyrio of House Tully, under the command of my father, Lord Tywin, along with Count Roland Craighall, entered the scene, inquiring whether I intended to support a new king. I did not respond. In retrospect, it seemed far more palatable to crown a king than to be labeled a regicide. Ultimately, Eddard Stark burst in, commanding me to surrender the Iron Throne, asserting that by law it belonged to Robert Baratheon. By law, the seven themselves would be bewildered as to which law they rebelled against. Moreover, did you think the noble and righteous Lord of Winterfell would deign to listen to my feeble justifications for regicide? What an honorable man he is, presuming my guilt simply by gazing upon me. Why should a lion concern himself with the thoughts of a direwolf? What right does a direwolf possess to judge a lion? Upon finishing this tirade, the already frail Jaime Lannister suddenly became agitated, trembling before collapsing into Brienne Tarth's embrace. Chapter 64. The Heart of a Lion. At Harrenhal, Roose Bolton and Jaime Lannister sat at a table in the hall, while the squire, Elmar Frye, poured each of them a cup of milk wine. Observing Elmar's despondent demeanor, Jaime Lannister was perplexed as to what troubles could weigh upon a child of merely 9 years. Having recovered some strength thanks to the ministrations of Qyburn, Jaime's face remained gaunt, far from the vigor of his youth. Sir Jaime, are you feeling any better? Roose Bolton's voice was barely above a whisper, requiring keen attention to discern. If you refer to my right hand, I can only lament that it has not miraculously grown back from my wrist. Jaime replied with a self-deprecating smile. His impression of the Northerners had always been unfavorable, particularly towards this soft-spoken individual before him. Jaime mused that he was fortunate to have lost a hand rather than an ear. Otherwise, he might struggle to hear Roose Bolton's words. Sir Jaime, as long as you can assure me that you will not pursue the matter of your severed hand, I will ensure your safe return to King's Landing. Roose Bolton declared suddenly after taking a sip of his wine. At this, Jaime Lannister raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. It appeared that Roose had allied himself with my father, Tywin Lannister. Jaime felt as though he had been detached from the world during his confinement. Surely, events had transpired that he was unaware of. With a fleeting blink, he began to engage in pleasantries, saying, My Lord Bolton, this matter is not your concern. It is entirely the doing of those traitorous members of the Kingsguard. If you escort me back to King's Landing, I shall certainly convey your commendable actions to my father. Then it shall be easily arranged, Roose Bolton replied, clapping his hands, summoning a tall figure to enter the room. He was called Vardon, nicknamed Iron Legs, a soldier of unwavering loyalty. I shall assign him to lead the escort back. What say you? Vardon, a captain of the guard under Roose Bolton, was known for his iron greaves, which lent him his moniker. He was straightforward, brutal, and merciless, a quintessential soldier. As Jaime gazed into Roose Bolton's remarkably pale, emotionless eyes, he was inexplicably reminded of the deceased Eddard Stark, who had possessed a similarly inscrutable demeanor. Excellent, my Lord Bolton, Jaime replied. At this juncture, Jaime Lannister comprehended fully that the rules of the game had altered. Roose Bolton was preparing to betray the North's young wolves in favor of the West. Before the gates of Harrenhal, Roose Bolton had arranged a convoy to escort Jaime Lannister, led by Iron Legs Vardon. In addition, Roose commanded Qyburn to accompany the group to attend to Jaime's health. My Lord Bolton, may I take Brienne Tarth with me? Jaime inquired. Sir, I fear that would not be possible. Lady Brienne is a prize of the King's Guard, Roose Bolton replied, his expression unyielding. Upon hearing this, Jaime Lannister refrained from further requests. Sir Jaime, please convey my sincerest regards to your father, Lord Tywin, Roose Bolton said to Jaime. I shall, my Lord Bolton. However, do extend my warmest greetings to that young direwolf of House Stark, Jaime replied. I shall do as you wish. Roose Bolton nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Jaime Lannister was beyond caring for Brienne Tarth. His sole desire was to hasten back to King's Landing to see Cersei. On the back road of the Riverlands, Iron Legs Vardon, following the command of Lord Roose Bolton, swiftly escorted the regicide Jaime Lannister towards King's Landing. The journey was rapid and discreet, necessitating constant vigilance to avoid detection by the Northerners. Upon reaching a wooded area in the Riverlands, Iron Legs Vardon ordered the group to rest for the night. After establishing the watch rotations and igniting a campfire, he settled down to rest. Jaime Lannister laid a bearskin upon a wide tree stump to serve as a pillow, the nearby fire providing warmth, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber, wishing to dream of his sister Cersei. Unbeknownst to him, the tree stump beneath him, illuminated by the moonlight, revealed a white heart. It was a stump of a fishbeam tree. In his dream, Jaime found himself stark naked, surrounded by a dozen towering black shadows clad in long robes and hoods that concealed their features. They wielded spears, driving him downward. Jaime traversed the stone-carved steps, and, upon lifting his gaze, discovered that he was encircled by seamlessly fitting stone walls. This is Casterly Rock, Jaime thought. The Lannister was herded to the very bottom by these ominous figures, where an unfathomable darkness enveloped him, with only shallow waters at the base, soft sand underfoot. Where am I? Jaime inquired. Yet, as he turned, he realized the shadows had vanished without a trace. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a voice emerged from the darkness. Your place, it uttered. As Jaime processed this, he was startled to discover that it was not a single voice, but rather a chorus of 100, 1,000 voices resonating simultaneously. Straining his eyes, he saw a torch suddenly ignite in the darkness, pushing back the shadows. The figures were all golden-haired and blue-eyed, strikingly handsome. He recognized them as all the Lannisters since the Clever Lawn since the Dawn Age. Jaime beheld his father and sister, with his son Joffrey standing foremost. The torch held by his sister Cersei was the sole beacon amidst the darkness. Yet he sensed a searing heat emanating from his son Joffrey. Compared to the light of Cersei's torch, the darkness seemed more fearful of the heat radiating from Joffrey. However, just as Jaime pondered this, the Lannister kin turned away. Don't go. Don't leave me here alone. Jaime cried out in despair. This place is perilous. At the very least, grant me a sword. Jaime thought, as long as I have a sword, no one can harm me. I have already given you a sword. His father Tywin suddenly remarked, turning his head. Jaime Lannister felt something at his feet. He bent down and reached into the water, retrieving a longsword. At that moment, he realized that his right hand was still intact. Jaime mused, it turns out I was merely having a nightmare about losing my hand. My right hand remains securely attached to my wrist. Gripping the hilt, he relished the sensation in his fingers, a nostalgic feeling. He raised the longsword, and, in an instant, pale flames danced along the tip and blade, flickering all the way to the hilt. The flames mirrored the steel-s hue, casting a silver-blue radiance that dispelled the surrounding darkness. With the sword in hand, Jaime felt emboldened. He fixed his gaze on the encroaching shadows, his body turning restlessly, fearful of threats arising from behind. The shallow water lapped at his ankles, the soft sand reminiscent of the ruby shore. Suddenly, a great rushing sound of water erupted from behind him. Jaime swiftly turned, thrusting the sword forward. Illuminated by the pale, silver-blue light, He discerned the newcomer. It was Brienne of Tarth. Brienne, equally naked, bore shackles on her hands. "I swear to protect you. Please remove my shackles," she implored. Jaime swung his sword, shattering the shackles to the ground, splashing icy water that sent a shiver through him. "Please give me a sword," Brienne requested. No sooner had she spoken than a second sword materialized. Back to back, Jaime and Brienne reveled in each other's warmth, both swords ablaze. Their silver-blue brilliance driving back the darkness yet again. The sword sustains life. The sword extinguishes it, a distant voice echoed in the shadows. Jaime recognized it as his sister Cersei's voice. "Sister, do not leave me," Jaime shouted, but received no response. A look of desolation crossed his face as he murmured, "I have nothing left." "No, you still have me," Brienne said, patting Jaime's shoulder. Jaime gazed into Brienne's face, feeling the warmth on his shoulder, reigniting his confidence. "Yes, I still have Brienne. Have they raised a bear here?" Brienne remarked. "A bear?" Jaime was baffled as to why Brienne would suddenly mention such a creature. But soon a tremendous sound of rushing water emanated from the darkness. Jaime and Brienne, their expressions serious, stood shoulder to shoulder, extending their flaming swords toward the source. Mist swirled in the darkness, and several cavalrymen slowly emerged. "Is it you, Eddard Stark?" Jaime surmised, recalling how Eddard Stark had silently entered the Iron Throne room on horseback years ago, without the clatter of hoofs. However, more cavalrymen soon followed, all clad in pristine white armor, draped in white cloaks, their helmets obscuring their faces. Jaime needed no sight of their faces to recognize that these were the sworn brothers of the Kingsguard he once stood alongside: Ser Oswell Went, Ser Jon Darry, Prince Lewin Martell of Dorne, Ser Gerald Hightower, and Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. Among them stood a figure crowned with mist and sorrow, with deep purple eyes and flowing silver hair. Jaime recognized him. It was Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne. "You shall not frighten me. You are all dead. This does not concern Brienne. Let her go." Jaime bellowed. "No, I will not leave. I vow to protect you," Brienne insisted. "We have all sworn an oath," Arthur Dayne said somberly. The white-cloaked phantoms dismounted, drawing their long swords. They gradually encircled Jaime and Brienne, repeatedly chanting, "You killed the king. You slit his throat. You murdered the king sworn to be protected. You betrayed your oath." They continued, until finally Rhaegar Targaryen stepped forward, declaring, "My wife and children were slain by your father. I entrusted them to your protection. No, I did not know he would harm them." Jaime felt his heart sinking deeper into despair, his resolve waning. As this unfolded, the light of his sword began to dim, flickering until it started to extinguish. This signified the erosion of his inner, knightly spirit, as his chivalric heart began to succumb to darkness and frailty. Jaime recalled Cersei's words, "The sword sustains life. The sword extinguishes it." He was consumed by despair, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. Yet at that moment, Brienne stepped in front of Jaime, her sword suddenly erupting with blinding light, pushing the phantoms back involuntarily. "Do not fear. I vow to protect you," Brienne assured him. Jaime sensed a warm aura emanating from Brienne, akin to the comforting embrace of summer sun or the warmth of a winter bonfire, instilling hope within him. He gazed into Brienne's resolute eyes and thought. Indeed, Brienne now resembled a true knight. However, their perilous predicament remained unresolved. The phantoms continued their relentless chant, inching closer into the light. At that moment, Brienne's sword was the only remaining beacon in the darkness, yet the phantoms seemed unperturbed. They encircled Jaime and Brienne, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Jaime lamented, "Brienne is a good girl. It is I who have brought her into this." Just as the phantoms prepared to rush in, Jaime Lannister, his face etched with despair, suddenly saw his son Joffrey Baratheon emerge from the darkness, coming to his side. The phantoms, shrouded in mist, disregarded the light as they charged toward them. However, Joffrey merely smiled gently and waved his hand, and a circle of flames erupted, incinerating several phantoms in their vicinity. The flames blazed in hues of red and yellow, the colors of House Lannister, radiating warmth, heat, and safety. Jaime Lannister stared at his son, astonished. At that moment, Joffrey Baratheon turned to look at Jaime Lannister. The luminous emissary of Azor Ahai must undergo 7 reforgings and 3 temperings before it can be completed. "Ser Jaime Lannister, you are the host for the second tempering," Joffrey declared. Listening to his son Joffrey, Jaime Lannister fell into contemplation. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss, for he knew his son all too well. He discerned that the individual before him, although bearing an uncanny resemblance to Joffrey, indeed, they could be deemed identical, spoke with a tone that felt more akin to that of his father, Lord Tywin, rather than a youth. The words were as imperious as ever, and the gaze emanating from this person was not that of a mere teenager. It was filled with the weight of experience, deep and profound, bearing the marks of time. "You are not Joffrey. Who are you truly?" Jaime demanded, his voice rising. Joffrey shook his head with a faint smile, replying, "Uncle Jaime, I am Joffrey. Yet I am not the Joffrey of this moment. When you return to King's Landing, the truth shall be revealed to you. For now, I implore you to act in accordance with your lion's heart." As the dream concluded, Jaime slowly opened his eyes. "What is the right thing to do?" he murmured. In the next instant, Jaime's resolve solidified as he rose from the stump, determined to return to Harrenhal and rescue Brienne. "Did you sleep well?" asked Coburn. "Coburn, do you believe that humans possess a soul?" Jaime countered, refraining from answering Coburn's inquiry, although he doubted Coburn would provide an answer to such an odd question. Coburn bowed his head, pondering earnestly. "Indeed, humans do have souls, though this was not initially my belief. During my time at the Citadel, I followed Archmaester Marwyn in studying this matter. He posited that the soul possesses weight and provided various proofs to support his claim," Coburn recounted, reminiscing about his days at the Citadel. "Coburn, if you were so inquisitive, why were you expelled?" Jaime inquired, puzzled. "Because Archmaester Marwyn merely inferred and estimated the weight of the soul, whereas I, Coburn, have truly measured its weight." Coburn's eyes gleamed with fervor, pride evident in his achievements. Jaime understood without needing to think that Coburn's hands were likely stained with blood. Indeed, it seemed that the members of the warrior sons were not of noble character. Jaime mused. Perhaps sensing his own indiscretion, Coburn coughed awkwardly, redirecting the conversation. "Shall we depart?" Coburn asked, glancing at the squinting Jaime Lannister. "Yes, we must leave. However, I have left something behind at Harrenhal that I need to retrieve," Jaime Lannister responded, disregarding Coburn's attempt to change the subject. "What? You intend to return? You must be mad," Ironfoot Watton exclaimed, unable to comprehend Jaime Lannister's peculiar reasoning. "One must embrace madness at least once in their life. And I have already succumbed to madness years ago. I am not averse to another bout," Jaime declared with unwavering determination, intent on rescuing Brienne. "No, my Lord Bolton instructed me only to escort you to King's Landing, not to bring you back," Ironfoot Watton insisted. "Moreover, Lord Bolton has already departed Harrenhal, heading towards the Trident. Harrenhal is now under the control of that scoundrel Wagenholt, and I would prefer not to witness your left hand severed again." Jaime Lannister paid no heed to this warning, resolutely turning his horse's head. "If you refuse to accompany me back, I shall proclaim that my right hand was severed by your orders from Lord Roose Bolton when we reach King's Landing. You would slander me. It was Wagenholt's men who did this," Ironfoot Watton exclaimed, alarmed, realizing that should Jaime make such a claim, it would surely lead to his demise in King's Landing. Furthermore, if he failed to accompany Jaime, he would face punishment from Lord Roose Bolton. "I care not for that. If you do not heed my words, I shall declare it so. Conversely, if you comply and return with me, I shall ensure my father rewards you with an additional 3,000 gold dragons." Jaime Lannister observed Ironfoot Watton's conflicted expression, convinced that the prospect of 3,000 gold dragons would sway him. Indeed, Ironfoot Watton furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before gritting his teeth, conceding 3,000 gold dragons. "Then it shall be as you say." Jaime Lannister, seeing this agreement reached, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "A Lannister always pays his debts." With a sense of camaraderie established, Coburn reluctantly mounted his horse. What else could he say? He still relied on Jaime's father, Lord Tywin, to restore his status as a maester. Thus, the trio extinguished the campfire, leading their soldiers as they rode back towards Harrenhal. Before the gates of Harrenhal, Ironfoot Watton called out, "It is I, Ironfoot Watton. We have returned for something." The guards atop the walls, recognizing the favorite of Lord Roose Bolton, opened the gates with minimal inquiry. As the massive iron doors creaked open, Jaime beheld the familiar surroundings with a tumult of emotions. "I hope it is not too late," he muttered to himself, spurring his horse into the courtyard. "Do not shoot. That is the King's Slayer. If you harm him, Lord Bolton will not forgive us." Ironfoot Watton shouted urgently to the archers on the wall as Jaime Lannister charged recklessly. He cursed inwardly. "This damned Kingslayer has put me in a precarious position." "Watton, let us first ascertain what the Kingslayer intends to do," Coburn advised. "Yes, indeed, we must observe him. Surely he has not forgotten something of great importance here." Watton concurred, nodding while still muttering under his breath. "I would wager that, to Lord Tywin, his son's life is always of greater import than his right hand," Coburn said with a smile. Jaime Lannister scoured the familiar haunts, yet Brienne's presence eluded him. Ironfoot Watton approached Jaime, inquiring, "What exactly are you searching for?" "A beauty," Jaime replied. "You expect to find a beauty in this wretched place?" Have you lost your mind? Ironfoot Watton exclaimed, exasperated. Regardless of my sanity, where else could Brienne be within Harrenhal? Where have Wagenholt and his men gone? Jaime pressed, urgency fueling his questions. The cursed Harrenhal, constructed by the Blackheart, is vast. How should I know where Wagenholt's lot has wandered off to? The Horror Tower? The Widow's Tower? The Barracks? Or the Bear Pit? Ironfoot Watton shrugged. The Bear Pit? Yes, the Bear Pit. Let me there at once. Jaime Lannister's eyes sparkled with recognition, urgently imploring Ironfoot Watton to guide him. Recalling Brienne's word from his dream about the bears in the dark, Jaime considered this might be a signal from her. Ironfoot Watton and Jaime Lannister dashed through the expansive barracks hall, racing towards the Bear Pit. As they approached, Jaime heard Wagenholt's slurred speech and the raucous shouts of the warriors' sons. What were they doing? Jaime pondered, until he was startled by the roar of a brown bear and then the sound of Brienne's scream. There truly is a bear. Those bastards have forced Brienne to duel with it. Jaime exclaimed, disregarding Ironfoot Watton's protests as he rushed towards the edge of the Bear Pit. The sudden appearance of Jaime startled Wagenholt, who cursed, "Which fool has dared to cross my path?" Yet, upon turning to see it was the Kingslayer, Wagenholt paused momentarily, bewildered. "What are you doing here?" Wagenholt asked, perplexed. However, Jaime Lannister paid him no mind. Instead, he focused on Brienne, who was grappling with the enormous brown bear. A frown of concern etched upon his face. Without waiting for a reaction from Wagenholt or Ironfoot Watton, he vaulted over the railing and leaped into the pit. "Damn it, you fool." Waghot was taken aback by his own actions. If Jaime were to perish, he would find himself caught between the north and the west, utterly isolated. The blood-soaked Brienne felt a chill run down her spine as she prepared to swing her sword, only to realize that the newcomer was none other than Jaime Lannister, returned. "Jaime, what brought you back?" Brienne exclaimed, a mixture of joy and apprehension in her voice. "What? Are you not grateful to see your savior?" Jaime replied with a smile. But his expression soured the moment he noticed the dull sword in Brienne's grasp. "They gave you a practice sword." Jaime was about to unleash his ire when a brown bear charged toward them from behind. The beast roared, darting toward Brienne, but veering off to flank her, only to receive a fierce blow to its paw from her sword, retreating with a pained cry. Jaime recognized that this bear had likely tasted human flesh, its instincts honed by past encounters with weaponry. "You fool! Who told you to come back?" he admonished. "Indeed, my lady, you are correct. I am quite the fool," he replied. The bear, realizing the sword posed little threat, lowered its guard and lunged directly at them. In a moment of desperation, Jaime pushed Brienne aside to protect her. Stepping forward himself, "Jaime!" Brienne cried out in terror. The massive bear, broad and menacing, bared its teeth as it lunged toward Jaime. Standing his ground, Jaime's heart raced as he gambled on the hope that the members of the Brave Companions would fear the wrath of Roose Bolton and his father, Lord Tywin Lannister. The bear closed the distance rapidly, and Jaime could smell the foul stench of its breath. Just then, 3 arrows shot down from above, striking the bear in its eyes and driving into its brain. The creature let out a desperate wail before collapsing at Jaime Lannister's feet, lifeless. From atop the Bear Pit, Waghot tossed his bow to Torgo, a fellow member of the Brave Companions, and sighed heavily. Wiping the blood from his face, Jaime turned to Brienne with a grin. "Well, I suppose I am still rather impressive, am I not?" That radiant smile deeply captivated Brienne Tarth, eliciting a touched smile in return. "Yes, Jaime, you are indeed formidable. I am truly unfortunate to be entangled with you." Iron Legwool, grumbling, sought to pull Jaime Lannister and Brienne Tarth up to safety. "Coburn, come here," Will called out. As Jaime prepared to lead Brienne away to find Coburn for her wounds, Waghot emerged from the crowd, standing before him. "You cannot take her. She is my prize," Waghot asserted, his fellow Brave Companions brandishing their weapons menacingly. "Jaime, you must go," Brienne gasped, her pallid face betraying the blood she had lost. Yet Jaime was undeterred. He first pushed Brienne toward Coburn and strode directly to Waghot, locking eyes with him. "She is mine now." The two men faced each other, neither willing to yield, and the tension thickened. Ultimately, Waghot glanced at the soldiers of the north within Harrenhal and his own inebriated comrades behind him, contemplated briefly, and slowly lowered his head. "You have won, Kingslayer," he conceded. Waghot understood that he could only command his few loyal subordinates. The others within Harrenhal still heeded Roose Bolton's orders. If he dared to confront the Kingslayer here, those men would certainly not come to his aid. Jaime chuckled at Waghot's words. "My lord, you have made the right decision." With that, Jaime mounted his horse, taking Brienne with him as they departed swiftly from the castle. Iron Legwool and Coburn exchanged glances before each finding a mount to follow suit. They galloped through Harrenhal's colossal, frigid iron gates, accompanied by their soldiers, racing toward the direction of King's Landing. Chapter 65. The Journey to Riverrun. In the Riverlands, Roose Bolton rode at the helm of his forces along the eastern bank of the Green Fork. He was poised to head north toward Riverrun, intending to collaborate with House Frye in orchestrating the Red Wedding. Following the Ironborn's seizure of Winterfell and the Lannisters' victory in the Battle of Blackwater, Roose had begun to curry favor with the Lannister family, intertwining their fates. He first penned a letter to Harrenhal's Herman Tallhart, instructing him to reclaim Derry from the Lannisters. Once Herman completed this task, Roose commanded him to execute the prisoners in the name of King Robb Stark and burn Derry to the ground. This initial step aimed to sow discord between the nobles of the North and the Riverlands, thereby undermining Robb Stark's authority. Subsequently, Roose ordered Herman Tallhart and Robert Glover to lead 3,000 men against the town of Moat Cailin. However, by then, it was heavily fortified by troops dispatched from King's Landing. Roose's maneuver was, in essence, a gift of soldiers and prisoners to the Lannisters, utilizing them to eliminate any opposition. With only a few thousand loyalists from the Dreadfort among his 10,000 men, Roose knew he had to eradicate dissent within his ranks and swiftly align with the Lannisters. Predictably, Tywin Lannister dispatched Lancel Tarly, who decisively defeated Roose's forces at Moat Cailin, while the Mountain encircled them from the rear. Herman Tallhart and Robert Glover were taken hostage, their 3,000 men nearly obliterated. It was around this time that the news of Robb Stark's broken vow and broken engagement reached Harrenhal. Members of House Frye erupted in outrage, casting aside their banners of the direwolf, declaring their intent to sever ties with Robb Stark. Young Omar Frye, merely 9 years old, wept openly, lamenting his lost chance to wed a Stark princess. However, instead of immediately returning to Riverrun, they were momentarily appeased by Roose, with many even participating in his plans to weaken the northern soldiers. It was from this juncture that Roose wavered no longer, decisively turning toward the Lannisters. Thus, when his brave companions captured Jaime Lannister, Roose secretly facilitated his release, escorting him back to King's Landing behind Robb Stark's back. A minor complication arose when Waghat, the leader of the brave companions, sensed Roose's intentions. In an attempt to prevent Roose from siding with the Lannisters, Waghat severed Jaime Lannister's right hand, hoping to instigate discord between Roose and the Lannisters. Yet for Roose, this was but a trifling matter, unable to sway the broader scheme. After sending Jaime Lannister on his way, Roose withdrew from Harrenhal, directing his forces northward toward Riverrun. He left Waghat and the brave companions to their fates in Harrenhal, fully aware that the Lannisters would soon reclaim the castle. Moreover, Tywin would undoubtedly not take kindly to the news of his son Jaime's maimed hand. Consequently, Roose's once formidable force of 17,000 was nearly decimated, aside from the few loyalists from the Dreadfort. To quantify the losses, Roose's army had initially suffered 7,000 casualties at the Battle of the Green Fork, followed by another 3,000 at Moat Cailin. Moreover, as he journeyed back to Riverrun, he would lose yet more men, having conspired with Tywin to sacrifice an additional 2,000 at Ruby Beach. Afterward, Roose intended to send 900 Freys ahead while feigning orders for 600 Northerners to guard the forts, effectively abandoning them to their fates in the Riverlands. Thus, from the original 17,000, Roose was left with merely 3,500 loyalists from the Dreadfort. In the Riverlands, the Witching Marshes, Witch Swamp is a village situated in the realm of Riverrun, the territory of House Tully, who are vassals to House Frye. Should anyone wish to circumvent the Blue Fork of the Trident River, they must traverse through the towns of Seven Springs and Witch Swamp. True to its name, this locale is replete with marshes and dilapidated pathways. Furthermore, the area surrounding Witch Swamp is dotted with verdant pools and soft, yielding ground, resembling a witch concocting potions in her cauldrons. Robb Stark rode at the forefront alongside Catelyn Tully, while the enigmatic King of the North, Robb's father figure, and Jon Snow, his half-brother, followed closely behind. The remaining members of their party trailed in order of seniority and rank, underscoring the importance of hierarchy in their travels. Robb Stark, leading the way, furrowed his brow, burdened by an array of unspoken thoughts. Upon their arrival at Seven Springs, he had received the news of King Balon Greyjoy's demise, leading to the ascendance of the cunning Euron Greyjoy as ruler of the Iron Islands. This development brought Robb a sense of relief, solidifying his resolve to cross the bridge at Twins and reclaim the North, albeit a matter that required discretion and careful deliberation. Originally, he had intended to share his burdens with his betrothed, Jane Westerling, but in an effort to spare the pride of the sensitive Walder Frye, Robb had chosen to leave her at Riverrun. As they approached Witch Swamp, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped Robb. What was this feeling? Fear? A portent? Or perhaps death itself? Robb, what troubles you? Caitlin Tully inquired, her maternal instincts keenly attuned to her son's distress, despite her discontent regarding his broken engagement. Nonetheless, she could not deny that since Robb had wed Jane Westerling, his countenance had seldom been devoid of joy. Jane, possessing grace and understanding, had fostered a congenial relationship with Caitlin. Robb Stark hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his turmoil. At that moment, the perceptive king of the North, Robb's confidant, rode forth beside him. "Your Majesty, are you contemplating an important decree, perhaps as a precaution?" Robb's eyes widened in surprise, but he soon exhaled a resigned sigh. "Indeed, it seems I cannot hide my thoughts from you," he mused, glancing toward the distant emerald pools. It was as if the king of the North could read his mind, Robb thought, but with Jane absent, he found solace in confiding in Robb. Robb held complex sentiments toward the Red Priest, recognizing that his intentions were genuinely benevolent. Though he harbored doubts about Robb's unwavering allegiance to the Red God, he nonetheless placed considerable trust in him, an inexplicable trust, as if they had known each other for ages. To his astonishment, Robb's direwolf, Grey Wind, displayed an unusual affinity for Robb, rivaling even his own bond with the creature. "Robb, what should I do?" he implored, caught in a web of indecision. The plight of the North weighed heavily on him. Sansa and Arya Stark were in the clutches of the Lannisters, and following the fall of Winterfell, his younger brothers Bran and Rickon had perished. Thus, only Robb Stark and Jon Snow remained as the sole heirs of House Stark, a precarious situation indeed. Should anything befall Robb, the northern forces would plunge into disarray, leaderless and demoralized. With no offspring yet born to Robb and Jane, and Jon being a bastard, the stakes were dire. "Your Majesty, the solution is rather straightforward. You need only to legitimize Jon Snow's status, thereby ensuring a safeguard for the future," Robb's companion suggested. "I recall your bond with your half-brother is quite strong." This counsel resonated deeply within Robb, echoing his internal struggles. "Very well." Robb began to acquiesce, but was abruptly interrupted by his mother, Caitlin. "No, this cannot be. There shall be no legitimization," she exclaimed. "What is wrong with you, my son? You shall not come to harm. We will return to Winterfell together. Furthermore, I will not allow that bastard to inherit your father's Winterfell." Caitlin embodied the archetype of a protective mother, her vision clouded by her unwavering belief in her son's virtue, while failing to perceive the lurking dangers. Love can indeed lead to downfall. Moreover, her disdain for her husband's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, was palpable. As the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister had mockingly referred to Snow's name as Melodious, and whenever Caitlyn's thoughts turned to Jon, she was inexorably reminded of Eddard Stark's infidelity. Robb, torn between his convictions and his mother's fervent admonitions, found himself at an impasse. The voice of his heart clashed with his mother's protective instinct, plunging him into turmoil. "Lady Stark, while I am but an outsider, I implore you to consider the greater good. The scales of power are swiftly tipping against us," Robb's advisor urged. A capable ruler must instill confidence in his followers. Only then can they serve him with unwavering loyalty. The current state of affairs is abundantly clear. The Lannister-Tyrell alliance is gaining ground. Our King of the North must first stabilize his rearguard before engaging in any further maneuvers. The crux of the matter was to provide hope and assurance to his bannermen, indicating that the North would not be left without a successor. Robb's advisor remained undeterred by Caitlyn's fierce opposition, continuing to plead earnestly. "Nay, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow that abomination to tarnish Ned's honor." Caitlyn seethed, her loathing for Jon palpable. "My lady, I urge you to recognize that not all is as it seems. I can assure you, in the name of the Red God, that your husband, Lord Eddard Stark, is among the most honorable and steadfast souls in existence." As Caitlyn's resolve began to waver on the matter of legitimization, she remained fixated on her disdain for Jon Snow. Seizing the moment, Robb's advisor continued. "Though your husband possessed many flaws, infidelity was not among them. Are you deceiving me? Who is Jon Snow's mother? Is she Ashera Dane or some fisherman's daughter? Am I not capable of discerning the truth?" Caitlyn's heart wrestled with disbelief, incredulous that anyone would dare question her husband's solitary blemish. "Lady Stark, I implore you to trust me. The truth shall reveal itself, though not at this juncture," he replied. Although Caitlyn was reluctant to accept his words, she refrained from further protest. Robb, understanding his mother well, recognized that she had tacitly acquiesced to his decision. Thus, Robb promptly commanded his men to procure paper and ink, hastily drafting the decree, and immediately issued his orders. "Lady Mormont, Lord Glover, I beseech you both to take this decree and seek out my father's dear friend, Holland Reed, at the Reed family in the Neck. Lady Mormont is a robust woman of short stature, with silver hair, clad perpetually in armor. She wields a spiked mace with great proficiency. Following the escape of her brother Jorah Mormont's only heir, Jorah Mormont, who fled due to slave trading, she ascended as the leader of House Mormont and the ruler of Bear Island, devoutly adhering to the old gods and demonstrating unwavering loyalty to House Stark. Lord Glover, the head of House Glover and the Lord of Deepwood Mott, is known for his loyalty, intelligence, kindness, and steadiness. Though he lacks the prowess of the likes of Blackfish Brynden Tully, he possesses a common appearance, with long red hair and a thick red beard. Yet his sturdy build and resolute gaze mark him as a paragon of loyalty. Upon hearing Lord Robb Stark's command, Lady Mormont and Lord Glover hastened forward and knelt to receive the royal edict. Robb Stark continued, "You must inform him to take his forces and accompany you to the wall to find my brother Jon Snow, legitimizing his status as a bastard. Should any misfortune befall me, my brother Jon Snow shall be the new king in the north, and I require your loyalty to him as you have pledged to me. Do you comprehend?" "As you command, your grace," Lady Mormont declared resolutely. "As you command, your grace," Lord Glover affirmed with a solemn nod. Chapter 66, Daenerys and the Prophecy of the House of the Undying. Essos Qarth. Qarth is an immensely grand and opulent city located in the southeastern expanse of the continent of Essos, renowned as a haven for sorcerers and affluent merchants. The people of Qarth declare themselves the center of the world, serving as a gateway between the north and south, a bridge connecting east and west. The extraordinary wealth of Qarth is reflected in its magnificent architectural style, characterized by stunning opulence. The nominal rulers of Qarth are the royal family. However, the actual power lies in the hands of several formidable merchant guilds, including the 13, the Gemstone Brotherhood, and the Spicers Guild. Furthermore, Qarth is recognized as one of the largest ports in the known world. The city boasts a separate, vast dock reserved for its guilds, while the docks behind the port accommodate merchant ships from various nations, including the Free Cities, the Summer Islands, ET, and Westeros. Adjacent to the coastline is a bustling, vibrant marketplace that operates day and night, teeming with merchants from diverse lands, flanked by wine cellars, storages, brothels, and gambling houses, all vying for attention. Qarth is fortified by 3 thick walls. The outer wall, constructed of red sandstone, rises 30 feet high, adorned with intricate carvings of exotic beasts such as lions, elephants, shadowcats, zebras, scorpions, and even dragons. The middle wall, built of gray granite, towers at 40 feet, depicting vivid scenes of battle, celebrating the culture of gladiators. The inner wall, made of black marble, reaches 50 feet high, the tallest of the 3, covered in various indecent carvings, reflecting the grotesque tastes of Qarth's ruling elite. The outer city gates are clad in bronze, the middle gates in iron, while the inner gates are embellished with numerous golden eyes. Upon entering the city, one is greeted by a surreal array of structures, featuring dreamlike high rose gardens, Essos violets, and the earthy tones of Tyrosh, adorned with precious and vibrant materials such as emeralds, obsidian, and lapis lazuli. Further in, one encounters numerous squares, each with fountains shaped like legendary creatures such as griffins, dragons, and scorpions. A colossal arched street runs through the entire city, with statues of ancient heroes carved into white and green marble columns, each towering 3 times the size of a man. Qarth is ruled by a royal family that manages the affairs of the city from the House of the Undying, overseeing its defenses, including camel cavalry and a formidable fleet of warships. Qarth epitomizes a capitalist economy deeply rooted in slavery, with its aristocracy entirely composed of merchant groups, including the 13, the Gemstone Brotherhood, and the Spicers Guild. These individuals represent the interests of the wealthy elite, ruthlessly exploiting the common folk. Zaldra Zodi, "I see you have been fixated on the male dancers," Daenerys Targaryen remarked to her companion, Xero Zoandaxos. Xero Zoandaxos is a prominent merchant in Qarth and a member of the 13, ranking among the upper echelons of society, with a personal fleet of 83 ships. His wealth is considerable. Xero is bald, his nose adorned with exquisite, costly jewels. His long fingers and graceful demeanor complement his attire, a robe of silk embellished with various jewels. He embodies the quintessential Qarthian appearance, tall, pale-skinned, earning him the moniker Milkman among the Dothraki. After the death of Khal Drogo, many of his followers have departed to establish their own calls. Presently, Daenerys commands a mere 100 warriors, most of whom are frail and aged, with few capable of battle. Thus, she finds herself with only 3 blood riders, her sworn protector, Jorah Mormont, and her 3 dragons, which constitute her sole assets. Amid her uncertainties, Daenerys follows the guiding light of the Red Comet, journeying southward through the Red Waste to reach Qarth. In a Red Waste, Daenerys and her Khalasar have temporarily settled in a city ruin known as Ves Dothrak, named by her people. In the Dothraki tongue, it translates to the City of Bones. As the towering white walls encircling the city have crumbled into ruins, and the buildings within are narrow and devoid of life and color, presenting a stark pallor. While scouting the nearby regions, Daenerys dispatched her blood riders, and one of them, Yura, reached Qarth and returned with 3 individuals: the warlock Piet Pri, merchant Zeros Zoandaxos, and the shadow binder from Ashai, who all exhibited a keen interest in Daenerys and her dragons. Among them, Piet Pri persistently attempted to persuade Daenerys to align with him, offering a tour of the House of the Undying. Piet Pri, with his pallid skin and wrinkled visage, possesses blue lips, likely due to his indulgence in a warlock's distinctive shade of Blackwater. The Shadowbinder is a captivating woman adorned with a lacquered wooden mask and a form-fitting robe, who incessantly feeds Daenerys riddles, such as, to go north, you must go south. To reach the west, you must head east. To advance, you must retreat. To find light, you must traverse the shadows. However, Daenerys perceives that the Shadowbinder harbors a deeper intent, suggesting a journey to the Shadowlands of Ashai. This evokes thoughts of her nephew Aegon Targaryen, who too expressed a desire to venture to Ashai. Could this place hold significance for her? Daenerys finds herself lost in contemplation. Observing the Shadowbinder's graceful silhouette receding into the distance, she muses, is she my enemy, or a perilous ally? Seemingly sensing Daenerys' turmoil, her blood rider, Ser Yura, offers counsel. Khaleesi, it is better to swallow the venom of a scorpion than to place your trust in this brood of shadow children. They dare not reveal their faces in the light. This is a truth known to all. The eloquent exchanges between Bayaboli and Khaleesi were captivating. Yet ultimately, it was the merchant Zerozen Wandesos who expressed his willingness to welcome Daenerys and her companions, offering them shelter and sustenance. However, after residing with Zerozen Wandesos for a while in Kays, Daenerys began to suspect that his intentions were far from innocent. The merchant had repeatedly suggested that Daenerys should marry him, professing his profound affection for her. Yet, Daenerys' sworn protector, Jorah Mormont, uncovered a peculiar marital custom among the people of Kays. On the day of their wedding, a wife could demand a token of love from her husband, whatever it might be, and he must comply. Conversely, the husband also had the right to make a similar request of his wife, though limited to one item, which could not be refused. This gift was considered a testament to the unbreakable bond between them. Daenerys suspected that Zerozen Wandesos' desire to marry her was motivated by desire for her 3 dragons, and she had recently come to suspect that he might be homosexual. Thus, Daenerys Targaryen cautiously inquired, seeking to gauge Zerozen Wandesos' reaction. Perhaps we are both fixated on the same individual. Does this not indicate a mutual understanding between us? Zerozen Wandesos replied with a smile, instantly discerning Daenerys' probing intent, believing it a simple matter to deal with such a young girl. His emotionally intelligent response left Daenerys momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, the warlock Bayapoli entered, proposing to escort Daenerys to the Hall of Immortality. She readily accepted, thinking it a convenient escape. Daenerys recognized that she had triggered Zerozen Wandesos' onslaught of flattery, and from that point on, he would likely inundate her with sweet nothings and marriage proposals. So, she promptly decided to retreat, following the warlock Bayapoli to the Hall of Immortality. Bayapoli observed the sullen Zerozen Wandesos and the relieved Daenerys with confusion, although he was unaware of the events that had transpired. He sensed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. I seem to have come at an inopportune time. Bayapoli began to excuse himself, but was swiftly pursued by the smiling Daenerys Targaryen. No, you have arrived at the perfect moment, she exclaimed with joy. The Hall of Immortality served as the center of power for the warlocks of Kays, often referred to as the Hall of Dust. Many sought wisdom and strength within its confines, yet few emerged unscathed. Externally, the hall appeared as a gray, ancient ruin, long and low, devoid of towers and windows, resembling a massive stone serpent coiled amidst the dark-barked forest. The trees, adorned with deep blue leaves, were the source of a magical beverage known as nightshade water, crafted by the people of Kays. The roof of the grand hall was covered with black tiles, many of which had fallen or deteriorated, while the mortar between the stones was largely dry and crumbling. Those seeking an audience with the immortal must adhere to strict rules. Before entering the hall, one must first consume the nightshade water, lest they fail to perceive the truths and wisdom that lay before them. Frequent consumption of this water would stain one's lips blue, though a single cup would not. Visitors must enter the hall alone. While they may enter through the front door, they cannot exit through it. To find the immortal, one must always ascend, forever taking the right-hand door. Within the hall, doors may occasionally stand ajar, revealing strange scenes. Some from the past, others yet to come, or even those that may never come to pass. Some visions are beautiful, others terrifying, some astonishing, and others dreadful. Before reaching the immortal's chamber, visitors must not enter any other room. The same rules apply when attempting to exit. Encouraged by the warlock Puli, Daenerys Targaryen entered the Hall of Immortality alone in search of answers. Despite Jorah Mormont and the three Blood Riders expressing their disapproval, Daenerys affirmed that her dragons would protect her. Upon opening the door to the first room, she beheld a beautiful woman sprawled naked upon the ground, subjected to the indignities of four diminutive figures resembling the servants of Nightshade Water. However, the scene swiftly transformed as flames erupted around the woman, enveloping her and driving away the surrounding figures. In that moment, she was no longer naked, but adorned in golden armor, emerging from the flames. Daenerys Targaryen found the spectacle rather thrilling. Next, Daenerys ventured into the second room, where she was met with a gruesome feast of corpses, remnants of those brutally slaughtered. The bodies lay scattered and mangled, with a lifeless hand clutching a bloody cup, wooden spoon, roast duck, and bread. Upon a throne above sat a corpse with a wolf's head. The horrific scene startled Daenerys, and just as she resolved to leave, it morphed again. The figure on the throne transformed into a crowned man, draped in a cloak emblazoned with the sigil of the direwolf. The corpses of the banquet-goers began to vanish, replaced by numerous soldiers feasting joyously. In the center stood an elderly man with white hair, garbed in a ceremonial outfit, his hands clasped behind his back, chest thrust forward as he basked in the relentless flames, with a fire dragon roaring around him. The image gradually faded, leaving only the elderly man behind. His visage transformed, shifting from that of a frail elder to that of a golden-haired youth, his attire changing from ceremonial robes to a suit of golden armor and crimson cloak. In her exploration of the third room, Daenerys encountered a house with red-painted doors, beside which a lemon tree swayed gracefully. Recognizing it as her childhood home in Braavos, she felt a wave of warmth, a poignant reminder of her only refuge during her youth. The fourth room revealed a throne room adorned with the severed heads of dragons, where a crowned king sat upon a towering, spiked iron throne, bellowing for their burning. At that moment, a figure clad in golden armor and white robes emerged. As the king turned to flee, a sword plunged into his heart, swiftly followed by a slash across his throat. The blade bore the sigil of House Lannister, its hilt reflecting the crimson and gold of their house. Daenerys speculated that this king was her father, the Mad King Aerys, as it mirrored the account of his demise described by her brother Viserys, who claimed he was slain by the king's guard Jaime Lannister. In the fifth and final room, a silver-haired man with violet eyes cradled a newborn child before the burning palace, presumably his son. He declared the child's name would be Aegon, the Prince of Prophecy, the one whose song is ice and fire. The dragon has 3 heads, he mused, indicating this was the second head, with one yet to come. The man then focused intently on playing a harp, the melancholic notes resonating deeply within the soul. After witnessing the 5 rooms, Daenerys Targaryen opened the last door, revealing the awaited Puli and the exit. "Listen closely to my words, Your Majesty," he cautioned. "The Hall of Immortality was not constructed for mortals. If you cherish your soul, heed my words and proceed with utmost caution." Puli gestured for Daenerys to follow him into the immortal's chamber. The room was dim, dominated by a long stone table upon which a human heart floated, decaying and swollen, yet still pulsating. With each beat, it emitted a deep, resonant sound, casting waves of deep blue light. The immortal's body was withered and shriveled, its skin a rich shade of blue-violet. They did not breathe, yet they could conjure illusions and speak. In the chamber of the immortals, they prophesied to Daenerys Targaryen. The first prophecy spoke of 3 sons. "The dragon has 3 heads. It is fated that you shall ignite 3 flames, one for life, one for death, and one for love. It is destined that you shall ride 3 steeds, one for the bed, one for terror, and one for love. It is foretold that you shall endure 3 betrayals, one for blood, one for wealth, and one for love." The second prophecy revealed 3 sets of illusions: the woman of death, the lie-s assassin, and the bride of wildfire. In the first set of illusions, the woman of death, Daenerys beheld the final moments of her brother Viserys Targaryen. As molten gold melted his skull, she witnessed her elder brother Rhaegar Targaryen, slain on the ruby shores, his chest erupting with red gemstones, whispering a woman's name, and she saw a golden-haired horse lord with bronze skin riding a steed. whom Daenerys believed to be her deceased son, Rhaego. In the second set of illusions, the Lie's assassin, Daenerys saw a shadowless blue-eyed king, brandishing a longsword, its brilliance fading into obscurity. A multitude of people gathered, reveling around a fluttering banner, their attire suggesting they were a troupe of performers. From a stone tower emerged a grotesque and terrifying stone giant, spewing forth shadows of black flame. This stone beast was unlike any Daenerys Targaryen had ever encountered. In the third set of illusions, the Bride of Wildfire, Daenerys saw her husband, called Drogo, as they wed beneath the stars, above a flowing stream. A corpse, bound before a ship upon the sea, had gray lips, long hair, eyes aglow, and a sinister smile. From a crack in the wall of ice blossomed a blue rose, which struck Daenerys as eerily familiar, reminiscent of the winter rose of the north. The Immortals shared much with Daenerys, their knowledge seemingly boundless. Yet, suddenly, they inexplicably rose, brandishing daggers and short swords, advancing menacingly upon her. As Daenerys Targaryen fled in a panic, unsure of her next move, her black dragon, Drogon, let out a fearsome roar and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The dragon fire was blinding and scorching, igniting the treacherous Immortals. Seizing the moment, Daenerys hurriedly escaped the chamber of the Immortals, only to witness flames erupting within. She traversed the long, winding, dark corridor, desperately seeking an exit, yet finding none. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shift with her haste. Time became irrelevant as she ran, until at last, a door appeared before her, emanating a warm glow. She dashed through it, emerging into the sunlight. It was then that Daenerys realized she had escaped the Hall of Immortals, spotting her Queen's Guard, Jorah Mormont, and 3 sworn swords, which brought her a sense of relief. However, not far from the exit, the enigmatic Piet Pri was babbling in an unknown tongue, his feet dancing erratically, exuding fury. As he raged and cursed Daenerys Targaryen, he drew a dagger and lunged at her, but the sworn swords, Lancel and Jorah, swiftly intervened to subdue him. Amidst her confusion, Daenerys glanced back, only to see thick, suffocating smoke seeping from the ancient stone walls of the Hall of Immortals and ascending towards the heavens. Chapter 67, The Red Wedding. Riverrun, the twins. Walder Frey and Roose Bolton had meticulously orchestrated every detail of the Red Wedding, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Robb Stark, king in the north. Walder Frey had been promised the reward of Riverrun by Lord Tywin, and although he had hoped to also receive the title of Warden of the Riverlands, it had been prematurely bestowed upon Peter Baelish by Joffrey. Nevertheless, the prospect of Riverrun, the political and economic heart of the Riverlands, greatly satisfied Walder Frey. For controlling, it would solidify the Frey family's standing. Roose Bolton had been granted the title of Warden of the North and the political center of Winterfell, with plans to offer Arya Stark to secure his rule. Both Walder Frey and Roose Bolton harbored ulterior motives, plotting the aftermath of the Red Wedding. While the phrase betrayed for profit and the dissolution of a betrothal, Bolton's treachery was far more complicated, steeped in centuries of familial enmity. The Bolton family, one of the North's oldest, most powerful and notorious houses, had once held the title of the Red Kings when they were royalty. Since the Long Night, the Red Kings had been the most formidable adversaries of the kings in the North. For millennia, they had fiercely resisted the kings in the North, even defeating House Stark on several occasions, flaying some Stark lords and displaying their skins upon the walls of their fortress, the Dreadfort. Millennia ago, the Dreadfort, alongside the Grey Stark family of Winterfell, had attempted to conquer House Stark, only to be thwarted. Centuries prior, the Boltons once again faced the Starks, with King Harren Stark's forces besieging the Dreadfort for 2 long years, forcing the famished Boltons to surrender and lower their banner. Henceforth, the Boltons became one of the last northern nobles to yield to the Stark family of Winterfell. The last Red King, Roose Bolton, known as Roose the Hunter, capitulated to the Starks during the early incursions of the Andals into Westeros, vowing to forsake their tradition of flaying enemies alive. At this time, Catelyn Stark built the castle of Carhold on lands of a rebellious lord to keep watch over the Bolton family, leading later generations to refer to the Stark family of Carhold as the Karstarks. Outside the twins, along the journey, Robb Stark, wary of unforeseen mishaps, disregarding Catelyn Tully's objections, prepared a last will and testament. In it, he legitimized Jon Snow's status as a trueborn son and stipulated that, should he perish, Jon Snow would inherit Winterfell and the title of king in the north. After composing this document, Robb dispatched Meera Reed and Jane Poole to the Neck in search of Howland Reed, with the elder friend of his father, Eddard Stark, leading the way to the Wall to contact Jon Snow at Castle Black. Robb Stark and Catelyn Tully rode alongside the northern lords to the outskirts of the twins, where they were greeted by the welcoming figures of Walder Frey and the crippled Roose. Robb Stark's companion, the cunning Roose, observed the duplicitous demeanor of the two men with a derisive chuckle. Turning to Robb Stark, he urged Robb, proceed. With a hint of hesitation, Robb Stark promptly commanded his guards, including Dacy Mormont and young Jon Umber, to apprehend Walder Frey and the crippled Roose. What is the meaning of this? Robb Stark, you have a great deal of audacity. You not only break your betrothal, but also plan to betray your allies? Walder Frey and the crippled Roose, now bound. Ungreedy denounced Robb Stark. In truth, the plot of the Red Wedding had been orchestrated by the crippled Roose, with Walder Frey executing the plan, as both were primarily responsible for slaying the soldiers outside the castle. Thus, even if they were captured, the Frey family would remain oblivious for some time. They had intended to demonstrate the Frey family's sincerity. After all, even the primary heir Walder Frey and the steward of Riverrun, the crippled Roose, had ventured so far to greet them. To their astonishment, before they could utter a word to ensnare Robb Stark, both of them had already fallen into the trap. Was everything meticulously arranged? Roose Bolton approached Lord Walder Frey and inquired, What? I do not comprehend what you are saying, stammered Walder Frey, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he averted his gaze, fidgeting nervously. You shall find out soon enough, Roose replied with a smile. In Riverrun, Robb Stark, flanked by his guards, made his entrance into the city, while the remainder of his forces encamped outside, effectively besieging Riverrun without a visible show of force. The sight of Robb Stark entering the city brought a sense of relief to Walder Frey. After exchanging a knowing glance with Roose Bolton, he hastily instructed his men to welcome their guests, who were fated for death. Why would the king in the north come to visit an old man like me? Walder Frey mockingly remarked. My apologies for the broken betrothal, my Lord Frey. I have come to personally express my regret, Robb Stark declared. Personal apologies? Where is your mother? Catelyn Tully? And why is our groom, Edmure Tully, absent? Walder Frey questioned, perplexed, as the original plan entailed the deaths of both Robb Stark and Catelyn Tully, with Edmure Tully captured as a hostage. My grandfather, Duke Hostian Tully, has recently passed away. My mother and uncle are in profound grief, tears staining their faces. They wish not to burden us with their sorrow, Robb Stark continued. Surely, I am qualified to stand in for my mother and uncle? If not, I shall return to fetch them, and we shall come together. Robb's words were resolute, leaving no room for Walder Frey to negotiate. It was either a feast, or he would take his leave immediately. Indeed, upon hearing Robb Stark's declaration, Walder Frey immediately donned a hypocritical smile. The king in the north has graced us with his presence. Certainly he is worthy, Walder Frey smiled. After all, to slay Robb Stark would fulfill Tywin Lannister's orders, rendering Catelyn Tully and Edmure Tully inconsequential even if they survived. Robb Stark inwardly cursed the old man, recognizing his adeptness at deceit. On the surface, Walder Frey's demeanor betrayed no hint of insincerity. He then summoned his daughter, Rosalind Frey, to make an appearance. One must concede that while the Frey family's typical appearance resembles that of a weasel, Rosalind Frey was indeed strikingly beautiful. Rosalind, the fifth daughter of Walder Frey, was a mere 16 years of age. Her porcelain skin, refined features, and large brown eyes captivated all. Her chestnut hair cascaded in loose curls to her waist, with a charming gap between her front teeth that rendered her smile exceptionally endearing, albeit shy. Edmure Tully is truly fortunate. Robb Stark mused silently, lamenting that had he been in Edmure's position, he would have regretted marrying into House Frey. However, the Robb Stark entering Riverrun was not the genuine article. It was the sorcerer Roose, disguised through fire magic. To enhance the illusion, Robb Stark's loyal guards, Dacy Mormont, Jon Umber, Wendell Manderly, Robin Flint, and Renly Tully, had willingly ventured into Riverrun alongside Roose. The real Robb Stark had secretly dispatched troops to subdue the soldiers surrounding House Frey, effectively encircling Riverrun. Furthermore, to conceal their movements from Walder Frey, Robb commanded Brynden Tully to eliminate the scouts near the city. Simultaneously, to respect the sacred rites of hospitality, he instructed his men to spare lives. Nevertheless, as Robb Stark had not consumed the bread and salt of House Frey, he could not be considered a guest. Returning to the events within Riverrun, the sorcerer Roose, after observing Rosalind Frey, promptly requested Walder Frey to provide him with bread and salt. Upon consuming them, the bond of host and guest was established. In witnessing this, Dacy Mormont and Jon Umber gradually relaxed, for they believed that the sacred rites of hospitality, a time-honored tradition of Westeros, would not be violated. Roose, however, scoffed at such notions, deeming those bound by rules to be foolish. In truth, Robb Stark's demise in the original tale was indeed unjust, for he never anticipated that anyone would breach the sacred rites of hospitality. As a character in the story, He lacked the omniscient perspective to foresee the myriad of boundless treacheries that marred the historical world. He could only glean lessons from Westeros' extensive history, which had never recorded a violation of these sacred rights over the millennia. Thus, this young man, merely 15 or 16 years of age, could not fathom that he would be slain at a banquet following the establishment of these very rights. "My Lord Bolton, I have yet to see Olyvar Frye, Patriarch Frye, and Alexander Frye today," Roose casually inquired while seated at the banquet table, feigning nonchalance as he sampled the food beside Roose Bolton. "Perhaps they are attending to some matters," Roose Bolton replied, momentarily taken aback. The three individuals mentioned were close to House Stark and had amicable relations with Robb Stark and Edmure Tully. Olyvar Frye had once been Robb Stark's loyal squire, steadfast even after the broken betrothal. Patriarch Frye was a good friend of Edmure Tully, having camped alongside him at Reborn, known for his integrity and kindness. Alexander Frye, a singer and close companion of Edmure, showcased Edmure's amiable character, as everyone was inclined to befriend him. Alexander had even proposed to compose a song celebrating Edmure Tully's valor, titled The Mill of the Broken Mountain. However, after Robb Stark chastised Edmure for disrupting his plans, the song was never completed. In truth, Roose Bolton was unaware of the internal affairs of House Frye. Roose was merely probing. It appeared that Walder Frye had sent the three away to prevent any leaks of information. They all had prior engagements. Black Walder Frye interjected, fearing Robb Stark's suspicions, as he approached with a drink in hand to provide an explanation. "Oh, is that so? What a shame," Roose said with a smile, yet as he turned away, his gaze turned perilous. Roose thought, "Since you have dismissed the innocent, it shall be convenient for me to unleash my fury." Although the banquet at Reborn offered scant meat, an abundance of fine wines flowed generously, intended to intoxicate Robb Stark and his men, facilitating the Frye family's treacherous intentions. To ensure that Great John Umber succumbed to drunkenness, Walder Frye dispatched no fewer than 3 of his kin to take turns drinking with him. Observing his son, Meryn Frye, and grandson, Peter Frye, falter in their drinking contests, Walder quickly signaled another to step in. Upon the elevated stage of the second floor, the singer and musicians performed a resplendent symphony, their music resonating loudly and raucously, intended to signal the soldiers beyond the city walls. After indulging in copious toasts for some time, the attendees began to feel pleasantly inebriated. The singer on the platform exerted himself even more fervently, and the cacophony of music gradually reached a fevered climax. After exchanging a subtle nod with Black Walder Frye, Walder Frye stealthily exited the hall through a rear door. Upon receiving his cue, Black Walder Frye immediately sought out Benfry Frye, who awaited at the entrance of the hall to discreetly discuss their plans. Observing Walder Frye's premature departure, Roose smiled inscrutably, aware that a massacre was imminent. At that moment, the ever-cautious Lothar Bolton, who stood beside Roose, suddenly excused himself to seek the restroom. Roose downed his glass of red wine, wiping away remnants of food and drink from the corners of his mouth. Tilting his head, he fixed his gaze upon the treacherous Lord Bolton, who was furtively sizing him up. With a smile, Roose remarked, "My Lord Bolton, have you finished your performance?" "What?" Lothar, who had intended to leave, returned to his seat upon hearing Roose's words. For the first time, surprise flickered across his typically stoic visage, as he sensed that Roose Bolton might be privy to something significant. Noting Lothar's astonished expression, Roose continued, "You feigned acceptance of my apology and pledged to marry Rosalind Frye of House Frye to my uncle, Edmure Tully, as a ruse to draw me into the city. You isolated my direwolf, Grey Wind, outside the walls to diminish my strength. You offered me salt and bread under the guise of the sacred guest rite, merely to lull me into complacency. You dispatched Olyvar Frye, Pate Frye, and Alexander Frye beforehand to prevent any communication, thereby keeping me uninformed. You presented us with a plethora of fine wines, seeking to dull our senses. You played the music so loudly that it must surely echo outside. Am I correct in assuming that the next piece will be the Reign of Castamere? Surely, this serves as a signal to commence the slaughter of our soldiers beyond the city walls. I have noticed that the large tent outside has been greased. Are you planning to ignite it with arrows?" As Roose spoke, he laid bare every aspect of Lothar Bolton and Walder Frye's scheme, participants, timing, and plans, down to the minutiae. Under Lothar's incredulous gaze, Roose suddenly extended his right hand, tearing the fabric from Lothar's left arm to reveal hidden armor beneath. With a swift motion, he exposed Lothar's concealed attire, a suit of black armor adorned with a pink-stained cloak, the garb of a warrior preparing for battle. At this revelation, Roose's laughter grew louder as he proclaimed, "So, I ask again, have you finished your performance? What are you doing?" Lothar gasped, rising to grasp his sword. only to feel an intense heat radiating from the hand that grasped him. In mere seconds, the heat escalated to its peak, igniting Lothar from his left arm and engulfing him entirely in flames. The ambitious scion of the Red Queen had scarcely the opportunity to scream before he was reduced to ashes amidst a conflagration of red and gold. Archers, Blackwalder Fry, paralyzed with terror, shouted to the second floor. The concealed archers on the elevated platform were equally taken aback, realizing the plan had unraveled. At Blackwalder's signal, they hastily retrieved crossbows hidden at their feet, preparing to fire immediately. However, Roose had already sensed their intentions. With a mere gesture, a dragon of fire erupted from his palm. The massive and searing blaze consumed the entire platform upon its appearance, incinerating both people and railing alike. As the railing crumbled, the supporting columns on the first floor collapsed, crashing down behind Roose and sending his direwolf-cloaked mantle billowing, while simultaneously crushing several members of House Fry. Roose stood defiantly amidst the flames, his gaze unwavering, commanding the battlefield with an aura of dominance. The inferno swirled around him, and with a single motion, he propelled the roof into the air. In that instant, all present gazed upon Roose Bolton as one mighty deity. With the situation spiraling beyond control, the members of House Fry on the first floor abandoned their plans and hastened to draw their weapons against the Northerners. In response, the Northern forces, including Daisy Mormont, Jon Snow, Wendell Manderly, Robin Flint, and Renard Westerling, swiftly armed themselves to counter the advancing Fry attackers. Ben Fry aimed to subdue the only female commander, Daisy Mormont. Yet as he grasped her arm, she retaliated with a flask of wine that struck him on the head. Staggering from a blow, he fell to the ground, only to receive a fatal thrust from Daisy's sword. Big Jon Snow displayed remarkable prowess with his two-handed sword, dispatching 4 or 5 Fry members before becoming locked in combat with Blackwalder Fry, who guarded the entrance. Meanwhile, little Jon Snow, witnessing knights of House Hightower loyal to the Freys charging at him, cleverly hurled a long table to deflect their crossbow bolts. Subsequently, in coordination with Renard Westerling and Robin Flint, they eliminated their assailants and, under Wendell Manderly's cover, plunged into the rear chambers of House Fry in pursuit of the fleeing Walder Fry. Despite the fierce battle raging in the hall, Walder Fry's dim-witted grandson, the Bellring, continued to prance about, oblivious, his antlered crown jingling with bells. The clashing of blades and the accompanying sparks filled the air, while a chilling draft from the entrance toppled the candelabras on the long table, igniting the curtains beneath. "Wine, meat, swords, let's get to fighting," the bellringer chanted, drooling as he ran about in a daze. The cacophony of wind, crackling flames, clashing swords, and his mindless exclamations created a stark contrast of dark humor. As Blackwalder Fry engaged in combat with Big Jon Snow, his eyes darted anxiously toward the entrance, for according to the plan, Lyman Fry should have already dealt with the Northerners outside and led the guards into the hall. Yet as time passed, there was still no sign of movement from the entrance. Blackwalder's heart raced. If the plan had faltered too drastically, House Fry would face utter ruin. Outside the venue and the twins, unbeknownst to House Fry, Lothar Bolton had also stationed men from House Bolton in ambush at the banquet's perimeter. With but a command, they would storm in through the side doors to commence their slaughter. However, with Lothar reduced to ashes before he could give the order, these men found themselves leaderless. At that moment, the leader of the Bolton forces spotted the side door swinging open and was about to question the identity of a newcomer when a sword emerged from the darkness, severing his head in an instant. It was, in fact, Mance Rayder and Patrick Mallister, following Roose Bolton's instructions, leading a contingent of Northern and Riverland soldiers through the side entrance. The two sides, now caught in a frenzy of battle, spared no quarter. Blood flowed freely, and swords clashed chaotically. However, due to Lothar Fry's fear of alarming the enemy, he did not deploy many of his men from the twins, which forced them to fight alone, leading to their swift suppression by the forces of Robb Stark. As a result, apart from the Great Hall at the twins, no other threats remained. After Marcus Peake and Patrick Mallister completely eradicated the men from the twins, they promptly returned with their troops, preparing to support their comrades within the hall. The palace blazed, reflecting a vivid crimson against the sky, while the shimmering lake and shadowy trees appeared shrouded in a haze. The crowd gathered in astonishment as flames surged towards the heavens. The opulence of yesteryears now lay in ruins, leaving only crumbling walls in its wake. The rise and fall of glory is a fate predetermined, as the eternal river of history flows on unceasingly. Looking upon the castle engulfed in flames, Roose Bolton felt a deep sense of lament. The wrath of the inferno blazed like a resplendent sun, unstoppable in its fury. This castle, established centuries ago, had barely had the chance to revel in its splendor before being consumed by an unrelenting conflagration. When Jon Snow and others dragged Walder Frey from his bed, the battle was officially declared over. The remaining members of House Frey, having cast aside their weapons, raised their hands in surrender to the soldiers of the North. The young wolf, Robb Stark, rode forth on horseback, accompanied by his direwolf Grey Wind, approaching from distance. He raised his sword as he passed through the throngs of Freys, formally accepting their capitulation. Seeing another Robb Stark emerge, the Freys widened their eyes in disbelief, darting their gazes between the two Robbs, filled with astonishment. It was at this moment that Roose Bolton laughed heartily, shedding Robb Stark's visage to reveal his true self. Within the twins, Robb Stark, Roose Bolton, and their companions convened in a meeting hall, flanked by the likes of Daenerys Mormont and Jon Snow. Now that we have achieved victory, what shall we do next? Robb Stark inquired. Next, we shall feign that we were slain by the Freys within the twins. To see which schemers will reveal themselves, Roose Bolton replied with confidence. He had only burned the central castle of the twins, leaving the outer walls and accommodations intact. Thus, to an observer from outside, nothing would appear amiss. This had been his premeditated strategy, coaxing those with nefarious intentions to reveal themselves. If that is the case, then let us proceed with your plan, Robb Stark mused thoughtfully. Chapter 68, The Eve of the Wedding. King's Landing. Lancel, what have you done? Since awakening to his powers, Joffrey had become acutely aware of the magical essence coursing through his veins. However, he recently noticed that a portion of his power seemed to be missing, so slight that he would have overlooked it had he not scrutinized it closely. It was at this time that he received a clandestine report from the Riverlands, stating that Robb Stark had perished at the twins, immediately linking the two occurrences in his mind. Robb Stark is not truly dead, is he? You saved him, Joffrey exclaimed angrily at Lancel. Lancel, tell me, why did you do this? Why? Isn't that precisely what your heart desires? Lancel replied with a smile. Joffrey was left speechless. Indeed, Lancel spoke truthfully. Joffrey was not a native of the world of Song of Ice and Fire. He was merely an ordinary person. Even now, he held a shred of goodwill toward his adversary, Robb Stark. Despite the dulled emotions that followed the disappearance of his heart, the innate kindness within Joffrey remained unchanged. Joffrey, heed my words. In the near future, when the long night descends, the political and historical stances of all will shift. At that time, they will face only two choices, life or death, Lancel mused, as the world remained ensnared in the game of power. His gaze already fixed upon the impending invasion of the cold gods from the north. In the Red Keep, Sansa Stark stood before a grand, gold-framed, full-length mirror, adjusting the wedding gown she was to wear in a few days. The sigil of the direwolf embroidered upon the dress brought her comfort, as though her family were by her side. Sansa, you look beautiful in anything, Joffrey said, entering while savoring a lemon drop. Doi. Sansa Stark turned, her face lighting up with a smile upon hearing her beloved's praise. However, when she noticed Joffrey indulging in the candy, her brow furrowed involuntarily. Joffrey, why are you eating so many lemon drops again? Didn't I tell you last time that you shouldn't overindulge? Sansa admonished, hands on her hips, exuding the demeanor of a dutiful mistress. Joffrey chuckled awkwardly. All right, I want to eat them next time. Yet he promptly shoved the remaining candies into his mouth. Observing his antics, Sansa approached and pouted in discontent. Just as Joffrey wondered what Sansa was up to, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Their lips met, and the warmth of their love enveloped the air. After a long moment, as they pulled apart, Sansa blushed and gazed into Joffrey's eyes, a sly smile creeping across her face, for all the lemon drops Joffrey had just consumed had found their way into her mouth. Joffrey could only chuckle in mock annoyance, gently patting her backside. In truth, Joffrey felt a twinge of guilt, as news had recently arrived from the Riverlands about the alleged assassination of Robb Stark and the twins. Since the matter was still under wraps, the veracity remained in question, and thus Joffrey refrained from sharing this with Sansa. After a tender moment, Joffrey attended to his duties in the Iron Throne Hall, while Sansa received an invitation from the wife of Garland Tyrell to join her for tea in the gardens of the Red Keep. As Joffrey entered the Iron Throne Hall, he found his uncle, Tyrion Lannister, in discussion with the Master of Whispers, Varys. Upon hearing his footsteps, they turned to greet him, saying, "Your Grace." Joffrey waved his hand dismissively, indicating they should continue their business. "Nephew, Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne is soon to arrive. Are you truly considering allowing him a seat at the small council?" Tyrion inquired. Before the Battle of Blackwater, Tyrion had originally plotted for Joffrey to wed Margaery Tyrell and for Myrcella to marry Prince Tristan of Dorne. This would have united Dorne and the Riverlands. alongside their own Westerlands, ensuring a robust and stable alliance throughout the south. Moreover, Tyrion's primary intention in granting Dorne a seat at the Small Council was to ensnare Prince Doran, maintaining control over the Dornishmen. Tyrion's strategy was intricately designed. Had it unfolded as planned, everything would have progressed in favor of the Lannisters. However, Tyrion was no omnipotent being, and he could not have foreseen the complete disruption of his plans. The first change emerged with Joffrey, who had grown so enamored with Sansa Stark that he adamantly refused to marry Margaery Tyrell. Consequently, Tyrion had to yield to Joffrey's wishes, arranging for Myrcella to wed Willis Tyrell instead. This alteration set off a chain reaction in the subsequent plans, ultimately leading to Tommen being betrothed to Princess Arianne of Dorne. Even the final step of the strategy was uncovered by Prince Doran, who instead sent his brother, the Red Viper Oberyn Martell, to King's Landing, preserving his own safety while leaving the Iron Throne with little recourse. After all, it is a promise made and must be honored, Joffrey declared. In truth, Joffrey was acutely aware of Tyrion's innermost thoughts, for the enmity between the Lannisters and the Martells ran deep and was irreconcilable. Tyrion harbored a profound fear that the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell, upon arriving in King's Landing, would defy the authority of the Iron Throne and engage in acts of poisoning and assassination. Observing the war-torn visage of his uncle Tyrion Lannister, Joffrey felt a twinge of remorse. During the Battle of Blackwater, Tyrion sustained nearly fatal injuries. He was ambushed by the Kingsguard member, Mandon Moore, who severed half of his nose, leaving him with a scar that could never be healed. Although Joffrey had traversed from another time, he could only recall the general trajectory of events, struggling to remember the finer details. Moreover, upon his arrival, the narrative had already shifted, rendering the unfolding events not entirely congruent with the original tale. The incident of Tyrion being attacked on the battlefield by Mandon Moore was of grave concern. It signified that, despite having eliminated several threats, new instabilities had emerged around Joffrey. By the way, my dear uncle, have you yet decided which castle you desire? Joffrey inquired. He had long made a promise to Tyrion Lannister that, upon their victory in war, they could choose from the vacant castles at their leisure. Presently, the juiciest prize, Brightwater Keep, belonging to House Florent, had been granted to Garland Tyrell in recognition of his valor in battle. This concession also served to solidify the alliance between the Lannisters and the Tyrells, henceforth referring to the Tyrells as the Tyrells of Highgarden and the Tyrells of Brightwater Keep. In the aftermath of the war, Joffrey confiscated the strongholds of many families that had participated in Stannis' rebellion, including House Florent of Brightwater Keep, House Mudd of Greenstone, House Follard of Stonehelm, House Mullen of the Vale, House Fossaway of New Barrel, House Fossaway of Appleton, House Klein of Red Lake, House Varner, and House Williams. Among these, aside from Brightwater Keep, which had been awarded to Garland Tyrell, both House Fossaway of New Barrel and House Fossaway of Appleton were relatively favorable options, and thus Joffrey hoped to allow Tyrion to select one of these. Simultaneously, Joffrey had amassed several long-lost Valyrian steel swords. The first, named Vigilance, belonged to House Hightower of Old Town, with the last known wielder being Mount Hightower. The second, called Orphanmaker, was the ancestral sword of House Roxton, last held by Count Olwen Peak. The third, known as Truth, was the sword of House Targaryen of Lys, with the last known owner being Morido Targaryen. The fourth, named Lament, was the ancestral sword of House Royce, the last known bearer being Sir William Royce. It was said that during the Dance of the Dragons, a knight named Warwick Witten used it to sever one of Syrax's wings. My dear nephew, if I were to choose Appleton, would you grant it to me? Tyrion jested. Indeed, should you select Appleton, I shall immediately decree you the Earl of Appleton, Joffrey replied. And what of the previous Earl of Appleton? I recall that the Fossaways had an alliance with the Tyrells. Tyrion expressed his concern. I allowed the head of House Fossaway to choose between his life and Appleton. He chose his life, Joffrey said with a laugh. Then I am most grateful, your grace, Tyrion Lannister declared, filled with joy and gratitude. He had initially thought he would perish on the battlefield, only to be saved by Grand Maester Pycelle. He had anticipated that upon his father's arrival in King's Landing, Tywin would usurp his position as Hand of the King, yet that role had been reserved for his good nephew, Joffrey. Tyrion had feared Joffrey would renege on his promise, but instead, he had left him with two favorable castles. Although Tyrion's pre-war plans had been utterly dismantled, the post-war gains surpassed his wildest expectations. Henceforth, no one would dare belittle Tyrion Lannister again. From now on, he would be referred to as the Lannister of Casterly Rock, the Lannister of Lannisport, and the Lannister of Appleton. Now, I wish to ascertain the truth of the rumor regarding Robb Stark's demise at the Twins. In reality, Joffrey was feigning ignorance, for he was already aware that the Blackfish had saved Robb Stark, but he sought to gauge the opinions of his advisors. "Regrettably, Your Grace, your old friend Robb Stark is likely truly dead," Tyrion replied. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation, adding, "Nevertheless, this is merely the most probable scenario, as the Freys and the Boltons have already disseminated news confirming their treachery against their liege lord. Yet, there remains a slim chance that during the Red Wedding, Robb Stark managed to subdue the Freys and the Boltons, luring other treasonous lords to the twins." After stating this, Tyrion seemed to doubt his own speculation and added with a chuckle, "Of course, this is merely my conjecture. I do not believe Robb Stark possesses such extraordinary abilities." Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly, though only Joffrey knew that his uncle's deductions were indeed accurate, even to the finest detail. For it was the Blackfish who had advised Robb Stark to feign death as a means of discreetly eliminating adversaries. While Robb Stark may not have been endowed with remarkable powers, what if he had capable allies? Joffrey pondered, glancing at Tyrion and Varys, who exchanged puzzled glances. Ultimately, Joffrey presented Tyrion Lannister with a Valyrian steel sword as a token of recognition for his exceptional achievements. This sword, named Truth, was the longest among Joffrey's collection of Valyrian steel swords and contained the most Valyrian steel material, being the ancestral weapon of House Targaryen of Lys. Tyrion was profoundly grateful, as the Lannister family had long lost their only Valyrian steel sword, Brightroar, which had been missing for many years. Duke Tywin had searched high and low for it, even attempting to purchase a Valyrian steel sword from various impoverished ancient families. But these families were unwilling to part with their ancestral treasures, even for a fortune. As Tyrion gazed at the sword, he noted its rugged adornments and imposing presence. Upon drawing it from its sheath, it glided through the air like a stream of clear water, emanating a chilling aura. The blade shimmered like ice, and the hilt resembled frost. Tyrion was utterly enamored with this sword, resolved to flaunt it to his father Tywin in a few days, relishing the opportunity to taunt the old man. Although Tyrion Lannister outwardly appeared somewhat jaded and carefree, his inner self was remarkably tender. This soft heart, when confronted with happiness, would tremble, and even the gentlest touch could cause him pain. From the moment of his birth, he had endeavored to prove his worth. Yet people only focused on his status as a dwarf. This prejudice against dwarves in the world of ice and fire marked them as the god's punishment, equating them to disability in the eyes of society. Particularly because Tyrion's birth had led to his mother's death. It intensified the animosity that Tywin and his sister Cersei harbored towards him. Were it not for the fact that regicide was an unforgivable sin in the eyes of the Seven, they would have gladly seen him dead. Only Jaime Lannister truly treated his brother Tyrion Lannister with sincerity, despite the mockery directed at Tyrion due to his dwarfism. Jaime bestowed upon him the full measure of a brother's love. Initially, Tywin Lannister's disdain for his dwarf son was profound, yet it had not reached the point of wishing for his death. Ultimately, it was Tyrion's identity as a dwarf that precipitated the tragedy of his life. A few years after Tyrion's birth, Tywin Lannister's eldest son, Jaime, donned the white cloak to become a member of the Kingsguard. According to the laws of succession, it fell upon the youngest son, Tyrion, to inherit Casterly Rock and the title of Duke, marking him as one of the foremost nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. However, despite Jaime Lannister serving as a Kingsguard for 18 years, no family was willing to offer their daughters in marriage to Tyrion. Tywin had arranged 4 betrothals for Tyrion. The first was to Princess Elia Martell of Dorne, but this proposal was summarily rejected by the Dornish prince, as Elia was promised to the Targaryens and Tyrion's stature as a dwarf was deemed unacceptable. The second engagement was with Lisa Tully of the Riverlands, who initially sought to wed Jaime Lannister. However, upon Jaime's ascension to the Kingsguard, he was legally barred from marrying or siring children, prompting Tywin to attempt to transfer the betrothal to Tyrion. This proposal was met with immediate rejection by Lord Hotine Tully, who declared, "We desire a complete man, not a half man." Following the rejections of these 2 unions, Tywin's disdain for Tyrion grew increasingly apparent. Nevertheless, he did not abandon the prospect, as Tyrion was still his youngest son and integral to the Lannister family's reputation. He then approached House Royce of the Vale, yet this third proposal was also turned down. The final arrangement was with House Hightower of Old Town, a prosperous city and the largest port in the Seven Kingdoms, even surpassing King's Landing in wealth. Tywin believed the Hightowers would be a fitting match. However, they too declined. It is noteworthy that the first 2 families, the Martells and the Tullys, were considered high lords, while the third and fourth, the Royces and the Hightowers, were mere vassals, ranking as second-tier nobility. This marked a significant concession on Tywin's part, yet he was still met with refusal. From this point onward, Tywin Lannister fully relinquished any hopes for his youngest son, regarding Tyrion as a disgrace to the Lannister name. The tragedy of Tyrion's first wife, Shae, could be traced back to Tywin's contempt for Tyrion. Chapter 69, The Falling Star. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, the bells tolled as prayers echoed through the air. King Joffrey I and Queen Sansa Stark were united in matrimony. The atmosphere throughout the city was abuzz with excitement, as even common folk were welcomed to the Red Keep to partake in the festivities. A procession of minstrels streamed from the city outskirts to the Great September of Baelor and into the wedding venue, singing and dancing. Their harmonious voices and lively movements, accompanied by the fluttering banners of House Baratheon and House Stark, resonated throughout King's Landing. The ceremony commenced at the Great September of Baelor, adorned in opulent splendor, its interior imbued with a sacred ambience. Lavish flowers and tapestries embellished the chapel, transforming the venue into a realm of enchantment. The warm, bright candlelight cast a gentle glow, illuminating the entire space. Queen Sansa Stark donned a resplendent crimson gown, complete with a veil and exquisite jewels, embodying grace and solemnity. Clutching a bouquet of flowers, she bore a dignified expression, her lips curving into a radiant smile. King Joffrey Baratheon appeared resplendent in a lavish attire, a smile gracing his face as he prepared to pledge his life to the one he adored. The rotund High Septon, draped in ceremonial robes, held aloft the sacred text, proclaiming the vows and bestowing blessings and responsibilities upon the newlyweds. Joffrey and Sansa solemnly exchanged their vows, pledging eternal loyalty and commitment to one another. "You belong to me, and I belong to you," declared Joffrey Baratheon. "You belong to me, and I belong to you," echoed Sansa Stark. Their voices, imbued with sincerity and strength, moved the assembled guests deeply. In the pews of the September, family and friends listened intently, attired in their finery, their expressions solemn as they commemorated this extraordinary occasion. A melodious organ played, enhancing the sanctity of the moment. After the ceremony concluded, the newlyweds exited the Great September, ready to partake in the grand banquet at the Red Keep, surrounded by jubilant friends and family. Hand in hand, Joffrey and Sansa strode along a flower-strewn path in King's Landing, basking in the blessings of their loved ones. Cheers and applause erupted, wishing the newlyweds a life filled with happiness. This moment, brimming with joy and hope, defied description. Upon arriving at the banquet hall of the Red Keep, King Joffrey Baratheon jovially commanded, "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats." The guests complied in order. The High Septon, clad in splendid ecclesiastical garb, stood before a grand tome, praying as he lifted the queen's crown to place upon Sansa Stark's head. Unexpectedly, King Joffrey pushed aside the High Septon, taking the crown himself and adorning Sansa's brow. This act, reminiscent of his coronation, elicited mild surprise but not shock. Aside from the High Septon's pale countenance, the king's shift in faith from the Seven to the Red God, with the queen herself now embracing the old gods, suggested that the future might prove increasingly challenging. As Joffrey placed the crown upon Sansa's head, he kissed her cheek and gazed in her eyes, proclaiming, "Sansa Stark, my moon, my starlight, my beloved. In the names of the Red God, the old gods, and the Seven, I shall ensure your happiness, your joy, and we shall share our lives together. Will you marry me?" Sansa, locking her gaze with his, found in his steadfast eyes only her reflection. She embraced Joffrey tightly, her body pressed against his robust chest, his strong arms serving as her sanctuary. "I will, my knight, my prince, my king, allow me to remain by your side forever." Joffrey and Sansa entwined in a passionate embrace, sealing their love with a kiss. The tale of the knight and the maiden has always evoked admiration, wherein they weather trials together, supporting one another, ultimately embarking on a lifelong journey side by side. Cheers erupted, for the actions of the king and queen had been closely observed by all. The renown of Joffrey and Sansa had reached soaring heights, endearing them to the common folk. "To my queen," Joffrey raised his cup, clad in dark crimson garments, draped in a deep red cloak embroidered with interwoven stags and lions, crowned with a stag diadem. Joffrey gazed lovingly at his beloved, his expression tender and sincere, for today he had married his moon, his starlight, his Sansa. This moment had been predetermined on the day he first laid eyes upon Sansa Stark, the girl who was both elegant and beautiful, who would stand by him through all tribulations, whom he adored and wished to provide for entirely. With a blush upon her cheeks, Sansa raised her cup, her eyes fixed upon her prince, her king. Today, she would finally be united with her beloved. Memories of that evening when they sang "The Forest Maiden" flooded her mind. "My feather bed sinks deep my love lies within. I would dress you in silks, I would crown you as my queen. You shall become my beloved wife, and I shall be your husband. I will guard you with my sword, ensuring you remain warm and safe. The tree spirit dances lightly, laughter soaring through the air, turning towards him, declaring, I need no feathered bed. I wish to wear a gown of golden leaves, to bind my hair with grass, to be your forest love, as you are my forest maiden. On that fateful day, they lay upon the verdant grass, gazing at the myriad stars above. Joffrey, with his piercing gaze fixed upon her eyes, whispered sweet nothings, declaring her to be his moon, his radiant starlight. From that very moment, she fell irrevocably in love with this man, handsome and gallant, a champion of the weak, the knight bestowed upon her by the gods, her cherished lover. Despite the ceaseless strife of the world, she resolved to stand by her knight's side. This tale commenced with her choice, and regardless of its conclusion, she vowed to accompany him until the very end. After Joffrey fervently kissed Sansa Stark, they raised their goblets in a toast with the gathered guests. Just as they set down their cups, Joffrey reached for a handkerchief to wipe the wine from Sansa Stark's lips, only to find her expression unsettling. Sansa! Joffrey exclaimed in alarm, for her countenance had suddenly paled, the veins in her face swelling and reddening. With his cry, the guests erupted into chaos, rushing to her side. Joffrey knelt beside his wife, caressing her cheek, tears streaming down his face. She has been poisoned. Quickly, save her. The nobles and ladies at the wedding cried out in a clamor. Fetch the Grand Maester. Where is Grand Maester Pycelle? Who can rescue this poor girl? Voices clamored, yet none knew the nature of the poison that had afflicted Queen Sansa. In the next moment, Sansa Stark collapsed, gasping for breath, but it was in vain. Joffrey held her tightly, yet could not reverse the tide of her life slipping away. I never anticipated such a fate, Sansa lamented. In her final moments, she caressed Joffrey's face, gazing at him repeatedly, as if to etch his image into her memory. From another table, Lancel Lannister sprang forth, hastening to Sansa Stark's side in a desperate attempt to save her life. Alas, it was too late. The poison was silent, colorless, and tasteless. None could ascertain how it had found its way into Queen Sansa's cup. Your Grace, the Queen's symptoms mirror those of the late hand of the King, Jon Arryn. Lancel reported to Joffrey. Shortly thereafter, Grand Maester Pycelle arrived, laboriously bearing his equipment. He examined Sansa Stark's condition, a grim expression crossing his face. I regret to inform you, Your Grace, that the Queen is beyond salvation. The poison is too potent and no remedy exists. Joffrey, engulfed in despair, clutched his wife's lifeless form, wailing, No, I must save her. Who administered the poison? I will make them pay. In a fit of rage, Joffrey was suddenly enveloped in a ferocious flame that forced Lancel and Pycelle to recoil. His eyes, now ablaze with fury, scanned the assembly, seeking the perpetrator of this heinous act. The expressions of those present varied widely. Cersei Lannister and Tyrion Lannister shared a look of concern and sorrow, while Tywin Lannister remained impassive, as if detached from the unfolding tragedy. Varys wore a puzzled expression, his thoughts unclear. Could it be the same symptoms as Jon Arryn? Joffrey pondered, recalling Peter Baelish, wondering if he had any connection. However, Baelish had retreated to the Eyrie after the Battle of Blackwater, never to appear at the scene. Moreover, apart from the Tyrells present, Joffrey had excluded all other members of House Tyrell from attendance, wary of the scheming of the Queen of Thorns. Thus, he remained oblivious to the identity of the culprit, consumed with the desire to eradicate any potential suspects. Crimson blood erupted from Sansa Stark's mouth, cascading down her lips. In her final moments, she cast a fleeting smile at Joffrey. Little Joff, do not indulge in so many sweets, she whispered, her pupils dilating as her body grew cold. On that warm afternoon, sunlight bathed the red keep in golden hues, as if draping it with a shimmering ribbon. The trees lining the path swayed gently, as if whispering untold secrets. Joffrey trembled as he clutched his wife's increasingly frigid body, kissing her face and stroking her hair, yet she offered no response. He understood then that he had lost her forever. Is this fate? Joffrey whispered. No, I refuse to accept such wretched fate. I will change it all. Erfule, grant me passage to the past. Did you not say you could traverse time? Joffrey's resolve hardened. He was determined to alter this tragic course. In that moment of utter despair, Joffrey recalled Arhiller's promise. The Red God could navigate the realms of past and future. Grasping at this last glimmer of hope, he shouted, Arhiller, Erfule, come fort. In his desperation, he forgot that he could converse with Arhiller in his mind. All that mattered was the urgency of the moment. The imp, Tyrion Lannister, approached, bewildered by Joffrey's cries, believing his nephew had succumbed to madness. Just as he neared, a conflagration erupted around Joffrey, singeing a few strands of Tyrion's hair. "What in the blazes is happening?" Tyrion exclaimed. Dismissing his fear, he approached Joffrey, believing the flames would not harm his king. "Joffrey, what ails you? You owe me for my singed hair and the fright you have caused," Tyrion jested, attempting to console Joffrey amidst his sorrow. Yet, as he drew within a meter of Joffrey, the searing flames began to coalesce and swirl, forming the shape of a figure before Tyrion's astonished gaze. Clad in a crimson robe with golden threads, the figure radiated fire, exuding an aura of majesty. Gasps echoed through the crowd as they beheld the being, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Joffrey himself. Golden hair, piercing blue eyes, and striking good looks, albeit with an air of maturity that suggested he was slightly older. Even Joffrey stood awestruck. It was his first glimpse of Arhiller's visage, despite their many previous exchanges. But he had no time for wonder. He cried out, "Are you not a god? Send me back to the past." "Are you certain?" "Even if you return to the past, fate may remain unchanged," Arhiller replied. "Do not speak nonsense. You have already altered so much behind my back." Joffrey roared in indignation. Since awakening to his powers, Joffrey had gained mastery over his magical abilities. He understood all too well that Arhiller had secretly manipulated events to reshape Robb Stark's destiny. Perhaps stung by Joffrey's accusations, Arhiller offered a sheepish smile, conceding to his desires. "Very well, let us allow you to witness it firsthand." With that, Arhiller emanated a radiant golden light, illuminating the surroundings like a blazing sun. The blinding brilliance enveloped Joffrey and Arhiller, soaring toward the heavens. Tyrion Lannister, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed in disbelief, "By the gods, they are ascending." Chapter 70, Altering Destiny. Within the Red Keep of King's Landing, as Joffrey and Sansa Stark shared a kiss and were about to raise their glasses in a toast, Joffrey abruptly snatched the wine goblet from Sansa's hand. With an affected calmness, he smiled and remarked, "I recall you're not fond of wine, so we shall abstain today." Sansa, perceiving his gesture as concern, sweetly smiled in agreement. However, just as Joffrey placed the goblet down, exhaling in relief, believing the moment had passed, he suddenly noticed a change in Sansa's complexion. Her face turned pale, veins bulging and reddening, as she began to struggle for breath. "Sansa!" With Joffrey's alarmed cry, the guests erupted into chaos, hastily gathering around. In despair, Joffrey knelt beside his wife, caressing her cheek, tears streaming down his face. Why? Was the poison not in the goblet? In the next moment, Ser Loras Tyrell rushed over, attempting to save Sansa Stark, but it was already too late. Soon after, Maester Pycelle arrived, tardy yet again, carrying his entire set of instruments. He meticulously examined Queen Sansa's condition, his expression grave. "I regret to inform you, Your Grace. The Queen is beyond salvation. The poison is too deep, and there is no remedy." Maester Pycelle solemnly continued, "Your Grace. Her symptoms mirror those of the late hand of the king, Jon Arryn." Joffrey, filled with frustration, pondered why, despite returning to the past, he could not alter the outcome. He surveyed those present. Their expressions were unchanged from the last time. Resolute, he decided to try once more, shouting, Lawler, come forth." The imp, Tyrion Lannister, hearing Joffrey's frantic call, approached with a puzzled demeanor, suspecting his nephew had lost his mind. Just as he drew near, a fiery aura erupted around Joffrey. The flames, dangerously close, singed a few strands of Tyrion's hair. "Oh, for the love of the gods, what is happening?" Tyrion exclaimed in astonishment. Recovering quickly, he rushed to comfort his distraught nephew. "Joffrey, what ails you?" "You owe me for those singed hairs and the distress caused to my remaining locks," he quipped lightly, attempting to ease Joffrey's sorrow. However, as he neared within a meter of his nephew, the swirling flames coalesced, forming a figure before Tyrion's astonished gaze. For reasons unknown, Tyrion felt a sense of déjà vu. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to King Joffrey, stunning all present. Yet, Joffrey remained unfazed, addressing R'hllor. "I wish to try again. I must change this fate." R'hllor replied with resignation, "Very well, you may attempt once more." With that, R'hllor emanated a brilliant golden red light, akin to a sun illuminating the ages. The blinding radiance enveloped Joffrey and R'hllor, soaring towards the heavens. Tyrion, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in wonder, "Wow, ascending again." Once composed, he muttered to himself, "Wait, why did I say again?" In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, Joffrey and Sansa Stark had just departed from the Great September of Baelor and arrived at the banquet hall. Before they could even sit down, Joffrey whispered in Sansa's ear, Let us refrain from eating at the feast, shall we? Though perplexed, Sansa, seeing the seriousness in her husband's demeanor, nodded in agreement. Everything proceeded smoothly until they reached the fateful moment. However, as they sat down side by side after the prayers, Joffrey, believing the ordeal had ended, suddenly noticed Sansa's complexion beginning to falter again. Her face grew deathly pale, veins swelling and reddening. Sansa! Joffrey's anguished cry once again sent the guests into a frenzy. Rushing to their side, desperate, he knelt beside Sansa, stroking her cheek, feeling defeated. Why? Is the poison not in the wine, or any food? In the next instant, Ser Loras Tyrell hurried over to administer aid to Sansa Stark, but it was futile. Shortly thereafter, Maester Pycelle arrived once more, equipped with his instruments. He examined Queen Sansa's condition, his face clouded with sorrow. I regret to inform you, Your Grace, the Queen is beyond rescue. The poison has penetrated too deeply, and there is no cure. Maester Pycelle pronounced gravely, Your Grace, her symptoms are identical to those of the late hand of the king, Jon Arryn. Joffrey shoved past Pycelle, once again shouting, R'hllor, come forth. Tyrion Lannister, hearing Joffrey's desperate summons, approached again, suspecting his nephew had gone mad. As he neared, the fiery aura erupted once more around Joffrey, singeing his hair yet again. Oh, for the love of the gods, what is happening? Tyrion exclaimed in disbelief. He hastily moved closer, trying to comfort Joffrey. Joffrey, how are you? You must compensate me for my singed hair and the fright to my remaining locks, he said half-jokingly. Yet, as he approached within a meter of Joffrey, the flames began to swirl and coalesce, forming a figure that left Tyrion in shock. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of familiarity with the scene. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to King Joffrey, igniting astonishment among all present. Nevertheless, Joffrey, his expression calm, addressed R'hllor again. R'hllor, I wish to try once more. I must change this outcome. R'hllor, with a hint of resignation, replied, Very well, let us try again. With that, R'hllor radiated a dazzling golden red light, resembling a sun illuminating history. The blinding brilliance enveloped Joffrey and R'hllor, soaring skyward. Tyrion, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed in amazement, Wow! Yet again ascending. Once he regained composure, he muttered, Wait, why did I say yet again? The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. It was hard to recall how many attempts Joffrey had made to prevent Sansa Stark's demise. In countless trials, he had forbidden Sansa from eating, drinking, or associating with anyone. Yet, even when he decided to cancel the wedding at the last moment, it proved futile, as if fate decreed Sansa Stark's death was inevitable on this day. Little Joff, what troubles you? Sansa Stark inquired with concern. Since their arrival at the Red Keep, she had noticed a sudden chill in Joffrey's demeanor towards her. His gaze felt distant, as though he regarded her as a stranger, sending shivers down her spine. Just then, Sansa's complexion shifted again, paling as her veins swelled and reddened. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe. In the next moment, Sansa Stark collapsed weakly to the ground, the ministrations of Ser Loras Tyrell and Maester Pycelle proving utterly ineffectual. In her final moments, Sansa's vision blurred as she gazed at her indifferent husband, Joffrey, who displayed no flicker of emotion. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she uttered through her bloodied lips, Joffrey, you truly possess a heart of stone. Initially intent on returning to the past to correct his mistakes, Joffrey stood frozen in place upon hearing Sansa's words. His original purpose for traveling back was to save his wife, but after countless attempts and failures, he had resigned himself to letting her go, preparing for yet another attempt. Thus, upon hearing Sansa's plea, he was momentarily stunned, a flood of questions surging within him. What has happened to me? Why am I so callous? Did I not love my Sansa above all else? Was I not striving to save my wife? Why am I indifferent to her demise, having endured so many failures? Joffrey had become numb, transforming the act of saving his wife into a mere objective, forgetting the fundamental reason behind it, his love for her. Resolute, he pushed past Ser Loras Tyrell and Maester Pycelle, rushing towards Sansa's increasingly cold body, embracing her tightly as silent tears fell from his bowed head. Rhaegar, I must try again, he murmured, caressing Sansa's face with a heavy heart. Joffrey, give up. You cannot change what has transpired, and my divine power is waning. Likely insufficient to support further journeys, Rhaegar cautioned. No, it is enough. Do not forget that I too possess divine power, Joffrey replied, his voice low as he summoned the strength within him. You reckless fool. Your divine power is unstable, unable to precisely control the time and place of your travels. Halt this madness, Rhaegar exclaimed, gazing at Joffrey as one would at a lunatic incredulous and unable to comprehend, yet powerless to intervene. As Rhaegar called out in desperation, Joffrey was engulfed in flames, ascending into the heavens, striving to alter the course of fate for his beloved. Observing this astonishing spectacle, Tyrion Lannister remained impassive, his heart untouched. For he felt an eerie familiarity with the scene, as if he had grown weary of witnessing it. Chapter 71, Arrival in the Future. 10 years later, Joffrey suddenly found himself in a desolate structure, the ground blanketed in snow, the cold wind swaying the trees lining the path. He surveyed his surroundings, devoid of any life. Is this King's Landing? Joffrey recognized the iconic silhouette of the Red Keep. Is anyone there? He called out as he ventured towards the interior of the Red Keep. Passing through the grand entrance, once adorned with jewels and gold, it now lay in disrepair. He traversed the tournament grounds, where not a single soul was present. The weapons displayed long rusted. Here, he envisioned the days spent training swordsmanship with his mentor, Ser Boros Baratheon, lost in nostalgic reverie. Continuing onward, he entered a vast, magnificent garden, once vibrant and opulent, now shrouded in a thick layer of snow, devoid of any trace of blooming flowers. As Joffrey stood amidst the garden, contemplating his surroundings, a sudden chill enveloped him. Yet, as he scanned the area, the source of the cold remained elusive, while an ominous premonition grew stronger within him. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to tremble slightly, the soil cracking beneath the snow. Rigid corpses slowly emerged from the earth, whites, their pallid faces and hollow eyes glimmering with a faint blue light. Most were mere remnants of flesh, their movements supported only by brittle bones. Some wielded swords, others dragged spears, their gait unsteady and slow. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, they let out a dreadful howl, surging towards him. Joffrey Baratheon snorted disdainfully, unleashing a fiery punch that incinerated the foes, clearing the field in an instant. Suddenly, another wight crawled from behind, preparing to ambush him. Joffrey was unfazed, ready to turn and dispatch it, when a voice rang out nearby, "Beware your back." A figure raised a long sword, severing the wight's head. The decapitated creature continued to claw forward, but Joffrey swiftly engulfed it in flames, reducing it to ash. However, the stranger recoiled at the sight of Joffrey's flames, trembling and instinctively stepping back, as if gripped by fear. It was at this moment that Joffrey finally discerned the individual's features. The man was tall and robust. A horrific scar, reminiscent of flames, stretching across half his face, his melancholic eyes wide with disbelief as they locked onto Joffrey. "Is that you, Sandor?" Joffrey exclaimed. Indeed, the man was Joffrey's former bodyguard, Sandor Clegane, but he appeared to have aged significantly, the lines on his face deepening. Before Joffrey could continue, Sandor stared blankly and said, "It's been a long time, Your Grace. 7 gods above, I cannot believe you are alive." "A long time? Were we not just together moments ago?" Joffrey replied, perplexed. Joffrey thought to himself, "No, this cannot be right. Even if there were minor deviations due to the instability of my divine power while returning to the past, Sandor should not have aged so drastically." "Your Grace, you are mistaken. We have not seen each other in 10 years. You have been gone for a full decade." Sandor stated. 10 years. Joffrey gasped. "So, I did not return to the past. My unstable divine power has transported me 10 years into the future." King's Landing. The Red Keep. "Sandor, what has happened here?" Joffrey inquired. "Since you vanished during your wedding a decade ago, the White Walkers and Whites from the north breached the wall and have invaded in full force," Sandor explained. "As of now, we have only Winterfell and the Neck remaining unfallen, but the situation is dire." Sandor Clegane's words plunged Joffrey into contemplation. He had not anticipated his divine power spiraling out of control, nor that he would find himself in a world 10 years hence. "Sandor, if King's Landing is overrun with whites, why do you not seek refuge in Winterfell?" Joffrey asked. "Because I must find my brother, Gregor Clegane, and end his life myself. He has become a white and has slaughtered many innocent people in King's Landing. It is my duty as his brother to bring his reign of terror to a close," Sandor said, caressing the long sword bearing the sigil of the hound, lost in his thoughts. Joffrey refrained from further questioning, and Sandor remained silent. The two stood side by side in the garden of the Red Keep, enveloped in silence for a long while, amidst a sea of bones, a peculiar tranquility brewing in the air. "Sandor, where are my mother and my siblings? Are they still alive?" Joffrey asked, lifting his gaze to the snow-covered windowsill of Cersei's chamber on the second floor. In those days, whenever he practiced swordplay, his mother would quietly watch him from that very ledge. A decade had passed. He wondered if any of his loved ones still remained. Your Majesty, your brother Tommen Baratheon was slain by the White Walkers many years ago, and has since been transformed into a new White Walker, now leading a horde of Whites to attack Winterfell, Sandor Clegane remarked. Is that so? Upon hearing Sandor's words, Joffrey lowered his head in sorrow, letting out a long sigh as memories of his younger brother, clutching a yellow kitten and calling for him, flooded back. Perhaps sensing Joffrey's profound grief, Sandor, ever considerate, ventured to offer solace. Your Majesty, let us consider the brighter side. Although your brother Tommen Baratheon has become a White Walker, death is no longer his final destination. He will live on eternally. If this is meant to be comforting, then I truly thank you, Joffrey Baratheon replied, gazing at Sandor with a look of exasperation. After all these years, this man still possessed such emotional intelligence. Realizing his words may have come off as cold, Sandor swiftly changed the subject. Your sister Myrcella is still alive. Since you married her to Ser Loras Tyrell of Highgarden, she has been living quite well. He then abruptly shifted the conversation, adding, if only Euron Greyjoy had not reached Highgarden. So Myrcella is alive? Where is she now? Joffrey inquired eagerly. Indeed, she lives. After the Duke of Highgarden, Loras Tyrell, perished fighting Euron Greyjoy, your sister Myrcella was brought to Winterfell, where she is currently seeking refuge. This piece of news finally brought a faint smile to Joffrey's face. Your Majesty, since your disappearance, your mother, Cersei Lannister, first served as regent for your brother King Tommen. Following Tommen's death, she ascended the Iron Throne, declaring herself queen. After King's Landing was breached by the White Walkers, she was inexplicably slain by your uncle, Jaime Lannister, Sandor recounted, observing Joffrey's expression darken. As Joffrey's countenance fell, Sandor was about to offer further consolation, but Joffrey waved him off, interrupting him. I am fine, Sandor. I wish to know about my wife, Sansa Stark, he stated. Regarding the matter of Cersei Lannister's death at the hands of Jaime, Joffrey suspected there were deeper layers to this story, one that he needed to unravel upon reaching Winterfell. Miss Sansa Stark is currently leading the people of the North in their struggle against the White Walkers from Winterfell. After King Robb Stark perished in a confrontation with a White Walker years ago, Miss Sansa Stark became the new Lady of Winterfell, Sandor informed him. This revelation brought a slight lift to Joffrey's spirits. Though his dear friend Robb Stark had fallen, at least his wife, Sansa Stark, had survived. How could the wall have been breached? The wall should have been fortified by the magic of Brandon the Builder. How could these magical beings, the White Walkers, have crossed it? Joffrey questioned. It was Euron Greyjoy. He sounded the horn atop the Citadel's great tower. Notably, he possessed two horns. One he retrieved from the ruins of Valyria, and the other he seized from the Citadel, Sandor explained, brushing the thick layer of snow off a chair and gesturing for Joffrey to sit. Once they were seated, Sandor continued. Victarion Greyjoy blew the horn inscribed with blue runes, which is believed to be the fabled Horn of Winter once used by King Jormund. Upon the sound of the horn, the wall crumbled. Victarion Greyjoy, however, collapsed shortly thereafter, dying from internal injuries. Euron Greyjoy himself blew a horn inscribed with red runes, but this horn requires a blood sacrifice to be activated. It is said that Euron Greyjoy offered the entire populace of Old Town as a sacrifice to gain the horn's power for a single use. After sounding the horn, the seas surged and the skies darkened. In the midst of this overwhelming victory, Euron Greyjoy leapt from the highest point of the tower, laughing maniacally as he cried, "Let me become a god." Upon crashing to the ground, his body disintegrated into countless particles, carried away by the ocean. Rumor has it that Euron Greyjoy is a formidable shapeshifter. After his demise, he seized the body of a sea monster from the depths. This creature resembled a colossal octopus, towering at least several dozen meters high, with 8 tentacles, roaring as it crawled onto the shores of the Bay of Seals. The soldiers there found their swords and spears ineffective against it, retreating only when flaming arrows were unleashed. Sandor spoke earnestly. Refugees from the Bay of Seals say that the sea monster Euron possessed was the embodiment of the drowned god, wreaking havoc upon buildings and homes, seemingly intent on sowing bloodshed. Eventually, the Duke of Highgarden, Loras Tyrell, displayed extraordinary valor, channeling his life force into divine energy, transforming into a towering figure radiating green light, composed of innumerable roses and vines, to confront the sea monster. However, in this clash, Loras Tyrell exhausted his life force and perished, while Euron Greyjoy, gravely injured, fled into the depths of the sea, his fate unknown. Listening to Sandor's account, Joffrey Baratheon lamented, "So, this world has transformed into such a state?" After uttering this, Joffrey rose, prompting Sandor to do the same. "Given the circumstances, I must journey to Winterfell," Joffrey declared. "Sandor, Are you certain you do not wish to accompany me? Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. There are matters I must attend to, Sandor replied, kneeling once more, reaffirming his loyalty to his king after a decade. Joffrey assisted him to his feet, embracing him tightly. Sandor, my dear brother, you must survive. As Joffrey clung to Sandor Clegane, the steadfast protector who had stood by his side for many years, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Your Majesty, it has been many years since we last met. You have grown and matured. If, as the seven gods proclaim, there's a life beyond this one, I, Sandor Clegane, would choose to be your protector once more. Sandor said, gazing at the golden-haired boy he had watched grow, gently patting his back. For the first time, the typically somber Sandor revealed a smile, warm as the sun of spring, soothing Joffrey's wounded heart. As they parted, Joffrey smiled and patted Sandor on the shoulder. He stepped back a few paces, saying, Sandor, I must take my leave. Take care. Please, your Majesty, take care. Sandor Clegane knelt again, resting the tip of his great sword upon the ground, his expression solemn as he bid farewell to his king, Joffrey. Joffrey walked a short distance from Sandor before pausing, waving goodbye to his once loyal protector. After bidding farewell, Joffrey ignited into a conflagration of red and gold flames, rising into the sky above King's Landing, ultimately soaring towards Winterfell. Watching Joffrey fade into the horizon, Sandor Clegane rose, murmuring to himself, May the gods grant that his majesty can alter the perilous situation facing the living and the dead outside Winterfell. Chapter 72. Jaime returns. The situation changes. Time frame. King's Landing, within the Red Keep. Esteemed lords, now that King Tommen has been crowned, I hope you will all devote yourselves fully to his service. Tywin Lannister proclaimed from the Iron Throne, addressing the gathered lords. Since the disappearance of Joffrey Baratheon, Tywin seized the opportunity to lead his brother Kevan Lannister into the city, forcibly assuming control over the governance of King's Landing under the pretext of protecting the realm. Tywin's actions were ruthless. He first imprisoned his youngest son, Tyrion, on charges of conspiring against the king and queen, stripping him of all his accolades and lands. Subsequently, Tywin dispatched the captain of the city guard, Janos Slynt, to the wall, initially intending to execute him. He refrained due to his precarious position and the fear of inciting rebellion, opting instead to minimize bloodshed. Ultimately, Tywin appointed his loyal supporter, Ser Adam Marbrand, as the new captain of the city guard, cleansing the ranks of Joffrey's staunch loyalists. Thus, Tywin Lannister's position as Hand of the King and Regent was solidified. Within the Iron Throne chamber, the courtiers glanced at the Regent Tywin Lannister, clad in armor and gripping a sword, seated upon the Iron Throne, before shifting their gaze to the pitiful, helpless, and apprehensive King Tommen Baratheon, standing to Tywin's left. This assembly had long recognized that the Lannisters now wielded absolute authority, and they exchanged knowing looks before bowing in unison, proclaiming, "We shall obey your command, my lord." Tywin's devoted acolyte, Maester Pycelle, even knelt before him, fervently chanting the Duke's name. "Then let us strive together," Tywin Lannister replied, nodding in satisfaction at their timely submission. Rising, he patted young King Tommen's shoulder, causing the boy to flinch and instinctively step back. This action reminded Tywin of Joffrey, who had dared to oppose him, and he shook his head in lamentation, reflecting, Tommen is far inferior to Joffrey. This boy lacks the temperament to achieve greatness. With this thought, Tywin descended from the Iron Throne step by step, his gait exuding the majesty of a dragon-esque stride. As he walked slowly toward the door under the reverent gaze of those present, passing by Maester Pycelle, Tywin bent down to assist the elderly scholar to his feet. "You have suffered during these days," Tywin remarked, his expression remaining impassive. Yet, Pycelle, overwhelmed, shed tears of gratitude, exclaiming, "My Lord Duke, I have long awaited this day." The two, leaning on each other like close companions, exited the Iron Throne chamber. Only then did King Tommen Baratheon exhale a long, weary sigh. Slumping despondently upon the still warm Iron Throne, he lamented, "Is it the fate of a king to tread upon such fragile ground?" In the dungeons of King's Landing, silence enveloped the dark cell, interrupted only by the flickering moonlight seeping through the rusted bars. The silvery glow illuminated Tyrion Lannister's golden hair as he gazed at the luminous full moon, his heart heavy with an unspeakable melancholy. With his nephew Joffrey vanished and his father Tywin now in command of King's Landing, Tyrion found himself wrongfully imprisoned and soon to face trial. Tyrion had always held gratitude for Joffrey, who had granted him the opportunity to prove his worth and bestowed upon him the privilege of the wine cellar, a considerable favor. Alas, all had changed with Joffrey's disappearance. Sighing, Tyrion felt despair wash over him. He mused about his brother Jaime's own dire circumstances and wondered why his opposite cellmate, Ser Loras Tyrell, had suddenly vanished. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Ah, Tyrion, it has been a while." Jaime Lannister, clad in gleaming golden armor, had returned to King's Landing. He ordered the cell to be opened and stepped inside. "Oh, for the god Sake, you've finally returned. The incense I lit for the warrior truly worked. Though you've lost your right hand, at least you're still alive, my brother," Tyrion exclaimed in a jumbled stream of words, making little sense. Jaime, however, instantly recognized the concern woven into his brother's speech, warming his heart. "Tyrion, you remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Has anyone bullied you in my absence?" Jaime inquired. "Unfortunately, I am now a cripple, unable to wield a sword, and thus cannot protect you any longer," he added, glancing sorrowfully at his mutilated hand. "I no longer require your protection, Jaime. I am now the hand of the king. Second only to the king himself," Tyrion declared proudly, lifting his chin as if to boast before his brother. "Now it was my turn to protect you. Ha ha ha." Tyrion laughed heartily, his joy mingled with tears, and suddenly, he threw himself into Jaime's embrace. Though Tyrion's position as hand had been usurped by their father Tywin Lannister, and even the lands Joffrey had granted him were stripped away, he found solace only in the warmth of his brother's embrace, an invaluable comfort that could only come from family. Jaime looked at his brother, who was both fierce and vulnerable, and smiled with a sense of relief, thinking, "It seems my Tyrion remains unchanged." In the Riverlands, following the Battle of Blackwater, numerous defeated soldiers fled to the area, transforming into a band of marauding brigands. The Brotherhood without banners, led by Beric Dondarrion, taught them a lesson before incorporating them into their ranks, swelling their numbers from 3,000 to over 4,000. This included 600 men left by Roose Bolton at the Ruby Ford to weaken Robb Stark's influence. These soldiers, scattered by Lannister pursuit, eventually joined the Brotherhood. Initially fighting for the late hand, Eddard Stark, the Brotherhood evolved into an organization dedicated to protecting the weak and administering justice. Someone approaches. One of the Brotherhood members announced. Beric Dondarrion and the Red Priest Thuras stood up to scrutinize a group bearing the sigil of the Direwolf, hoping to identify members of House Stark, but were disappointed to find none they recognized. "Pray tell, who are you? Might you grant Lord Bolton some courtesy?" Ironfoot what, seeing the throng blocking his path, immediately panicked and raised Roose Bolton's banner. Ironfoot what commanded fewer than 400 soldiers, all hailing from House Bolton of the Dreadfort, as such clandestine missions were best kept within trusted circles. The opposing force, however, numbered at least 3,000 to 4,000, making conflict with them unwise. Yet, Ironfoot what's words piqued Thuras' suspicion. Suddenly, he recalled that aside from messengers, there had been no significant diplomatic exchanges between the North and the Westerlands. Thuras surmised that the Lord Bolton they referenced must undoubtedly be Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort. Could it be that Roose, having acquired Harrenhal, was secretly collaborating with Tywin Lannister behind the North's back? The thought startled him, as he felt he had stumbled upon a significant secret. As for Ironfoot what? Upon his arrival in King's Landing, he and his soldiers received the promised compensation from Duke Tywin. Subsequently, they were ordered to escort the imposter masquerading as Arya Stark, Janie Poole, back to the north, to wed Ramsay Snow, thereby granting House Bolton dominion over Winterfell. This directive was prompted by Tywin's elation upon receiving the news of Robb Stark's demise at the Twins, which compelled him to swiftly fulfill the terms he had long negotiated with Roose Bolton. However, Tywin's ruse involving the false Arya Stark was particularly astute. With Joffrey now betrothed to Sansa Stark, and with Robb Stark along with Bran and Rickon, the 3 Stark males, all deceased, Sansa's claim to inheritance now superseded that of Arya. Should a rift arise between the Lannisters and the Boltons, the latter might attempt to manipulate the line of succession, prompting Tywin Lannister to reveal the true identity of the faux Arya, Janie Poole. Inside the carriage, Janie Poole, hearing the commotion outside, lifted the curtain to gaze out. Her eyes immediately fell upon Ser Beric Dondarrion, who was scanning the carriage. Instantly, recognition struck her, despite Beric having lost one eye and being marred by scars. He was unmistakable. He had once been the chosen suitor for her at the tournament, but fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leading her to endure humiliation in King's Landing, witnessing the destruction of her family, and now being sent to the Boltons. Beric, too, had suffered from the ravages of war, his appearance irrevocably altered. Janie had believed they would never meet again, yet here they were. As Janie approached, Beric was also observing her. However, having been resurrected 6 times, much of his memory had faded, leaving him with only a sense of familiarity about her. An inner voice compelled him to gaze upon her repeatedly, and thus they locked eyes across the divide of their respective factions for what felt like an eternity. The Red Priest Thuras, observing his friend's longing gaze, felt a pang of sorrow. As the one who had brought Beric back to life, Thuras deeply understood the anguish of lost memories. Though he did not know Jaime, he instinctively sensed that she held special significance for Beric. Recognizing that the Boltons appeared to be conspiring with the Lannisters, Thuras made a decisive choice: surround them. In an instant, over 4,000 members of the Brotherhood without banners encircled the likes of Iron Leg Walton and his companions, enveloping them completely. Iron Leg Walton, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, exclaimed, "Wait, we have the second daughter of House Stark, Arya Stark, with us. Do you not fear the repercussions from the Lords of the North for your treatment of us?" Seeing that Roose Bolton's influence was waning, he invoked the name of Robb Stark, the King in the North, believing that the Brotherhood members would still respect House Stark. "Please, may Lady Arya Stark step forward," he called out, unaware that the Northerners were not entirely familiar with Arya's appearance, especially prior to encountering Ramsay Snow's servant, the foul Theon Greyjoy. Iron Leg Walton, a man of integrity, genuinely believed he was escorting the true Arya Stark, harboring no doubts about her authenticity. Moreover, even Roose Bolton had never laid eyes on Arya Stark, so Walton was entirely oblivious. No sooner had he spoken than the delicate hand of Arya Stark gently parted the curtain, revealing her fair legs as she stepped out. Arya was strikingly beautiful, her chestnut hair cascading elegantly, with almond-shaped eyes sparkling beneath arched brows as if they could speak. Her tall, statuesque frame, adorned with a blue and white cloak emblazoned with the sigil of the direwolf, lent her an air of grace and nobility. Upon alighting from the carriage, she made her way toward Beric Dondarrion, and Iron Leg Walton, seeing this, made no attempt to restrain her, as his intent had been to leverage Arya Stark's status to secure safe passage. Jaime Poole approached Beric with a light step, casting glance after glance at him. Though time and war had weathered his features, his past handsomeness remained evident. "My lord," she curtsied. "It has been a long time." As she performed her greeting, a complex smile graced her lips. "Long time? My lady, have we met before?" "I apologize, but my memories are quite hazy," Beric replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. "My lord, do you recall this?" Jaime produced a necklace from within her collar, the lightning sigil causing Beric's heart to flutter. "This necklace, this symbol, it feels so familiar. Yet why can I not recollect?" He grasped Jaime's hand tightly, his solitary eye glistening with tears. "Yet I cannot recall your name," he lamented, gazing at her face as tears cascaded down. Each resurrection had cost him a fragment of himself, perhaps a memory, perhaps an emotion, or even his strength. Moreover, these losses seemed to correspond with the will of the seven gods. The first death robbed him of a warrior's bravery. The second, the justness of the father. The third, the compassion of the mother. The fourth, the kindness of the maiden. The fifth, the strength of the smith. The sixth, the wisdom of the crone. And what he might lose with his seventh death was likely to be everything, including life itself, as he faced the final deity, the god of death, the stranger. "My lord, might I request a kiss upon the back of my hand?" Though her request seemed abrupt, she yearned for him to do so. Akin to that day at the tournament, Jaime caressed Beric's weathered visage, tears glistening in her eyes. Beric, looking at Jaime, bent down and bestowed a knightly kiss upon her fair hand, the remnants of his memories beginning to resurface. "I remember now. You are Lady Jaime Poole from the tournament," he exclaimed. "Indeed, my lord. I had hoped you would become my husband," she replied, laughter mingling with tears. As they gazed at one another, the depth of their emotions spoke volumes. Their hands clasped, tears glimmering in their eyes, rendered speechless. In the next moment, Beric positioned Jaime protectively behind him, drawing his sword and pointing it at Iron Leg Walton and his associates. "Kill them all. Beric Dondarrion, what are you intending? This is the convoy of House Bolton from the north. If any harm befalls us, Lord Bolton will not spare you." Iron Leg Walton shouted in a panic upon hearing Beric's command. Simultaneously, he cursed Jaime Lannister in his heart, lamenting, "You cursed regicide, you have truly brought me to ruin." Walton believed that had they not diverted to rescue Brienne Tarth, they would never have encountered the Brotherhood. Indeed, Beric stood, sword drawn. As Walton pondered the implications of his words, Beric spoke once more. His singular eye blazed with ferocity as he glared at Iron Leg Walton, grinding his teeth and uttering, "Those who betray House Stark deserve death." Chapter 73. Jon Snow Bran. At this moment in the timeline, outside the wall within the Wildlings' grand tent, Jon Snow found himself immersing in a large basin filled with steaming water. These wildlings bathed only once every few days, some of them perhaps never having washed since birth. A vast plume of white steam billowed from the pool as Jon submerged most of his body beneath the water, the contrasting temperatures evoking memories of Winterfell. In those days, he and Robb Stark would indulge in role-playing games in Winterfell's hot springs, one portraying the Duke of Winterfell and the other, the King Beyond the Wall. After Robb Stark as the Duke triumphed over Jon Snow, who played the rebellious king, Jon had jokingly claimed the title of Duke for himself. Robb, in his youthful innocence at the age of 5, had teased that Jon, being a bastard, could never attain such a noble rank. Though spoken in jest, it was then that Jon first grasped the weight of his lowly status. Yet, he harbored fantasies of achieving great deeds akin to those of Daeron the Young Dragon, vanquishing his foes. Now, a decade had passed since those innocent dreams. Just as Jon was lost in reverie, envisioning his future accomplishments, a disgruntled howl from Ghost abruptly snapped him back to reality. Instantly, he felt more displeased than the dire wolf, swiftly reaching out to deliver a sharp flick to Ghost's forehead, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you've ruined my good moment." This prompted another mournful howl from Ghost, who angrily dashed away. After Ghost had scurried off, Jon submerged himself fully into the water, leaving only his head above the surface, and drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and a voice pierced the haze of Jon's dreams. Groggily, he sensed a gentle touch upon his face and assumed it was Ghost returning to tease him. Without opening his eyes, he yanked the figure into the water, shouting, "You again, trying to spoil my peace." However, the sensation was not the soft, dense fur of a wolf. Instead, he felt a silky, milky smoothness. Alarmed, he rubbed his bleary eyes and, peering through the clear water, beheld a vision clad in red. Ygritte, the wildling woman who had been so intent on seducing him. "My Lord Snow, you could no longer resist, could you?" Ygritte exclaimed, her alabaster arms immediately wrapping around Jon's neck, rendering him unable to escape. "Ygritte, what are you doing here?" Jon stammered, utterly bewildered, gazing at the blushing, bashful Jon. Ygritte laughed heartily and pressed a deep kiss upon his handsome, youthful face. Their proximity shifted from mere inches to a mere breath apart, their hearts igniting with fervor. "Jon Snow, you truly understand nothing at all," she teased. Time slipped away, and Jon found himself languidly sprawled in the water, a sense of despair washing over him. Ygritte, bare as the day she was born, stepped gracefully from the pool, her hair cascading behind her as she donned her garments without a shred of modesty. As she dressed, she cheekily declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be my lover, and you mustn't resist, ha ha ha." With that, she finished dressing and strode out, invigorated, seemingly ready to embrace a splendid tomorrow. Once Ygritte departed, Jon climbed to the edge of the pool, silently dressing himself and tightening his leather belt. He felt the lingering heat beneath him, a reminder of his recent encounter, and sighed heavily. He absent-mindedly caressed the black garb of the Night's Watch, guilt flooding his heart as he recognized that he had betrayed his vows. He had forsaken the Night's Watch oath, having succumbed to the wildling woman. Though he mused, it was not entirely unpleasant. The thought barely settled before Jon shook his head in fear. What am I doing? Am I willingly descending into depravity? This woman is my enemy. I cannot yield to her desires. In contemplation, Jon's gaze fell upon the black cloak of the Night's Watch he once loathed, now viewed as a treasured relic. Perhaps only by donning this mantle could he reclaim his identity amidst the wildlings, affirming that he remained a sacred member of the Night's Watch. At that moment, the voices of the wildlings drifted in from outside. Jon seized his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, puffed out his chest to feign confidence, and strode purposefully into the fray. The long night approaches. From this day forth, I shall stand watch until death takes me. I shall take no wife, hold no land, father no children. Ishal bea no kron, sar no glui. I shall be faithful to my duty, living and dying in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall. I am the flame that wards off the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that guards the realm. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch. Tonight, and every night henceforth, I shall uphold this vow. Jon Snow recited the sacred oath of the Night's Watch, attempting to banish the lingering image of Ygritte's naked form from his mind. Whether it was his steadfast resolve or a mere distraction, the fiery tumult within him subsided significantly, bolstering his confidence. I am a man of the Night's Watch. I am a sacred brother of the Night's Watch. With each repetition, Jon grew more eloquent, more assured, and increasingly elated. However, just as he lifted the tent flap and glimpsed Ygritte in her crimson attire outside, he felt a stirring beneath him. Jon Snow's little Jon Snow sprang to life, saluting her with a formal gesture. Damn it! Jon cursed aloud. The cold wind howled, and snow fell thickly. Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, cast a glance at Jon, who had just stepped from the tent, looking awkward and forlorn. Crow, it's time for you to take the lead, Mance said. In the midst of Jon's confusion, Tormund added, we plan to scale the wall near Castle Black. You will lead us. Jon's heart raced at the revelation. Yet he maintained an unflappable exterior, cautiously probing, I don't understand why you wish to invade the wall. The conditions here seem tolerable. Mance Rayder studied Jon intently, causing unease to creep into Jon's heart. Yet Mance spoke, winter is upon us. Some things that ought to have faded have begun to awaken. We seek only to survive. As a final jab, Ygritte stepped forward and playfully nudged Jon, taunting, Jon Snow, you Southerners truly know nothing at all. Castle Black, the Night's Watch's primary stronghold, stood as the most significant fortress upon the wall. Its staircase was the only one carved from the ice of the wall itself, a sight still awe-inspiring even today. Ajo, hush, keep your voice down, Bran urged, quickly covering Ajo's mouth. The silence was profound, broken only by the howling winds echoing through the castle. What is it? Jojen Reed inquired, lowering his voice in confusion. Are you not aware of the Mad Axe? Bran exclaimed, his expression one of shock and delight, as if he had uncovered a long-hidden secret. What Mad Axe? Is it a weapon? Jojen asked, perplexed, while Mira Reed blinked in bewilderment at the exchange. Sensing the faint affection in Mira Reed's gaze, Bran felt an even greater sense of pride. He ran his fingers through his hair, casting a sweeping glance around before speaking. When I was a child, I once heard from the old nurse of Winterfell that Mad Axe was once a night's watchman. He was tall and bore a thick, red beard. It is said that at night, he would remove his boots and wander barefoot through the halls of the Long Night Castle, silently slaughtering his sworn brothers in black. Though he ultimately met his end at the hands of the Lord Commander, his spirit is rumored to still roam the Long Night Castle, seeking opportunities to wreak havoc upon the living, much like Dany Flint. Jojen Reed looked at Bran with a mixture of disbelief and concern, pondering whether this child had been scarred by the horror tales of his youth. Mira Reed, however, was intrigued and inquired, who is Dany Flint? Feigning ignorance of Jojen's disapproving expression, Bran continued, Dany Flint was a night's watchman who disguised herself as a man. Young, brave, and imbued with a sense of honor. She tragically met her demise here after being assaulted and murdered while attempting to quell a mutiny among the Night's Watch. Her spirit lingers in the Long Night Castle, forever accompanied by the 79 guards. After hearing Bran's tale, Mira fell into contemplation, her silence palpable. Bran wondered why she no longer pursued the story of the 79 guards. Noticing the lull in conversation, he urgently blinked at Jojen, signaling him to prompt further questions. Jojen rolled his eyes in exasperation and asked, and what are the 79 guards? His voice lacked vigor, resembling that of a weary elder lost among children. As anticipated, upon hearing his brother's query, Mira's interest was piqued, and her gaze shifted back to Bran. Bran secretly commended Jojen and smiled slightly as he elaborated. The 79 guards are infamous traitors in the annals of the Night's Watch's history. Legend has it that they abandoned their posts at Long Night Castle on the Wall and fled south, becoming outlaws who pillaged and wreaked havoc. Among them was the youngest son of Lord Lysel. Upon reaching the lands of House Lysel, they sought refuge, but were instead captured and returned to the Wall. As punishment, the Lord Commander ordered the Night's Watch brothers to dig 79 holes in the wall, entombing each deserter within, armed with spears and horns, forever sealed within. Thus, they continue to guard the wall, even in death. Ajo sat on the ground, curiously observing the decor of Long Night Castle. While Bran spun tales of the stories told by the old nurse of Winterfell, Mira listened intently, her eyes fixed on Bran, while Jojen rested his head upon the back of the direwolf, Summer. In the cold, expansive hall of Long Night Castle, beside the warm, crackling fire, a serene tableau of tranquil time unfolded. If only time could stand still in this moment. Bran recounted other tales of Long Night Castle, including the curse issued by King Shuret against the ancient Andals, a group of apprentices facing monsters emerging from the darkness, and the blind star-eyed Samian witnessing the battle of hellhounds. Yet, Bran admitted that his greatest fear remained Mad Axe. Just then, the once silent hall erupted with the sound of hurried footsteps, unmistakably the sound of two individuals approaching. The direwolf, Summer, roused from its slumber by the noise. Loud a growl, startling Jojen awake. Mad Axe! It's Mad Axe! Bran shouted in fear, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Ajo! His trepidation resonated, causing Ajo to echo his alarm. Bran, be quiet. Mira Reed admonished as she grasped her trident spear, joining Jojen in peering into the encroaching darkness from whence the sound originated. as the footsteps drew nearer. The tension in the room escalated until they were met with the sound of an infant's cry. At that moment, Jojen seemed to comprehend something, abruptly releasing his weapon. "Jojen, what is wrong?" Bran inquired, puzzled. Jojen offered Bran a reassuring glance and spoke slowly. "I have dreamt of this scene." An archer thrusting a dagger-like flame into a humanoid figure, causing it to shatter like ice. Shatter like ice? Did the others perish? Was it the archer who vanquished the others? Bran responded, astonished. Jojen continued, gazing into the distance. "It appears so. The archer is approaching us now." With that, Jojen stepped forward into the darkness, calling out loudly, "Is that you, archer?" Curiosity piqued. Both Bran and Mira wondered who this formidable archer capable of defeating the others might be, envisioning a towering and handsome figure. Then a soft, feeble voice emerged, asking, "Archer? What archer? Are you referring to our Tarly family sigil?" As the voice drew closer, illuminated by the firelight, they beheld a figure that was indeed somewhat tall, but lacked the striking appearance they had imagined, resembling a plump little ball instead. Behind the stout man stood a frail woman cradling an infant in her arms. Bran tilted his head, blinking in confusion as he scrutinized the figure before him, struggling to reconcile this person with the notion of one who could slay the others. Moments later, a memory sparked within Bran, recalling a letter from his brother Jon Snow, which described a portly friend Jon had met at the wall. "You're Samwell Tarly," he exclaimed in delight. Chapter 74, Stannis, Davos Seaworth. Current timeline, near Blackwater Bay. Captain Salador San led several small vessels through the night, searching for something amidst the vast expanse of moonlight that shimmered upon their ships, casting shadows on the dark sails. Despite days of searching, Salador San remained undeterred. Suddenly, a rough hand gripped the side of the small boat, and Salador turned to see a smile break across his worried face. "Quick, lend a hand," Davos Seaworth whispered urgently. Soaked to the bone, Stannis Baratheon climbed aboard with the assistance of his comrades, his coat torn with a gaping hole, one boot lost to the depths below. Yet he had managed to salvage his life. Stannis and Davos had been stranded on a reef for days, living in constant dread of being discovered by the forces of King S. Landing, waiting for the sight of the small rescue boats with their black sails before daring to surface. As soon as he boarded, without catching his breath, Stannis grasped Salador San's arm and asked anxiously, "What is the status of our forces?" Salador glanced at Davos, who had just boarded, and then turned to King Stannis Baratheon, reluctantly sharing the grim news. "Your Majesty, we have only 5 ships left in our navy, and our army has dwindled to 3,000 men. The folk of the Reach and Stormlands are adept at sensing the winds. Upon seeing King S. Landing victorious, they have scurried off to join them." Hearing this, Stannis slowly released Salador's arm, his expression darkening, revealing a palpable sense of despair. The once indomitable man now bore the weight of hopelessness. The beleaguered Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, wiped his damp face and turned to his old friend Salador, inquiring, "What are the others?" As Salador ordered the men to row away quickly, he replied, "Ser Gudmorin was slain by the ambushing Garland Tyrell. Ser Roland Storm is currently rallying the scattered soldiers near Storm's End, reorganizing our remaining forces. Given the time, we must return to Dragonstone." After listening to the response of his old friend, Davos Seaworth murmured to himself with a sense of relief. Fortunately, Ser Roland Storm was a rare talent. As long as he remained, Dragonstone would be secure. It was merely unfortunate for Ser Goodmorning, whose swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Without him, it would be challenging to find another well-rounded commander for the army. Having mentioned these two individuals, Davos Seaworth inquired about several others from his old friend, Salador San. It was not until the very end that Davos ventured to ask about his 4 sons who were engaged in battle. "My friend, I wish to know how my sons are faring," Davos Seaworth inquired. Whether it was due to the cold water or the urgency in his heart, Davos trembled, his lips quivering as he gazed intently into Salador San's eyes. At that moment, Davos's complexion was pale, his heartbeat rapid, as if he feared hearing an answer he had already anticipated in his heart. Alas, Salador San sighed deeply, diverting his gaze, unable to meet the hopeful eyes of Davos Seaworth. Yet, he had no choice but to announce the sorrowful truth. "My friend, your 4 sons who participated in the battle displayed remarkable bravery. They are all heroes. Alas, they have been returned to Dragonstone." Davos Seaworth felt as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing backward, gripping Salador San's shoulders tightly as he exclaimed, "What of them? What has been returned to Dragonstone?" "Their remains," Salador San replied, lowering his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Stannis Baratheon abruptly lifted his head in shock, regarding the two conversing, before slowly lowering it again. striking the cabin wall with his fist. Stannis could hardly fathom that this seemingly victorious campaign would yield such a grim turn of fate. The 4 sons of Davos Seaworth, whom he had intended to elevate, had perished in the Blackwater. Simultaneously, upon receiving this revelation, Davos Seaworth could no longer delude himself into believing his sons were still alive. With hollow eyes, he collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. This veteran of many battles, once steadfast and unyielding, now weeping unabashedly like a child. 7 gods above, Dale, Allard, Massos, and Malek, my sons, how shall I explain this to your mother, Maria? He lamented, the heartache of a parent losing a child echoing painfully, affecting all present with profound sorrow. At Dragonstone, the Red Priestess Melisandre proudly addressed Stannis Baratheon, saying, Your Grace, I have foreseen the demise of the 3, Balon Greyjoy, Robb Stark, and Joffrey Baratheon. Surely now you must believe in the power of our Lord, the Lightbringer, Lawler? Stannis, witnessing this, nodded in agreement. Long before the Battle of Blackwater, Melisandre had suggested sacrificing Edric Storm to the Lord of Light for a potent boon. Initially, Stannis had been skeptical of such mystical doctrines, but upon witnessing Joffrey's overwhelming power firsthand, he acquiesced. Seizing the opportunity, Melisandre pressed on, Your Grace, I still advocate for the sacrifice of Edric Storm. The royal blood within him will aid us in awakening the dragons from the stone. In truth, Melisandre had a cunning scheme. She had initially drawn blood from Edric Storm using leeches and cast them into the flames. From the flames, she had witnessed the deaths of Balon Greyjoy, Robb Stark, and Joffrey Baratheon, yet she deliberately misled Stannis into believing that these 3 had been slain by the hand of the Lord of Light. Melisandre's motives were straightforward. She sought to offer more royal blood to Lawler, thereby empowering him to combat the cold gods. Before Stannis Baratheon could voice his objections or Davos Seaworth could counter, Melisandre continued, By the way, Your Grace, we should also consider burning Arya Stark, for she carries the blood of the ancient gods and is destined to be our enemy. This proposal was met with vehement opposition from the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, who exclaimed, Your Grace, we cannot proceed with this. Edric Storm is your own nephew. Should you sacrifice him, you would be a kinslayer. According to the teachings of the 7, kinslaying is an unforgivable sin, akin to violating the sacred rights of guests. Throughout the annals of Westerosi history, kinslayers have met dire fates. Despite his fervent arguments, Davos sensed Stannis' resolve wavering, recognizing that this path could not continue. The silence of Dragonstone enveloped the night, broken only by the crashing waves against the rocks. Stannis Baratheon, hands clasped behind his back, gazed somberly at the many stone effigies on the island, their grotesque forms accentuated by the darkness. According to Melisandre, sacrificing Edric Storm would awaken the dragons in the stone. With dragons at his command, what need would he have to fear Joffrey? Besides, news had reached him that Joffrey had perished days prior. He had nothing to fear from him now. Thus, Stannis resolved to heed Melisandre's counsel, to sacrifice Edric Storm and summon the dragons with royal blood, reclaiming all that was rightfully his. For the greater good, everything was justified. Even the life of a child could be sacrificed. Stannis Baratheon contemplated the ebb and flow of the tide, his mind made up. At that moment, Ser Mervyn Valerion entered, addressing Stannis Baratheon, Your Grace, we have just received word that Davos Seaworth has fled with 2 children. Mervyn Valerion, the Lord of Storm's End and head of House Valerion, had chosen to support Stannis Baratheon at the onset of the War of the 5 Kings, and he had been appointed as the Master of Ships. He had a 6-year-old son named Monty Valerion and a half-brother, Oren Valerion, but after the Battle of Blackwater, his half-brother had surrendered to the Iron Throne, which filled him with shame. Mervyn Valerion, handsome with long golden hair and striking violet eyes, was taken aback when Stannis Baratheon responded, What? Who did you say has fled? Stannis could hardly believe his ears. Davos Seaworth held a unique place in Stannis' heart. They were not only dear friends, but also comrades who had weathered many storms together. Whenever Stannis found himself in dire straits, Davos was always at his side, sharing both hardship and hope. Thus, upon hearing that the Onion Knight had escaped, Stannis was momentarily too shocked to comprehend that the pivotal sacrifice of Edric Storm had also been thwarted. Mervyn Valerion observed Stannis' disarray and fell silent for a moment. Although he held a certain disdain for the lowly origins of Davos Seaworth, they shared a bond as fellow adherents of the 7. Furthermore, should Davos Seaworth depart, Mervyn would be left to confront the pressures from Melisandre and her faction alone. Thus, Mervyn repeated, Your Grace, it is your hand, Davos Seaworth, who has fled. Stannis Baratheon, upon hearing the news, remained utterly bewildered. Ever since the Battle of Blackwater, Many had perceived the inevitable decline of his cause, and, sensing the shifting tides, hastily surrendered to the Iron Throne. It had been 7 or 8 days since Stannis returned to Dragonstone, during which time his vassals had been fleeing in waves, with no signs of abating. To make matters worse, even Stannis' Hand of the King had deserted him. Stannis felt tears welling up, but then his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed an order, "Ser Davos Seaworth, take the newly assembled warships and swiftly bring that old scoundrel back to me." "At once, your grace," replied Ser Davos Seaworth, turning with a satisfied stride as he exited the chamber. Chapter 75, Arya, Edric's Storm. Present timeline, the Riverlands Crab Isle. The sound of heavy footsteps and deep breaths echoed through the night as Arya Stark and Edric Storm fled swiftly through the dense woods, frequently glancing back over their shoulders. Thunder rumbled and rain poured down, as if the heavens themselves wept for these two frail children. Within Stannis Baratheon's army, two factions had emerged, one led by the Onion Knight, Ser Davos Seaworth, loyal to the faith of the Seven, and the other by the Red Priestess, Melisandre, devoted to the Lord of Light. From the outset, these factions exhibited a tendency toward opposition. Ser Davos, having lost all 4 of his sons in the Battle of Blackwater, harbored an increasing resentment toward Melisandre. After witnessing Joffrey's display of might that fateful day, Stannis grew more reliant on Melisandre, almost to the point of blind trust. Even when Melisandre proposed sacrificing Edric Storm and Arya Stark by fire, Stannis merely contemplated the suggestion for a moment before acquiescing. In a bid to thwart Stannis' susceptibility to Melisandre's influence and to safeguard the lives of Edric Storm and Arya Stark, the Onion Knight, Ser Davos Seaworth, risked his life by secretly ferrying the two from Dragonstone across the waters in a small boat during the dead of night. However, upon reaching Crab Isle, their whereabouts were exposed. To buy Edric and Arya a chance at survival, Ser Davos propelled his small vessel toward the pursuing warships, intending to delay them. Yet, he could only stall for so long before a 10-man squad disembarked and began searching for Edric Storm and Arya Stark. "Capture her. She is the servant of the god of winter, our enemy." In a short span, 2 members of the squad spotted Edric and Arya's trail and, elated, drew their swords to give chase. One clad in blue, the other in gray. The blue-clad man was portly and impatient, while the gray-clad man was lean and composed. "Run. They dare not kill me," Edric exclaimed, positioning himself to shield Arya from the oncoming assault. Indeed, as he had predicted, the 2 assailants, under Melisandre's orders to capture Edric alive, hesitated to inflict serious harm. Both men understood that if Edric Storm were to perish here, the royal blood coursing through his veins would become useless to Melisandre's dark designs. Nevertheless, Edric was soon left battered and bleeding from their attacks, gritting his teeth against the pain. As the gray-clad soldier engaged Edric in a standoff, the blue-clad man circled behind them, lunging towards Arya Stark. In a moment of urgency, Arya was compelled to draw the sewing needle from her waist to defend herself, a cherished gift from her half-brother, Jon Snow. "Little girl, are you planning to embroider with that thing?" "Ha ha ha." The rotund man laughed at the sight of Arya's slender weapon. Yet, Arya Stark did not allow his mockery to dishearten her. Instead, she focused intently on her strategy. Act and think like a warrior, possess sharp perception, move with grace, and master your fear. Remember, fear can wound more deeply than a blade. In that moment, Arya recalled the words of her instructor, Syrio Farrell, and her body instinctively reacted. She swiftly sidestepped, executing a counterattack with a reverse thrust, closing the distance on the blue-clad man before he could react. She feigned an attack on his left arm, drawing his defense, and in the next heartbeat, she pivoted her wrist, allowing the sewing needle to plunge into his right leg. "Ah, you bastard. I will kill you," he howled, collapsing to the ground. Seeing her strike land, Arya quickly retreated, evading a powerful swing of the assailant's sword. Her gaze sharpened, and with the precision of a wolf, she launched 3 swift strikes with her needle, 2 severing his right wrist and left elbow, the final thrust striking true to his throat. Thus, one of the 10 men dispatched to hunt them down had fallen. Yet, Arya felt no joy. She understood that she must flee, as her current resistance was only viable while the enemy was scattered in their search. Should they regroup, she and Edric Storm, the fool, would be doomed. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, another soldier clad in gray launched an attack. Having been momentarily delayed by Edric, he now knocked the latter to the ground, rendering him incapable of rising. The gray-clad man, aware of Arya's prowess, retreated cautiously whenever she feigned an advance. The 2 continued their deadly dance, with the gray-clad soldier initiating an offensive, attempting to disarm Arya with a swift and deceptive strike aimed at her sewing needle. But Arya, ever vigilant, evaded his attack with a retreating step. However, just as the gray-clad man contemplated his next move, Arya sprang forward, quickly closing the distance once more. Her needle shot forth like a deer, aimed at his throat. In a moment of alarm, the gray man barely managed to shift his position, narrowly avoiding the attack. Though his left shoulder was struck, he staggered back, blood running down his arm and pooling on the ground. I didn't expect such skill from a little girl. He gritted through clenched teeth. Thank you for the compliment, Arya replied, raising an eyebrow with unyielding confidence. The gray man resumed his assault, altering his initial strategy to launch a full frontal attack. His first strike aimed at Arya's right hand, but she successfully parried. He quickly shifted tactics, attempting to strike her again as their blades crossed. In that fleeting moment, he executed a reverse cut towards Arya's right hand. As she defended, the gray man pressed forward, forcing her to retreat. In that instant, Edric Storm rose from the ground. For Arya's safety, he grasped a war hammer and charged forward, despite the pain coursing through him. Yet, Arya Stark refused to yield. Witnessing Edric's desperate struggle against the gray man, she hastily scrambled to her feet. She bravely thrust her chest forward, the long sword in her hand glimmering with a cold light. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if ignited by an indomitable flame. Adjust your breathing. The moisture in the air will serve as your ally. Endeavor to harness it. My little wolf girl, leap forth. Remember the techniques I have imparted to you. Dance the dance of water and become a true water dancer. The words of her mentor, Syrio Farrell, echoed in her mind as Arya Stark's eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light, her entire being entering a state of profound enlightenment. Just as Edric Storm was on the verge of faltering, Arya Stark sprang into action. Her movements were graceful and ethereal, and in but a few strides, she closed the distance to the man in gray. Swift as a deer, silent as a shadow, Arya chanted to herself, her body suddenly darting from behind Edric Storm, catching the gray man off guard with a swift and covert thrust, striking true to his left hand. Quick as a serpent, still as water, Arya feigned retreat, lulling her opponent into complacency, then stealthily shifted a few steps to the side, evading his sharp attack and seeking a more advantageous angle. At that moment, Edric Storm managed to momentarily suppress the gray man with sheer force. Seizing the opportunity, Arya Stark prepared to strike, charging forward with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. However, the gray man, seasoned in combat, deftly deflected Arya's lethal strike while simultaneously forcing Edric Storm away with a powerful kick, narrowly averting disaster. Realizing he could no longer allow Arya to gain the upper hand, the gray man initiated the offensive. With a swift flourish, he swung his long sword toward Arya. As she was compelled to block, his blade redirected hers to the left, swiftly slicing toward her exposed right side, striking her arm. Immediately, the gray man withdrew his assault, deftly parrying Arya Stark's retaliatory thrust, executing the maneuver with practiced precision, allowing him to retreat unscathed. Strong as a bear, fierce as a wolf, Arya Stark gasped for breath, whispering her final words. Noticing her right arm injured, she swiftly transferred the sewing needle to her left hand. Though Syrio Farrell had taught her to wield a sword with her right, her left hand remained agile. As the two combatants found themselves too close for comfort, Arya Stark, suppressing the pain in her right arm, raised the needle to block the gray man's path of attack and movement. Realizing evasion was no longer an option, the gray man abandoned all defense, swinging his sword madly toward Arya Stark's neck. His strike was powerful and devastating. Should it land, even if Arya struck first, she would be gravely injured. Their attacks converged simultaneously, neither yielding, poised for mutual destruction. Just as the gray man's sword was about to cleave Arya Stark, the battered Edric Storm lunged forward, employing a clever ruse. He concealed his hammer behind him, bellowing dramatically, "Godly leg of 100 steps." The gray man, in desperation, fell for the trick, stepping back with his right leg to evade the blow. In that instant, Edric Storm unleashed all his strength, striking his hammer forcefully against the gray man's right arm. "You bastard!" The gray man cried out in pain, caught off guard by Edric Storm's unorthodox tactics, his movements faltering. It was in that brief moment that Arya's attack landed. Under the gray man's terrified gaze, Arya Stark's sewing needle pierced through his armor, transfixing his heart and emerging from his back. The gray man coughed blood, eyes wide with disbelief, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. "Wow, you were amazing just now," Edric Storm exclaimed, sitting beside Arya Stark with a miniature version of his father Robert's hammer. Arya, exhausted and slumped on the ground, gazed at Edric Storm, who had rushed her aid, and retorted with a hint of irritation, "Humph, you big-eared fool. Why didn't you run faster?" Edric Storm smirked, undeterred, and countered, "You simple-minded barbarian, I told you to leave first. They wouldn't dare harm me." Time passed, though they could not tell how long, as the rain began to lessen. The air remained humid, with only a few droplets falling. After dispatching the two foes, Arya Stark and Edric Storm understood that the commotion would surely attract others. They continuously adjusted their positions, attempting to flee westward from the Crab's Claw Peninsula, yet they underestimated the keen pursuit of their enemies. "You two adorable little ones. You certainly make it easy for us to find you," a voice called out as 8 soldiers emerged from the dense forest, slowly drawing their long swords and advancing. This is it, Arya thought, disheartened, realizing that despite having slain the previous 2, they stood no chance against the encroaching 8. Just as despair enveloped her, a familiar voice resonated. "The only god in this world is death. What words can we say to death?" Without hesitation, Arya Stark instinctively replied, "Not today." The moment Arya spoke, the encircling soldiers suddenly felt intense pain in their hands, their long swords slipping from their grips and clattering to the ground. A chilling wind swept through, lifting Arya's hair as numerous streams of water flowed before her. "Master," Arya shouted excitedly, though the figure remained unseen, yet the voice was unmistakable. Meanwhile, the soldiers scanned their surroundings in fear, shouting, "Who is there? Is it a servant of the drowned god? Drowned god? What nonsense is that?" The voice scoffed. "The drowned god is the enemy of our lord, Lawler, just as the usurper Euron Greyjoy is the enemy of our king, Stannis." A soldier clad in the colors of House Florence stepped forward to respond. "Euron Greyjoy? How fortuitous. I was just about to seek him out." With that, a tall figure materialized silently behind Arya Stark, bowing gracefully. "Syrio Farrell, the first sword of Bravos, master of the oceans, greets you, lords." In the next moment, the moisture in the air began to swirl, rivulets coalescing from the damp earth to encircle Syrio Farrell. Droplets of rain suspended in the air sparkled like stars, flickering. As the onlookers were entranced by this magical and splendid display, Syrio Farrell made his move. First, he gently tousled Arya Stark's hair with his left hand, then extended his right, drawing forth a narrow sword formed from the gathered streams. With a light chuckle, Syrio Farrell announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the performance begins." Chapter 76, Samwell Tarly. In Samwell Tarly's eyes, this world is a cruel one, in a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Kindness and warmth are often perceived as signs of weakness and cowardice. Samwell has lived under the stern, unyielding shadow of his father, Lord Randall Tarly, which has stifled him to the point of near suffocation, especially following the birth of his valiant and martial brother, Dickon Tarly. Originally determined to mold Samwell Tarly into a competent knight, Lord Tarly ultimately abandoned his timid and cowardly eldest son, redirecting his efforts toward nurturing his promising younger son, Dickon Tarly. As Samwell approached adulthood, Lord Tarly threatened him with a grim ultimatum: join the Night's Watch at the Wall or face death. This drastic measure was taken to prevent his feeble son from posing any threat to Dickon's inheritance of the Valyrian steel sword, Heartsbane, and the Tarly family's noble title. Although Samwell aspired to study at the Citadel and become a maester, his father, who held the Citadel in disdain, categorically rejected this ambition. However, upon being compelled to join the Night's Watch, Samwell's predicament did not improve. Upon arriving at the Wall, he encountered bullying and abuse from fellow recruits and the training commander, Ser Alliser Thorne, with only Jon Snow standing up for him and offering protection. Jon Snow also persuaded Maester Aemon Targaryen to allow Samwell to serve as a steward, thereby shielding him from further harassment. Inspired and moved by Jon's support, the previously timid Samwell resolved to join the expedition beyond the Wall, yearning to fight alongside his steadfast friend, Jon Snow. He survived the Battle of Hardhome, but during their escape, he encountered Gilly and Small Paul, with Paul often carrying Sam due to his lack of strength, which deeply touched him. Unfortunately, their fleeting happiness was shattered when they encountered a White Walker. To Sam's horror, this legendary creature was real. In a desperate bid to protect Sam, Small Paul fell to the White Walker's blade. In his moment of despair, Sam grasped the only weapon he possessed, a dragonglass dagger gifted to him by Jon Snow before his departure. It was said that this dagger was presented by King Joffrey Baratheon to Jon, yet Sam was perplexed by Jon's reluctance to discuss matters pertaining to Joffrey. In a moment of utter desperation, Sam closed his eyes and thrust the dagger wildly at the approaching White Walker, and by a twist of fate, he managed to slay it. Gilly, who survived, exclaimed that Samwell had become a White Walker killer. Subsequently, Gilly and Sam returned to Castle Black unscathed, where he forged a friendship with Gilly, the daughter of the castle's steward. It was then that Sam discovered that the steward had been sacrificing boys to the White Walkers. Whenever Gilly gave birth to a boy, he would send the child to a designated location to be delivered to the White Walkers. Tragically, Gilly had just given birth to a boy. As Samwell and Gilly anxiously awaited their fate, a mutiny within the Night's Watch erupted. Amidst a hail of blades and arrows, the steward was slain, and Lord Commander Jorah Mormont succumbed to grave injuries in Sam's arms. Before dying, Jeor confided in Sam his hope that his son, Jorah Mormont, would one day join the Night's Watch. In his final moments, Jeor revealed a hidden path to Long Night Castle and shared a secret passed down through the generations, that Bran the Builder would once again walk the halls of Long Night Castle. Silent and contemplative, Samwell and Gilly followed the path the commander had entrusted to them, with Sam's mind racing with thoughts of Bran the Builder and Long Night Castle. Yet he found no concrete connection in the history of the Night's Watch. At that moment, Sam recalled Aemon the Maester's words, dragons, Bran, Aegon Duncan. Initially, Sam had dismissed Aemon's musings, as the elderly Maester had often spoken vaguely of dreams involving dragons, mentioning three-headed dragons, Bran's dark sister, a pale flame sword, and the three-eyed crow, words that were elusive and enigmatic. However, when he juxtaposed the remarks of both Lord Commander Jorah Mormont and Maester Aemon, he discerned a strikingly consistent theme. The name Bran, one of the most frequently used names in House Stark. Legend had it that the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch was named Bran Stark, who had married a White Walker, leading to the Long Night. The very builder of the wall also bore the name Bran Stark, known as Bran the Builder. Could it be that the Bran spoken of by Maester Aemon and Bran the Builder were one and the same? Samwell pondered aloud. Yet the timeline did not align. The Bran mentioned by Aemon clearly belonged to the era of Aegon V, while Bran the Builder lived millennia prior. Samwell, knowledgeable and astute, recognized that Aemon's Aegon was Aegon Targaryen V, and Duncan was Aegon V's Kingsguard captain. But who then was Bran? Was there another Bran during Aegon V's reign? On their journey to Long Night Castle, Samwell was suddenly beset by an attack from a White. He recognized this White as Small Paul, his fallen brother of the Night's Watch. Sam wished to end his friend's suffering with the Dragonglass dagger, only to discover that Dragonglass was ineffective against Whites. Ultimately, it was Gilly's hastily thrown torch that ignited the White, saving Samwell's life. As he watched the White that had once been his brother reduced to ash, sorrow welled within him, deepening his hatred for the White Walkers. Yet, Small Paul was merely one White among many. As Samwell and Gilly encountered a horde of Whites along their path, just as they found themselves surrounded, a knight claiming to be Cold Hands appeared to rescue them. Cold Hands escorted Gilly and Sam back to the wall, informing them that they would meet a person at Long Night Castle whom they must bring back beyond the wall. To this, Samwell had grown numb. He immediately understood that the person Cold Hands referred to was Bran, though he was uncertain which Bran it was. At the wall, Long Night Castle awaited. "You are Bran. You are Jon Snow's brother, Bran Stark?" Samwell exclaimed in astonishment. "Hello, Sam. I'm Bran Stark. My brother Jon Snow mentioned you in his letter," Bran replied with a warm smile, exuding kindness toward Samwell. "Bran, I thought your name was Bran?" Sam's smile faltered as he processed Bran's words, suddenly frozen in realization. He recalled the dying words of Lord Commander Jorah Mormont. Bran the Builder will once again walk the halls of Long Night Castle. In that moment, overwhelming waves of emotion surged within Sam. He murmured, "Stark, Bran, the Night King, Long Night Castle." Bran, puzzled, asked, "What?" After a long pause, Samwell slowly replied, "Someone sent me to guide you beyond the wall."